Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 5. Chloe stares at me. And after a second, Alana and I relent, withdrawing our weapons and helping the girl up. Now that I get a better look at her, she's actually reasonably attractive. Not anywhere near as beautiful as Chloe, of course, but still attractive in a cute way. She stands 2 inches taller than Chloe, and for shorter than I am, with a muscular frame. Her outfit is to be expected: a thin undershirt, jeans, a thick blouse, and a black bandana that covers hair nearly as dark. "Do you have a name?" Chloe asks. "Anna," she says. Before we can introduce ourselves, the entire building shakes. I shift my focus outside. It appears that more than just this one building is shaking. We make our way out of the room through the poorly latched window in the room, Alana carrying Anna in her arms as we make an expeditious retreat. I scan the area all around with Archangel's gaze. Nothing within my range. It could be just an ordinary earthquake, but the timing is too suspicious. The barest hints of twilight are beginning to appear far to what I presume is the east. Above, there are hundreds of thousands of stars, some shining brightly, others so dim that I doubt that trained naked eye could ever hope to perceive them. And to the south is a massive cloud of dust and a sound so loud that I get suspicious. One moving toward our Rayton at fantastic speeds. If these are the alleged silent bandits. No, that's not true. Anna never claimed they were silent. That was something I assumed. She said that they were quick, that they never stayed very long before leaving, and that they were so quick that no one knew what they looked like. Nowhere did she or any of the other townsfolk claim they were silent or even particularly stealthy. And being able to obscure themselves under cover of sand would be just in line with not being seen. "Look alive, everyone," I say. "They're coming, and quick." "You sure that's them?" Jasmine asks. "Nope, but there's definitely something within that cloud of dust, and whatever it is quick, and powerful, and headed right for us." "Wait," Anna says, "take me with you. I want these assholes dead just as much as anyone else." "But," Chloe says. "We don't have time for a discussion," I respond. "I doubt she'll listen even if we tell her to stay back. If we take her with us, she'll be closer to us, and we'll be better able to keep her safe." I hate that you're right, but I agree with the argument. "Fine," Chloe relents. "Stay close to Sarah and me. We'll protect you." Anna nods silently. We make our way outside and over to the edge of town. Having decided to try to intercept, I stand in the front of the formation, flanked by Chloe and Jasmine. Alana is in the back, while Anna stands in the middle of our formation. Despite everything, I'm still not convinced that Anna isn't a mole who will sabotage us at a critical moment. But I also know that Chloe would never forgive me if I didn't give her a chance. I also want to believe we don't have to slaughter all of these townsfolk to get to the next floor. The cloud of dust bellows closer, and I start to sense masses of ether within the fog. 5 of them. Maybe 6. 4 of them are quite distinct physical masses within the cloud, but the other 1 or maybe 2. It seems like the cloud itself is alive somehow, through means I can't hope to comprehend. And all of these presences are powerful. If it had been just one of them, we'd be in for a simple battle. Being outnumbered as we are, however, I am enthused about the prospect, but steel myself for battle nonetheless. Countermeasures. We lack the element of surprise. We are outnumbered, and I am the only person who can reliably see through this fog. "Do you have any way of blowing away the dust?" Jasmine asks. "I would if it were just dust, but I feel this dust is alive, somehow. I'm not confident any sort of wind spell could actually do much to it." "Do you have any ideas, Anna?" Chloe asks. The rain seemed to dispel the dust storms for a time, but that's all I've got. I don't know if that'll work. This dust just feels too unnatural, and I don't have any spells with the ability to conjure a rainstorm. I could summon a massive spigot of water that will make the strongest fire hydrant spray look like a tiny thimble, but even that would be less than useless at trying to drown a desert. As I cycle through our options, I get a vision of the people chasing after us. One who carries a wand and is dressed in all pink, a suit of armor adorned with a pink tutu. One who looks like a ninja, but carrying a sword far longer than even Alana's. 2 armored knights. One tall with heavy green armor, the other with sleek red armor that seems optimized for speed and defense. And the last presence, I can't pinpoint. I can't see whatever it is. Even with the effect of Archangel's gaze, I sprout my wings and fire 4 bullets toward the ninja heading toward us. The first 2 attacks are narrowly diverted off course by the strange winds blowing around them. The third lands a glancing blow upon their shoulder. But the fourth and final strike, which is lined up for a direct hit, instead phases directly through. Or did the enemy fighter somehow blink out of existence for a fraction of a second? In either case, this is going to be a far tougher fight than I'd expected. 3.55 The fourth ascent v pure chaos. There's no other way to describe the maelstrom that ensued the moment our 2 sides clashed. The biggest and most obvious challenge is that, with me as the sole exception, not one of us can see further than our outstretched hand, a limitation that, for some reason, does not apply to the other side. From within these thick clouds, we're being assailed from at least 2 different directions. From one come bolts of star-shaped energy that hit way harder than they have any right to. I managed to mostly dodge one of those blasts, but even the glancing blow nearly dislocated my shoulder and sent me tumbling toward the ground. I'm able to recollect myself in midair and reorient myself with a spinning backflip. But the split second I'm out of the fight gives them that much more ground to work with and us that much less. The other ranged attacker in their midst is somehow even worse. Arrows coated in strange magic are loosed with alarming speed, and anything they hit gets pelted with electricity of all things. And whenever these arrows land on a target, that attack is then immediately followed by a second burst of electrical energy raining down from the sky. My Archangel's gaze helps me dodge the attacks aimed at me, and my bond with Chloe helps me help her dodge them as well. But Jasmine and Alana are having a rough go of it, and Anna is standing like a deer in the headlights. The one piece of good news is that they don't seem to be interested in fighting Anna, but they are focusing on Jasmine, who's probably the next weakest among us. The attacks are already brutal, and it's made that much worse when Red jumps into the fray. The knight is incredibly fast, and like the archer that I still can't accurately perceive. She attacks with bursts of red lightning that are nearly impossible to parry. I fire an ether bullet barrage at them, only to find that once again, my projectiles are completely rebuffed. The wind itself is being controlled by one of their members somehow, and in a way that ensures my attacks all fail to do more than superficial damage to my target. Alana is having no better luck fighting against the black-haired ninja. The ninja is the shortest and smallest of the 4 by a considerable margin, but might just be the deadliest. Her attacks, like all of the others, deal more lightning damage, as though they were tailor-made to fight me specifically. But this dark lightning has a nasty effect that none of the others' attacks share. Instead of attacking our health, the ninja's attacks inflict damage to our ether pool, weakening our minds and concentration with every strike. I still don't know what will happen if we hit 0 ether. But I know it's nothing good. For now, though, all we can do is form a defensive perimeter and hope as somehow that our attackers will run out of stamina before we do. And fortunately, we have yet another problem in trying to attack this group. The Green Knight is slow and lumbering in comparison to their teammates, but they are a very proficient barrier mage, and have the ability to manipulate their barriers in offensive ways as well as defensive ones. Swords and other weapons made of pure green energy are one thing, but this crazed fighter also creates spheres of green energy and attempts to ensnare us within them, only to turn around and try to crush us to a bloody pulp. Alana is barely strong enough to crack these barriers before she gets crushed, and I can counter them with equal force. But again, the trouble of dealing with numbers rears its ugly head, and we keep getting pushed back. The battle's so intense that I can do little more than fire off the occasional 1 or 2 glyph rudimentary spells. Fire and lightning are slightly more effective here, not being blown off course the way my ether bolts are. Worst of all, Anna, previously standing motionless as the battle rages all around her, now is cowering in the fetal position, her hands clenching her ears as she cries for help. Damn it all. But I guess it can't be helped. She doesn't have the experience of fighting for her life, nor any sort of training to prepare her for this outcome. This better not be some sort of ruse to get us to mentally count her out of the fight. Or if so, that it's not directed against us. A little help. Chloe cries out through our bond. She's not faring well at all. trying to both keep us healed up while batting back the attacks of the ninja, who seems laser focused on her in particular for some strange reason. I rush in to intercept, diving out of the way just in time to deflect the fearsome katana from cleaving right through Chloe's spirit. I, however, fare less well, taking a glancing blow on the back of my right wing, then a small jolt of lightning to my left calf. Between the two hits, I sustain nearly 500 damage to my ether, which for some goddess's forsaken reason also can't be shielded against with Saintess's cloister. Damn it all. It's like this team of fighters is tailor-made to counter our own. They have the ability to obscure our vision, attack through our shields, more ranged attacks than we have, better agility and speed, and the ability to completely nullify all of our ranged projectiles. Well, hopefully they can't also fly. It's an extremely dim hope, but it's better than sitting out here like a bunch of sitting ducks. Alana, Jasmine, I cry out, take Anna, and get to the skies. It might be our only chance. But what about that damned lightning? Jasmine asks. Better that we suffer a few bolts now and get somewhere where we can recover and regroup than get whittled down bit by bit down here. I say, it's a good idea, Alana says, but we need to hurry. Alana grabs Anna while Chloe and I deflect strikes from the two sword fighters on the opposing side. Once everyone is accounted for, we leap to the air, dodging and sometimes sustaining strikes in the process. Thankfully, these bolts don't have the same properties as that ninja's weapons, and are absorbed by the power of the cloister Chloe cast on each of us. The cloud of dust only reaches about 100 feet above the ground, meaning it only takes a couple of seconds before we're out of the haze and back to the clear air above. Further above us, the light of the impending dawn is growing brighter. Stars are beginning to fade as the blackness above brightens to blue and violet, and even a twinge of green near the horizon. Right now, we're all alive, thanks to Chloe's magic, but I know that won't last. Her spells have gained proficiency, subtly different from skills gaining ranks, which in turn has decreased their casting cost and improved their efficacy. But the base costs of all her skill-derived spells, specifically Saintess's Cloister and Saintess's Blessing, are too high, and having to recast the latter multiple times has eaten at her. She can remain airborne for a while longer, but we will be worn down well before this cloud of dust abates. Dust. It might not be possible to drench these clouds, but perhaps they can be dispersed somehow. The winds seem to obey the will of the person who walked within them, but perhaps that control is only so great, if it can be overcome. Perhaps I can blast the entire cloud out. I doubt it'd last for more than a few seconds, but we can do a lot of damage in the span of a few seconds. Wind is an interesting glyph, and other than darkness, the element I'm the least familiar with despite it being involved in my first trial attempt at glyph casting. The one that gave me the skill in the first place. It's far more sprawling than fire or water, in that regard. It's not dissimilar from lightning, however. While lightning is full of jagged, pointy edges, wind is smooth, flowing, and easygoing. I'd like to combine it with gravity and a few others to create a flattening downburst that might crush the ruffians underfoot. But doing so would tax me too heavily. We are still within the tower, and I need to conserve my strength for later floors. For the same reason, I need to make sure I don't use Seraphina over limit, unless one of us is going to die imminently, losing massive amounts of experience, being incapacitated for an hour, and losing the failsafe for an entire week are each problematic. Instead, I go with 3 simpler GLYPHS. My ever-trusty repulsion, expansion to widen the area of effect, and straightness to counteract the tendency of the air to expand outward radially. It takes several seconds to slot in all the dozens of linking runes I need to properly create the spell array, and it seems that our enemies have gotten wise to the mass of energy building in my arms. The attacks, which had relented for a couple of seconds, now resume with relentless ferocity. Concussive bursts leading the way. The Red Knight shoots up with a jump that sends them over top of us. From there, they launch burst after burst of electrical energy. The ninja follows suit a moment later, and while they don't quite reach those impressive heights, the lightning they flare out of their body in all directions is impossible to fully evade. By some miracle, my ether strain immunity skill continues to do work, allowing me to maintain my focus even as I feel my connection to my magic and skills distend slightly. Just what is this strange magic that this diminutive warrior wields? And how can they cast it consecutively without some sort of diminishing returns? There's gotta be something, some weakness to exploit. Nothing is without them. Because even if I am able to disperse this cloud of dust and fog obscuring our vision, it will only equalize the battle, not win it outright. Alana, having tossed Anna to Jasmine while I was focused on building the glyph, flies in front of me, launching a weaker version of her feather storm toward the two aerial enemies. And this time, outside of the range of the dust cloud and that strange wind that diverted our projectiles, her attack finds purchase, except not. Because not only do these fighters have insanely powerful techniques, but both of them have some sort of barrier that protects them from injury. Although, no, this barrier is finite. I see it in the ninja's facial expression. They each can't take too many blows directly to this barrier. I suspect if it shatters, they will be vulnerable. Far more so than we are. The trade-off of using this shield, rather than their vitality, as their last line of defense. My glyph ray is finally ready. My head is sore from the strain of manifesting the ray. But it's not a deep, throbbing pain, nor a vicious migraine. Just the fatigue of a long day and the lethargy of mental exhaustion. But Chloe and everyone else are counting on me to see this through. I launch the spell. The force is imminent. Dust sprays out in every direction, and as the cool, crisp air from above rushes down upon the town outskirts, the cloud of dust and debris that previously covered the battlefield is ripped away. The bits of vegetation that were unfortunate enough to be caught in the impact have their leaves and spines torn from their branches and their entire forms flattened. And in the center of the mass, previously obscured from my vision, there's a tiny girl who can't possibly be older than Chloe and I. She looks up at me with mournful eyes and draws her bow. In another time and place, we might have been cordial acquaintances, maybe even friends, but right now, we have to push on. I will not fail this trial. I will overcome. So that if this happens in the outside world, I will be able to prevent such a travesty from happening. One where real lives will be at stake. 3.56 The Fourth Ascent 8. My downburst continues to flow for a few seconds after I release it. I'm fatigued, mentally drained. My ether is down to a mere 1500, and my whole body just wants to scream screw all this. But there's no time to rest the moment the burst ends. The fog is going to come back in full force. When it does, any attempt at winning this fight before the warden inevitably shows up will be deader than disco. I have to make this count, no matter what. I charge down in a full dive, tilting my wings back to descend even further. Wine tries to make my cheeks flap and force my eyes closed from the pressure, but I ignore both thanks to quirks of how the system's stats reinforce our bodies. Lightning continues to bombard me, all thanks to the archer girl. But the ninja took a lot of damage thanks to Featherstorm. And unlike their sickly onyx bolts, this girl's white lightning can be absorbed with Saintus's cloister. I still have to dodge where I can. Each arrow deals nearly 700 damage to my shield, and the lightning that follows nearly 12. My shield is strong 8, 600 points strong when freshly cast, able to withstand more punishment than even my own body. But it's not infallible, and it's already starting to run low. I grip my teeth and silently curse the trial before us, spinning at the last second and avoiding another arrow by the hair on a spider's ass. I suffer a concussive blast of magic in doing so, but despite feeling like being punched in the gut, it only deals about 400 damage to my shield. I launch another ether bullet barrage, not expecting it to do all that much, but, to my shock, a few of the attacks actually connect. Well, connect with the incandescent barriers each of the 5 have, flickering and denting the two girls' shields for a fraction of a second before the barriers and attacks both dissipate. I get in range of the archer, only to be thwarted by a green shield that surrounds her and nearly bashes me right in the head. I avert my flying charge at the last second, pulling up just in time to avoid being grappled by the shield, which turns into a giant hand that attempts to crush me within its grasp. It's at this time that Chloe launches a devastating scouring light, which hits home right on the annoying ninja's chest. The black barrier around them cracks, then shatters, dealing a massive amount of damage that nearly annihilates their left leg. This, in turn, infuriates the archer, for reasons I don't understand. These are all constructs of the system, created to test us. And yet, these 5 seem almost human. Everyone here on this floor does. I can't help but wonder what this means. and whether this is proof that there are other otherworlders out there. To use Yulia's term, wait, if this is another team, sent here from our world, or maybe from another world. Oh though shit. The horrible implications of such a possibility set in. The two knights attack. Their attacks somehow even more ferocious than before. It takes everything Elena and I have to beat back their twin assault. The winds have finally stopped, but at least the cloud of dust hasn't started congealing back around us just yet. My breath becomes difficult and ragged. But I can't stop now. That's a path to certain death. One I refuse to consider. Instead I charge forward, throwing out repulsion barriers to counter the shields attacking me. Again red lightning builds up at the shorter knight's feet, but this time, I'm prepared. I form the ray for lightning reflect, holding it at the forefront of my mind, and I wait, and continue to watch. They're buying time for something, I'm not sure what. I'm taken aback by the sudden speed at which the Crimson Warrior approaches. Their sword crackles and hisses as they launch a devastating sweeping blow that would probably bisect me wholesale were they to get a direct hit in. But their momentum is too great to avert, their body tensing as I reveal that I'm the one who's lured them into a trap. I catch the blade in my hand as I release lightning reflect. The blade digs a good quarter-inch into my palm, staining its edge with my blood. But the lightning bounces back at its caster just as planned. I'm lightheaded now from the mental strain, but they are faring far worse. They let out a shriek, their crimson barrier breaking just as the ninjas did a few seconds ago. The Green Knight proves less mobile, and though their shields are impressive and far more durable, they fail to hold up to a combination attack from both Elena and Jasmine. At last, the tide has finally turned, except not, because, to my great consternation, the ninja is back in the fight, their leg fully healed once again. I guess it was only a matter of time before we'd come into conflict with a group that had their own healer. And considering their formation, the archer in the back, with the superhero in pink and the ninja in front of her, I have to assume that it's her. None of them look exactly fresh, but I don't see any sign that they are suffering from ether strain. I turn to the group, now fully convinced that these aren't constructs like I'd originally thought. Why, I ask, why are we doing this? All of this fighting, you're not the bandits that are attacking the village, are you? Of course not. The woman in the pink suit says, we would never stoop so low as to engage in acts of petty theft. I leap backward, avoiding another attack. So, then, why are we fighting? We came here looking for the bandits as well. If you're not them, then we're not enemies, everyone. The ranger in pink says, her voice full of command. Parley, stand down. Ayat, truce. A few lingering attacks continue, guided by momentum both physical and mental. Within 2 seconds, however, both sides are frozen. I worry for a brief moment that their side is going to use this as an opportunity to strike us while we've got our guards down. But then I realize just how worn down both of our groups are. Though their side doesn't look injured, their armor looks rough, their breathing is heavy, and mental fatigue is plain to see on all of them, even with their faces obscured. To answer your question, the Pink Ranger says, her voice full of authority and confidence despite not sounding any older than I, we already dealt with the bandits. Just ordinary monsters of middling intelligence. We've been training against them here, and attacked you, thinking you were one of them. It seemed too easy so far, after what we've been through, and we thought you were their reinforcements. I see now that I was mistaken, although I'm not sure why or even how another team made it in here, especially one that has powers which are so different from ours. I wish I knew as well, I say. But even if we didn't meet our original objective, fighting you was a good trial for us as well. Some sort of trial or final test to be overcome. This space seemed far too low ranked for us as it was. For giving us a chance to hone our power, I thank you. I think something was here to set us up. It wanted us to fight, but I don't think it needs to be to the death. That doesn't sound like it serves either of our interest. The ballerina, I suppose she isn't one. But that skirt she wears over her pink armor makes her look the part. Turns to the others. She looks at the two fallen on her side, then to the archer and ninja standing behind her, then back to me. I suppose that's enough of a trial for us as well. Bringing ourselves to the brink of death doesn't serve either of us well. I don't think. She shakes her head. On behalf of my team, I want to thank you for the clash. Perhaps we shall meet again someday, somewhere. Until then. With that, she nods. The archer and the ninja are holding hands, their faces still obscured by thick and natural haze. When they see Chloe and me standing side by side, they give an approving nod. And then, all 5 of them vanish. You have overcome the trial of the 5. You have gained a boosted 190,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 48 from 46. Strength come 2, speed come 2, vitality come 2, mind come 2. Please assign free stat points remaining. I assigned 2 points to vitality and mind with the first level, then to each to strength and speed with the second, keeping to the minor optimizations I've been employing. As I experienced during the final battle against the Order of the Wilds, even a couple dozen points can mean the difference between life and death. Maximum health increases by vitality X to current level ran 13 equals 245. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 191. Level 48. Experience 1,784,100. To next 156,675. Current stats: health 4,795, 6,970 ether. 831 fifths. Current stats: strength 123 base 66, speed 110 base 59, vitality 180 for base 99, mind 268 base. I still have so many questions. Just what is this place? What purpose does it serve? And why do the generally established principles of the outside world seem not to apply here? Multiple times I've been deprived of experience in the outside world because I chose not to finish off a foe at my mercy. That one woman during the Order of the Wilds fight most prominent in my mind. But now, for the second time in this tower of the first being against the Thunderbird, that rule has been rebuffed. Is there something related to the towers themselves? No, wait, there is another possibility. Every class wants something. Anyone can get experience and gain levels by fighting and killing monsters. But non-combatant classes can still gain levels and skills by acting in accordance with what their classes want. And if mine wants me to climb towers and conquer dungeons, overcoming challenges and getting stronger in the process, then the system will reward me accordingly. And that's a sobering thought. I am trying to get stronger with the long-term goal of excising the system from the universe. And it is assisting me in this goal. I can't help but feel that I'm being guided down a set of invisible tracks. One that appears to lead to salvation, but whose actual destination is ruin. That, in trying to save people, I am only hastening their downfall. Just like what might have happened by coming to this world in the first place. If only I knew more about the exact circumstances of my arrival. And later that of the system. Are you okay? Chloe asks Anna, breaking me out of my musing. Do you need me to heal you? So much fighting. So much screaming. Chloe runs her hand on the girl's shoulder, casting a weak healing spell. She lowers her head slightly. She's just in shock. She has no physical injuries. So, what do we do about that? Alana asks. And why did the fight end so abruptly? Who knows, I say. I wasn't expecting it to actually work out. By all accounts, it shouldn't have. Especially if this is all a construct or fabrication created by the system and the tower. It has been quite consistent in its rules. But, I guess you weren't here when we fought the Thunderbird. I explained my earlier musings about how it, too, spoke to me during the battle, and how it, too, vanished without us having defeated it, and how we still gained experience as a result of that fight. This is just a thought, Alana says. But what if there's something else out there? Something else, another entity, if you will. Not the system, but some other force that can affect the universe, or at least the Earth, on some level. It might not be as pervasive, all-encompassing, or powerful as the system, but it is influencing things to the extent it can, trying to nudge them toward an outcome more favorable to its own design. I can't help but wonder if this is some hidden, latent effect of the anomaly. It would make sense, I suppose. But I didn't feel anything of the sort. I think it's more likely that there's some third being at play. One that might be using my power as the anomaly to focus its own influence around me. But it's all speculation. My musing is again interrupted, this time by the duster on us reforming once more. Only, instead of taking the shape of an amorphous cloud. It forms a staircase leading up and on, proof that, despite everything, we are still in the tower. And all this is but an illusion, one designed for the system's benefit. Elena and Jasmine start up the stairs. But before Chloe and I can follow suit, Anna stops us. She looks sullen, disappointed, but I have to assume it's mostly with herself. I can relate, feeling powerless, reliant on others, subject to others' whims. It's how I was before the system arrived. It's how a lot of people are now. It's how all of us will feel when the system finally takes the final steps to end everything we've ever known. I'm sorry, she says. I wanted so badly to help. It's okay, Chloe says. It's good that you wanted to take action, but it's also good to make sure you're not getting in over your head. Do you have any friends or family you can go to? Anna shakes her head. No, my parents both died of illness a couple of years ago. Then my brother was killed by monsters. I guess all I could think about was devoting the rest of my life to getting revenge. But then when I saw all of you fighting so fearsomely, it's okay. I say, fighting isn't for everyone. Some of us are drawn to the path of the warrior for one reason or another, but not everyone will go down that path, and that's okay too. If you do decide to head down that path, you'll know what to expect. And if today convinced you to consider other options, then be glad it didn't come at the cost of more lives. I thank you. I never got your name. Seraphina, I say. And this is Chloe. Chloe smiles. Thank you, Seraphina and Chloe. Here, I want you to have this. She hands us the vial of liquid from before. Please, use it well. I know it'll help you, wherever you go. Before I can protest, the scenery of Araton and the approaching dawn begin to fade. The town itself shimmers, turning translucent. And even Anna, standing before us, begins to dematerialize as the surroundings change from those of a typical Western to those of a futuristic tower. A reminder that all of this has been orchestrated and designed by forces greater than I can hope to comprehend. In the end, only the liquid container and the fluid, gently fluorescing blue, remain. It's sad, I say to Chloe as we trail Elena and Jasmine up to the 19th floor. We saved the town, maybe, but then it all just disappeared before our eyes. What do you think it all means in the end? I'd like to think it was worth it, what we did, fighting to try to protect these people. Even if they were just ether constructs given rudimentary personalities by the system. And I want to believe that we really did save some lives by not going on a slaughter fest, either with the beings here, or those 5 warriors from another time and place. At the very least, we chose the best path we could given what we knew. I nod. Elena thinks there's some entity guiding us. Something other than the system. Maybe something opposed to the system, latching onto me and my power. But I just don't know. It's okay if we don't know right now, Chloe says, taking my hand as we head up the staircase. We'll just keep doing the best we can with the abilities and knowledge we have, and take every challenge as it comes. Double quotes thanks, Chloe. I love you. And I. Our quiet statement of our love for one another is the last sound that fills the once town of Araton, before it all fades away and the 19th floor appears. 3.57 The fourth Ascendix. The 19th floor is empty. Barren. A void, pure silvery white in every direction, with only the 4 of us and our belongings providing any sort of color or other reprieve from the harrowing nature of pure infinity. Each of our footsteps echoes, a reverberation that dampens slightly as it continues out into the void, but never quite goes silent. There is somehow a floor, though determining where the floor ends and the air or dirt or wherever else begins is a step of faith each time. Archangel's gaze provides no assistance in this regard. I don't know if this is some sort of stupidly powerful illusion that I can't pierce, or if we're actually sprawled out over a void of this magnitude, this time around. I have no idea where to go. No direction sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't hear the echoes migrating in a certain direction, and despite flying up. Wait, can I even fly up? I sprout my wings. The flight ability of my angelic form activates, and it feels like I'm not moving at all. Just more white, more endless horizon. Chloe and the others seem to be beneath me, so I must be flying. But this is way too disorienting to consider longer term. With this in mind, I float back to the surface, hoping to conserve and start replenishing my ether for the battle I know awaits us. Eventually, nothing, I say, before I can say anything else. My stomach growls with a roarous fury that causes everyone to briefly wince. Sorry about that, I say. Never had breakfast this morning. Alana rolls her eyes at me. Yeah, I get it. I suppose we probably should try to eat something. She reaches into her pouch and pulls out a few cereal bars. Two for each of us, not much. But it's better than nothing. And we probably shouldn't eat anything too heavy. We don't know when something is going to show up. I eagerly scarf mine down. One blueberry flavored, the other apple-cinnamon. Not bad. But it does remind me of my time living back home before everything with the system happened. I'm beset by complex thoughts about those memories. But I set them aside for now. The middle of a dungeon isn't the right time or place to delve deeper into lingering grief and regret. Once we've had enough to at least blunt the edge of our hunger, we decide to start walking in a random direction. Honestly, it's just as likely that we are going the exact opposite direction of where we need to go. But sticking around here isn't going to do us any good. And if the tower really wanted to trap us inside, it has less roundabout ways of doing so. It doesn't take too long before we find someone's, as it turns out, a short woman with short, flaming red locks, and a tall woman with long hair blacker than night. They both carry swords on their person. The shorter woman a thin short sword that might vaguely pass for a rapier, while the taller one has a thick broadsword. And I sense that both of them have been heavily enchanted as well. Not by the same type of glyphs I'm used to, but a similar sort of magic. One not native to our world. The shorter woman, barely older than I am, looks up to the taller one. Zethy, I thought you said there was only supposed to be one watcher. So why are there 4 people here? There always has been one watcher every other time I've been here, Elsie. And none of them are her. I'm not sure why it's different this time around. Elsie. Wait, she does look familiar. Elisa, is that you? I ask. She looks at me with a bemused expression. Yes, I am Elisa. But who are you? And how do you know my name? We're in the same physics class with Morris. Don't you recognize Chloe and me? Elisa tilts her head slightly. I don't know who any of those people are. She turns to the woman called Zethy. Do you know who those are? Never heard of them. I think they might have had their heads bashed in a few too many times. So what do you want to do about them? Elisa takes Zethy's hand. Claws. Zethy's hands are more claws than hands. Now that I look more carefully, her fingers are coated in thick scales, as are much of her outer arms and the sides of her neck. Only her face, palms, and maybe a few other areas I can't see are actually covered in what I would consider human skin. And her ears are long, ending in a knife edge. I'd say they're elven, but she's broad and muscular, not at all in line with the usual depiction of elves as tall, lithe, and graceful. Well, if they're here, then maybe we're supposed to fight them to get out. I've never encountered anything like this before, and I don't think the Watcher would have summoned people to her domain just for a conference call. Always tests with her? I suppose so. Elisa furrows her brows. Try not to hate me too much for this, whoever you are. She raises her right hand, and then gravity quintuples in an instant. It's a struggle to even remain standing, let alone to try to dodge Zethy's ferocious two-handed downward chop. My wings are useless, even at full power. It doesn't seem I'm able to overcome the force of gravity being placed upon us, and I can barely roll out of the way before I'm split in half vertically. And Elisa doesn't look the least bit strained by such a display of force. I guess this is the power that exists in other worlds. And proof of just how far we still have to go. Alana rushes in. Her steps staggered and her muscles twisted as she forces herself to continue fighting despite the immense literal pressure we're fighting under. Even acts as simple as breathing are painful. And it takes constant tension of the muscles in my legs and back to not faint from having blood congeal in my legs and feet. My vitality be damned. Despite it all, Zethy seems completely unaffected. Is she really just that strong? Or does Elisa have such control over her magic that she can selectively choose who it affects? Oh, and apparently, they both can fly as well, negating the only real advantage we had in the previous fight. Shit, I suppose I have no choice but to try to bring forth gravity after all. That, or Seraphina over limit. But I still refuse to dip into that as long as there's a chance of success otherwise. But it's going to be tricky. Alana, Chloe, And Jasmine will only last so long against Zethi even with the gravity normalized. It's still the best chance we have. Every bit of mental energy I can retain is crucial. I close my eyes, trusting the others to keep me defended from Zethi's assaults and whatever Elisa might throw at us. They do. But I hear groans and more than a few screams. I have to be quick. Gravity takes several seconds to fully manifest in my mind, which might as well be an eternity in such a fast fight. I haven't the mental strength to build a more complex array, but based on my experiences with the complex structure, it should be enough. I wince from the pain. It better be enough. I take one final breath to center myself, and then I unleash gravity. Immediately, I feel like 1,000 pounds have been lifted off my shoulders. Alana and Jasmine, whose movements had previously been stilted and rigid, are now completely unleashed, turning their 2-on-1 fight against Zethi on its head. Elisa, on the other hand, looks squarely at me. I wince from the pressure as she narrows her gaze. The bubble of high gravity narrows, but intensifies. She's trying to crush me with my own body weight. No, worse. She's turning gravity inward as well as downward. The same tactic of trying to crush us to a pulp that the Green Knight did on the previous floor. It takes everything I have just to keep myself from succumbing. I drop to one knee for extra support and tense all my muscles. My breathing is shallowed by their pressure Elisa is inducing, and I feel my organs starting to be crushed under their own weight. My health is being sapped fast, and my ether nearly as rapidly. And then my health abruptly stops dropping. My ether continues to fall, but at a greatly diminished rate. Chloe screams out across the endless void, her pained shriek accompanying the largest scouring light I've ever seen. Elisa turns to bend it, and manages to partially do so by warping spacetime around her, but the attack deals a fair chunk of damage. Damage which she immediately starts regenerating. Damn, this must be what fighting Chloe and I are like for everyone else. It's wonderful when it's Chloe's healing keeping us alive, but it's infuriating seeing our hard-earned progress ruined so effortlessly. But it's not instantaneous either. Elisa's healing is slow, at least by comparison to Chloe's, and she doesn't seem to be able to keep her gravity powers active while she's healing. This is giving Alana and Jasmine more time to push their advantage. Their attacks aren't fully coordinated, but their imprecision is throwing Zethi ever so slightly off balance. Chloe and I team up against Elisa, something that is painful for both of us. Elisa was never exactly a friend back in school. Her rich, snobbish attitude and the chip on her shoulder kept most people at bay. But she was an acquaintance with whom we'd had at least a few amiable conversations, and not someone whom I would have expected we'd have to fight against to the death. Or at least, to whatever dissolution awaits these constructs, or summons, or whatever they are when they are beaten. Can we stop this already? I say. We don't need to fight any longer, even if you don't remember us or even ever knew us. I still know the version of you that exists in our world, and I don't want to hurt you. Elisa scowls. It's not a good trial if we aren't putting ourselves to the limit. And besides, why should we surrender when we're going to be the ones triumphant here? I see the resolve in her eyes, the conviction and the force of will. Despite having pushed the fight fully in our favor at this point, Elisa still has unwavering confidence that she and Zethi are going to emerge triumphant. Such overwhelming mental fortitude. It is admirable. With numbers on our side this time around, we're pushing our advantage to the fullest we're able. My ether bullet barrages are hitting home. Elisa is strong in terms of magical prowess, and she can regenerate her wounds. But she's physically fairly frail, and her speed and agility are both only average. We strike relentlessly, unleashing a relentless magical barrage toward her. But before we can strike a final, debilitating blow, we're stopped by a fierce roar that shakes me to my very soul, followed by a massive plume of flame that would have incinerated my bones and armor just as easily as my flesh and blood. I tilt my head to the side. Alana and Jasmine have taken to the air, and joining them is a ferocious dragon stretching some 40 feet in length, with a wingspan at least 30 feet wide. And now I see why Elisa was so confident up to this point. I really should have seen it coming. With the claws and scales on her humanoid form, this Zethi isn't an elf at all. She's a black dragon shifter, and I can sense incredible power radiating off her. My heart races and my body shakes. Shit, this is going to be problematic. 3.58 The fourth ascent X. Zethy doesn't give me a moment to catch my breath or even get a good look at her draconic form before she moves. She flies directly at me with colossal speed, the sharpened tail behind her an uncomfortable reminder of the memory of being impaled from my past life. To four-fingered close rake at my chest. I partially dodge, but the damage my armor sustains is testament to just how vast the difference is between a wyvern and a true dragon. And she doesn't give an inch. I raise repulsion into the air with a thought, hoping to forestall her next attack. But she shatters the barrier with a contemptuous flick of her wrist, causing the pieces of magical energy to fall to the ground like broken glass. I take to the air, shooting straight up, burning through ether like there's no tomorrow. Barely 700 points left out of a maximum of over 5,000. But even burning through it as fast as angelic form will allow, I'm still not able to gain any ground over my draconic pursuer. I abruptly switch my direction from straight ahead, parallel with the ground, to directly toward it. If I'm right, Zethy's massive form will be clumsier in flight and less maneuverable due to her higher mass and therefore inertia. I'm wrong. I'm very, very wrong. She can turn every bit as quickly as I can, and with her higher mass, she's powering through the air resistance far faster than I am. No, that's not quite it. She's bending the air on her to hasten her descent, augmenting her natural draconic flight with wind magic. I hit the ground with a thud, using my hands to buttress my sudden stop, and then flinging myself into a backflip. Zethy, however, crashes into the ground with a thud and an accompanying shockwave so intense that my ears begin ringing and I'm nearly thrown off my feet, only barely able to dodge the accompanying torrent of flame by flinging myself away with impulse. Chloe jumps into the fray, launching another scouring light at the behemoth. It barely singes her scales in this form. A few of them incandesce a faint reddish orange, but she seems none the worse for wear. Alena uses another feather storm, though I'm not sure if she's trying to stall for time for me or if she actually expects her onslaught to outdamage Chloe's own offensive magic. Plumes of white smoke briefly obscure Zethy's onyx body, but I can tell even before it finishes clearing that her attack hardly does any damage to the black dragon. Even Jasmine's blind spot follow-up attack behind the knee of one of her hind legs only does a negligible amount of damage, and ends up with her getting batted to the ground by the tail of the beast. I'm completely spent. All I can do is run. For the first time since the system arrived, I feel completely powerless, completely outclassed. I stand face to face with a being I can't hope to defeat in an even fight. This must be what Lindsay and the members of the Order of the Wilds felt when they went up against Seraphina over limit. Yes, that must be it. It makes no sense why Zethy would bother to fight in her humanoid form otherwise. Maybe to toy with her, maybe to test us. But in an actual fight for our lives, where it's kill or be killed, she should go all out and crush us before we get a chance to get in a surprise attack. Unless, of course, she can. Because her transformation is like mine, limited in duration, and probably with some sort of drawback once that time limit expires. So we have to stall out the clock somehow. Elisa is down for the count, crippled, unconscious, but still alive, given a lack of system notification otherwise. And Zethy hasn't shown any capacity for healing magic of her own. All this means we just need to survive. Somehow. Everyone, I cry out. Take defensive positions, spread out, and don't attack. We need to outlast her transformation. But Alena pauses. Fine. But we can't let ourselves get worn down either. Chloe begins chanting under her breath, readying her sanctuary spell. I doubt it'll stand up to Zethy's full assault for very long, but it might be able to shield us from her light attacks, and force her to waste valuable time and stamina on it instead of us. I have to assume her transformation is on the order of a minute or 3, similar to my overlimit. Every second is hard fought, and every dodge and deflection is a victory. With the last bit of ether I can spare, I envelop Alena in the light of Angel's grace. I'm remiss that I can't do the same for Jasmine. But I have barely 100 ether left, not nearly enough to recast the spell. Still, this is a boon which will compound Alena's physical stats and bring them close to mine after Saintus's blessing. I notice the difference in the way she moves. She looks more confident, and with her heightened speed, she is able to defend herself and Jasmine to a far greater extent, which still isn't much, only barely holding her own. Zethy's attacks are too ferocious, too numerous, and come from every angle. The worst part of trying to defend ourselves is just how many ways Zethy has to attack us. A contemptuous flick of her wing, her fur claws, her teeth, her tail. Every part of her body is a weapon at this point, and that says nothing of the fact that she can breathe fire, though there seems to be some sort of cooldown on how often she can use it. Every muscle in my body aches as I narrowly dodge a tail swipe by forcing myself prone at the last second. Thank the goddesses I can deactivate my wings now, allowing me to spin out of the way of the claw stomp that follows before flipping back to my feet just in time to get swatted back by her fibrous wings. "You okay?" Chloe asks through our bond. She's struggling as well to maintain sanctuary, but seems to have just enough mental energy remaining to offer me a healing spell. One which I decline, and my health is still over 500 and I can use that as a resource as well. The seconds tick by way too slowly. Alana and Jasmine fly into the air, trying to bait Zethy into attacking them. She hesitates, looking up at them, before turning her attention back to Chloe and me. That proves some sort of calculus is at play. I'm confident now more than ever in my earlier assessment. We need to run out the clock. I stop focusing on trying to fully dodge Zethy's attacks. I lack the stamina, and Chloe's sanctuary will suture up my wounds over time. Instead, I focus on avoiding lethal blows. Hits on my shoulders, my arms, my legs. Anywhere that is armored and isn't an eminently vital area. I allow myself to sustain. For a while, I eat small wounds up with Saintus's cloister, but it expires in relatively short order, and once it does, and I start tanking blows with my own body, it hurts like hell. I clench my teeth in pain. Each passing second might as well be an eternity. Alana and Jasmine are taking their shots where they can, blunting and diverting the worst of the dragoness's fierce blows. A curing light from Chloe sutures my wounds together as I roll out of the way of a butt stomp that would have crushed me just as easily as if I'd had neither armor nor vitality. I take a quick shot of ether bullet barrage, aiming for what passes as her heel. It hits its mark, but doesn't deal much damage, and with that, my ether is fully drained, only 7 points remaining. Even ether strain immunity is no longer sufficient to completely block out the lightheadedness I'm experiencing. I want so badly to take a nap. To rest. To just do nothing for a long time until I recover, but I can't. Adrenaline and the fear of death together help me fight the temptation to succumb. And with every bit of my speed, I run. I zig and I zag, trying to remain unpredictable, counting down each second like it's the last I'll ever live. Chloe is falling apart bit by bit, and Jasmine is clinging to consciousness. Only Alana seems to have any substantial fight left in her, but she will lose the battle of attrition. But she fights on with valor and purpose. 3 seconds, 5, 7. I get a crucial moment to catch my breath as she enters some sort of trance-like state, dodging Zethy's vicious rending claws before flying out of the way of her fearsome dragonfire assault. 12 seconds, then 15. Alana is still fighting with aplomb. Though she's starting to get pushed back, still, she continues onward. We've had to have been going at this for close to 5 minutes now. I clench my fist, feeling the light deep inside me, pulling my overlimit close, ready to charge in the moment Alana falters, but it doesn't happen. Zethy's movements grow sluggish, her body wavers. She turns around back to me, and in her final seconds, she attempts to bring me down. She gets to within a couple of feet of me, her right claw moving toward me. I fall out of the way for an attack that never comes. With a shriek, Zethy's body turns a blinding white, and then her humanoid form appears in the center of where her draconic body used to be. "Damn it all," she mutters, clenching her heart and dropping to one knee. Still, after all that, couldn't save Elsie. Couldn't even save myself. She looks at me with a vicious, hateful stare. "Well, what are you looking at? You won. Just finish us already and save me the humiliation." "No," Chloe says. "There's no need for this bloodshed. Can't you just go back to your own time and place?" "You sound a lot like Elsie, you know," Zethy says. The skull in her eyes and bite in her voice dissipated. She turns to me. "And you're her partner." I nod. "Take care of her. Don't let the cruel reality of your world break that innocence, that compassion." "I won't," I say, "even if I have to eventually do morally questionable things for her sake." I'll make sure that I'm the one who has to get her hands dirty, so Chloe's conscience can remain clean. Though, she is the type who'd insist we find the hardest way of going about things. Some complex plan that ends up saving everyone in the end. That's just who she is. And one of the things I love most about her. Here, Zethi says. A token of our gratitude for the fight. She hands me a shard of golden crystal. I'm not sure if you can make use of it, but if you can, I'm sure it'll serve you well. With a nod and a smile, she and Elisa both vanish. The system's notification breaks up the awkward silence. You have defeated Elisa and Zethira, Queens of All-Star level 46. 48. You have gained a boosted 165,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 49. Strength come 1, Speed come 1, Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. I put all 4 of my free points in my neglected speed stat this time around. A bit more swiftness could have saved a lot of pain and dignity in the last battle. More importantly, had things gone a little worse, it would have been necessary to try to take Chloe and outrun Zethira's flying speed. Something I couldn't do as I was during the fight. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come ran 1, 3 equals 252. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals 190 for level 49. Experience 1,949,100. To next 160,200 current stats. Health 1,759 to 7,222 ether. 223 fifths. Current stats. Strength 126 base 67. Speed 120 base 64. Vitality 188 base 100. Mind 273 base. I'd love a long breather right now, but before I have more than a moment to even try to process and collect my thoughts, the void opens up, revealing a portal, one which leads on, I'm sure, to where. I don't know, but the sound of rattling and a sense of ominous foreboding approaching from the distance is all the warning I need. The tower is demanding we press forward without a break, and if it comes down to it, I'd rather face the perils of the 20th floor 100 times before I dare stand against the warden. 3.59 The fourth ascent. It takes a few minutes to adjust to the sights and sounds and smells of the 20th floor, namely, that they all exist. The blue of the sky, the green of grass at my feet, the warm sun, the cool, slightly thin air. It's all rich and vibrant, a stark contrast from the endless sea of pearlescent white that awaited us on the previous floor. Based on our immediate surroundings, we appear to be in a sporting arena of some sort. Marble white grandstands rise up on all sides as though we're in some sort of giant bowl. And directly in front of us is a stone dais, 3 feet tall and about 100 in diameter. A fighting arena, I think. In the center of the arena is another young woman, like Elisa. She has the same flaming red locks, but her poise and demeanor couldn't be more different. Elisa was quiet and demure, powerful, but reserved in her appearance and attitude, like she took the path of the warrior reluctantly. This woman, on the other hand, stands proud and triumphant, a smug smirk on her face and her hands on her hips. She seems eager to butt heads with anyone and everyone who so much as looks at her funny, and from the way she radiates confidence, I know that she almost always comes out the victor. You there, she says in a gruff voice, pointing to me. Fight me. Why her? Elena asks. And why just her? Jasmine asks. This is a dueling arena, the redhead says. The perfect spot for warriors to test their mettle in one-on-one combat. And she reminds me of my best friend and sworn rival. I look at the woman and sense the fiery spirit burning within her. She seems even more eager to fight me than before. But I don't sense any hostility behind her challenge. I can't discount the fact that she's playing me somehow. Or if she herself isn't, the tower is. It actually sounds like fun, in some twisted sense. Proof that I really am becoming something of a combat junkie. I'm afraid I just got done with a fight for my life. Here, the woman says, pulling out a small flask of a bright red liquid. It's red dragon fruit extract. I don't know much about the herbalism side of things myself, but it'll restore your health and stamina. Wait, Chloe says. What if it's poisoned? Disgusting. The redhead says. I would never stoop so low as poison, especially for a duel like this. She crosses her arms. No. Considering that the rest of you don't look much better than she claims, then you don't have much of a choice but to accept my generosity. You're not going to defeat me with those battered bodies of yours. Is that a threat? Elena asks. No, it's fine, I say. I accept those terms. Sarah, are you sure she's strong? And she's not wrong. Considering the state we're all in after fighting Zethira, we don't have a chance against her. Be careful, Chloe says. I step up onto the podium and take the liquid from the woman, downing it in a single shot. Immediately, I feel my ether pool regenerating wildly. All the while, the numerous aches and pains and bruised muscles and bones heal themselves. My mind sharpens, and my connection to my skills and magic, previously tenuous thanks to being so low on ether, is restored to normal. You have consumed red dragon fruit extract. Health and ether both restored by 90%. That's some good stuff right there, I say. I'm sure there's a few alchemists who'd pay a pretty penny to know how to make something like this. I'm sure they would and have, the redhead says. Before we begin, though, permit me a question. I nod, taking a fighting stance and bringing forth my wings once more. Even though they are now always a part of me, able to be summoned and dismissed at will, I still feel a certain degree of comfort and freedom whenever they are present. Being able to dismiss them and better blend among empowered humans has its advantages. But I still don't like not being without them any longer than I have to. Why are you here? She asks. We entered a magical tower seeking strength. Each floor has brought with it new challenges. And the 20th floor brought us here. The redhead's omnipresent skull softens, turning into a softer, genuine smile. And for what purpose do you seek strength? Monsters are ravaging our land, as are other calamities. We want to find the strength to be able to protect the people we love and care about. I pause for a moment, ashamed. And I want the power to help shape the changing world. Not to rule. Shame. I feel a lot of shame at admitting as much. That, despite the persona of selflessness I wear, there's a part of me that's selfish. A part of me is still back there, in the time before the system arrived. A part of me who couldn't aspire to anything. A part of me who had to scrimp and plead and beg and sometimes do without. All while so many others had such extravagance. I remember Drive, Martinek's words, about how she had to work twice as hard for half as much recognition. All while every little mistake she made was subject to twice as much scrutiny. All because she dared to be a woman in engineering, a woman in a field dominated by men. I don't want to follow down that path. I don't want to go back to being a poor, powerless girl in a world governed by people and forces outside of my control. It's selfish. And I feel shame for that. Shame that Chloe won't like that part of me if she knew. Which, I guess, now she does. The redhead smiles. There's nothing wrong with wanting things, nor with wanting to change an unfair world. I think every sentient being wants the same. We're all a little selfish. Doesn't make us good or evil. Just makes us people. What matters in the end is what you choose to do with the strength you're given, or the strength you take for yourself. The woman grins as she cloaks her hands in golden spheres of flame. Might I have your name? Seraphina. Seraphina Mortensen, I say, taking a fighting stance of my own. Sir Narish, she says. Seraphina, I would be honored to have this duel. On you're ready. I take a deep breath, through to her. Serena hasn't taken any action. She's watching me, waiting for me to make a move. And she's powerful. I don't think she's as strong as Zethira in her dragon form, but definitely stronger than her humanoid form. I sense no obvious weaknesses. And her technique and stance are impeccable. I suppose all I can do is attack her and reassess from there. I raise my hand and fire a trio of ether bullets. Serena sidesteps the first so quickly I hardly see her move, then incinerates the second and third with nothing but the flames in my hands. She shakes her head. I expected more from you, Seraphina. If that's all you can muster, then fighting you is a waste of both our time. I nod, readying impulse in my mind to imbue into my body and accelerate my movements. Not at all, Serena. I just wanted to get a feel for your strength and ability before we begin in earnest. Don't disappoint me. I charge forward into point-blank range with the power of impulse on my side, quickening my steps as I get into Serena's face. She throws a plume of flame directly at me as I approach, which I dispel with an inverted fire glyph. Then conjure ice in my hand as I throw a simple punch toward her chest. She dodges backward, bending her waist with incredible flexibility. The instant her hands make contact with the stone floor, she kicks into a handstand. Her attack aims squarely between my legs. I levitate upward, jumping over her and evading the subsequent jet of flame out expelled from her feet. She might only be showing a capacity for fire abilities, but she's damn impressive with them. From her handstand, she spins like a top, coating her entire body in flame. She then forces her legs outward, launching that gathered fire outward in a ring-shaped plume that flies across the entire battlefield in every direction in the span of a second. The others huddle up against the side of the arena to avoid getting singed themselves, while I leap up to avoid it from above. Seraphina gives me no quarter, launching herself upward with a jet of flames from her feet, powering toward me like a rocket. Despite the appearance as such, however, her flight is even more magical than physics-based in nature. I realize this the moment she loops around with another sweeping downward kick, all the while remaining perfectly aloft despite the intense downward thrust in the midst of the maneuver. I block the attack, using an inverted heat glyph to protect my hands from the intense flames now radiating off even the parts of Seraphina's body not coated in flames. An ice glyph follows, trying to dispel the raging inferno around my opponent, but it's overwhelmed and broken by the sheer force of Seraphina's attacks, unable to gain any sort of advantage in the air. I return to the ground, using more ether bullets to cover my approach. Seraphina burns them away with nothing but the heat of her aura. I fire again, this time with freezing bullets, and they actually work to an extent, dispelling small portions of the flame. All the while, Seraphina is focusing on something. Right as I get within striking radius, the danger sense of Archangel's gaze goes ballistic. Even before I can consciously respond and react, my body is already recoiling backward at top speed, just in time to not get ravaged by a volcanic eruption of magmatic flames summoned forth from Seraphina's own body. Fireballs begin raining down from the sky, homing in on me through the pyrotic warrior's will alone. I dodge to the left, then to the right. I take to the air as my space on the ground is eaten away by the molten plumes, attempting to sidestep and feint my way around the incandescent spheres. For the most part, I succeed, and my fire resistance helps me avoid taking too much damage from the attacks I fail to fully parry. I need to counterattack, figure out some way of beating back Seraphina's eruption, because deep within the crimson flames, she doesn't look the slightest bit fatigued. No, she's having the time of her damn life, grinning and relishing the sensations of combat. And honestly, it's causing me to feel the same. Nervous, yes, going up against a warrior, but more than that, I'm excited, eager and full of anticipation to continue to test my mettle against such a worthy foe. Runes and glyphs shift within my mind, building a flaming reflector all while dodging attacks coming at me from all sides is hardly the easiest feat I've ever performed since the system arrived. But it's incredible practice, and I realize that that's exactly what Seraphina is doing here. I can tell from how long she's holding up this surge of volcanic energy that she's holding back considerably. She could have beaten me quite a while ago, had she wanted, but she's coaxing me forward, training me in her own way. She wants me to get stronger, whether it's for her own designs or that of the entity that sent her to me. I don't know. Maybe it's both of them who share this goal, and they are working in tandem toward that mutual purpose. As the final runes lock into place and the array is completed, I switch from defense to offense, charging directly into the raging torrents of molten flame. My barrier in place. I feel no pain, suffer no injury, and only experience a pleasant warmth. The warmth of a friend. The thrill of rising to a new, greater challenge. The unrelenting joy of turning the impossible into the accomplished. Again and again and again. I release flaming reflect right as I get within striking distance of Seraphina. The pyrescent energy all around us builds and builds, only to be bounced back at the grinning woman in the form of a titanic explosion that sends me flying into the sky and my comrades rushing into the stands for cover. The flames stop, and a whirlwind rushes in to blow away the billows of smoke that remain. Seraphina is not completely unharmed, but far from out of the fight. She looks at me with a grin that borders on the maniacal. You truly are something, Seraphina, but I hope you didn't expect to put down a Demigodus that easily. Time for round 2. 3.60 The fourth Essentia Demigodus. That's what Seraphina just claimed to be. And considering how powerful she is and how easygoing she acts even when fighting at this intensity, I can't exactly disbelieve her. What was it like for Madison? She was certainly powerful enough that someone who didn't know better might have likened her to a deity. Hell's, the reverence some people showed to her wouldn't be that far removed from deity worship. There's a lot of questions about what's going to happen in the coming weeks and months. We have to get stronger to confront what the system will send our way next. But not everyone will gain equally. Some will grow stronger and gain the power to be likened to demigods, able to enforce their will through physical power. I wonder if it's the same for Seraphina, getting powerful enough that she can claim the title of demigodess for herself without objection. Or perhaps, she really isn't human anymore, just like me, in a way. My musing is cut short. Seraphina no longer exudes the immense aura of flames on her body, but her movements are somehow even faster. Her punches hit with enough force that I'm knocked backwards even when I perfectly guard against the attack. My health is falling at an accelerated rate, and I'm starting to feel the injuries adding up. I'm forced to cycle through my glyphs just to barely keep up. Impulse and wind into a makeshift acceleration variant to increase my speed. Repulsion to help deflect her attacks. Sharpness and intensity on the rare occasions where I see an opportunity for a counterattack. Ice is modestly effective at keeping her onslaught at bay, but it's too weak to do much damage. All the while, I'm forced to leave Archangel's gaze in omnidirectional mode, because Seraphina is also capable of creating simulacra of flames to attack me from my otherwise blind spots. I create makeshift flaming barriers to resist the onslaught, beating back each effigy of fire all while avoiding what attacks I can. But I am going to lose this fight if nothing else changes. It's the simple and varnished truth. I keep fighting with everything I can, but I'm barely even to lay a scratch upon the self-proclaimed demigodess. I'll never give up, though. Not as long as I draw breath and my muscles continue to heed my call. I backflip to evade the flaming doppelganger trying to punch me in the small of the back, then extend my wings and fly into the skies above. Seraphina follows suit, sticking to her plan of granting me neither quarter nor reprieve from her relentless assault. But here, at least, I should have a few more avenues for defense and evasion. Seraphina rushes me. I try to get the hell out of the way, but she's faster than me. Even when using the maximum ether expenditure on my angelic form and supplementing that further with additional movement glyphs, her fireball singes my back, but I beat back the pain. Adrenaline keeps me from wavering. Right as she throws a blindside punch at my neck, I spin her on and catch the flaming fist with my bare hand, extinguishing it with an inverted heat glyph. She launches a slightly weaker attack with her left arm. This one I again catch, though I suffer mild burns with my organic right arm from repeating the maneuver. Seraphina pushes, attempting to slam me back into the ground, but I'm able to fight that off. Then she pulls, trying to wrest her hands free from my grasp. I maintain my focus and hold fast even as she attempts to headbutt me while in midair. At the last second, I manifest repulsion and meet her attack head-on, literally, and it actually works. I'm a little stunned by the interaction, but I've actually managed to draw blood for the first time in this fight. Seraphina is even more dazed than I am, giving me a chance to land a punch to her stomach, followed by another kick across her back and a freezing bullet follow-up that sends her crashing into the ground. But she's nowhere near defeated. I don't even need to wait for her to leap out of the ground to see that. Her life force is still full of vitality, and that grin on her face as she turns to me is as big as I've ever seen. How? And I thought I was hard-headed and stubborn, but no, here you go. Absolutely pummeling me with an attack like that. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Seraphina, I love it. Okay, I lied. I thought I was a battle junkie, but Seraphina takes it not only to a new level, but away from the concept of levels entirely. If she really is a demigodess, she must be some sort of demigodess of war and victory. Maybe passion. Considering how fond she is of fighting and combat, I'm enjoying this as well. I say, you don't have to be so reserved about it, Seraphina. This isn't some fight for the fate of the world. It's okay to just enjoy the rush as we clash with one another. After all, what better way is there to get to know a warrior than by clashing with them? Both of you coming out stronger and more refined for the experience. I glance back at Chloe with a shudder. I can't help but feel a certain draw to Serena's words. I don't know if I agree with them in a cerebral sense, but seeing her having such fun in battle has a certain vicarious spillover effect on me. I want to push myself to get stronger, and I want to see the limits of what Serena is capable of. And I have an idea. I've always used my barriers for defense, but seeing how the Green Knight from 2 floors down wielded his shields offensively, I realized that I can and should be doing the same. The Reflect Glyph is a step toward that end, and if I want to defeat Serena, I need to reverse the common saying and demonstrate conclusively that sometimes the best offense is a good defense. Round 3, I ask. Round 3, Serena says. She sprints forward so fast I can barely keep up, feinting toward me before spinning around and preparing an attack from behind. No trickery or special techniques. It's pure speed and strength, aimed directly at my blind spot. In the split second before I have to act, I wonder why she's doing this. She must know that I have some sort of side skill, considering I've been able to deflect all her other back attacks to this point, unless I force myself prone, dodging both the attack from the Serena I see and the one I don't. As expected, it was a trick, moving so quickly that my brain couldn't fully process what Archangel's gaze was perceiving. I manifest impulse in the palm of my hand to push myself back to my feet, then prepare to follow up with a freezing barrier crudely linked to an expansion glyph. It won't be enough to win by ring out as I'd like. Serena can fly as fast as I can, and she could easily outrun the barrier's top speed even if I attempted to add yet another glyph-like enhancement or intensity. But it should be enough to knock her off guard for a few crucial instants. And in a battle taking place at this intensity and speed, even the blink of an eye is more than enough time for the fight to be won or lost. More cheap barriers, Serena says. You should know that you can't win just by guarding and deflecting and dodging. Oh, I ask as I parry another punch to the face. You'll have to forgive a girl for trying anyway. Besides, maybe I can come up with a few new tricks along the way. Serena chuckles. Show me, Seraphina. Advance your skills, develop your techniques, overcome the challenge I've laid before you. I charge Serena once more, and she makes no move to dodge. Confidence in her ability to tank my attack. Or maybe she plans to counter my strike after I make it. Either way, it doesn't change my decision. Exploiting a person's overconfidence might not be the most impressive way of winning a fight, but I'll use every tool I have in my arsenal to win. 25 feet left and Serena hasn't made a move. 20, then 15. 10, 9, 8. Time itself seems to be slowing down, anticipating the clash to come. 6, then 5. Serena remains motionless in her fighting stance. 3, then 2. I can feel the warmth she exudes. Not just the heat of her body, but also, yes, she's doing the exact same thing I am. As I collect ice energy in the palm of my hand, she's doing the same with her unquenching flames. My cold blue shimmer meets her fiery red one, and as the two meet, the spheres of ice and fire expand outward. Serena and I are pushed back as our energy spheres expand, but neither of us cedes an inch from one another. Every time she pushes me back, I conjure more energy to push 2 steps forward, and then she does the same to me. It's not just about our power, swirling all around us. Blues and reds annihilating each other and also combining to form violet wisps of chaotic energy that crackle like lightning. It's a relentless wills. It's the force of every encounter to this point that has sharpened my will and honed my power. It's respect for another who also took up the path of the warrior, who has gone through just as many trials and hardships as I have. Maybe even more, considering how powerful she is. And so we clash, on the field of battle as well as the field of our minds. I hear her whispers in my head. They taunt me, telling me that I'm too weak, that I should give up and go home. I drown them out and push forward. They taunt me again, telling me that even an angel is powerless against a goddess. But I ignore that too, even if she is above me in terms of what she is. I've already seen the naked truth. She can be made to bleed. Demigodds or not, she is not invincible. And if she's not invincible, then neither are other beings that are thought of as gods, including the system itself. The wisps of energy disperse usually in violent ways, and before long, Serena and I are once again alone on the battlefield. The others are now in the stands, being shielded from the debris and the energy of our attacks by Chloe's sanctuary spell. Chloe herself is standing with eyes closed and hands folded, chanting her spell. I'm sure it must be hard on her. I'll need to apologize later, but for now, I need to finish this fight, and quickly. My strength is once again starting to wane. Serena doesn't exactly look fresh, but she's far from fatigued. I can't win the battle via attrition. Instead, I gamble it all on one final attack. I combine repulsion with expansion and sharpness, a combination I've never employed before. We charge at one another. No tricks this time around. Just one final clash of wills and powers. Despite it all, Serena is smiling something fierce, and I am as well. I release my spell, creating a needle-like spear over my left arm. And with it, I thrust directly at Serena's torso. Her punch connects, cracking several scales on my wyvern scale armor and causing me to cough up blood. But my barrier spear pushes outward, piercing through her steel armor and landing a nasty blow directly in the middle of her abdomen. We both fall backward, landing side by side on the stone dais. The sky is dim and my vision is blurry, and our fight can really only be called a draw. Serena is chuckling, despite the hole I left in her stomach. And I do the same. Because in the end, it really was a lot of fun to go toe-to-toe with her like that. No hostility. And despite the tower and its own objectives, neither of us was fighting out of a desire to kill, just to test our own strength and force one another to improve. If only every fight could be that way. Well, I think that's that, Serena says. Her voice is steady, and I can see that she's already healed off her injuries. Another flask sits at her side. Of course. Why would she have just a single dose of such a panacea? Here, put this on, she says, pulling out a star ruby brooch. It contains my blessing, and I'm sure it'll do you some good, wherever you end up. I do so. You think we'll see each other again, Serena? The dimensional boundary is supposed to be immutable. It shouldn't be permeable. As far as I understand, worlds separated are supposed to remain separate. I'll have to go back to my world, and you to yours. But I do appreciate whatever being allowed us to meet. And who knows? Perhaps that entity will allow us to meet once more. Until then, Seraphina. And then, like the others before her, she vanishes. You have equipped Brooch of Ambition. Increases experience gain by 20%. Experience gain multipliers stack multiplicatively. You have defeated Serena Riche. Ambition's flame level 52. You have gained a boosted to 140,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 50. Strength come 1, speed come 1, vitality come 1, mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. I put 2 points into my strength and the other 2 into my speed. While my glyph casting is still my most powerful ability by far, it's clear after these last few fights that my physical stats still aren't where they need to be. I'm reaping the benefits of my decision to invest heavily in my vitality and mind early on. Now, it's time to shore up the weaknesses of that decision. Maximum health increases by vitality X to current level ran 1, 3 equals 254. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 197 level. 50 experience to 1,189,100. To next, 95,795 current stats health, 1,447, 7,476 ether, 479 fifths current stats strength, 133 base 70, speed, 127 base 67, vitality, 190 to base 101, mind, 277 base. Your Archangel's Gaze rank 8 has upgraded to Archangel's Gaze rank X. Your Glyph Casting rank 22 has upgraded to Glyph Casting rank 23. Your Intermediate Glyph Manifestation rank 4 has upgraded to Intermediate Glyph Manifestation rank EI. You have unlocked Inventory 3.61 Fireworks Festival. By some miracle of the goddesses, the 21st floor is another teleporter floor. The 7th, the 15th, and now the 21st floor. Seems to be about every 7 floors. I shan't expect that pattern to necessarily continue. That famously trite saying about assumptions and making an ass of oneself comes to mind. But it is at least something to be mindful of. More interestingly is the inventory I unlocked when I reached level 50 a few minutes ago. I had seen Madison use hers in my vision, but experiencing it for myself is still quite an odd sensation. With a flex of mental will, I can deposit any item I currently have on my person, excluding currently equipped weapons and armor, into a seemingly bottomless extra-dimensional storage space. Another exercise of mental will. And it reappears back in my hand, exactly as I'd left it. There are exceptions. I can't transport living things. Small bugs and microorganisms don't prevent me from transporting my gear in and out. But I can't bring a person into my storage. Scientifically, it might be interesting to try with other critters of various sizes. But that seems an ethical and legal quagmire better left alone. I certainly can't transport a person, not even myself. Beyond the obvious benefits of no longer needing to worry about carrying my gear with me when we go dungeon diving, I've also completely solved the issue of food storage. Even if I can't fully prevent food spoilage, I can keep a massive number of non-perishable goods, along with the equipment to cook and clean and whatever else I might need to do. Forget having to keep going back to the surface from the middle of dungeons. We could delve for days at a time if we had to, as long as we had enough people to keep watch shifts going. Even that's less of a problem than it once was, before the system arrived. I needed a full 8 hours of sleep every night for maximum alertness. Now, even if I'm constantly subjecting myself to heavy physical exertion the day before, I rarely need a minute more than 6 a night. And going a full 24 hours without sleep or caffeine has gone from a nigh impossibility to moderately inconvenient. We make our way back outside, back to the fresh air of the outside world for the first time in a day and a half. It's late in the evening on the 4th of July. Already, crews of pyrotechnicians not far away are making the final preparations for tonight's fireworks, and people are gathering just south of downtown to partake in the festivities. And, quite frankly, after the harrowing experiences we've experienced, we could all use a few days of downtime. So, I take it this is goodbye for now. I say to Alana. Only for now, she says. I'm going to get chewed out by my boss for going AWOL overnight. And I'd rather go ahead and get it over with soon. Don't worry about her, Jasmine says. She's just over-exaggerating. We already had leave for today, so we're really just short a few hours yesterday evening. And considering we were doing actual work, I'm sure the captain will let it slide. Alana rolls her eyes. Ultimately, she shakes her head and acquiesces. It was great adventuring with you two again, Sarah, Chloe. Same to you too, Chloe says. And Jasmine, you take good care of Alana for us while we're gone. I will, Jasmine says, taking Alana's hand in her own. For the first time in a good while, I see Alana looking visibly flustered. Hey, wait a second. What's that supposed to mean, Chloe? Never mind her, Jasmine says, sprouting her wings. Didn't you just say that we need to hurry back to base? But yes. Alana lowers her head and sprouts her own wings as well, and the two of them take off. Once they're out of a rather generous hearing range, I turn to Chloe, wrapping my arms around her waist. Yeah, I think those two are going to be just fine. She rolls her eyes at me. Steal my line. Why don't you? I stand in shock. She pokes my shoulder. Kidding. We share a brief kiss. Still just outside of the tower, there are a few passers-by, one or two of whom notices us as they move in the general direction of where the fireworks will be shortly held. Though if anyone is offended by our mostly chaste display of affection, they don't show their distaste outwardly. Do you want to stay and watch, love? I ask. I would. She takes my hand. I would like that very much. And fortunately, I can't reach into my inventory and grab any leftover food stores. I could physically, but it's the same principle as with those level apples. It's simply too dangerous for knowledge about inventory to get out right now. The same is probably true of my experience-boosting brooch that contains the blessing of a self-proclaimed Immigatus, as well as whatever crystals Aethera gave me before she and her world's Elisa vanished. All this knowledge will get out at some point. People are, over the course of months and years, going to get to level 50 and unlock their own inventory. In time, everything about what we did yesterday and today is going to leak out. Inventory, as well as class changes and general ideas on classes and other major milestones, will be documented and common knowledge. But for now, society needs a bit more time to adjust and adapt, or at least start to come to terms with what our new powers will one day allow. We make our way to a nearby food truck. While I'm not keen on accessing my inventory in public, I did have the foresight to leave a few 20s and a small pack on the outside. A lot of fairground-style food. Nothing even remotely healthy. Lots of fried and even deep-fried options. But after 2 days of fighting for our lives, I really can't be bothered to give a damn. I order some lamb skewers for myself, a large corn dog for Chloe, and a basket of fries for the 2 of us to share. And of course, 2 large bottles of water, because it's stinky, sticky, sweaty out here. $30 for it all. I realize once again that I'm still adjusting to the fact that I have money. Normally I'd think of that much money as being a week's worth of food for a person on a diet of rice and beans and peanut butter. That, or nearly a full tank of gas to last 2 or maybe 3 weeks if I'm lucky. As we stroll around, idly passing by the crowds on the banks on the nearly empty riverbed, I close my eyes and just exist for a little bit. Tomorrow and its troubles will arrive soon enough, but for now, it's a time to rest and recover and celebrate. I do leave on Archangel's gaze, mostly to keep an eye on anyone who might wish one of us harm, but short of an imminent threat to human life. Tonight's just going to be a calm, peaceful night of near normalcy. My arm around Chloe as we sit back and enjoy the show. 9 p.m. arrives soon enough. The streetlights are almost shut down, letting the stars illuminate the night sky. Hundreds of idle conversations go on around us. Tired and sometimes overeager kids coming to watch the fireworks for the first time, nagging their parents and older siblings with all the "are we there yet" energy a 4-year-old can conjure. A few older couples who've made a tradition of coming down here to watch the festivities for far longer than Chloe and I have been alive. I can hear any of the conversations I want, even those spoken quietly from 50 yards away. I can also tune them out. The loud and irritating sound of gnats buzzing around, along with the relentless chirps of crickets and cicadas, helps with that. Nothing that looks or feels like a monster. Nothing over level 25 that I can see or sense with my skills. Certainly no one here but Chloe and me has had their first class change. We're, maybe not safe, but not under imminent threat, and probably as safe as we'll ever be in the post-system world. My musing is cut off as a loud pop from half a mile away signals the start of the show. A single sparkling sphere ascends about 1,000 feet into the sky, where it again explodes with a boom of pellets that send green light streaking across the sky. Another follows, light of deep amethyst, and finally a third, a radiant gold. Oohs and ahs and the applause of young kids and their doting parents replaces the idle chatter from before as all parties watch the show. Chloe's arm wraps around me as we make our way to an unoccupied patch of grass. I sit down, and though I offer my lap to my love, she instead opts for the seat right next to me. Even at this time of the night, it's a bit uncomfortable to be out here in the muggy unair-conditioned summer. And the fact that I'm still wearing my armor and bandana of swiftness isn't helping. No, there's nowhere I'd rather be, and I'd gladly endure far worse as long as it meant getting to continue to be by Chloe's side. "It's beautiful," Chloe says, resting her head in my lap with a yawn. Double quotes, "Yeah, it is." So is the girl whose head is currently resting in my lap. I stroke Chloe's cheek. At the same time, I have to fight back a mischievous idea poking out of my head. One telling me to add my own flair to the show, one little flaming sphere. It'd be so easy. But tonight's a night of rest. A chance to recapture the magic of an annual celebration and enjoy being human just the same as everyone else here. Another volley of 6 fireworks goes up, this time into trios, each consisting of a red, a white, and a blue explosion. A polite cheer breaks out, along with a sense of patriotism that I've never really experienced for myself. Instead of fighting it, I join in with a calm clap as well. I think this time to rest and decompress is a good thing, especially for me. I enjoyed that fight with Serena a little too much to be entirely healthy. And, yeah, it's probably a good time to bring that up and hear her reaction and, if necessary, comma judgment. Double quotes, "Hey, Chloe. There's something I wanted to tell you about earlier." "What about it?" "It was when I was fighting Serena earlier. I was having a lot of fun. Maybe too much fun. And, well, I'm worried that this is a bad thing for me. And, well, for us as well." Chloe looks up at me, her beautiful brown eyes perfectly illuminated by the gold flash of the fireworks up above. "I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to enjoy that sort of thing, but I do think it's worth trying to understand why you think that's a bad thing. It's, I guess I felt powerless and lacking in any sort of control or agency over my own life before. But now, I have something I'm good at. And I like the thrill of testing myself and getting stronger. I paused for a moment. Seraphina said that it's not wrong to want things and be selfish from time to time and to work to achieve the things we want. But I can't help but feel that it is. Chloe sits up, her head now tilted on my shoulder. I wrap my arm around her and almost do the same with my wings before I decide against it. Love, I think there's both good selfish things and bad selfish things. Wanting to provide for your loved ones isn't a bad thing. Wanting to have good food, a warm place to live, someone you love to cuddle up to in the evening, I don't think any of those are bad things. And I don't think it's bad to enjoy fighting or even getting stronger. But I do think you should be mindful of how you go about that. Fighting monsters and training in the towers are fine. She shakes her head, nuzzling into my neck. Not just fine, but probably necessary in the here and now. But once you start seeing people and other intelligent life forms as just buckets of experience to consume, that's a path that leads nowhere good. It's a path I feared you might have gone down during the conflict with the Order of the Wilds. And I thank the goddesses that you turned away from it. I don't know if we'll be able to avoid more fights with humans, the Order, those people at the black market. I'm sure there's more warlords or psychopaths or whomever else just looking for a chance to kill innocents. Then promise me something, Sera. When the time comes, we'll do everything reasonable to make sure that we try peaceful, or at least non-lethal options, before we resort to killing, as long as doing so doesn't come at the cost of our lives, and that we make sure not to target bystanders or innocents if at all possible. Even so, we should still see if there is some third option available. Yeah, you're right. I take a long, deep breath. I promise, Chloe. Seraphina author here. 3 quick comments. First, this is effectively the end of the first half of Volume 3. Secondly, there is an R18 chapter which takes place after this one. I'll post it 3 hours after this chapter goes live due to SH's anti-cheat, and then continue with 360 to 4 hours after that, maintaining the 7-hour gap between main chapters. Third, SH is nearly caught up to the R release. By the end of the weekend, we'll be dropping down to daily chapters. And finally, I will request that if you've made it this far, to please consider leaving a rating or review. I don't currently have many of the former or any of the latter, and I would be really appreciative for anyone who would spare a few minutes of their time to do so for me. 3.61x Interlude, Passionate Return R18 Announcement. It should go without saying from the chapter name, but this chapter contains explicit sexual content. Reader discretion is advised. People who do not want to read about graphic depictions of intimacy between 2 women are advised to skip this chapter. No story content will be missed by those choosing to skip this. As Chloe and I make it back home from the fireworks display, there's an unspoken tension between the 2 of us. Neither of us says a word, either aloud or mentally through our bond. There's no need. I can feel it passively just as much as she can. The tension of having gone through yet another harrowing trek in the Tower Gauntlet permeates our every moment. The battles were harrowing, and more than once. I thought we were all going to die. Zethira and Seraphina in particular were foes the likes of which I'd never before fought. Cunning, precise, practiced and hardened through more experience than I've managed to accumulate in some 3.5 months. For succeeding, we have grown stronger, and that much better equipped to handle whatever challenges await us, both within and without the tower and its remaining trials. The moment we step through the door, I deactivate my wings and allow the 2 of us to enter into a passionate embrace. My heart is racing. I can feel Chloe's doing the same as well. This isn't some violent hate or anger at play. No, this is the primal lust of having just fought for our lives, emerged triumphant, and the need to cling to our partner and have one another, cementing our love physically and emotionally alike. Her arms wrap around me, and mine around her as we make our way up the stairs. It takes every bit of willpower to keep my archangel's gaze active and prevent us from bonking into Mrs. Jacob's walls and knocking her pictures off the stairwell. We manage, just barely, and make our way up and into our room without making a mess of the whole house. All the while, our lips are pressed against one another. Our tongues dance back and forth, tasting the inside of one another's mouths. And good heavenly goddesses above, Chloe tastes better than the premier meal from a high-end dining experience. My hands feel all the toned, powerful muscles of her incredibly hot body, with special emphasis on her stomach, waist, hips, and breasts. Shower first, Chloe says through our angelic bond, not bothering to come up for air as we continue to kiss. We only accelerate our movements at this point, rushing to take off each other's armor and equipment. I slip Chloe's robe off, taking a fraction of a second to gaze at her nearly nude body before slipping my pouch and the items contained within into my inventory. It still feels weird, knowing that I can just dissolve any of my possessions into an extra-dimensional storage at will. But I won't deny that this is easily the most useful ability I've gained thanks to the system. Probably also the most dangerous as well. My armor follows suit in short order, each piece disappearing with a flash of teal light. Meanwhile, Chloe has finished disrobing herself, leaving her outfit on the floor, and is now all but dragging me into the bathroom with a sly smile on her face. The water turns on, filling the air with moisture and the crackle of droplets hitting the bathtub down below. But I don't get us inside just yet. Instead, I pin Chloe to the wall, mashing our bodies together and letting our skin press against each other, all while we continue to explore the insides of one another's mouths. Her body quivers, and I start feeling her up with both hands, sending lewd thoughts and dirty words directly into her mind. I need you, sir. Need every bit of you. Can't hold myself back another second longer. Take me. Use me however you need. Chloe jumps up and wraps her legs around my waist, locking her ankles right underneath the widest part of my hips, and she starts grinding her core directly into my stomach. Her heat and wetness are oozing all over my stomach, and I absolutely love how she's using my body for her pleasure. Love it almost as much as the moans that echo over the chatter of the shower. But I won't let her settle for only this much. Her breasts are resting on either side of my face, and from our current position, my hands are free to wander straight to her backside. So, I do the only logical thing. I grab her butt cheeks with both hands right as I suck on her left nipple, licking it and tasting it all the while. Chloe gasps and takes a deep breath. The heat on my stomach gets even more intense, and I know she's not far off now. So, I don't let off the accelerator. My girlfriend is so sexy, I say through our bond. She's so incredible, and her body feels so good when she's grinding on me like this. Isira. She mumbles into my neck as she continues to grind. Be loud. I add, switching my lips to her right nipple, scream my name, all the while. I'm taking in the whole of her body via Archangel's gaze. Damn, am I envious of how good she looks, and smells, and feels. And, oh heavens, the sounds she's making are riling me up as well. Itchy wetness builds up between my own legs, begging the satiation that only Chloe's body can provide. She keeps holding herself back, letting out only quiet shudders and squeaks as she rubs her body against me. My hands make their way into the tiny bit of space between my stomach and her pelvis, helping to stimulate her even further, and this, in turn, causes her to scream. Oh Sarah, yes, right there, she cries out. Louder, Chloe. A part of me wishes Mrs. Jacobs were home, or that someone else was listening on the other side of the door. These sounds and this experience, magnified further and projected directly into my mind via angelic bond. This is easily the most incredible thing I've ever heard in my life. And I know the night is still so young. I keep going, obliging my lover's request, giving her body everything it craves, leaving no part of her skin or flesh unpampered. My entire stomach is glistening. Her juice is now trickling down my waist, heading down my legs. A few drops are even making their way toward my nether regions, which is exciting me so much more than I'd thought. All the while, she continues to scream indecent phrases, quivering and shaking, holding herself back for no reason other than because she knows it'll only build the intensity when she finally breaks through. Something that doesn't take long. She reaches her climax. My stomach, already glistening, drizzles with even more of her juices, enough that it starts to drip down and between my legs. My own wetness and heat mixes with hers, both of them building down onto the tie and filling the hot room with our scent. It's not the first time she's finished since we formed our bond, but I will never get over how incredible it feels to have the sensation of her pleasure beamed directly into my mind. nor how rousing it is to feel the penumbra of her climax beating through me with my own heartbeat. Chloe slides down my right leg, taking to the floor with more than a few jitters. She turns to me and gives me a coy smile, biting her lower lip. Sorry about the mess. No, you're not, I say. I kiss her. Not that I want you to be, either. I give her a second to process that. After all, my girlfriend is so hot when she's getting off. Even more when she's using my body to do so. After all, what is my body other than a toy for Chloe Jacobs to use as she sees fit? She should use every part of me, after all. I watch with arousal and a little envy as she spreads her legs a bit and slips two fingers inside herself. She moans a bit more as she plays with her incredible body. I join in as well, something she doesn't stop. She leans backwards, into me, taking her soaked hand and coating it with her own juices. I slip a finger inside her. First my middle, then, at her pleading insistence, I add in my index. I spread her open nice and wide as she's now literally floating in midair, presenting herself to me. I stare for a few moments. I can't help it. Chloe is hot, and so are all of her body parts. Then I continue, slipping 3 fingers inside, rubbing against her walls, caressing her and spreading her open from within. She convulses a bit, clenching around me. Damn, you are tight, Chloe, she smirks. All the better for my lover to give me pleasure with. She lets out a loud moan and her telepathic voice grows low and sultry in my mind. It is what my body was designed for, after all. So hurry up already, because I promise that I'm going to make you feel even better once you're done with me. I do, goddesses help me. I do, my fingers, my thighs, my stomach again. She really seems to like using my abs to get off. All the while, she moans both telepathically and out loud, something made only hotter, sexier, and more irresistible by the twitching of her muscles and the way her back arches, lustfully demanding more from me. We continue, our tension only growing, until after a few minutes, she decides that the only way she's going to climax is with my tongue delved within her. I, of course, oblige the request the moment she makes her demand of me, and I continue all the way until she finishes half a minute later, coating my entire face with her love before drifting back to the ground. She giggles and kisses me, a little reward for being such a wonderful girlfriend. But don't worry, I have an even better one planned for after the shower. It's a bit strange. Normally, I love long hot showers. They're the perfect chance to soak my muscles and relax in relative safety after a long day. Sharing the shower with Chloe would, in many circumstances, only exacerbate that desire further. But right now, I desire only to do the bare minimum of cleaning before moving on to whatever surprise Chloe has in store for us. We do, however, take plenty of time to make out in the shower. It also feels plenty good to rub our soap-covered bodies together, even if trying anything more than that is a pretty awful idea. Before long, our bodies, but decidedly not our minds, are as clean as they're going to get. A few seconds with my inverted water glyph to dry us both off, and we're out of the bathroom and back onto our bed. Lie on your back with your legs open and close your eyes, too, Chloe says. That includes turning off all your vision-related skills as well. No cheating. Before Chloe's iron will, I can only obey. The fan is running quickly, but the cool, air-conditioned air blowing on my intimate regions is doing absolutely nothing to quench the raging heat that's building. I'm nervous, but so excited for what Chloe has in mind for me. I think I could almost climax right here. I hear rattling from her closet. Something good. I know it. I have an inkling of what she's got in there, and if I'm right, oh goddesses, please let me be right about this one time. She closes the closet door. Her footsteps are slow and quiet. My body is shaking with anticipation. She places her hand on the side of the bed. Then they and her lips start tracing their way up my body. My own anticipation is reaching its peak, all until something cold and hard rubs up against my entrance, proving my gleeful wishes true. I'll be slow and gentle. Love, Chloe whispers in the most sultry tone I've ever heard from her. At least until your body has fully adjusted to it. Where did you get one of these? I ask. I ordered it online just before we got together for the first time. It arrived last week. Any other questions before we begin? I shake my head. Chloe doesn't go in right away, to my displeasure. Instead, She just rubs her strap around my outside, not focusing on any one thing in particular. Her hands, likewise, tease all of me, but conspicuously avoid the places I most want to feel her. I tense my legs. I want her so bad it's starting to hurt, but the damn tease won't give it to me. Please, I whisper moan. Please, Chloe. Whatever else you want, take from me. Touch me however else you need. Just fill me already. Patience, Seraphina. After all, the anticipation makes the pleasure that much more intense when it finally does come. My hands clench the bed sheets beneath me. I muffle my pleas into the pillow now on my face. Chloe straddles beside me, continuing to not give me what I want. Not give me what my body has needed, become utterly reliant on and addicted to. Since the moment we first became one in this very spot. And then it happens. Sweet, sweet relief as my entrance is breached. Slowly, gently, lovingly. The plastic or maybe silicone rod works its way inside me. My muscles clamp and shift. It's the first time I've had something so long or so thick filling me, and it takes more than a few seconds for my body to adjust and acclimate. My walls stretch and contort, and great goddesses, this is the best sensation in the world, this feeling, combined with the knowledge that Chloe is causing it. But I want more. I need more, harder, I whisper. I clench her on the rod as Chloe pushes in. It's longer than her fingers. More importantly, it is so thick, stretching me out, forcing me to accommodate her. I love it. I love it, and I love this feeling, and I love Chloe so much. I only hope Chloe is loving doing this to me half as much as I love having her fill me in this way. More, I tell her. I want more. But Chloe pulls out slightly. You're a greedy girl. Sir, you've already taken 7 full inches inside of you. But I know. She strokes my stomach. Your body is so sexy. Then my breasts, so toned. So perfect. Why wouldn't your insides be equally perfect? She thrusts, bottoming out inside me with the clap of my flesh against her. Capable of taking all 8 thick inches, and so easily, too. You must be a naughty girl. Chloe holds me motionless. Your body must have been designed for me to use it, even though your mind didn't know you wanted me. Your body has been craving me for so long. It's been changing itself, hasn't it? Molding itself to better receive my gifts. Her fingers slide between my legs, landing on my most sensitive areas, causing my heart to palpitate and my hips to start rocking back and forth. Her strap still bottomed out within me. You're right, I whimper. I need Chloe. I arch my back, desperately trying to get any spare millimeters Chloe might be holding back from me. Only Chloe gets to use this. I don't need my eyes, and I certainly don't need Archangel's gaze to see that smug smile on her face. But I want to look. I want to see that gorgeous body, those svelte curves, those toned muscles, all as they pound away at me. I want to watch myself being filled as I feel it inside of me. And so I do. Chloe said not to use my skills before, while she was getting her toys out of the closet. But she never said I couldn't use them now. I watch with a perspective I don't know if a woman has ever had before. I stare at my own nethers through my Archangel's gaze, aiming for the exact same vision that Chloe has of me. And I watch as my own body takes Chloe's strap. Softly and gently at first, but then, harder, faster, with more power and passion behind each subsequent thrust. I watch as my own body shakes, and my breasts bounce around underneath Chloe. I watch as her toy becomes wet and glistens with my own juices. I moan as she enters. I gasp with sadness as she briefly pulls out. And then, when she gives me one super intense thrust that reaches the depths of my walls and barely doesn't reach the entrance to my womb, I gasp even louder. I lock my legs around her waist just as she did to me in the bathroom. I never again want to let this sensation go, because damn, Chloe's strap is a perfect fit. Her length a perfect fit for my depth. Her width the perfect girth for my walls. You like that, do you? Chloe says, yes. Oh Chloe, I love this feeling. Almost as much as I love you. You're getting closer, aren't you? I nod. Say it. I need it, Chloe. I need your strap inside me. I need it to fill me, to stretch me out. Use me however your body needs to. You know something, Sarah, she pauses. I want to make you climax even more than you realize. I want you to want me and need me as much as I want and need you. I want to make you feel incredible. I want to make you feel so good that you can't think about those problems on the outside. I want to claim every inch of you. Make you addicted to me and this strap. And only then can I rest. Secure in the feeling that you're mine and only mine. And nothing, and no one will ever be able to take you from me. I thought that was a given from the moment we first kissed and secured from the moment we tied ourselves together with angelic bond. You and me. Through hell and high water. From now until the day we die or ascend or wherever it is we go once we're done with this life. Ascend? Serena claimed to be a demigodess. It has made me think that it's at least possible to throw off the shackles of the mortal coil. At that time, who can say what will happen? Until then, though mine and only mine, I smile. Chloe shifts, beginning to rock back and forth, massaging my insides with every one of her muted thrusts, and this time, her hands have joined in the fun, resuming their rubbing against my outer bits, all while I watch and feel Chloe's satisfaction and cheer turning me on even more. I am so close I can practically taste it. Say my name, Chloe says. Say the name of the woman who's doing this to you. Say the name of the woman you love most in the world. Chloe, I'm cut off by another deep thrust. Chloe, I'm about to. Chloe, ye. Art, I mutter out, along with any number of nonsense syllables and lewd obscenities as my walls start pulsing, bringing me to the peak of pleasure. My hips and ABS arch, and Chloe takes my waist into her own hands. My legs are too weak to keep tight around her, but she's not letting me go anywhere, just as I need and want it. The pulsing of my walls pulls the strap all the way back to my maximum depth. Oh goddesses, oh sweet Chloe. I start to come down, but Chloe has other plans. The moment I start to trail off, Chloe grins and starts thrusting again. She picks me up off the bed, grabbing me by the waist, and starts using me from a standing up position. Something that a lot of strong men would have had trouble with before the system, but which she can do now without hardly breaking the sweat. I lean back, wrapping my legs around her once more. I sprout my wings as she continues to pound away at me, but I really didn't need to. Chloe isn't even straining to hold me from such a mechanically disadvantageous position. Once again, her mood is only smug, and she has every right to be, given how incredible of a body she has and how masterfully she uses me. Yes, I scream out. I hope someone heard that. Heard how much pleasure my Chloe is giving me right now. I want the world to know that this way too sweet, way too hot girl is currently plowing me like a piece of meat, giving us both more pleasure and satisfaction than I've ever felt to this point. Use me as many times as you need, I say, claim me, ruin me, defile my mind and make me unable to think of any woman but you. Just as I say that, she completes my second round. I spray more fluid onto her, and she licks her lips. Perfect, she says. Dinner is finally served, and I'm going to savor my meal. Slowly, gently. And you are going to lie there like a good girl and watch. Yes, ma'am. I do the only thing I can when instructed by my lover like this. I float over to the bed. I spread open my legs as wide as I can, and I let her eat her fill of me, all the way until consciousness is excised from my mind and body alike. 3.6 to Seraphina's excursion of Planet XSQ-1287, Substation 33, year 16,369 A. 9 weeks after Seraphina's awakening. It's been a week since I went with Madison and the others to the Tower Gauntlet in Sector 92. The expedition was, as far as I can tell, a complete success. I feel stronger, sharper, and more combat capable than I was before. Something that is backed up by my current combat parameters. I've also managed to gain several new skills along the way. 2 of my general skills stand out as particularly useful. The first, anomalous decryption, lets me read out the full parameters of any item I have direct line of sight to. No longer will I have to rely on Flynn's identify any object skill when I come across a potential artifact or trap. Madison says that I will be going on more dungeon excursions in upcoming weeks, and this skill will help keep me alive and ensure maximum rewards as I complete them. I look around my room. The only thing that anomalous decryption picks up is the spear I picked up on the 32nd floor. I grasp it. As I do, the bone head of the spear, itself the length of my hand and forearm, glistens with the absence of light, and a surge of energy comes over me as I clench the shaft tight. Gravelance. a spear whose tip has been imbued with chaotic vacuum energies, allowing its wielder to channel a portion of their power. Attack Kung 650, Agility Kung 50, Defense Kung 20, Magic Defense Kung 20, Axe deal non-elemental, darkness, and wind damage in equal proportion. Grants 25% resistance to darkness damage, 25% resistance to wind damage, and further increases agility against light element attacks by 50%. Stacks multiplicatively with other agility boosting effects. Applies after the agility boost from Gravelance as passive effect, but before bonuses from other equipment. Even this, though, pales in comparison to Madison's weapon, whose parameters nearly gave me a panic attack when I peeked at them. Divine Blade Luminaria, the chosen weapon of the heavenly saintess of the Divine Blade, and bonded to her. When wielded by any other being, its parameters are: Attack Kung 800, Attacks deal light element damage, grants 50% resistance to light damage, and 50% resistance to darkness damage. When wielded by its bonded champion, the true powers of this weapon emerge. Its parameters become as follows: Attack Kung 2200, Agility Kung 200, Defense Kung 100, Magic Attack Kung 700, Magic Defense Kung 400. Attacks deal piercing light element damage, ignoring resistances, immunities, and reflection and/or absorption effects. Grants 100% absorption to light element attacks and 100% reflection against darkness element attacks. The heavenly saintess of the Divine Blade may also use this weapon to cast the spells Grand Cure, Illusion Crumple, and Ravel Undead, and Infinite Restoration, each twice per day. Spell effects do not consume ether to use. But it's the other one, Skill Crumple, that caused quite a few raised eyebrows when I got it. I don't understand the exact details, but it allows me to use a focused blast of ether to counter a skill as it's being used. This one is, to use Madison's term, is absolutely broken, and it's patently unfair that I have it. It is not without weaknesses. Most notably, the ether cost is massive. And worse, it scales with both the level of the target and the rank of the skill I am trying to counter. Nevertheless, with so many skills with such devastating effects, having a skill that can counter any other skill is something that will absolutely save my lifetime and time again. The problem is, after having had 2 days of something resembling fun and excitement, I'm utterly bored sitting around here in my room. I'm free to go about the rest of the facility, of course, but everyone is busy. Kids are stuck in their learning pods until the afternoon, absorbing all of the knowledge they will need for their adult lives they may never get to live. Should I fail in my task to prevent the end of the world, and adults are busy doing their assigned tasks, maintaining the facilities, or conducting system-related research or training, not too many people besides Madison and me are dedicated combatants, but pretty much everyone here does at least some basic training a few days a week. I did once ask why it was necessary that everyone have assigned tasks. After all, if they could create me into an artificial life form, then creating more such automata should be a trivial task. The answer I got perplexed me at the time. According to the researcher of Stephanie, I believe her name was, humans need purpose. They need direction. They need something to do, rather than simply slacking off doing nothing, wandering aimlessly all day. Which is why the use of autonomous robotic technology is subject to numerous rules, at least on planet XSQ-1827. But now, as I pace around my room, attending to my sketchbook and drawing pictures of the Eagle Phoenix from the 40th floor, I realize that Stephanie had a point. I don't want to be stuck here in my room. Sure, I can go down to the training room and practice my skills or engage in some meditation or, I don't know. I want to do something, anything. I'm going absolutely crazy here, and Madison hasn't been around the last 3 days, which means I can't do any real training either. Said she had urgent business on the other side of the planet. Business that was super important, but not the sort of business that she could tell me anything about. I guess because she's super powerful and awesome and important. Not powerful and awesome and important enough to stop the end of the universe or anything. She throws that responsibility on me, but enough so that she can just screw off without more than a brief goodbye before disappearing. Not fair at all. I want to see the world too, Madison. I deserve to be able to see the world. Wait, I have an idea, with anomalous decryption. It should be a trivial task to evade anyone who might try to come after me. And I can outrun anyone with swift foot. Are you skill crumple to block any attempts at restraining me? But where do I go? I don't want to go back to the tower. I am bored. But I don't have a death wish. In fact, I don't even necessarily need to go training. Just getting out of the substation and, I don't know. See the world, I guess. Experience what everyone else gets to experience after hours. I hear some of the researchers talking about going to the bar and having a drink too. And I quote, take the edge off after a long day. I guess it hasn't been a particularly long day. 25 hours. Just the same as every other day. But it certainly feels like it has been an exceedingly long day stuck in this tiny little substation. I believe I deserve a little retreat and fun times. My resolve now made up, I head out of my room and down the hallway. No one seems to have caught on as I pass by the dining hall, picking up a sesame seed bagel for now and 2 bottles of water that I stash away in my inventory for later. Now for the real test. My ID card for the facility won't be authorized to leave for the outside city, but it's checked with a skill. And if I use spell crumple and a bit of clever trickery, I think I might just be able to pull this off. I wait in front of the main gate. 2 other people in line. My heart wants to beat rapidly, but I take a deep breath and force myself to remain calm. I'm not calm. My body wants to shake because I'm so excited to finally see more of the outside world. See this world that I was created to protect. Learn about the people and their lives and everything else that's out there. But I have to wait. The main gate deactivates, letting the man at the front of the line pass. I consider taking my chance. Skill crumple should work on this as well. It'll cost nearly 2/3 of my maximum ether to use, according to the hidden data provided to me by anomalous decryption. But I can do it. I don't. Causing such a disturbance will certainly tip off Madison and everyone else. And then my brief excursion into freedom will be over before it even has a chance to begin. So, I wait. The man in front of me fidgets about as his ID card is scanned. I take stock of the situation. For people around, levels all in the mid-80s. From what I can tell about their combat parameters, I can easily fight them off if need be. But the goal is not to need to do so. It's to make them think I actually have authorization to leave the facility. If I can do that, I can go out. I can see some things, meet some new people, all without raising an alert. Then I can come back in tonight and be all squared away to maybe do it again tomorrow morning. Well, Madison might be back by tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll be able to go back to the tower then. My heart slows down at my command. I must be calm and confident if this is to work. Normally, my body processes my heart rate and other internal biological processes autonomously. But, thanks to a quirk of my design and how it synergizes with etheric self-repair, I have the intrinsic ability to partially override these physiological responses, so long as I don't let my bodily parameters get too far outside of the homeostatic range. Miss Seraphina, was it? The sentry says as I hand him my ID. I was not aware that you were scheduled to leave the facility today. There was a sudden change of plans, I respond. Understood. But I still have to follow the protocols. If you could give me just a moment to verify the change of plans with the director, I will detain you no longer. I wait until I notice the ether in his body begin to shift. Then, with a flicker of my own power, I grab hold of the ether leaving his body and apply skill crumple on it. I feel a bit of mental strain, but I can tell that it works when I note the bemused expression upon his face. He tries again, and I again skill crumple his attempt to communicate with the director. I don't remember his name, but he's not a man I've ever met before. HMM, the man says. It appears that there's some etheric interference going on. I'll need to notify security and have them isolate the issue. I can't wait that long, I say. I'm on reasonably urgent business, and I can't wait to receive an all-clear from security. I glare at him. I have absolutely no desire to harm him in any way. If I weren't certain that skill crumple wouldn't backlash upon him, I would have looked for a different plan. But he doesn't know that, and I am willing to use my reputation to goad him into not inconveniencing me any longer. I understand, Seraphina. He turns to the side. You heard the lady. Open the gate. The nearly invisible barrier foam shimmers, flickers, and then, with a burst of etheric energy, disappears. The cityscape beyond is no idyllic preserve of nature. Instead, it is full of tens of thousands of buildings, most of which ascend much higher into the skyline than the research facility. A couple of transports are landing at the nearby docking station, where we departed for the tower last week, but they don't seem to notice or care that the gate is opening. May the cosmos smile upon you, and with you, I respond. Taking my first step into the world I've been tasked with protecting. 3.63 The Outside World, Planet Earth, Year 1 AI, July 2023 CE, 15 weeks after system integration. Ugh, I mumble as I stretch my neck and shoulders about. I guess the fights with Seraphina, Alisa and Zethir, and that band of strange warriors that might have been superheroes, altogether took quite a lot out of me. I don't feel any pain, not really, in any case. A good bit of stiffness, and a lot of lightheadedness. I think that's the consequence of having a bunch of healing magic and effects used on me multiple times throughout yesterday's trials. And I have another new memory for my trouble. Apparently in my past life, I was a bit of a troublemaker, considering the number of times since the system arrived where I have acted either with no regard or blatant disregard for established lawful authority. I must admit that much really hasn't changed between worlds and dimensions. With a glow of teal light, I pull the remainder of last night's bottle of water out of my inventory, still vaguely cool to the touch, which mostly confirms that there's some sort of stasis effect or time dilation or other anti-spoilage property for the items I deposit this way. Truly a remarkable ability that will completely upend everything from logistics to combat to security to even things like disaster recovery and relief, which probably does fall under the broad mantle of logistics. Now that I think about it, I am curious what happens to an inventory if its owner dies for whatever reason. Not enough to try to find that out for myself. I doubt the gathered items just sprawl out in the middle of conventional space, right on top of their former owner's body. My conjecture, formed without any evidence at all, is that these items somehow get recycled by the system and reappear in dungeons as loot for people to pick up. It would explain the wide variety of items we find inside, and maybe how they seem to suspiciously line up with the types of items that our classes can use. I glug down the entire half bottle in a few seconds, leaving the bottle out to be thrown in the recycle container later. I should also see if there's a physical storage capacity for my inventory. Could we use inventory as a way to solve the whole landfill and pollution issue? Just have everyone take a few cubic yards of trash and forget about it. I have to assume the answers are yes, there's a limit, and no, that won't work as a result. But it is the sort of thing I feel I ought to be thinking about. Now that I have this power, though, that's a longer-term affair. For now, breakfast. And I'm thinking biscuits and gravy, assuming Mrs. Jacobs has some breakfast sausage and gravy mix around somewhere, which, as I peruse the stocks of food in the pantry, it appears she does. My stomach grumbles as I prepare the oven and a skillet and get to work cooking everything. I speed up the process a little bit, using my heat glyph to accelerate the preheating of all the cooking implements. And within 20 minutes, everything is fully cooked. The biscuits are warm and fluffy, with a hint of golden brown courtesy of the Maillard reaction. And the gravy is perfectly smooth. Not a hint of flour lump to be found, a little runnier, but it'll thicken as it sets more. And I'm just in time, coming up the stairs right as Chloe sends me an indignant ping through our bond, telling me exactly where she wants me in her arms, on our bed. Her mood brightens as I float up the stairs and into our room. 2 plates of food in hand. She pats the bed, and I take a seat. Oh, Chloe says, I don't suppose you could head downstairs and grab the strawberry jelly. I smile. I hold my hands out in front of her, showing her that both are empty. Then, without missing a beat, I reach behind my back and summon it forth from my inventory, revealing it to her a moment later before handing it over. And Chloe, even though she knows the trick, plays along, giving a look of astonishment followed by a clap and a kiss. Perhaps a small abuse of power, using real magic to imitate one of the most classic stage illusions. But by the standards of what I could but won't do, it's honestly pretty tame. And I don't see Chloe wagging her finger at me for doing so, suggesting I'm probably in the legal clear. What kind of plans do you have for today? Chloe asks as she takes a large and cute bite of her jam-covered biscuit. And oh goodness, there's a lot of things to do. I need to give Mr. Richardson a call to see what's coming down the legal pipeline in the next few months. I also need to get in contact with the university and let them know that I'm interested. And that means I need to start getting something resembling lesson plans for when classes start. Goodness. That's less than 2 months away now. Everything should still work out fine. Assuming Murphy doesn't show up to ruin things, which, considering I just invoked his name, suggests it probably will. Oh well. Nothing I can do except roll with the punches when they inevitably come. I'm not sure. Feeling a little overwhelmed about it all. What can we do today? She leans in next to me, resting on my shoulder. What do you want to do today? We already spent the last 2 days doing what I wanted to do. Chloe giggles. We did do a lot of what I wanted to do last night, both before and after we came home. She takes my hand in her own, but honestly, I'm just happy that you asked. Are you sure? I don't want you to feel like we're only ever doing the things you want to do. And I'm happy you're being considerate and thinking about my wants. But I'm not sure either of us have the luxury to do only what we want to do. I don't think anyone really has the luxury to always do only what they want. Yeah, I'd love to do nothing for a couple days right about now. But I'm like my old self in at least one regard. And while I'm not convinced that we need to have assigned tasks and do wage labor to feel satisfied, I do think we need some sort of challenges and aspiration to truly feel fulfilled afterwards. Whether that's just the daily challenges of surviving life or some greater ambition that we overcome after months or maybe even decades of consistent effort. I suppose not, I say. I think I should head down to the university and try to figure out how the whole teaching and research thing is going to work. That, and I think we both need some new weapons. Why is that? I had a dream of my past life. In that dream, I had a powerful identify skill. Chloe chuckles. Are you sure you weren't having a delusion? Never can tell when it comes to these dreams, but in any case, I got a glimpse of the weapon I was using at the time, and of the weapon Madison wielded. They were much, much stronger than anything I've been able to build to this point, and I think that acquiring better gear is just as important to gaining more strength as gaining levels and skills. You're only just now thinking that? Chloe asks me with a wry smile. I mean, I thought as much before, but now I know that's the truth. Assuming your visions are the truth. Chloe's tone and grin both suggest that she's merely teasing me. Yeah, I guess I better hope that I'm not making an ass of myself. 8:30 rolls around soon enough, and we're off toward downtown. Not to the tower. And unless I've managed to jinx myself, not into any imminent danger. Well, except maybe of the legal and contractual variety. But there shouldn't be any risk of dying. I'm a bit surprised to see a handful of other people flying around this morning. I look around, wondering if Yulia's among them. She's not, so far as I can tell. Then again, she doesn't seem like the type who likes to flaunt her strength around. It makes me wonder what her past life was like, and the world in which she once lived. How many such worlds are out there? What are they like? How do the people there live their lives? How many of them have magic? How many have been touched, corrupted, destroyed by the system over innumerable eons? Was Yulia's world one of them? My musing is cut short as we touch down on the university outskirts. No fanfare or university liaisons to greet me, thankfully. Even if I might be a celebrity in some sense, that doesn't mean I want a literal red carpet rolled out for me wherever I go. I don't much care for the paparazzi, and I doubt Chloe is interested in all that attention as well. Do you want to wait out here, or I dunno? I ask. I have a feeling that this is going to take a while. Chloe just smiles. It's funny. I figured we'd be heading to university to attend classes together, not to have you teach the classes. Maybe you should guest lecture about the nature of healing magic. I bet your insights would be invaluable for trying to figure out how to make more powerful healing charms and similar. I thought you said that you couldn't create healing magic with your glyph casting. I can't as I am now. I lack the knowledge of how to build such a complex array. But humanity collectively knows a lot about how life works. And I know that it is possible in theory. Anything we can do through mundane means, we should be able to mimic with magic. It just might take a long time. Chloe smiles. Then, perhaps I should see what I can do on that front. We make our way over to the main office for the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Dr. O'Neill isn't expected, considering it is the day after the 4th of July. In the doldrums of the summer session, right when most of the professors would be likeliest to be on vacation. But the department's administrative assistant, Ms. Nora Rachel, is present, sitting at her desk and playing Minesweeper on the computer. She has a sheepish look on her face. But I feel no need to call her out on enjoying her downtime. Seraphina. Right, she says, looking up from her desk. I am. Apologies if I'm interrupting something important, Ms. Rachel. Oh, please. Just call me Nora. We're going to be working together starting in only 7 weeks now. Now it's my turn to act sheepish. It's one thing to know as much cerebrally. It's quite another to go from referring to instructors deferentially as Mr. So-and-so just a few months ago to being colleagues with them and addressing them on a first-name basis. Apologies for the lack of notice. We've been busy the last several days and have only just had a chance to stop by. I think there's some paperwork that I need to fill out. Oh yes, of course. It will take just a second to print everything out. While we're waiting on that, let me grab a key and show you to your office. And then we'll need to get you set up in the computer system. Get you access to all the databases to submit grades and maintain your roster and everything else. It's all done through an online cloud service. So that shouldn't be too difficult. And then no. And if you need some water, please let me know. I can't help but smile. I might be a scatterbrained, sometimes short-sighted, and occasionally misguided person. I might have made some mistakes. Okay, a lot of mistakes. And I've probably not used the powers I've been given in the best possible ways. But I think this is going to be a good step forward. With any luck, it will be so for everyone involved. 3.6 for unexpected missive. I thought that was never going to end, Chloe says as we finally depart from the university shortly after 2 in the afternoon. Every time I thought we were going to get out of there at a reasonable time, Nora came back with even more paperwork and stuff that you had to do. You didn't have to stay all this time. You know, I say, yeah, but after yesterday, I'm feeling a little bit clingier than normal. I appreciate it, love. It turns out the university plans to have me teach 3 classes next semester. The first is the course I'd been expecting to teach from the beginning, Introduction to Ethertech and Spellcrafting. They would have me teaching a higher level course, except that there won't be any students who will have met the prerequisites. It's the sort of conundrum that they'd brought up earlier. They know they need an Ethertech program to compete with every other university which plans to offer one in the fall. And yet, there isn't really anyone qualified to teach it at the rigors expected of a university undergraduate course. The second course is related, Introduction to the System, in the Philosophy department. This course is also one I don't exactly feel confident in teaching. For the exact opposite reason. I, along with Chloe, are the only 2 people who know that the system is the harbinger of the universe's eventual end. Madison had kept that knowledge secret, fearing that if that were widespread, it would lead to despair and the collapse of society and civilization leading up to the end. I'm not convinced she made the right decision. The people have a right to know about what will happen in the coming millennia. I'm not sure if they'd break down in despair, or merely act like ostriches burying their heads in the sand, or scoff and dismiss my knowledge out of hand, remaining smug in their ignorance, considering I have no real proof of my claims. I suspect the last of those is by far the likeliest. The last of the 3, however, is the one I didn't expect, and is also the one I'm most excited to teach. It's a class about combat and dueling, and, though I'll need to get it formally cleared with the director of the athletics department, I can probably get Chloe hired on as an instructor, or at least as my teaching assistant, even if that's laughably understating and undervaluing my partner's skills and abilities on the battlefield. It'll also be a good way to recruit others who might have an interest in dungeon diving and fighting the hordes of monsters that will inevitably attack sooner or later. That much was left unsaid during the meeting earlier, but Chloe and I both picked up on the implication. Chloe's phone buzzes, and I realized that I completely goofed earlier. I stashed my phone, along with my purse and other belongings, in my inventory, where I will of course fail to hear when it goes off. In a flash of teal light, I summon it forth. And after half a minute while it connects back to the network, I am stunned to see 17 missed messages. And not from anyone I'm looking forward to seeing now or at any time in the near or not so near future. I guess the good major gave up on trying to get a hold of me after 17 times and figured you were the next person to ask. He wants us both on base as soon as possible. Considering that there are 4 expletives in the text he sent me, I'm guessing that was supposed to have been some time ago. Ugh, well, I suppose we should go be productive and responsible members of society. Or whatever it is that we're trying to be. Chloe laughs. Yes, that sounds about right. We bank from south to west, veering across the midtown sky as we head toward the western edge of town. I don't see any waves of monsters immediately attacking, so the situation probably isn't quite as urgent as I'd immediately feared. A relief, but a hollow one, considering the military-style reaming I'm likely to receive for reasons I can't even begin to fathom. The ether cannon used by Nicholas and his men to dispatch the Harpy horde is still there, although it seems to have been retrofitted since then to be even larger and more powerful. Perhaps necessary, but I don't like the symbolism at all. We touch down on the outskirts of the base and make our way up to the gate checkpoint. I can't help but feel a bit forlorn as I don't spot anyone I recognize from my time here a couple of months ago. Logically, it's likely that most of my former comrades are merely on assignment elsewhere in the city, or somewhere further in the base, or on leave, or anywhere else. I can't help but worry, though, that at least a few of them have perished as a result of the attacks that have transpired between then and now. Maybe, had I revealed more secrets about Ethertech earlier, some of them would still be alive, or maybe there would have been backlash or uprising against the deployment of military forces on US soil between now and then, and it would have led to more loss of life, or the system would have sent stronger forces, or too many potential counterfactuals to get swallowed down that path. Instead, I choose to cling to the hope that they are alive and as unharmed as possible given the circumstances. It takes only a minute to make our way through the checkpoint and onto the base proper, where we're greeted by a very disgruntled middle-aged man. "Ms. Mortensen, Ms. Jacobs," Nicholas says. His tone is curt, an air of indignance and frustration beneath his stoic countenance. "It's good of you to have finally answered my summons." "I'm sorry it took us so long," Chloe says. "Sarah and I have been down at the university all morning and afternoon filling out paperwork so she can start teaching in the fall." Nicholas is completely unfazed. After her little speech and declaration a few weeks back, I'm not surprised. He turns to me. "Of course, your declaration and disclosure of dangerous information has caused no shortage of problems in recent weeks." "Dangerous information," I say. "It's perfectly fine when you want to build an ether cannon and have it pointed toward the civilian population of my hometown. But when I want to make sure that people have the knowledge and resources to defend themselves against monsters and the military alike, I'm accused of being problematic." I raise my mechanical arm cannon ever so slightly. Not enough to actually try anything, but enough to convey that I won't blindly submit. "Sarah, I know." I lower my finger. "And I'm sorry, Chloe. I just take a deep breath. You believe you did the right thing, right?" "Yeah, better that this information be publicly available than that it be sequestered by the military, or worse, proliferated by black markets, arms dealers, and war profiteers." Chloe gives me a slight nod. And I agreed at the time and continue to agree with that. So let's stand with our heads held high over that decision, regardless of Nicholas' displeasure. "Yes, your actions are problematic," Nicholas says, bringing Chloe's and my conversation to an abrupt end. "I've been in the forces for nearly 20 years, first as an enlistee, and then as an officer. I have been placed in a position of public trust by Colonel Wilson, by the Department of Defense, and by our president and the country to whom we both owe our allegiance. And so I have the right and the responsibility to make the necessary decisions that will ensure that my men are capable of fighting off the next set of bastards that try to wipe us off this planet like last night's shit stain. Because absolutely no one in a position of public trust has ever misused their power or authority or taken corrupt actions out of convenience or self-dealing." I sigh, knowing weeks ago exactly how this conversation was going to go. Anyway, my allegedly problematic actions aside, for which I will not apologize, I suspect you didn't summon the two of us here just for a social gathering. Nicholas glares at me, but I stand firm, and like when I was first here, not even level 20 and easily outmatched by both him personally and many of his soldiers. Now Chloe and I sit among the upper echelons of power. I will not be cowed, even by his display of legal authority or the daunting, though honestly fairly feeble war he's summoning forth. He sighs. Very well. How much do you know about the areas outside of the city? Not a whole lot, I say. We flew over some of the countryside while heading back from our travels in Red Clay City. We saw a few interesting landscapes, but we didn't take much time to investigate any of them. Did you see the massive fetid bog located about 80 miles southwest of here? Chloe nods. We did. I don't know much about the place, but even from midair, and being much weaker than I am now, I could sense a dark and foreboding presence. I don't mean to be overly judgmental when I say this, but I dare say I'd call it evil. Then, I can be brief. Nicholas says, we have received credible reports in recent days that the area of decay has been expanding. We don't know the causes, or whether the corruption will eventually reach an equilibrium. But I do not believe we can leave this to fester any longer. Okay, but why us? A few reasons. First, Chloe is the strongest healer in the city, and it's not particularly close, based on Seraphina's treatises. Her healing and light magic should be particularly effective against the undead and corrupted creatures that are likely to dwell there. Secondly, and related to the first, the two of you are among the strongest individuals in the city. You are therefore most likely to be able to extricate yourself from the situation should things head south while investigating. And third, and perhaps most importantly, I simply don't have the manpower available to both protect the city while also arranging a necessary strike force to investigate the bog while also maintaining a sustainable perimeter of soldiers for city defense. Okay, Chloe says. What do you want us to do? And how are you going to compensate us for our trouble? You're sure you want to do this, Chloe? Yeah, regardless of the fact that I know you don't like Nicholas. And I don't fully trust him either. That bog is still dangerous, and we're probably one of the best equipped to handle both it and the fallout. Then I'll support you with everything I have. But we should make sure we're fully stocked up and prepared for battle. As for what I am asking of you, I want you to investigate the area, figure out what is causing the blighted region to spread, and if possible, destroy it. As far as compensation, I'm not authorized to provide financial remuneration beyond a small per diem, but I can relinquish from the stores of artifacts and skill books that my soldiers have discovered over the past several weeks. In fact, I think I have just the thing for Ms. Mortensen, should she be amenable to this assignment. He gestures to the subordinate standing to his right. He opens his briefcase, revealing a strange metal hand. I gaze down toward my own, and imagine that there has to be some sort of connection, based on our analysis. It appears to be some sort of expansion pack for your mechanical arm cannon. But with Lindsay still away in Red Clay City, I haven't a soldier under my command who can identify more than that. You may have it as a sign-on bonus for the mission. Consider it a gesture of goodwill that, despite our differing viewpoints on many important matters, we can still find common cause and work together on others. I smile and offer my hand to Nicholas. Then, I think we have a deal. Chloe nods in approval. I hope that we can bring back news of our success in short order. 3.65 A gun in the hand. We find our way back home shortly after 3:30 in the afternoon. Chloe goes to lie down and rest for a little while, understandable, considering that we just spent an entire afternoon doing things on my prerogative. I, meanwhile, eagerly get to work with the new artifact I have, trying to figure out how it works, to be that much better prepared for the challenges which await us in the morning, which proves difficult. I gaze at the metal hand in my hand, looking around for any signs of how I'm supposed to equip it or what I'm supposed to do with it. I built my old modular blowgun in such a way that I could switch between glyphs on the fly, and I inbuilt the same modularity with my mechanical arm cannon. But I never did stop to consider that I might need to upgrade the whole thing in pieces, with new, more advanced glyphs on the barrel, or major repairs to one of the subsystems contained within the device. I suppose, in my short-sightedness and desire to reduce the number of potential failure points on my arm, I didn't give myself as easy of an upgrade path as I might have preferred. As I look at the hand, though, I wonder, is it really so simple as severing off this current hand and welding the new one in place? Moreover, can I even do so? The passive effect of cybernetic body, I suppose that's part of angelic form now, allows me to treat my prosthetics and cybernetics as part of my body. Normally, that's a good thing. I don't have to worry about immune response. And I'm allowed to apply my vitality to attacks made against them. However, if I really do need to cut off my own arm, I'm not sure if I have the ability to overcome my vitality. My strength is considerably weaker, and my mind isn't much stronger. Then again, perhaps I can do something different, adjusting and suturing my body the way I did with my wings, moving them from an accessory to a part of one of my skills. Once I've taken steps to reinforce the connection with my arm, perhaps I can better understand how I'm supposed to switch between my current configuration and the new option this hand represents. In fact, I'm a bit surprised I've not done so already. I did make a promise with Chloe, though, so I need to wait for her to awaken. In the interim, I have more than enough ether manipulation exercises to work on for the next several hours. For the time being, more out of a flight of fancy than any immediate goal, I start wondering if it might be possible for me to fly even without manifesting my wings. I like having my wings, and I like showing them off. But especially before they became part of me, they can be a bit unwieldy, and they are distinctive enough to be problematic in cases where I may in the future need to keep my identity under wraps. I can also see a scenario where I can use the misdirection on the battlefield, letting my enemy think I've disabled my flight ability, only to reveal I have alternative means of doing so. But, pending 2 hours of practice, I make no real progress toward any concrete leads on achieving that goal. You want to do what, again? Chloe asks. She and I are sitting on the largest couch in the downstairs living area, her hand in mine as we rest in the late afternoon. I think that if I bind my mechanical arm cannon into my body, I'll be better able to modify it with my skills, and make better use of the hand that Nicholas gave me. Seraphina Mortensen. Do you realize how absolutely asinine you sound right now? You want to bond your arm to your body, and then cut off your own hand. I don't even have words for you right now. No, absolutely not. As your girlfriend and your healer, I am setting my foot down, but don't you even think about giving me the butt, Chloe crap. My answer is absolutely not. No way, no chance. Like, do not pass go, do not collect 200, no kisses, no cuddles. No fun tonight. I lower my head in defeat. Still, I sense that there's hidden power in this hand, and I think it will be critical if we are to stand up to whatever forces will await us in the morning. Well, what other options are there? Chloe asks. Certainly there ought to be a better way of experimentation and discovery than cutting your own hand off. I take a long breath to consider the options. I don't have enough time to rebuild a new version of the mechanical arm cannon. And, considering Chloe's words carefully, I don't want to risk damaging it right now. That leaves 2 options. I could go through the bonding process, or I could study the glyphs on my gift and see if I can make any modifications between now and then. Of the 2 options, the first is the most promising. The glyph arrays on the mechanical arm cannon are extremely elaborate, far more so than any I've ever manifested in the midst of battle, and I cannot risk compromising the delicate structures by trying to introduce new glyphs. Even a small error can cause cataclysmic failure. I think bonding the arm is best, even if we agree not to then try to replace the hand afterwards. It's Chloe's turn to take a long breath. Please, give me a moment to steel myself. Okay? Even if I know you're doing it with the best of intentions, it's still hard for me whenever I see you in pain. I turn to Chloe and wrap my arms around her. I know. And I'm sorry. And I'll wait as long as you need. I also could use a moment to prepare my own mind. I hadn't realized how painful the bonding process was the first time I'd done so. And for Chloe's sake, I can't show the true depths of the pain I will soon feel, tearing apart and rebuilding the ether channels in my left shoulder and stump. She'll still feel it through our bond, but I don't need to make things even worse for her through my wails of agony. We wait like that for a few minutes before Chloe, teary-eyed, moves away from me. She nods, not willing to speak or even telepathize the assent, but I understand the meaning and begin. I divert all of my focus away from the outside world, transfixed on the network of ether channels coursing throughout my body. Ether flows through me like waves, approximately 2 pulses per second. 1. The dominant pulse, About 90% of the total flow is in perfect sync with my heartbeat. And the other, secondary pulse, ever so slightly faster, beats along with Chloe's. The representation of angelic bond and its influence upon my body and magic alike. I use my intermediate ether manipulation and focus the flow toward my left shoulder blade, concentrating as much ether as I can comfortably store between the outermost tips of my scapulae and clavicle. 14 channels etched into the outer edges of my left arm, buttressing and locking my mechanical arm cannon onto the rest of my body. And another 41 channels on the stump of my arm, most of which would have eventually gone into my hands and then fingertips, where the concentration of ether channel endings is densest. I start with the ones on the inside, working my way out. First, the one directly outward from the dead center of my shoulder socket. Pain fills my arm, causing me to wince as I burst the ether channel with a massive confluence of ether. Then, with my intermediate ether manipulation, I keep the channel open, forming a thread of semi-solid ether that begins to stitch its way into the metal socket, reaching a small node among the array of sluices and runes that relay my mental commands into the movements of my prosthetic. Chloe and I both grit our teeth in unison as I pop the second channel like a piece of used bubble wrap. The pain being like a mixture of pure capsaicin on the lips combined with having hydrogen peroxide or rubbing alcohol deposited into the muscles via hypodermic injection. But I do not scream or cry out in pain. Just as I had promised to myself earlier, I am beyond this. The fights in the Tower Gauntlet have toughened my mind and body alike. Having survived the near-death encounter against the Order of the Wilds, and binding the wings of Icarus to my body, have both acclimated me to this pain. It gets easier as time goes on. My pain receptors must have dulled at some point. Fatigued from firing too often, throughout it all. Chloe has been sweating profusely. Despite this, she hasn't left my side once, nor ever let go of my hand, feeling our connection, physical and spiritual alike. I cast my angel's grace upon her. I don't know how much it will help, but I want to give her the warmth that she has always given to me, both with her magical healing, but also just with her presence and love and affection. It seems to help, at least a little bit. It takes 90 minutes to complete the process. Unlike with my wings, the mechanical arm cannon doesn't disappear into my body, nor does it change in appearance, but I can feel the connection much stronger and sharper than before. I had thought that the lag between my thoughts and movements had been eliminated when I ascended to the mechanical angel class and gained access to the cybernetic body skill, but only now, having properly and completely bonded the prosthetic as a part of my body, I realized just how far I still had to go at the time. Mechanical arm cannon has upgraded to bonded mechanical arm cannon. Attack modifier increased from Kung 105 to Kung 165. Ether cost for ether bullet and ether bullet barrage reduced by 50%. Such is the hidden inefficiency that I had to deal with, trying to use a weapon that I hadn't properly synchronized, even with the array of sluices and the complex network of switches and logic gates carved into the structure. There were still numerous tiny losses in ether efficiency and output due to manufacturing defects and the incomplete connection between the arm and my body. These limitations might not be fully eliminated even now, but I have taken another large step toward reducing both. I turn to Chloe. She's clinging to me tightly, clutching one arm around my waist and the other around my right arm. I turn to her, hugging her close, and letting her know through our bond that the procedure was a success. We stay like that for a long time, feeling one another's warmth and the softness of each other's skin, occasionally drinking of the cool water that I fetched shortly after finishing. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, but for now, I feel that much more confident. No matter what awaits us, no matter how hard the system pushes us and tries to break our bodies and minds and spirits, I remain fully convinced that, as long as Chloe and I are together and united, we will overcome everything that befalls us. We wake up early the following morning, with plenty of food and supplies stored away in my inventory, including some basic camping and outdoor survival gear. I feel confident that we will be well equipped to handle even 3 days in the wilderness without worry, and with a countryside, and potentially much more than that, in potential peril. Chloe and I fly off, in search of this desolate marshland, and whatever fell sorcery lurks within .3.66 Woods of Desolation. It doesn't take very long for us to find the outskirts of our destination. About 60 miles south of southwest of home, the dark, twisted branches of the trees in the area, coupled with the leaves black as night, are a stark contrast with the verdant scenes of green that surround the corrupted landscape. Before we descend, however, we take a few moments to observe our surroundings from an angel's eye view. Nicholas had said there were credible reports that this wasteland was expanding outward. It's hard to tell, since neither Chloe nor I was paying too much attention to the exact size of the desolated area before. But I do think it is a little bigger and darker now than I remember it. It's not growing at an appreciable rate. Thankfully, no trees are wasting away before our eyes. Nor is the darkness spreading upward or outward fast enough to detect that though. Maybe it only grows in pulses, or at night. The air cools considerably as we land. For a moment, it feels absolutely divine, in contrast with the already hot morning sun in early July. But the chill penetrates more than skin deep, carrying with it a foreboding sensation. This place is as dangerous as it looks upon first glance, and there is a strong presence all around us. Worse still, it seems to be affecting us on a more concrete level, and in a way particularly pernicious for the two of us. You are afflicted by curse of the bleak woods. All healing effects have half effectiveness. Status restoring spells have a 50% chance to fail. That explains a lot, Chloe says. I turn my head to her, and she continues. We are constantly injuring ourselves, just by going about our daily lives. Small cuts, internal injuries, and bleeding. Bumps and just the breakdown and rebuilding of muscles and other organs. It's all ordinary biology. But if healing effects, including natural restoration of health, are halved, then those injuries will eventually outstrip a body's diminished ability to repair itself, resulting in, well, all of this. I take a look at my own health. It's still plenty high, just under 98%, and with Chloe's magic, it should stay high. But it is dropping, slowly. No more than a point every minute or so. Not enough to immediately panic, but enough to know that we and our surroundings are on a timer. It's quiet and even more airy as we make our way past the threshold and into the dark forest. The grass is brown, certainly dying, perhaps already dead. The wind occasionally gusts, bringing with it a howl that further chills the already ominous land. But there's no chirps of birds or crawling of ants, nor are any deer or squirrels chittering about. What I do see are corpses. A completely lifeless corpse belonging to a ferret or maybe a badger is. It's not decaying, but rather mummifying. How odd and macabre. Even fungal and bacterial activity must also be suppressed by the curse on the land. These warnings do not deter us, and so we press forward. What do you think we're dealing with? Chloe asks. Who knows? I respond. Swamp dragon, lich, fae, hedge witch, dark sorcerer. Maybe some sort of dark ritualist absorbing the life energy of the land to fuel some spell to do. I couldn't imagine what. In other words, you really have no idea who, what, or why, Chloe says flatly. You are correct. I respond with a flat mirth. I guess that means we should be prepared for anything. Most likely, whatever we're looking for is going to be near the center of the twisted area. Should we go by air, then, probably not. That's just asking to be spotted. Better that than walking up and giving the target all the time in the world to prepare. Assuming that that's even the best way to go about things, for all we know. It's like the golden manor floor in the tower. What if we have to find and deactivate certain relics, keeping the curse active first? Chloe shivers. I don't like this place at all. I wrap my arm around her. I don't either. But we're not turning back, are we? Chloe shakes her head. Seeing what we're dealing with, I think it has to be us. I nod. Where else are we going to find a powerful enough healer to cleanse all this blight? I do wish we had some backup. Alana being around to watch our backs would go a long way to stifle my lingering worry. But this isn't the first time Chloe and I have been in a dangerous situation. Just the two of us. For better and for worse. I doubt it'll be the last we step forward. My archangel's gaze keeping stock of all our surroundings. Just because we've seen no signs of life doesn't mean that we won't encounter them later. Or worse, signs of life. Something I find not just likely, but highly probable. Nothing immediately approaches, which only heightens my guard further. For 20 minutes we walk, neither of us making a sound beyond that of muffled footsteps in the slightly damp soil. The sky is still visible above, but it's darkened, covered in a violet-black miasma that keeps the overall environment less like temperate woods and more like a cold marsh. I pull a bottle of water out of my inventory, taking a drink and offering another to Chloe, who eagerly accepts. It thankfully tastes fine, with no signs of corruption either in the taste or as it hits my stomach. The same is true of the pouch of dried trail mix, and the sliced tomato doesn't immediately wilt or return to mush before I stash it back away. The oddest part of inventory is the mental categorization that the ability provides, in order to forestall the problem of trying to summon forth something that doesn't actually exist in the inventory. It also keeps a detailed, nested checklist of everything that is contained within, along with what's in each bag or box or other storage container. And it is a bit amusing to see bag of trail mix, 141 almonds, 285 peanuts, 89 raisins, 75 cashews, 76 assorted branded chocolate candies, 15 red, 14 blue, 17 brown, 19 yellow, 11 green as one of the items I can draw upon. I can also, with some mental effort, sort these objects into folders and subfolders, arranging them by alphabetical order or even arranging them into custom groups, such as food products, magical gear, mundane equipment, and so forth. I could probably even program a search function at some point, or the inventory will develop that at a higher level. I'm still a little jealous about that, Chloe mutters. Sorry, don't be. Just means I have to keep working hard so I can gain that ability too. You said you think everyone gets it at level 50, right? Yeah, I definitely had one in my past life, and Madison did too. And, though I don't have any memories of others in my past life, I can't help but believe that they all did as well. Chloe goes silent, drawing her wand and looking around. I begin scanning the area as well for any signs that we've been detected. My eyes briefly glow as I observe the flow of ether in the area, and it's definitely off in some way, though nothing that immediately suggests a certain local nexus of corruption that we can destroy, with nothing obvious to go off. We continue deeper into these wretched woods. The light grows dimmer, the miasma denser. The air is thick and cold, causing even me to start to shiver. It is getting more difficult to breathe as we continue our descent into the heart of darkness. And worse of all, the ether and miasma are starting to flicker into some twisted facsimile of life. The ground rumbles, and a skeletal hand rises out of the ground in what has got to be the most cliché manner imaginable. A rusted sword carried by a gray arm follows, and as pieces of the ground crack and break open, the two of us prepare to face the undead horde rising all around us. At least 500 shambling creatures burst forth from within the depths of the earth. Some zombies, some skeletons, and a few translucent, incorporeal beings as well. Not sure if ghouls, ghasts, specters, maybe banshees or even wraiths. Not sure it matters much, since our plan of attack doesn't change in either case. I grit my teeth, assessing the situation, but Chloe is angry, her hands already filled with overflowing light energy. The last time she encountered undead spirits, back in the tower, she channeled a massive burst of healing magic to cure the wailing specters haunting the castle grounds back to death. But now, in this desecrated land where healing magic is suppressed, she seems content to simply scour the undead menace clean. We'll need to have a conversation about this later, but for now, we attack. Chloe's scouring light carves a path through the encroaching hordes. Her attack doesn't seem to care much whether the targets are tangible or not, eviscerating both in equal measure. My attacks, on the other hand, are not so indiscriminate in their cleansing of the undead. Skeletons crumple, and zombies are pulverized into ash and dust. But my ether bullets seem to sometimes phase through the incorporeal undead, especially the smaller, faster ones. Chloe notices straight away, even before I can form the thought and send it to her. She's gone back to her weaker but faster piercing beam spell, launching them in quick succession to burn the spectral forms while I spin around, firing concussive ether bullets with sniper precision. Just as expected from the system notification from yesterday afternoon, each blast is stronger, faster, and more destructive than before, and my ether is hardly dropping at all as I fire bullet after bullet into the mayhem. And fortunately for us, the hordes of the living dead continue to rise from the depths of the profane land. Chloe fires her beams and I blast their numbers down. By all accounts, we should be whittling their numbers down, and yet, After starting with 500 living dead around us and receiving well over 600 system notifications regarding returning the undead to rest, there are at least 400 still remaining. And yet more limbs and other appendages rising out of the dirt. Chloe, aim your strongest attack at the ground. I think there is a monster generator down there. She gives a nod and a grunt of approval. Shining wings which pierce through the miasma sprout from her back as she leaps into the air. I fall back, covering her from what monsters I can and shooting apart the arrows and blades and spears they throw at my girlfriend. Once that starts to fail, I charge up a simple light glyph and manifest it into the barrel of my bonded mechanical arm cannon. And it works. I wasn't sure if I could imbue my ether bullets with glyphs in this manner. When I first tried to do so, it was before I had intermediate glyph manifestation, or had bonded my weapon to me. I had dismissed it as impossible, and so focused on enchanting my weapon instead. Now, I realize it was only impossible for me at the time, and what was once impossible is now all too easy. I suppress the system notification and continue firing light elemental ether bullet barrages that each tear through the enemies, regardless of their physicality. As I do, Chloe's body glows brighter than brighter, outshining the sun and nearly forcing me to avert my eyes. At once, all of the luminous energy which filled my love is released downward, piercing through the cracks in the ground and purging the miasmatic smoke rising from the depths. A shrill shriek cries out, rustling the handful of dead, desiccated leaves still on the nearby trees. And then the world goes silent once more. You have purged 290 assorted undead levels from 39 to 42. You have gained a boosted 12,900 experience. You have destroyed a necromantic core level 46. You have gained a boosted 56,525 experience. Your intermediate glyph manifestation rank VI has upgraded to intermediate glyph manifestation rank 7. Your ether bullet barrage rank 13 has synchronized with intermediate glyph manifestation rank 7 and has evolved to elemental bullet barrage rank V. Elemental bullet barrage as ether bullet barrage. Except the mechanical angel can also imbue her bullets with the basic elemental glyphs, causing them to deal damage of the respective elemental affinity. Bullets imbued this way also deal magical damage, ignoring resistances to non-magical attacks. Level 50 experience to 1,258,525 to next 26,370 current stats. Health 6,841 to 7,476. Ether 4,656 to 5. Current stats: Strength 136 base 70, Speed 130 base 67, Vitality 196 base 101, Mind 283 base 3.67. Deeper into the woods. Chloe sighs as the woods again go silent. The final zombie now ushed and the last wraith exorcised from our world. And although the change is faint, the miasma that surrounds us has faded to a small degree. My earlier hypothesis was likely correct. There are a number of these necromantic cores buried within the surrounding landscape, which together are powering the field that suppresses healing and promotes the growth and strengthening of the undead. I take my girlfriend's hand. Are you okay? I ask. Her grip is tight, and the tension hasn't fully faded from her body. Her eyes remain narrowed, and her breathing is quick and shallowed. She takes some more deep breaths, still clutching my hand tightly. I just really do not like undead at all. I nod, wrapping my arms around her. I'm here and I'll always be here. And we'll rest and wait as long as it takes before you're physically and mentally ready to move on. And we do for several minutes. Chloe's trembles of anger and tense breathing slowly subsiding. As her calm fully returns to her, she looks down, averting her gaze from me. Is something troubling you? I ask. I know something is off, and I think I know what, but I still need to hear it from her firsthand. I'm frustrated with myself. When those monsters appeared, I lost control. I so read. All I could think about is how those creatures were an affront to life and to the natural order of things, and how it was my responsibility to grant them the solace of eternal rest. But now I'm scared that I'll lose control again, and I don't know what to do when that happens. I hold her close to me. That's how classes work. They all influence us in certain ways, some subtle, some less so. Crystal's sense of vengeance and fury has become heightened. Alana and Jasmine seem to desire to act as warriors who hold themselves and each other to a certain code of honor. Stefan's class seems to want him to lead and train other fighters. I think that's part of why he was so upset and frustrated when we were exploring the tower with him, since he felt relegated to a mere disciple. And I feel a need to experiment with magic and improve my body with cybernetics. We already knew that you feel a desire to heal others. And it seems you also have a particular distaste for the undead in all their forms. But it's okay, Chloe. They all want certain things. Yes, but those influences can be controlled, guided, even suppressed. From time to time at least. Chloe laughs. You were about to cut off your own hand yesterday just to experiment with a new one. So please, O each great and generous font of wisdom, enlighten your lover and disciple. How does one go about suppressing those urges? I didn't actually go through with it. Oh, but you were going to. Had I not put my foot down and told you to cease with that asinine idea before you did something we were going to regret? I shrug. Well, there you go. As long as we have each other to check the worst impulses of our classes, we should be able to manage just fine, although this does get into something I wanted to ask you about a bit ago. Chloe raises her eyebrows. You said the other night that you wanted to, if possible, resolve conflicts without the use of deadly force whenever possible. I want to know if that still holds true if we encounter intelligent undead deeper within this swamp. Chloe pauses and lowers her head in thought. As she does, I scan the area. No new undead have spawned since we destroyed the core. And I sense no disturbances of ether flow beyond that which surrounds this entire marsh of negative energy. Sure enough, my health is still continuing to slowly tick down from the buildup of natural processes following the last fight, and my body's inability to fully keep up. She casts curing light upon both of us. The light is dim and muted, like a flashlight with nearly depleted batteries. It's not enough even to restore me to maximum health, even though the spell normally heals for close to 1,200 anywhere else. At least our ether regeneration isn't similarly affected. As much as I fear I jinxed it by thinking such thoughts, for a moment, I tense, only exhaling several seconds later once no system notification alerts me accordingly. I think we need to play it by ear, Chloe finally answers. Some part of me is telling me that necromancy and summoning the dead is fundamentally wrong. But that doesn't mean that the ends are always equally evil. I feel a pull urging me to let the dead rest, but at the same time, if someone had. She chokes on her words several times. I don't force her to continue, instead wrapping her into another hug until she calms down. She does, at which point, I offer her some more water, some tissues, and a cookie out of my inventory. All of which she consumes with gratitude, if I may. I say after she's had a few more minutes. One other question about your class. What does your class tell you about the use of the last resort brooches we're wearing? Or that rekindling feather you have equipped? Or about resurrection magic in general? Do you consider all of them as evil and violations of what a heavenly saintess considers the natural order? Chloe answers quickly. Last resort creates a barrier that activates before the moment of death, so it doesn't violate any ethical principles. It's no different than performing surgery on a wound that would be fatal if untreated. Rekindling feather activates at the moment of death. In this vein, it's like performing CPR to resuscitate a patient in cardiac arrest. Perhaps on the penumbra of necromancy, but it is acceptable as well. As for true revival magic, I don't believe it exists. At the very least, it's not something that I think my class can ever learn. Maybe some sort of higher being could use it, but even then, influencing the souls of the departed isn't something that will sit well with me. Then we gotta make sure we both stay alive, so we never have to grapple with those questions. Chloe nods. And deal with whatever is causing this right here and now. With nothing else keeping us here, we proceed onward, in the general direction of the center of these corrupted woods. All the while, we keep our eyes peeled for any signs of areas that look particularly bad, even by the standards of this decrepit land. I'm not sure how many cores are being used to power this magic. 3 to 7 is my guess, but I'm confident we should try to destroy them all before we face the ruler of the miasma. It doesn't take very long before we stumble upon another area much like the first. A deep swamp full of bubbling ooze and even worse stench. Surrounded by a thick mist exuding dark energy. Within a hemisphere about a quarter-mile in radius. The fog is as dense and black as the night sky, only with none of the stars or the light of the pale moon to allow us to see through ordinary optical means. Chloe's eyes glow a rich caramel with the characteristic glow of her ether sight. My archangel's gaze needs no light to perceive the outside world, and with our skills active, we pass through the threshold and into the center of the sphere. Immediately, the roar of a fierce monster shakes the air. The flaps of diaphanous membranes and their accompanying gusts of fetid wind bear down upon us. And up ahead, my worst fears are realized. Damn swamp dragon. We don't get a moment's breath before a pair of jaws larger than my torso clamp down inches away from my head. Hundreds of teeth, each coated in miasmatic venom and sharper than a well-forged blade, grin at me right before a hand larger than Zethir's attempts to flatten me whole. Only the glint of 5 claws and their tips radiating with dark ether, barely perceptible at 8 o'clock, alert me to their presence and give me the barest of time to dodge. Chloe fires a scouring light right as I follow up with a light-aligned elemental ether bullet right into the thin, bat-like wings. The former doesn't have enough punch to topple the beast, but my tiny shot manages to pierce through the membranous flesh like a knife through butter. The dragon roars, tilting its head and neck back. Fly out of the way. Now, I call to Chloe. Breath weapon incoming. No flames emerge out of the maw of the beast. Just a rancid spray of caustic fluid that smells worse than piss and shit and vomit combined. I nearly retch from the stench alone. My high mind maintaining enough mental focus to keep me from losing breakfast and preparing a counterattack. And sure enough, the creature is dazed. Maybe only for a second or two, but it's more than enough in the midst of this battle. Chloe's already preparing another scouring light, this one prepared at the beast's exposed underbelly, while I aim more light element bullets toward our adversary's eye sockets and wings. The latter might be a good way to disrupt any crystals contained within the creature's head, while damaging its ability to fly can't be a bad thing. Assuming that the flight skill is at least partially mechanical, which, no, on second thought, better to focus on the head. Chloe launches her next scouring light, which flays scales from skin, skin from flesh, and flesh from bone. However, even before the smoke has cleared from its body, I see sinew and tendons beginning to stitch themselves back together. Necrotic flesh is depositing onto the ruined body, the miasma filling the creature with dark energy, which in turn is fueling rapid mitotic regeneration. I charge a scouring light variant of my own, manifesting sharpness, light, expansion, and piercing together in the midst of the spellry dot. As I do, I tear the flesh apart just as fast as the reanimating force stitches it back together. Then, once Chloe and I are both charged up and ready, I kick off the dragon's stomach and fly backward, aiming my strike. Head or heart? Chloe asks. Heart, I respond. Attacking its head got me nowhere before, understood, in nearly perfect sync. The two of us unleash our bursts of golden light, each as thick as a basketball. Hers hits a split second before, pushing the creature backward, but again failing to deliver a decisive blow. That changes the moment my attack collides with her. The two attacks, not being perfectly identical, begin to shift from a golden glow to a kaleidoscopic array of every color of the rainbow as our attacks simultaneously constructively interfere in some places while destructively interfering in others. The net result is a combined attack greater than the sum of its constituent parts. A possible hidden effect of angelic bond, or maybe just some heretofore known aspect of spellcasting. I don't know, but I do know that with our combined might, our twin beams are absolutely brutalizing the draconic form in front of us. Chloe struggles to maintain her spell, but I'm able to make up the slack, and together, our spell bursts forth from the back of the monster. As it does, I'm able to vaguely pick up the sound of something cracking, then exploding and shattering in so many pieces. My hunch was correct. The second of these stones was contained in the chest this powerful beast, serving as a makeshift heart for the undead abomination. And with it destroyed, we're one step closer to solving our mission and claiming our just rewards. Right after assigning my for free stat points into my mind, along with processing the remainder of my level up, you have purged a necromantic dragon level 47. You have gained a boosted 84,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 51. Strength come 1, Speed come 1, Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come ran 1, 3 equals to 157. Maximum ether increases by Mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals to 103 level. 51 experience, 2,342,525, to next, 121,125 current stats, health to 5,640 to 7,733 ether, 3,174 5, current stats, strength, 139 base, 71, speed, 133 base, 68, vitality, 200 base, 102, mind, 296 base. Your glyph casting rank 23 has upgraded to glyph casting rank 24. Your Archangel's Gaze rank X has upgraded to Archangel's Gaze rank X. 3.68 Dark Heart of the Woods. The sky remains cold and dark after returning the necrotic dragon to the embrace of the earth. The bubble of pure darkness surrounding the bog itself has abated, and the marshy sludge of fetid water and detritus has begun to dry out and seep back into the earth. But the overall atmosphere of miasma and ruin remains untouched. It bothers me. After one core was shattered, it was hit or miss whether or not the field of effect would be weakened. Whoever designed this could have built in a decoy, or introduced redundancies, or maybe was able to, I don't know, figure out how to rebuild the array with fewer cores in response to being destroyed. I suppose that's just redundancies by a different name, but now, with 2 cores shattered, I have to rethink our strategy. Maybe I was wrong before. The curse of the bleak woods hasn't strengthened in its deleterious effects, but neither has it weakened. Maybe there's some other phenomenon at play. It is possible that the curse and the miasma are being generated by something other than necromantic cores we've shattered during the last 2 fights. Regardless, we are safer with these cores broken, as is the world at large. So, I don't consider it a waste of time or effort. I pull my phone out of my inventory to check the time, and it's odd. It says 7:17 a.m., which I know is wrong. That's the time I stowed it away, and I know that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, at least 2 or 3 hours have passed since then. I wait a bit, wondering if it just needs a moment or two to adjust. Thankfully, it does so after about 30 seconds, revealing that it's about 20 minutes before 11, and that's problematic. While we're not yet in a rush, we do need to complete this mission by nightfall. Chloe is in full agreement on that front, as dangerous as this place is during the day. We both know it'll be several steps worse once the sun goes down and the nocturnal malevolence bears its full, active weight upon us. Do you sense anything, Chloe? I ask. She shakes her head. Not in particular. You've mentioned already that your class has a particular hatred for the undead. I thought that maybe it would come with some sort of detection ability or maybe some supernatural sense or disgust that might point us toward where we need to go. Chloe looks around for a couple of minutes. Finally, she turns back toward me, a regretful expression on her face. It's okay. I'm not upset, I say. I know. But it's like how you get upset when you feel like you should be able to do something, and then get disappointed in yourself when you fail to meet those expectations. I nod in understanding. Then we stick to our plan of continuing into the heart of these profane lands. Chloe nods. After another minute to finalize our bearings, we depart. The smell of undecaying death is so odd, indescribable to those who have never before smelled it. It's not quite the smell of rot. It's the squicky mix of dried bodily fluids that are perfectly preserved with necromantic sterilization, not made any better by vicious marks left behind by the scavenging critters that helped themselves to the feast. At least, until they either had the sense to retreat or became part of the macabre meal themselves. It's now nearly noon after another hour of marching. No more necromantic cores. No zombies. No zombie dragons. No spectral undead trying to poison our minds and bodies as we head inward. But there is a mansion, one that is built in the style of the plantations of the antebellum era, 3 stories high, made entirely of wood so far as I can tell, definitely made without regard for modern building codes. And I don't see any evidence that the structure has been built to accommodate electricity or internet, or even basic plumbing, for that matter. I doubt this structure has been here for long, Chloe says. I look at the numerous fresh stumps that dot the area immediately surrounding the mansion. It's such a stark contrast with the natural state of the forest elsewhere within this domain. And, loath though I am to say it aloud, I have my suspicion about what the lord of this manor is. I slice off several branches of a nearby tree, then, with a dagger from my inventory, begin whittling down one end of each to a nice, fine point. Add in a rudimentary durability glyph and a tiny ether absorption apparatus, something that doesn't take all that long, and I have some wooden stakes. Perhaps an unnecessary precaution, but if my suspicion is correct, I'll feel a lot better having them later. Chloe takes one for herself before I'm able to put it away. She drops her wand into the pouch at her side, gripping the wooden shaft like a makeshift spear despite its general lack of offensive prowess. She's still a couple of levels away from unlocking her own inventory, but the way she grips onto the stake reveals the anger that continues to bubble beneath the surface of her otherwise calm facade. Neither of us say the V word aloud or even silently through our bond, but we're both thinking it as we approach. The colony of a few thousand bats of various sizes dangling from the nearby trees and eaves of the manor only serve to confirm our suspicions. If they try to reason with us, what do we do? I ask. Are we going to hear them out? Or is it stake first and ask questions later? I so badly want to excise this threat once and for all. But if they want to talk, I think we have to talk first, even if it is ultimately going to end in battle. She renews her Saintess's cloister upon both of us, charging me up with just under 10,000 points of damage prevention. I'll follow your lead on this, Chloe. I give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, causing her to smile briefly. We make our way up the creaky wooden steps leading to the front porch. Creaky by design, it's the best of alarms. And if the lord of this dark domain weren't already aware of our presence, they sure as the nine hells are now. Nevertheless, Chloe steps forward with unwavering determination, and I follow suit, feet on the ground to hide our flight capabilities. With no need to knock, and certainly no need to wait for an open invitation, we stroll into the antechamber. A rather quaint sitting room, with a few crudely constructed rocking chairs and a desk of some sort. No upholstery or cushioning pillows or really anything else that might provide comfort, which lends credence to my earlier conjecture that this domain sprouted up quite recently. I scan the area, though it proves difficult. Here, in the center of the darkened land, especially away from the windows, the violet miasma is dark and thick enough that it obfuscates not just our optical sight, but the supernatural senses Chloe and I have developed over the past several months. It's not impenetrable to either, but it's hazy and faint, like trying to peer out into the distance with only faint candlelight to guide one's eyes. The sound of more steps follows, causing both of us to freeze and draw our weapons. Before us is a stairway leading to the second story, and a humanoid individual with stunning, jet-black hair descends toward us. It's polite to knock before entering a woman's home, the figure says, her voice melodious, a pleasing and harmonious timbre accompanying. I don't move, but Chloe only grips her elm stake that much tighter. Who are you? Chloe asks. And are you the one responsible for all this? The woman laughs. And what if I am? Stop, Chloe says, holding back her anger. But only just. The woman struts down the staircase with grace and elegance. Well, aren't you a cute little thing? I dare say that I'm a bit taken. She turns her glare from Chloe to me. And you look mighty exquisite as well. You can't have her, Chloe says, firing a piercing beam at the woman. She's mine, the woman, whose bright, cherry red lips, pointed ivory fangs, and ominous onyx hair are now on full display. Giggles as she brushes off Chloe's attack. A little feisty, are we? That's just fine. I'm sure that you two can be persuaded. Who are you? I ask, cutting in. And what are you doing here? Are you the one responsible for this miasma that's causing the forest to wither and die? That's a lot of questions, Blondie. And it's impolite to ask for a woman's name without first offering your own. You may call me Sarah, I say. I'm not sure if vampires do anything wonky with true names like some of the fae of folklore are said to. But I'm not keen to find out. I warn Chloe of the same. Kara, Chloe says, if you need. The woman smiles, baring her canines. Scarlet, she curtsies, revealing her pale right leg, as well as the scintillating black cocktail dress with a side cut that effectively goes all the way to the top of her hip. Definitely a case of putting the vamp in vampire. As for your other questions, she continues, I am the one responsible for this miasma. As for why, you have to understand, of course, that being deathly allergic to sunlight isn't all fun and games. I'm either stuck in a coffin in a tiny room for half the day, defenseless and vulnerable to any would-be hunter seeking a name for themselves. That, or I take my life into my own hands and I create my own little sanctuary to call home. And the necromancy, the army of the undead that tried to attack us. You can't expect a defenseless girl to live out here all alone without some sort of defenses. I can't be everywhere at once, and sometimes a girl has her needs. What assurances can you give us that you won't try to spread this miasma further? I ask. Of course I'm going to spread this further. I plan to build an entire sanctuary for my kind, where we can be safe and protected from this vile Daystar. And I doubt you'll change your mind on this. To preserve human settlements and peace, Scarlet shakes her head. I will offer you a proposal, both of you. I could use a couple of cold bodies to deaden the place up. You're offering to kill us like it's a good thing, Chloe says. You must be mad. I'm offering to turn you. Think about it. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to see the two of you are a lot closer than just friends. You might be thinking that you're young and invincible, and that you'll live forever. But one day, age will start to get the better of you, and death will one day take one of you and drive the other into despair. Now, imagine what I'm offering you. Instead of growing older and eventually succumbing to the sands of time, you two will get to live here, together forever. You'll never grow old, you'll maintain your youthful appearance and vitality forever. Chloe hardens her glare, concentrating holy energy in her hands. Maybe a bit more to sweeten the deal. Then, I know. You two are also quite the sight for sore eyes and lips. If you're ever down for a third in bed, well, color me interested. I promise I know a few tricks that can drive a woman mad with pleasure. And I'll teach them to you both if you want. She extends her right hand out, wriggling fingers in a rather suggestive manner. And if you two aren't interested, I swear on my honor as the lady of the house that neither I nor anyone else will ever interfere in your relationship. I'm sorry, I say. We have a mission to carry out, people on the outside we care about, things we need to do back home. I can't accept your offer. Chloe shakes her head. I'm sorry, Scarlet. But I agree with Sarah on this one. I can't abide by that offer either. Is that your final answer? She asks. It is. We say in unison, taking one another's hands. Scarlet takes a long, deep breath. I see. I was hoping you would accept my offer voluntarily. Her fingernails extend outward into long, dagger-like claws, causing my nethers to wince. But I can't brook such impolite guests. Not after they've trampled upon my land, destroyed my pets, and barged into my house without so much as a knock upon the door. Whether in a body bag or as a vampire, you won't be leaving my home alive. 3.69 Scarlet, Vampire's Assassin. Scarlet charges at Chloe with a speed I hadn't expected for the well-dressed seductress. Chloe, meanwhile, proves that she's been investing more than a few points into her own speed stat, deftly dodging both the thrust of the vampire's claws and the bite to the neck which follows. She attempts to counter with the stake in her hand, but Scarlet bats it away with an open palm, a wooden stake, a little quaint, don't you think? I fire a light elemental ether bullet toward the woman, but again fail to find purchase before our adversary's swift movements. I launch a second attack, then a third, then a fourth, each of which is swatted away or evaded by mere millimeters. Damn, she's tough. You'll have to be a little quicker than that, Scarlet calls out, firing a beam of crimson energy. Thanks to Archangel's gaze, I'm able to sidestep it, as well as the follow-up claw attack aimed right at my heart. I leap over a rocking chair behind me before switching to a pair of fire elemental ether bullets. Even if I can't score a direct hit on the vampiress, at least I should be able to generate some flames, and with them, some heat and light that will work to my favor. This time Scarlet doesn't evade. She catches each of my blasts in the palm of her hand. My intent seems to have had merit. My execution, on the other hand, is woefully lacking. And Scarlet is definitely the strongest creature we've faced to this point. This fact proven by a direct impact from Chloe's scouring light upon her back. An attack that by all rights should have disintegrated the undead monster from the world. Instead, it merely sizzles her dress and leaves her hair somewhat ruffled. "You damn bitches!" she cries out. Her attacks are faster and more numerous than before, but they're clumsy and blatantly telegraphed. Her lunges are wide and arcing. Her every claw is preceded by a long wind-up. And her creativity is lacking. She shows none of the finesse of Serena's carefully choreographed attacks or Zethira's honed brutality. No, this is the blunt force of a woman who has crushed every battle she's faced to this point with innate vampiric power and effortless ease. Having not honed this power, she's finding her strength unable to defeat the two of us. I continue to dodge Scarlet's attacks, feigning weakness, pretending that I'm being pushed back. I allow her to feel that she's closing the gap, that her next strike will be the one which connects. All to make sure Scarlet doesn't get enraged and start using something Chloe and I can't prepare against. And all while Chloe's hands are clasped as if in prayer, her silent chant filling the manse with the tapestry of her sanctuary spell. "Why can't I hit you?" Scarlet cries out. She's attacking from various directions, using the shadows to disguise her movements. She's even managed to create a couple of doppelgangers out of the miasma. They share her physical appearance, but each holds only a tiny sliver of the woman's ferocious strength and colossal pool of ether, making them all easy to ignore. Finally, I give her the satisfaction of a glancing blow, one stronger than I'd expected. The strike across my left forearm, draining nearly 700 points from the Saintess's cloister. She gives me a contemptuous smirk as I again allow her to puncture my barrier in the back of my palm. Another 400 points drained, just over 8,700 remaining. More importantly, her confidence is returning. Her attacks remain vicious, her glee hidden. And I do my best impression of a woman struggling under the pressure of an intense battle, all while hiding my true goals to delay and distract for just a few more seconds. It's a strange sensation, and even more difficult mentally, to have to go out of my way to overpower my combat instincts to get hit in the midst of battle. And the difficulty is made that much more difficult because I have to channel my inner thespian to play a convincing charade, something which I'm surprised is actually working against such a cunning foe. Then again, in pantomiming the role of the crouching fool and hidden badass, it might well be me who ends up with egg on her face at the end of the fight. Scarlet aims a punch infused with violet, vampiric energy square at my chest. She lunges forward as I step back, infusing her other hand with the same fell light. Each blow is that much stronger and sharper, and now, I truly am being put on the defensive. But I have one more trick up my sleeve. I'll have to make it count. I spare a tiny bit of focus upon Chloe. Her lips are moving at a quickened pace, reciting the long incantation that, together with the knowledge contained within her spell, will unleash a hallowed sanctuary upon this desecrated land. It's taking longer than normal. To be expected, considering she needs to overpower a powerful sorceress. And, now that I think about it, that might be why Scarlet hasn't done anything more than attack me with physical attacks enchanted by a bit of magic. Most of her willpower is being taxed, trying to keep her dark energy in place as Chloe's magic seeks to unravel it. I hesitate, suffering a glancing blow to my cheek. 4,186 points remaining on my Saintess's cloister. What's the right course of action? Do I continue to stall as per my original plan, hoping that Chloe can break through the vampiress's will? Or do I press the attack, trying to break her concentration so Chloe can do exactly that? The problem with that, of course, is that I'll tire myself out and be susceptible to being overwhelmed myself. To get chances for an attack, one must necessarily give the opponent windows to do the same back. I decide I'm going to switch to offense. I sidestep Scarlet's next attack as I finalize Luminous Barrier in the forefront of my mind. She shifts her hand, attempting to slap me again. Her movements are too clumsy, and I'm able to avoid the attack. She grits her teeth, baring her fangs. All that bravado, and all you can do before me is struggle. You don't even have the sense to retreat and try to live to fight another day. Perhaps you're still tempted by my offer from earlier. Will you to reconsider? If so, I would be more than willing to overlook your transgressions to this point. Her words are laced with a sickening honey. Her eyes, red as befitting her name, glow. No doubt she's attempting to use the transfixing gaze many vampires are known for. My fears are confirmed as a foreign presence wades through my mind with all the subtlety of a sticky, gooey tentacle rubbing its slobbery appendage all over my brain, probing around, prodding and observing. Tasting, observing, waiting to strike. It sickens me. But Chloe's enchanting calm, her radiant beauty, the love we share, the angelic bond we both share. It all focuses me, reminds me of who I'm protecting and why I'm fighting. Scarlet is strong. Yes, but I have nearly 300 points of mind after factoring in the benefits from Chloe's Saintess's blessing. A number that most creatures under level 80 are going to be hard-pressed to overcome, especially when the battle is in my mind, where my will is supreme. I will not succumb to this temptress's attempts at hypnotism. I let her will sink in ever so slightly. Then, like a bowstring force taut, I let the pent-up mental energy spring forward with everything I have, chucking her undead clothes out of my mind. Her physical body staggers. I don't give her a second to rebound. I release luminous barrier, filling the darkness with light it can't fully occlude. A radiant sea of golden light burns through the miasma, tearing at the spell she's been maintaining through it all. Scarlet shrieks, the radiance starting to have an effect upon her. Her skin sizzles and smoke wisps out of her hair and skin. Her mouth opens wide, 32 razor-sharp teeth lunging forward in a last-ditch effort to destroy my spell. Chloe's sanctuary finally activates. Royal curtains spread out through the antechamber and the rest of Scarlet's manse like dawn cascading upon the horizon. Scarlet herself falls to the ground, writhing and clutching her body as the necromantic forces which hold her undead form together begin to unravel. Despite it all, I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for her. I don't know if she was always here, only awakening to her vampire heritage when the system arrived, or if she was a necromancer who decided to test her dark arts upon herself. Or maybe she's just a construct of the system, placed here to test humanity. I consider that least likely, but impossible, considering how so many of the other monster attacks seem to be mere tests for us to overcome. Motivation to continue along, dancing to the invisible strings of the system's infernal machinations. Scarlet looks at me with a mixture of sadness and anger. A single word uttered from her lips. "Why?" she asks. I turn my attention away as her body fades away. The miasma all around the manse is dissipating, and warmth and sunlight are returning to what was once her dominion. The trees and other signs of life aren't sprouting back, but at least, in time, now they can reclaim the area. The sun pierces through the window at my side, burning the small cloud of mist into which the vampiress's body had become, and then, with a solemn moan, her presence is completely gone. You have purged Scarlet Nova, Vampiress Assassin level 49. You have gained a boosted 144,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 52. Strength come 1, Speed come 1, Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. I assign all 4 points to my speed stat this time around. It's a bit unconventional, considering that it has remained my most neglected stat, but it was the one most critical in the fight against Scarlet. And what's more, Archangel's Gaze gives a further buff to my agility based on my speed stat. This was what allowed me to dodge, at least partially, all of her attacks. It's not nearly as flashy as my mind and the glyph casting it empowers, as critical to staying alive as my vitality, or as glamorous as my strength. But I need to come to terms with the fact that damage avoided is much better than damage absorbed, and much better than damage healed after the fact. Your Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage Rank V has upgraded to Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage Rank VI. Your Intermediate Glyph Manifestation Rank 7 has upgraded to Intermediate Glyph Manifestation Rank 8. Your Glyph Casting Rank 24 has upgraded to Glyph Casting Rank 25. Your Glyph Casting skill has reached its maximum level. Please assign free stat points remaining. These extra points are slotted 1 each into my strength and speed, for the same basic reasoning as above. My high vitality and mind are paying dividends with every level, and now it's time to balance things out. Maximum health increases by vitality X to come current level come ran 1, 3 equals to 160. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals to 105 level. 52 experience to 1,486,525 to next 162,880 current stats health 7,327 7,993 ether 1,843 5 current stats strength 143 base 73 speed 145 base 74 vitality 200 to base, 103, mind, 298 base. Your Angel's Grace rank V has upgraded to Angel's Grace rank VI. By the time I've finished processing my level, the dark fog surrounding the area is almost completely gone. The temperature both inside and out is warming rapidly, a breeze of fresh air carrying with it the heat of the summer afternoon. And the eerie quiet that permeated Scarlett's home begins to fill again with the myriad sights and smells and sounds of life. Chloe steps up to join me, sidling into the embrace of my arm as we step out of the chamber and onto the front porch. It's so bright that I squint and wince involuntarily, my eyes needing a moment to adjust to the sudden change of lighting. "Do you still think we did the right thing?" I ask. She was a vampire, but she had thoughts and feelings, and Chloe shakes her head. "We don't know that. For all I know about intelligent undead, their emotions are just a fabrication designed to prey on our human emotions and take advantage of us when our guard is down. But that doesn't matter either way. What does matter to me is that she threatened the lives of the people we love. She refused to negotiate. She tried to turn both of us into undead against our will. She even used mind control on you. I felt that through our bond. And she had decided before she launched the first attack that she planned to trap and kill us both, one way or another. Once she did that, we had every right to defend ourselves." I nod at Chloe's words, but this time, it's my turn to wonder if her morality is aligned with my own. By a certain logic, I died. My artificial soul reincarnated in a new human body in a new world. Could I be considered a type of undead? From a certain point of view, and if not, where is the distinction? Ultimately, it's something I ponder on silently as we take to the sky, ready to report back on a successfully completed mission. Announcement: the next chapter will be posted at 6:07 p.m. CDT UTC to 5. The chapter after that will be posted at 6:05 a.m. CDT. And we will have daily chapters after that. 3.70 Magical Prowess of Vampire. Nicholas says from within his office. "You mean to tell me that the cause of that blight was a level 49 vampire that was attempting to build a massive domain of dark energy with which to house countless more of her kind?" "Yes," Chloe says. "We detected and destroyed 2 objects which the system dubbed as necromantic cores. I'm not sure if they were merely some sort of device animating the undead, or if they also had some secondary purpose having to do with manipulating the dark energy surrounding the area. We didn't investigate further after defeating Scarlet. The energy had already dissipated, and we thought it was better to report in and let some surveyor or tactician with the appropriate reconnaissance and investigation skills take over from there." Nicholas takes a long sigh, rubbing his temples with his head lowered. His posture, sitting behind his desk, is one I've seen on teachers more than a few times. The look of someone utterly exhausted, who has long since stopped giving a shit about literally anything and just wants to collapse unconscious. I'd like to say that the cause of such looks of despair isn't usually me, but, especially since the system's arrival, it has been more times than I will openly admit. "You did well," he says, with the benefit of hindsight, knowing that the threat was undead in nature. "I can confirm that I was absolutely correct to request the best healer in the state and her partner handle this mess. There'll be plenty more headaches and paperwork ahead for me, having to organize a team and head out there to ensure that we won't be dealing with more of the same 2 or 3 or 6 months from now. But that is my responsibility as the sub-commander of the armed forces stationed here, not yours. Now, as for our reward for a completed mission, I say, to the point as always, Ms. Mortensen. First off, while I intend to honor our agreement in full, a sum of 7.0 will be paid to each of your bank accounts on file in 7 to 10 business days or so. Knowledge of skill books might be an open secret among those in the know, but it's better for a lot of individuals if we don't formally acknowledge their existence. Consider the payment to be half accounting measures to keep the bean counters at the dot happy, and half hush money. And where is that money coming from, I ask? You don't want to know about the off-budget funding that I have access to. I glare, but relent a couple seconds later. I still don't like either him or the situation, but I see it as a case of finding areas for mutual benefit. As for the remainder of our deal, he opens up a drawer behind his desk, pulling out 4 small books, each about the size of a large cell phone. Each of them has a picture of a pair of wings on them, although they're each of slightly different shape, shade, and thickness. Each of you may pick one of the 4. None of my soldiers have been able to make use of them. And I suspect that, like before, the 2 of you can use them better than we can. You wouldn't happen to be selling these, would you? I ask. I believe it was you who said that we couldn't rely on doctrines of non-proliferation to control the spread of ethertech, and so needed to spread the knowledge and information widely so people can protect themselves. Or was that another blonde-haired, blue-eyed angel named Seraphina living in our city? Regardless of whether you still believe in your words from last month, my responsibility, as it always has been, lies in maintaining the security and safety of both the soldiers and the civilians in my area of jurisdiction. I doubt your friend Zachary is any more discriminating about who he sells his wares to either. Indeed, I say, a bit of displeasure hidden as best I'm able. I grab the book on the far left, as Chloe takes the one second from the right. No particular reason that I can vocalize, but I feel a gentle pull from it, as though it's subconsciously calling to me. Chloe suggests the same is true for her through our bond. The 2 of us make our way out of the Central Command building, where, surprisingly, we're met by a familiar face. One which seems a lot less grouchy than I've come to expect of it. Seraphina. Chloe, Jackie says. Somehow, the martial artist or whatever her new class name is has gotten even more buff. She's absolutely ripped, looking like a hybrid between an elite MMA fighter and a female bodybuilder. In her navy blue outfit, a cross between a military uniform and a G, she looks like she could kick ungodly amounts of ass, whether with modern weapons, the martial weapons of centuries long past, or her bare fists, if need be. Hello, Jackie, Chloe says. I offer my hand. Neither of us says a word. It was always going to be awkward between the 2 of us. She still resents me for not working with the military to build weapons for them back right after our first expedition back in March. I can't blame her for that, knowing that the grief over the loss of her partner was still raw upon her. At the time, I blamed the ineffectiveness of the same and the police for the death of my mother. Maybe I still do a little, but time has started to heal those wounds, at least a little. Seconds pass before she tepidly takes it, as she stammers, struggling to form words. I know, I say. We nod in unison. I feel a mutual understanding as our eyes meet and our handshake firms up. She and I are both prideful women, though some might say obstinate or pig-headed instead. Neither of us feels any desire to compromise our ideals or apologize for our actions. She feels I was in the wrong, and I was acting in a manner I thought was best at the time. My new path of spreading my ethertech principles broadly to the people, rather than just the military, is one more in line with her wishes. Although I don't think she's completely pleased with that choice, either. In short, I doubt either of us are going to be inviting the other to our birthday parties anytime soon. But at least that sundered relationship can now truly start to heal. Leaving again? She asks. Yeah, always more work to be done, I say. Knock him dead, Seraphina. Literally. If you need to. I smile as Chloe and I sprout our wings once more, taking to the sky once more. It's scorching in the late afternoon sky, and not until we're a good 2 miles away from base do I cautiously stash our skill books away into my inventory. The momentary flash of teal light hopefully not acting as too much of a beacon to anyone who might be tracking us from the surface. Damn, I'm so close, Chloe says. Only about 40,000 points away from hitting level 50. I giggle. Careful, Chloe. Keep that attitude up, and your mother might force us to break up. She'll say I'm being a bad influence on you, turning you into a battle junkie, just like me. Chloe stares at me with indignant eyes and jaw agape, and I was about to say that Scarlett's teasing was getting me all riled up, and how we'd need to relieve that tension later this afternoon, but now, I'm thinking I might need to go on a solo mission instead. Well, maybe I'll have to do the same then. I respond with a bit of a scoff. Although we probably should use these skill books before we have that sort of fun. The 2 of us sit down on the couch in the upstairs sitting room. There's still a bit of tension between Chloe and me from our earlier conversation, but it's marked by plenty of softness and levity. We share a kiss that I had intended to be brief, but ends up dragging on far longer than planned, by both of our enthusiastic insistences, of course. Once recomposed and a more appropriate mindset, I pull the 2 skill books out of my inventory and lay them on the table. I had hoped Against all frustration to the contrary, that doing so would have been an end around to getting around my lack of an identify skill. The skill does allow me to, well, inventory the items I store within that space, and provides a brief description of everything contained within. But the books in question are merely identified as Skill Book, Angel, and Skill Book, Saintus, respectively. At least the system was kind enough to confirm that the books will be useful to our respective classes. Tension grips me as I open up the one I selected before, the one marked as Skill Book, Angel in my inventory, and begin perusing its contents. Even though I've done this multiple times before, there's a certain sense of awe that comes over me as the encrypted glyphs dance around on their pages, swirling about like a mass of teal-colored snow swirling about. When last I used one such book, awakening to the power of Archangel's gaze, I felt a sense of discomfort wash over me, my mind and visual senses twisting and warping, learning how to perceive vision in all directions at once. This time, however, I feel no physical or mental discomfort. I feel focused, confident, self-assured, able to withstand all challenges before me. I feel a pressure that surrounds my being, filling me with the absolute essence of inspiration. A new mental impulse emerges a moment later, followed by a splitting headache that forces me to my knees. You have gained the class skill Hearken. Warning: you have exceeded the maximum number of skills available for this class, current 7, maximum 6. You will be unable to take any other actions until removing enough skills to close this gap. Through the pain, I glance at the class description for the new skill I've been offered, Hearken. The mere presence of the mechanical angel both inspires her allies and daunts her foes. At will, she may extend out an aura to a distance of up to level by 100 feet. All allies within the radius of her aura have all their stats increased by 20%. All enemies within that radius who cannot resist the effect are subject to the fear status condition, and seek to flee from the mechanical angel through any means. In addition, whether this effect is successful or not, the mechanical angel or disorients and disquiets enemy fighters, passively lowering their stats by 10%. Note 1. While multiple enhancement spells normally stack, Hearken does not stack with the effect of Angel's Grace cast by the same combatant. Only the greater effect applies. Note 2. Chance of applying fear to an enemy scales with the mechanical angel's level and mind stats relative to those of the enemy or enemies. Note 3. Either cost to maintain Hearken increases proportionately to the radius of effect. Well, it was nice knowing you, Trickshot. I don't regret developing or taking this skill in the slightest. It served me well, even when I wasn't actively using it, and early on, it was critical to properly using my ether bullets to their fullest extent. Now, however, it is easily the least effective and versatile of my skills, and the clear option to sacrifice to this effect. Confirm selection of Trickshot to be lost to gain class skill Hearken. Warning: once lost, this skill will need to be relearned through other means. If later regained, this skill's rank, if applicable, will revert to I. I pause for a moment or two, mostly just to be certain that I'm not overlooking something else critical. However, with the throbbing headache not otherwise subsiding, I go ahead and confirm the selection. As soon as I do, the headache ceases. It is replaced by a sensation of nausea no less intense. I rush downstairs, as Chloe is currently occupying the upstairs bathroom for the same reason. After working the excess mental load out and through the front door, thankfully, not the back, I make my way back upstairs, taking a seat next to my love. Did you get something good? Chloe asks me. I did, I respond, explaining the basics of how my skill works and trying it out throughout the room. What about you? Absolutely, Chloe responds. And I'll tell you all about it. 3.71 The Storm announcement are now on. Chapters will be daily at this time, synchronous with their release. I'm awakened at 1 in the morning by the sound of sirens blaring outside. My first thought concerns tornadoes. It's not the season when they're most prevalent, but around these parts, they can and do occur in every month of the year. The weather has been dry and hot all week, but that's never stopped an errant storm from moving in on any given summer evening. And that's before the system arrived. Now, there's no telling what sort of weather patterns are possible now that the system has changed the planet so much. And I can't assume that the cause is natural either. The Thunderbird we faced in the Tower Gauntlet acted more as a guardian and a trial to be overcome, rather than an antagonistic force to be slain. But there are other deities and spirits of thunder and storm out there. And most of them range from trickster at best to actively hostile and malicious. No need to get into the finer details of all of Zeus's contemptible actions in the Greek mythos. I don't think we're dealing with the work of a thunder god, but some sort of lesser spirit seems plausible. Chloe rouses from her slumber a moment later, rubbing her eyes as she stretches about. Should we go get in the closet? She messages as she lets out a cute moan. I don't know. If it's just an ordinary storm, we should seek shelter. But if it's something more dangerous, we should go help. Chloe picks up her phone and starts typing with preternatural speed. In the meantime, I drag our equipment out of my inventory and begin to don my armor. I still don't know what we need to do, but I reason it's best to be prepared to fight. Should the worst come to pass, Chloe, Sarah, Mrs. Jacobs calls out. The tornado sirens are going off. Her voice is punctuated by a flash of light outside the bedroom window. Strangely, there's no patter of raindrops falling on the Jacobs residence just yet. So strange how this is an extremely localized phenomenon. Or it's moving extremely quickly, or worse. Chloe and I finish getting dressed and suited up within 20 seconds. We make our way down the stairs. Mrs. Jacobs has already cleared out the closet underneath them. Empty suitcases and cans of spare food and cleaning supplies now sprawled out into the dining area. Once she sees us, she wraps us both into her embrace before beckoning us inside. We oblige. All the while, Chloe is still on her phone, texting someone, Elena, perhaps, or maybe Nicholas. Mrs. Jacobs finally notices that we're both in our adventuring gear, and furrows her eyebrows. Her glare pointed on me specifically. Don't tell me you're actually planning to go out in this storm, she says. Just as she does, there's another clap of thunder that shakes the house. The heretofore absent cascades of water begin, tapping down on the roof with reckless abandon. Even a few thumps of hail fall from the sky. With Archangel's gaze, I'm able to peer out the nearest window. Just nickel-sized ones. Annoying, and more than a little unpleasant, but not the sort likely to cause a lot of major damage. That's what Chloe is trying to find out, I answer. If this is caused by a monster, then it's our responsibility to serve as this city's first line of defense. Your responsibility. Isn't it the responsibility of our first responders? I know, I say. I know you'll always see Chloe as your little girl, and me as much the same. This is your way of trying to protect us, right? Mrs. Jacobs nods. Her expression still stern, but right now, Chloe and I are two of the strongest people in the city, with the barest hint of mental woe. I hearken the closet and immediate surroundings. It doesn't work very well, seemingly because it requires my exerting willpower through my voice. But when I speak aloud, telling her, you can feel that, right? It takes effect, if only just barely. That soft warmth. She shakes her head, her eye momentarily flickering over to the corner of her vision, reading and quickly dismissing a system notification. You just cast some sort of magic spell. I activated a new skill of mine. When fully utilized, it can turn the tide of an entire battle between massive armies. Mrs. Jacobs sighs. No matter how many times the two of you go off into the world, it never gets any easier, having to let go. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs. Really. I look at her with bemusement. Did I say something wrong? Not wrong, exactly. It's just, you're dating my daughter. Practically engaged to her, living under my roof, and yet, it's always Mrs. Jacobs this and Mrs. Jacobs that. Don't you think it's time to stop addressing me so formally? Then, Chloe's phone dings, and she immediately cuts us off. I just got word from Alana. They've confirmed that whatever is responsible for the weather, it's definitely not natural. They're still investigating the exact phenomenon responsible, but they're scrambling all soldiers in the area and preparing for a citywide clash. Sarah, Mrs. Jacobs says. I'll make sure to protect Chloe, I say. And I know I don't say this often enough, but I want to make sure that I properly thank you for everything that you've done for us. Alicia. Stay safe out there, Alicia says. I know you're strong. You might even be the strongest in the city, maybe even the whole world for all I know. But being strong doesn't mean you're invincible. If it gets too dangerous, I want you both to promise me that you will retreat. The storm will pass one day. Our homes can be rebuilt, honor reclaimed. If that's something you care about. Sarah, but lives lost can never be restored. I understand, I say. Chloe and I both give Alicia a hug. Then we share a glance at each other. Far faster than Olympic sprinters in pre-system days, we're out the door, locking it behind us. The midnight sky is illuminated only by the light pollution creeping up from above. A few giant searchlights and hundreds of thousands, nay millions of house lights, street lights, and other artificial illumination points. A testament to how far humans have tamed our surroundings. The wind and hail make flying difficult. The rain is fierce, seeping into my clothing. Thank the goddesses that it's summer yet still warm enough, even in the dead of night, that hypothermia is more of a long-term concern. There are no physical signs of what is approaching. Even Archangel's gaze is picking up nothing within its range. But I feel a deep sense of foreboding from deep within. It might not be over the city just yet, but it will be, and soon. With no other obvious place to go, we decide to head back to the same base where we'd met Nicholas earlier, where we'd been stationed as auxiliary forces for a time. It's the largest concentration of high-level combatants in the city, where Harkin and Chloe's Saintess's sanctuary can do the most good. If we have no chance to flee or win and do make a final stand, that is the unequivocal best place to do so. We arrive 3 minutes later. Floodlights are illuminating the base at full blast. Soldiers in full uniform, augmented by whatever gear they have on their person. None that I can see are utilizing an inventory, which doesn't surprise me. I doubt anyone else present is over level 50. Not even. My musing is interrupted by the big man himself, his heavy Slavic accent recognizable even within the maelstrom whipping up all around. Seraphina, Chloe, is that you? Alexei asks. You have changed so much in such a short time. I hardly recognize the two of you anymore. It's good to see you too, Alexei, I say. I wasn't keen on facing whatever awaits us. I'm still not excited, but I feel a bit more at ease knowing that you're here as well. You took the words right out of my mouth. Chloe, meanwhile, has walked right over to the center of the common area. Her eyes are closed and her mouth has begun silently chanting her spell. Not her Saintess's sanctuary, although it would provide numerous benefits. No, this is her new skill, Binding Soul Chain, as she had explained to me yesterday evening. This spell uses her vast reservoirs of ether and spiritual energy to form golden chains that restrict an enemy, greatly restricting their movement capacity and their agility. The perfect weapon to ensnare and defeat creatures that rely on their high speed to evade attacks against them. Or, from another perspective, a way to imprison enemies temporarily without having to resort to killing them. That's certainly in keeping with her general mindset. Undead creatures aside, I'm not sure why she's casting that particular spell. Maybe it's some sort of gut feeling she has. If she thinks that's how best to use her abilities, I won't try to convince her otherwise. I trust her at the deepest, most fundamental level, angelic bond or not. So, what do you think we're dealing with? Another familiar face asks. I'm not sure. Anna, I tell the fire evoker, or whatever her class is now. Despite the pouring rain, her hair and skin remain completely dry, a warm golden aura emanating off her. With each breath she takes, radiant heat escapes her, causing the water drenching my own clothing to sizzle away and evaporate even faster than new water pelts me. I am a little envious on that account. Not nearly enough to want to change classes to become a fire evoker, but the passive radiance she exudes is pleasant. Seems like even our tacticians and technicians are getting jammed by whatever this is. She says, radar isn't picking up anything but the rain and hail. Last time I checked. We just have to do the same thing we always do. Adjust, adapt, and overcome. Anna nods before strolling off to her own position within the formation. We don't have to wait long. Barely half a minute passes before I begin to spot creatures of pure white descending from within the blackened storm clouds. With a crackle of thunder that lights up the entire city, they bellow forth, whinnies and neighs trumpeting the arrival of flying equines by the thousands. It's as if the heavens have seen us, and have come to express their displeasure with our actions to this point. Soldiers, Alexei calls out into the crowd, heed now my words, on this fateful morning. Forces beyond our station have come to sentence us to annihilation. They want nothing less than to break us, to destroy all that we have worked so hard to preserve and protect. But we have rebuffed every challenge to this point, and we will not succumb today. We are going to fight. We are going to protect. and we are going to overcome. A surge of energy flows through me, one that I've felt before. Seems that, much like Stefan, Alexei has chosen a command and support class now that he's long since passed his first class change. Only, for whatever reason, his skill is a bit stronger than that the stalwart swordsman, and is on par with my own. You are affected by rally cry. Vitality and mind are increased by 30% for 47 minutes remaining, 0:46. I flare out Hearken, extending it to a radius of 1,000 feet. It doesn't quite cover the entire field, but it should at least cover the people nearest me. More importantly, it's a second, silent buffing effect affecting a mass of soldiers. And I've learned not to underestimate the effect morale has on the field of battle. Knowing that there are so many powerful soldiers with such broad skills will keep confidence high, preventing the fear effects the opponents might have. As I finish, a massive surge of lightning collects. Larger and larger, like the iron cannon on a spaceship, straight out of a sci-fi novel. And it's aimed right at us. I sighed. Chloe was right, as she usually is. And it's our responsibility to buy her the time to bring the titanic creature behind it to heal. Seraphina happy 200 chapters. All y single quotes alls. 3.7 to Titanic Battle Seraphina. I wasn't sure how I could cut this into two, so enjoy a double-length chapter today. I'm not sure what sort of a beast could produce a surge of lightning so intense. Hell's below. I don't know what sort of beast could grow so large. We've fought large creatures before, the Brachiosaur that attacked a few months ago being the most prominent among them. Several of the slimes and oozes we've faced were quite large as well, but those creatures were merely house-sized, even if the house in question was more of a giant mansion. But this, colossal, titanic, gargantuan, I'm not sure that any of these words really do it justice. It extends at least 1,000 feet into the air. Considering where the crescendoing coalescence of electrical energy is gathering, definitely a Kaiju-class creature. More pressingly, considering its size and strength, we're probably looking at a creature with at least 6 digits of health. Hopefully not more than 6, or we might lose by sheer attrition alone. I raise my left arm, launching multiple non-elemental ether bullet barrages into the first wave of flying hippocamps, though the gale force winds attempt to knock my attacks off course. The size of the concussive bursts and the sheer volume of the attacking monsters ensure that more of my attacks hit home than miss, if not always their intended target. I'm not the only one attacking with ranged attacks. Anna lobs a flaming sphere toward the descending horde, and Jackie follows up with a basketball-sized sphere of blue energy that explodes into a mass the size of a tennis court, which briefly outshines the floodlights down below. Hundreds of mundane machine guns, some enchanted with rudimentary glyph, and enchanted arrows by the dozens, follow suit, and Alexei, the imposing, grizzled warrior that he is, leaps into the air with a titanic roar that shakes the ground below. He throws a single punch so fast I can hardly track it, and with enough power behind it to briefly invert the winds and slam right through his target. A second roar follows, and I realize that he's using one of his skills to draw enemy aggression to him. A wise strategy. Chloe and I can fly, as can a few others I see launching themselves with plumes of flame and gusts of wind. But most of the soldiers are ground-bound, and drawing our flying foes to the surface is the best way to eliminate their intrinsic advantage. Through it all, Chloe remains lost in the incantation of her spell. The ether flow around her is massive and continues to build further. Through our bond, I sense her unwavering resolve, twice bolstered further by my and Alexei's skills. She's waiting, watching, sensing the entire battlefield. We can't see or hear what each other is perceiving through each other's senses unless we actively send those sensations to one another. But she is always passively gaining information about my mood and general status. Just as I am with her. She senses my triumphs, feels my pain, surprise, joy, or any other. And her mind, as a pure caster, is even higher than my own, corresponding to a frankly ridiculous ability to multitask and process information. Enough that, even as she maintains the focus for binding soul chains, she's still able to throw out heals and curing lights to soldiers as soon as they suffer critical injuries. I take to the skies, my teal wings glowing as I ascend. I extend the range of my Harken from 1,000 feet to 3,000. My ether-S consumption rate is proportionately higher to compensate, but with nearly 6,000 points to spare, it'll still last for several minutes. Not a long time compared with the battles of yore, but a small eternity in a clash between superhuman forces. Being kicked and charged and bitten by flying horsefish hybrids in the midst of a hailstorm has never before been my idea of a fun time. But defending the woman I love, the people I care about, the city I grew up in, and the world and universe I've sworn to protect. Those are all burdens I proudly bear. Spurts of fire elemental ether bullet barrages fill the sky. Having tested out every option, these seem the most effective against the equine beasts. Light and wind elemental attacks also work well, although the latter of those has an accuracy issue amidst the storm, but the damn water evokers are undoing our hard work. A fact I pieced together as a waterspout slams into one of the creatures near death. For a moment, I'm stunned that the creature is still moving. Then my bewilderment turns to shock as its movements become stronger and the numerous injuries scattered throughout its body mend and stitch themselves back together in the span of tenths of a second. So bizarre. Seeing how elemental absorption healing works like that, stop all water-based attacks. I cry out, not sure how many people can hear me between the screams of battle, the thunderous claps all about, and the auditory signatures of various skills and spells being launched. I hope I don't have to resort to going around, knocking out the dozen or so water evokers one by one, but I will to prevent them from inadvertently aiding the enemy, bit by bit. We're slowly winnowing down the ranks of the hippocamps. However, the fear effect of my Harken skill is proving a problem, in a roundabout way. Alexi's skills allow him to serve as an indomitable wall. Some increase his vitality and overall toughness, but most are dedicated to drawing enemy aggression toward him and away from others. My skill, on the other hand, is causing about a quarter of the monsters to flee from the battle altogether. Not itself a bad thing, but every monster that doesn't attack us is one that's free to overrun the flimsier defenses further toward the center of the city. A problem that diminishes considerably as a blade of pure white cuts through the natural darkness, severing through one of the flying beasts and killing it in an instant. A second blade of light, only slightly dimmer than the first, follows suit. 3 other fighters I don't recognize, armed with considerably less luminous weapons, also fly from the east, dispatching their own beasts, though with substantially more effort. I breathe a sigh of relief as I ignite the fur coat of another hippocamp. Alan's group might not be numerous, but having even this many more capable reinforcements is a welcome sight in the midst of battle. But before there's a chance to celebrate, or even catch our breath, the lumbering lightning Caillou stops moving. The surge of electrical energy building in the massive cavity in the middle of its chest is compressing. Tighter, brighter, ever more powerful. A single beam designed to destroy an entire city. And I don't think I can stop it. I charge forward, flaring out my Harken to its maximum range, readying my strongest repulsion-based spell to try to topple the creature. Maybe if I can get close enough and knock it off course, if only a little, I can see to it that the majority of the city is spared. Despair sets in as the compression reaches its maximum. I'm too late. Even as I sprint down with everything I have, using my maximum speed, throwing all caution and longevity to the wind, I'm still going to be half a second away when the blast comes. Worse still, I'm thrown off course by a burst of wind assailing me from behind. What the hell was that, I wonder? I didn't know there was some sort of wind spirit as well within the storm. Why didn't I sense it? What else am I missing? But my defeatist helplessness turns to relief as I notice the aquamarine beam shooting out from Nicholas's ether cannon. And for the second time, I'm forced to swallow my pride and acknowledge the wisdom he had in constructing the device. It makes contact with the core of the Titan's attack just as it begins to fire its annihilating beam. The two attacks annihilate each other with an explosion that blasts away all the rain in a cloud of intense heat and pressure. For a few moments that seem to stretch on far longer than they have any right to. Sound seems to stop. I don't feel the pain of a burst eardrum nor blood gushing out of my ear or anywhere else. So I have to assume that it means the attack was effective in culling the hordes to a significant extent. By some miracle, I don't sense anyone having been killed in that explosion. Although after my experiences with Black Hole some weeks back, I won't assume that the casualties were zero. And fortunately, the attack also failed to bring the Titan down. Injured. Angry, almost certainly. Filled with a resolve to stomp us specifically out of existence, but not dead. And that's a problem. The ether cannon is already charging again. I don't know its exact specifications or how long it will take down to the second, but comparing the ether released in that blast to the rate of accumulation, we're looking at 6 to 7 minutes for a full charge. That might as well be an eternity. No, this fight will be decided long before that happens. And I'm going to be the one to do it. Chloe, tell everyone that they're going to have to do without me. And let's get ready to bring the big guy down. Understood? Love. I'll be ready the moment you need me. With that, I pass beyond the 1 mile radius of our telepathy. Again, it's an odd and somewhat uncomfortable sensation, like I'm losing a piece of my mind. But I set the feeling aside, flaring my wings out and ascending up the behemoth's legs. I'm forced to constantly dodge. Although the creature doesn't shoot out lasers or electrical attacks from its pores, it is shedding millions of tiny scales, each of which does a not insignificant amount of damage when they hit. If they hit, thanks to the effect of Archangel's gaze helping me dodge the vast majority of them, it's barely 5 seconds before I'm at the site of its primary weapon, a large, parabolic cavity in the middle of its chest. So bizarre. Imagining what sort of processes led to the creation of such a beast. Is it even a living creature? Or is it an automaton? Or is it like me, some mixture of both? No matter. If it's alive, it can be killed, and if it isn't, it can still be broken. The creature roars, attempting to push me back through sheer pressure. I'm pushed back slightly, but I'm able to resist being flung like a ragdoll. Frustratingly, it's enough to push me out of the cavity, and since the attack is once again charging up, I'm unable to get back inside to where its weakness is likeliest to be. Damn it all. Damn my lightning vulnerability most of all. It's right as I'm cursing myself that I'm forced out of my way by a link of glowing golden chains flying straight toward me at high speed. Chloe's new skill lands right in the center of the building mass, causing it to instantly dissipate. The creature lumbers, falling to one knee with an impact that roars like thunder and shakes the entire city like an earthquake. It's not just me that seizes the opportunity Chloe has given us to bring the brute down for good. Alexei, along with nearly 100 other soldiers, starts charging over the base's fencing, roaring battle cries as they do. The hippocamps, though far fewer in number, continue to harangue us all. But morale is through the roof, and even painful and crippling blows are being shrugged off by the rallying soldiers. I focus myself on the strongest spell I feel I can reasonably cast, remembering my weapon from another timeline and vaguely recalling the glyphic patterns etched into the shaft and tip alike. I begin crafting my spell. Gravity remains difficult for me to manifest properly, but after my time in the tower, strengthening my willpower and skills alike, it is manageable. Wind and sharpness come next, the two linking together in a way that defies whatever I would have thought to be common sense before seeing it firsthand. It's also the first ray that can't be easily mapped onto a two-dimensional surface, as wind slots in best when linked in the normal direction relative to the mostly 2D gravity glyph. Once sharpness is added, the glyph that links very tightly to wind, hence the relatively common air blades and wind cutter style attacks. It's just a matter of connecting everything together and using a straightness glyph to form the shape of my spell into that of a spear. Everything locks into place and I scream out. My concentration is broken and the ray stored in the center of my mind falters as I'm slammed in the back by the Titan's right arm. Though its primary weapon is temporarily disabled, it seems that Chloe's magic can't restrain the behemoth completely. I dodge the follow-up attack and start trying to reform my spell ray. You got a plan while your girlfriend is doing all that? Jasmine asks. Yeah, but I need you all to buy me a little more time so I can form the circle again. A pair of hippocamps charge at me, taking advantage of my momentary dizziness. I raise my hand to shoot, only to have them punched out of the sky by a very angry master sergeant. You need us to deal with these bastards for you? Alexei asks. Morris, Wilson. You heard the woman. Time to give these sons of bitches all the hell we've got. Yes, sir. Alana and Jasmine say in unison, cleaving a path through the remaining monsters. And it's not just them. Alexei has no flight skill of his own, but he doesn't let that stop him, jumping from monster to monster and showing how vicious a pure strength-based fighter can be. Each of his attacks is sharp, gory, and utterly brutal, delivered with an unnerving ease before leaping off a dissolving carcass toward his next unsuspecting victim. I shoot down to more with a blaze of flame before recentering myself within my mind, trusting that all my comrades and allies can buy me the time I need to rebuild the circle. I block out all the pain and all the noise and all the fatigue, stitching together my array again, piece by agonizing piece. My concentration wavers and falters. Some temporary mental backlash likely sustained as my circle broke, and physical damage enough dealt to break the cloister protecting me. Even the hail and the winds are damaging me so close to the center of the Titan's fury, but I ignore them as well. I've still got just under 5,000 health, and I'll not succumb as long as I have a single point to my name. My rush to complete my spell is only exacerbated as I notice that Chloe's soul chains are starting to fade. Even she can't hold back such a Titan indefinitely. Her strength and will are both wavering, and I can feel the complex mix of mental resolve and love battle with fatigue and foreign will. And the cries of pain going through her. I grip my teeth and clench my fist. And it takes everything I have and am not to rush through the spell circle before it's finished. I know that she would never forgive me if I acted so self-sacrificing, losing a leg or an arm or maybe my head all to get the spell out a split second earlier. A spattering of blood emerges on my right arm as I'm bitten. It only lasts for an instant before it's lit aflame and then swiftly disintegrated by an attack from the ground. Thank the goddesses that the attacker had good aim or a skill to prevent friendly fire. You almost ready? Alanda's voice calls out. That thing is about to fire again. I need maybe 5 more seconds, I say, finalizing my circle and gathering the necessary ether from within the depths of my core. I'm going to need every scrap I can muster to properly power this. I don't think we have 5 seconds, Jasmine cries. Then we take them from this bastard by force, Alexei screams. With a roar that shakes the heavens, he launches himself off the nearest hippocamp and hurls himself headfirst toward the creature's right leg. He launches for consecutive punches in front of him, clearing the way and reducing their pressure, accelerating his fall yet further. And he's not the only one. Jackie is following closely behind, screaming with all the fury of a madwoman made manifest. Hundreds more follow, abandoning all pretenses of a prolonged, defensive struggle, for good or ill. They trust me or trust their special forces, who in turn trust me to do the most important part. And seeing how much they are depending on me fills me with a terrible resolve. I can't let them down. Sorry, Chloe, I mutter, even though we're outside of telepathy range. They attack the creature's legs and stomach and everywhere else. Alexei's attack is far from able to bring the creature down, but together with everyone else, they are staggering it, forcing it to utilize its array of defensive skills, distracting it, slowing its focus, and the buildup of energy in its primary attack array. They're giving everything they have to. I fly up as high as I can, getting face to face with the towering terror and getting a good look at it for the first time. And just as I'd expected before, it's a goddamn Godzilla ripoff, a bipedal lizard with tens of thousands of Seraphina-sized teeth. Towers over skyscrapers, fierce roars, the whole 9 yards. Time to send it back whence it came. With everything I have and my spell circle completed, I descend right into the creature's core, not letting wind nor hail nor the electrical impulses surrounding me and shocking my arm and wings slow me down. It hurts like hell, but it'd hurt far worse if I let the nearly 1 million people living here be slain by this monster. And so I fly inward, right into the disk that is rapidly building up electrical power, waiting until I get as close as possible before I unleash my attack. I have but one chance, but I won't miss. From this distance, I can't miss. I pull my arm back. A spear appears in my arm, one that appears to be made of the night sky and that shines with a galactic glow. The very fabric of space and time bender on it. Tearing at the muscles and connective tissue in my right hand, I wait, longer, right until I get right up to the focus of the Titan's disc. And then, in the instant before it fires its attack, I strike first, thrusting my spear with a roar of defiance. Nothing happens, then nothing happens again. Lights all around fade. Sounds go quiet. The roar of the beast high above is faint, distant. The cries of soldiers on the ground and hippocamps attacking all around are muted, as though muffled through hundreds of feet of water. Then the world goes silent, and the creature implodes from the effects of Gravelin's thrust. The air all around rushes inward toward a singularity that lasts only an instant. In the next instant, I'm thrown backward. My body is battered. My ether is down under 20. It's a struggle to maintain consciousness against the pain and the fatigue of battle. The hippocamps are rooted, flying off in every direction now that their accompanying titan is broken. And I need to wait. Need to see that notification. Need to stay awake just long enough to know that I killed the damn thing. That the people I've sworn to protect are safe and sound. I can't fly. I can hardly move. But I need to see the damn thing register as dead before my battered body hits the ground. 800 feet, and it's not dead. Then 600, 500. Damn it. Why isn't it dying? 300 feet, still not dead. Its body is torn off. Imploded from the waist down. How is it still registering enough life force for? Shit. All of this for that damn system. It's not until I'm a mere 70 feet above the surface, lower than even the tallest trees, that I finally see the notification that the fight is finally over. And then, before I die, before my consciousness expires, before I splatter against the concrete pavement beneath my feet, I trigger Seraphina over limit. I'm going to hurt like hell in about 2 minutes, once this effect expires. But at least I'm going to live through this. Just as I promised Chloe I would. Your party has slain 507 hippocamps levels from 43 to 46. You have gained a boosted 51,000 experience. Your party has slain a Titanic City Slayer level 59. You have gained a boosted 380,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 54 from 52. Strength Kung 2, Speed Kung 2, Vitality Kung 2, Mind Kung 2. Please assign free stat points remaining, continuing from before. I assign my points to strength and speed in equal measure. Though they didn't play an outsized role in this particular fight compared with my flashy glyph casting display at the end. The former helped me dispatch the hordes more easily, and the latter kept me alive long enough to do what I needed to do to win the fight. Your intermediate glyph manifestation rank 8 has upgraded to intermediate glyph manifestation rank X. Your Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage rank VI has upgraded to Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage rank 7. Your Angel's Grace rank VI has upgraded to Angel's Grace rank 7. Your Glyph Casting rank 25 has evolved to Multidimensional Glyph Casting rank I. Multidimensional Glyph Casting. One of a glyph caster's major breakthroughs comes from realizing that glyphs can be combined in ways that span more than a two-dimensional projection. But beware the curse of dimensionality. With vastly more possibilities to explore comes commensurably more danger and potential. Take this skill and delve into the next frontier of glyph casting. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level Ran 13 equals to 162. Maximum Ether increases by Mind current level Ran 0 to equals to 107. Level 54. Experience to 1,917,525 to next 121,185 current stats health 10,349 8,521 ether 9,474 6 current stats strength 258 base 79 speed 260 base 80 vitality 370 to base 105 mind 498 base 3.73 day breaks. I awaken back in a hospital bed, something which has now happened twice since the system arrived. Considering that was not even 4 months ago, that's twice more I would have ideally liked. There are a few devices beeping in the room, most prominently a heart rate and EKG machine strapped to my chest and a blood oxygen monitor strapped on my right hand. Now for drip or anesthetics or any other signs that I've been dispensed medication, I'm using Lee. I wonder if I've not been medicated simply because my vitality is too high for the doctors to actually pierce my skin and veins. Or something even weirder, such as my body healing so quickly that it forces the needle out and stitches up the wound within minutes of being injected. Then again, I'm sure if I were injured, Chloe would have been right there to patch me up. Wait, where is Chloe? I focus on our angelic bond. It's intact, thank the goddess, and I sense discomfort. She's tired, worried, stressed, nervous, overworked, knowing her. She's torn between wanting to look after me specifically and her class's desire to tend to the injured and ill, of which there are bound to be thousands, if not more. I equivocate on sending a message to her if the last thing I'd want to do is disturb her when she's in the middle of treating a patient. I overcome the equivocation a moment later. Were I in her shoes, I'd want to know that I was well the moment I woke up. And I'd want to reassure her as soon as possible. Chloe, it's Sarah. I just woke up. Let me know where you are and how I can help. I'm healthy and well and ready to help out however I can. Sarah, about time you got your lazy butt out of bed. Not the reaction I was expecting. Anyway, I hope you're as well as possible, given the situation. Chloe lets out a long sigh through our bond. Once again, you worry me sick. Charging out like that, even though I know that's part of you. And you probably had some sort of plan. That doesn't make it any easier on me. There are a lot of things I could say here. That I had a plan, even at the end of the fight. That it was the best option to avoid harm coming to Mrs. Jacobs and all the other people living here. That everything I was doing was part of a calculated risk. It doesn't really matter. Emotions rarely succumb to anything so impassive as facts or logic. I know, and I'm sorry. Taking risks and advancing myself like that is a part of who I am. It's my class's imperative, alongside protecting others when I can. Chloe intellectually knows this and has accepted it as part of me, but it still worries her. And all I can do for her sake beyond working to get stronger so I don't have to take such risks is act with genuine contrition when my actions bring her grief and worry. Well, I'm down near the emergency rooms, trying to stabilize as many people as I can. How is your ether holding up? And are you getting tired? She hesitates for a few moments, telling me all I need to know. We should get ourselves home and get some rest as soon as possible. I look through the outside window and see that it's morning, maybe an hour after dawn. After pulling my phone out of my inventory and letting it catch a signal, I confirm my suspicion, 7:37 a.m. But, is everyone around you stable, at least? In the sense that they aren't in imminent risk of death or long-term complications? Yes. But, we should plan to leave soon. Then, after a brief moment of puzzlement from Chloe, I continue. It would be bad if the two of us did all the work all of the time. Wait, why? Because we need others to continue to get stronger as well. If I do all the fighting in the city and you do all the healing, we'll gain a lot of levels. But we'll be depriving the people all around us of far more levels than either of us will individually gain. It'll make us collectively weaker right at a time when we definitely need to be working to get everyone stronger. Chloe sighs again. 20 more minutes. Let me finish stabilizing everyone and ensure proper continuity of care. And then we'll head home for a few hours. Of course, it's at this time that one of the medical staff enters the room and looks around. Miss, is it okay for you to be up and about right now? I look at my status. My health is sitting at 8,300 and my ether is completely topped off. I see no status abnormalities either. There's no headache, nor any other pain or discomfort. My heartbeat is slow and steady, and according to the machine still strapped to my finger, my blood oxygen concentration is sitting at 98%. I think it should be fine. I don't feel anything out of the ordinary. Maybe a touch lightheaded, but nothing outside the bounds of my everyday condition. I'd still like to run a couple of procedures just to make sure. From what we were told when you were brought in, you hit your head pretty hard last night. I'm frankly astonished that you are capable of speaking, let alone standing. Well, my girlfriend always says that I'm hard-headed. Guess that applies literally as well. The nurse is less than amused by my attempt at humor, but ultimately shakes off his displeasure before taking my vitals once more. He feels up a few spots on my neck, which I can't say I care much for. I allow it nonetheless. He then follows up with some tests of my vision and eye movements as well. I think that checking my pupils for dilation is supposed to be related to checking for concussions. A reflex check on the knee follows, which I pass as well. I hope before he stares at me with bemusement, truly bewildering. He says under his breath, 14 years of training and experience in the medical field all made worthless in mere weeks. They're going to have to completely revamp the entire curriculum. Another shake of his head follows. Well, I don't know how, but you appear to be the picture of health. Just try to take it easy for a couple of days, and come back right away if you or anyone around you notices any deterioration in your mental or physical condition. Just because you look and feel fine right now doesn't mean there's not some hidden injury that will only make itself apparent later. As soon as 8 o'clock rolls around, Chloe emerges from the ward in which she'd been working overnight. She's tired and haggard, deep bags underneath her eyes and short of breath. Vitality be damned. But I can't help but notice the way her eyes and lips both present a fierce and unwavering smile despite the fatigue. The moment I take her into my arms, she nearly collapses. I can't imagine how tired she must be, how far she pushed herself these past several hours, especially knowing that her binding soul chains had already taken so much out of her during the fight. Truly, she is as dedicated and self-sacrificial when it comes to using her healing arts as I am when it comes to fighting. Though I dare not say as much out loud. Are you two getting ready to leave? One of the nurses, not the one who checked up on me, asks. I'm afraid so, I say. Chloe's exhausted, and I'm ready to get back home after last night's trials as well. Godspeed to both of you, and let Ms. Jacobs know that she's welcome to take up shifts as a traveling medic anytime. She's a real miracle worker. Chloe is already all but asleep, her eyes closed, her breathing deep and easy. Nevertheless, a contented smile appears on her lips. I think she knows, but I'll make sure to remind her when she awakes. With a wave and a modest bow, I head out the main entrance to the hospital. One which is, sadly, jam-packed. I've not had a chance to really survey the surroundings of the city or even do an internet search for the goings-on more broadly. But this already bodes ill for what I'll see as I ascend over the medical complex and out into the city proper. I brace myself for the worst. It's, thankfully, not as bad as I had feared, but still worse than I had hoped. There are no signs that the Titan was able to wipe out an entire swath of the city. The main thoroughfares and primary infrastructure of the city are all intact. Electricity is running, based on the lights I see from above, and I have to assume other utilities are working as well. But there are hundreds of smaller houses, office buildings, as well as some retail establishments and schools which were seriously damaged by the incident. I try, but mostly fail, to avoid cursing myself for my lack of strength. It was what I just told Chloe earlier. There are things that only she can do and things only I can do, and things that we have to delegate to others, or otherwise we'll accept that we can't do ourselves. I'm sure, over the coming days and weeks, we'll help out with the rebuilding, just as we did after the Harpies some weeks back. But just as back then, the two of us are still only, well, mortal, fallible, and far from omnipotent. And so, with a heavy heart, I double-time my way back to the Jacobs residence. Again, I count Chloe's good fortune as the reason why we've personally been spared the worst of last night's attack. Most of the devastation was further north, especially on the west side of town, with sporadic damage caused by hippocamps throughout the eastern neighborhoods and out toward the suburbs over yonder. I'm greeted by Mrs. Jacobs-Alicia. I mentally correct as soon as I enter the door. She looks like she hasn't gotten a wink of sleep all night, between concern over our safety and the storm and the monster attacks, and then not hearing back from us afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of crying behind those puffy red eyes. Is my daughter? She's fine. Just sleeping, I say. We've both had a long night. I wish you would have called, even a text. I've been trying to get hold of both of you for the last several hours. Chloe probably made the same mistake I made a few days ago. She reached level 50 and locked her inventory, stowed her phone away at some point while tending to the wounded, and completely spaced out about it afterwards. The fact that I don't see it anywhere on her person and that she was at level 49 beforehand suggests that that's a plausible explanation. By far the most likely of any I can easily come up with. Before Alicia can admonish me further, the sound of a news report running on the television catches my attention. And, live on the scene with Angela Scarrison. Angela, what can you tell us about the events from last night? Yes, Laura. We're still getting reports coming in from eyewitnesses as well as authorities both on the scene and who are investigating the aftermath. According to preliminary reports, last night's storm was caused by a giant monster that was ravaging the west side of town. Although we are still uncertain as to the cause, there are reports of similar events occurring in cities all across the world. Alicia turns off the television. It's awful. A lot of the biggest cities were able to repel the attacks. New York, Chicago, Toronto, Paris. They're all doing just fine. And the Titans didn't go after the smaller cities, but a lot of cities this size or thereabouts. Even some of the larger cities, Memphis is in ruins. Omaha basically doesn't exist anymore. Minneapolis is doing fine thanks to some mysterious warrior wearing a suit of black armor. But they're one of the lucky ones. She pauses for a moment. And then there's us. And that's because of you, isn't it? You don't have to answer. I saw a video of a part of the battle on YouTube earlier this morning once the storm stopped and we got the all clear. Someone among our defenders conjured a strange set of golden chains in the middle of the fight, strong enough even to restrain that creature for a few moments, to buy our army the time they needed to rally. That was you, wasn't it, Cyril? I shake my head, smiling as I do. No, that was all Chloe. Alicia smiles, stroking her daughter's cheek as I continue to hold her in a princess carry. It's hard to believe that she can do such a thing, that you both can do such things. I know. And I'm sorry that we didn't call you and let you know we were safe sooner. Alicia shakes her head. You're going to go back out there, aren't you? No matter what I say, we're going to have to take it easy for a few days. That fight took a lot out of both of us. And we're going to be focusing our efforts on tending to the wounded and helping to rebuild, just like we did after the Harpy swarm a couple of weeks ago. But at some point, once things are settled down, we're going to have to. We have to keep making sure we're ready to protect you and everyone else the next time one of those monsters approaches. I'm not going to say I like the idea of you two throwing yourselves into danger like that. I didn't like it back then at the pawn shop, and I somehow like it even less now that I know exactly the sorts of dangers you two are throwing yourselves at. She pauses. But, seeing how selfless you both are, how brave and valorous and heroic, a mother can't help but be proud of her daughters. I lower my head. Thanks, Mom. I say 3.7 for the twin Seraphs. MMMF. Chloe's groan as she rouses herself from slumber is definitely one of the cutest sounds I've ever heard. And getting to listen to it on the regular is definitely one of the nicest fringe benefits that comes from being her girlfriend. My arms, both of them, slip around her waist, pulling her closer to me. And I pause for a moment to take in her scent. It doesn't matter that she was running ragged in the hospital for hours or fighting a monster in the midst of a hailstorm before that. She smells like Chloe all the same. And by the goddesses above, that is truly the most heavenly scent in all the cosmos. I give her a kiss on the back of the neck. Morning, Chloe. Did I really sleep through a full day? No, it's a bit before 4 p.m. And you've stayed by my side the entire time? I did some quiet ether manipulation exercises and meditated. But mostly I just enjoyed your presence and enjoyed a day of not having to do anything but be here with you. Chloe stretches out her arm. A cloud of purest white envelops her right hand. Then, it dissipates, replaced by a golden glow that gradually fades. From within that heavenly aura, her phone emerges from within her inventory. And she shakes her head. I guess you were right. It is easy to forget about your phone after storing it away in your inventory for a few hours. I laugh. It definitely takes some getting used to. I pull some leftover trail mix from a few days ago out of my inventory. Want some? She spins around, facing me. Feed me. I get a devious idea, one which I know she will love. I take a handful of the mix and start chewing. Her eyes narrow, then widen as the realization sets in of exactly what my dastardly plan entails. And then I kiss her, feeding her baby bird style in the process, something which she seems to enjoy quite thoroughly. Seraphina, you are certainly feeling bold this afternoon. I seem to remember you asking me to do this with chocolate next time. It's not all chocolate, but I hope you still like it. Oh, I most certainly do. Definitely one of the best kisses I've ever had. One of. Our first is always going to hold that special place in my heart. I blush slightly, breaking off our kiss and taking a moment to just stare into Chloe's eyes. She caresses my cheek, maintaining our eye contact fully. After everything we've gone through, after all the challenges of the past several weeks, a day of peace and quiet, even while the world outside is reeling and weeping, is the most heavenly of ambrosia upon my soul. Tomorrow we'll be giving our all to the rebuilding efforts. But right now, she needs this, I need this, even if it's unfair, selfish, even evil according to some. It's a small comfort I will afford Chloe of. Even if the world itself wants to stand against me, our sleep is deep and peaceful. never leaving one another's arms from the time the sun goes down until the first lights of dawn appear in the sky out our bedroom window. Soon, we're off to take a quick shower, eat a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and fresh fruit, and out the door to begin our day. It's amazing just how different the city is from a day ago, and a reminder that people aren't weak and helpless. In perhaps 28 hours. Already I can see substantial progress toward rebuilding our fair city. Piles of debris have been cleared up, and thanks to people with skills that accelerate the process, there's already signs of rebuilding. New scaffolding and framework has already been built over a good number of the damaged and destroyed buildings. It appears that a number of bricklayer-type classes have skills that allow them to conjure their material of choice out of nothing but the dirt at their feet, and similar with carpenters and wood. I don't know if an electrician can conjure the copper wires needed to link all the lights and appliances and other fixtures together, but I wouldn't be surprised if several of them start to develop the skills to do exactly that. On the one hand, it's amazing. People are developing the power to defend themselves and take their lives in their own hands. On the other hand, most of them have no idea that the system is a pernicious force, one which will, in the long run, lead us only to ruin and annihilation. We tap into its power and grow strong, using the abilities and stats we are granted to shape our lives and destinies. But we also grow dependent upon the same. With each month that passes, with each calamity that we rebuild from, our society will shift a little bit more away from pre-system organization. Instead of creating the complex supply chains to transport raw materials across the globe to be processed, then shipped back to their end user, now they are much simpler, much more local, and augmented at every step of the way by powers that would have been decried as heretical sorcery mere months ago. I have to wonder, even if I am successful in my goal to eradicate the system and save the universe, will I be able to save the life which inhabits it? Or, having warped itself in the presence of its parasite, will it be enabled to sustain itself in the system's absence? I do not know. But the prospect of such a thing occurring only provides that much more incentive to continue upon my present path of getting stronger, of conquering the tower and increasing my level to confront the threat directly, and sooner rather than later. Chloe looks at me with a forlorn glance, letting her hand graze against mine for a moment. "I'll see you tonight, Sarah," she says. And then she flies off, heading north toward the primary hospital in the city. For a few seconds, we stay within telepathic range, whispering sweet nothings to each other, and then, all the same, that too goes silent. Only a quiet mote of contentment and resolve remaining. I've not yet decided exactly how best to use the time I have just yet. I could report to Nicholas and see if there's anything he needs doing. But I don't want to go off on missions just yet, not without Chloe, and not before my Seraphina over-limit recharges in a bit over 138 hours. But without that, and without a clear objective in mind, ironically enough, feel rather useless here. I could simply keep watch from the sky, but that seems like a cop-out, an excuse to not help out when I'm needed most. After a few moments of silent contemplation, I decide to head to the university. I have connections there, and I'll be able to best integrate among their established recovery efforts. The campus is not the worst off area of the city, but it's far from the best. The library, the administration building, both ruined. The dining hall escaped without more than a few broken windows and some modest roofing damage. The College of Engineering, we're fine. The athletics complex, practically emerged unscathed. But the building which houses the economics department, rubbled. I can't help but imagine that there's some message being sent here. Two levels of the message, actually. One meant for society more broadly. That the system rewards certain things: fighting, building, crafting, learning and advancing and getting stronger. And it doesn't value other things. It dislikes the ideas of economics, of scarcity. Or maybe it's saying that the discipline needs to completely rebuild itself to accommodate the changing world. And it hates the idea of the administration and systems of old governing what it sees as its own dominion. The same could be said of the library. And again I wonder, to what extent can we continue to relate to the human condition of old? I think, upon reflection, that the answer is still quite a bit. Even with more personal power than perhaps any human has ever wielded before. Enough power to crush an army, deflect machine gun fire with a thought, and conjure an implosion with power rivaling conventional munitions of the previous century. I still feel too weak to face the obstacles to come. I still feel trapped, beholden to a system beyond me. I still feel all of the emotions that humans have always felt: love and loss, betrayal and conflict and treachery, sacrifice, rage, and yes, even powerlessness and despair. But also hope and determination and grit, and the will to overcome adversity. So, in this, I think the system is wrong to have destroyed the library. But this relates to the second message, the one directed squarely at me. The system is either rewarding me for following its dicta, or is framing me to create more conflict later. Because the School of Engineering and the Athletics Department are the two areas of the school that I'll be directly involved with, assuming everything goes as prior plans have indicated. But I don't know which it is. And if people realize the connection, they could certainly draw the wrong conclusions. Conclusions that I was somehow responsible for the attacks which occurred throughout the world last night, and somehow orchestrated everything to look good. I guess it makes no sense. But conspiracy theories have been built upon less. I touched down in front of the ruins of the main administration building. It appears that plenty of other faculty have gathered, as has virtually every member of staff who could be summoned to campus on such short notice. Well, that's just great. A middle-aged man I don't recognize says, "We're already in a fit of confidence thanks to the system. And now half the campus is in shambles. The budget is shot, and already it's a coin flip how many of our students are going to return to campus in the fall. What the foo?" He shakes his head while pacing about at a frenzied pace. 100 years of education, and we might not be able to hold classes at all. Well, we still have all of the virtual protocols from a few years back. Another man says, "But what about those people who need to be here on campus?" he asks. I listen in for a little while as the two go back and forth. It does concern me, and I have every reason to believe that we can rebuild. But I also don't want to interject right away and create further misunderstandings of frustrations. Finally, after 3 minutes of non-stop raving and cussing, he turns to me, double quotes, "Miss, I'm sorry, but the administration is going to be closed for the next several days. What can I do to help get things fixed as quickly as possible? I've come to make myself useful. I appreciate it. But at this point, it's going to be one meeting after another trying to secure funding, and I decide to reveal myself more fully, sprouting the wings I had dispersed right after landing. You need me to fly over City Hall to start getting permits approved, transport you or anyone else around the city, start hauling debris. Hell, if you want me to haul an entire bulldozer or excavator down here, I can probably do that as well. He stares at my wings, then my arm, then my wings, then back to my face. You're one of the ones they're calling the twin seraphs. Twin seraphs to girls. One with wings of pure white, the other with wings of neon green. Both said to be incredibly powerful super soldiers. And the reason that we're all here to bicker about. I don't know about the moniker, nor about being a super soldier, but I offer my hand to the man, Seraphina Mortensen. I guess I'm an adjunct professor who's slated to be teaching some courses here in the fall, and I'm here to help rebuild and ensure that that's possible. He takes one more deep breath. Bill Masterson, campus provost. There's a lot of work to be done, and I suppose there's no sense in wasting the time we've been given. 3.75 Recovery. Putting my life on the line was something I was destined to do from the moment the system first arrived. I was created as a counterweight to the system, to provide an opportunity for life to have freedom from its omnipresent clutches. And, for good or ill, I've come to enjoy my role in effecting such an outcome. Slaying monsters and getting stronger provides a thrill like no other, and I absolutely relish how doing so gives me the freedom to live unhindered by the restrictions of the life I used to have. Despite that, however, these past few days of helping the university rebuild has been no less fulfilling or tiring. Strange though that may sound, Dr. Masterson saw the opportunity that I offered and took it with full force, and he has been running me roughshod across the city, flying to City Hall to get a permit waiver signed, then across town to the general contractor, then to the county administration building to liaise with the county's general labor contractors. Lots of trips to the masons and carpenters and construction supplies wholesalers. And I have to say, this past week has been full of great days to be a carpenter. Better yet, There's even a few lucky individuals around the city with a dedicated botanist class who are making money hand over fist in the wake of the city levelers. These folks all seem to learn skills early on which are able to supercharge the growth of trees. Instead of needing decades to grow trees suitable for lumber production, a skilled botanist, or better yet, a trained sylvologist, can do so in a matter of weeks, creating trees infused with ether to greatly accelerate their growth. Of course, there's also plenty of combat potential in those class. With their ability to manipulate wood and trees, it's astonishing just how quickly we've bounced back in just 3 days since the city-slaying titans walked the earth and attempted to ravage human civilization back to the Bronze Age. Electricians have fully patched the few lines that were damaged in the attacks. Farmers have been growing crops at an accelerated rate, and I've been moonlighting as a logistician, using my inventory to the maximum to get time-sensitive goods from one place to another as quickly as possible. Previously, I had wanted to keep knowledge about the existence and versatility of my inventory a secret, but two major changes have occurred between then and now that have forced me to change my stance. First, the potential to save lives in the here and now, or at least to greatly reduce human suffering, is now far more exigent than the potential strategic losses which might manifest in the future. But more importantly, as I learned the other day, Chloe was not the only person to have unlocked their inventory in that fight. Alexei also reached level 50, and like the good, honorable soldier that he is, promptly reported his new ability to command. With that information now something of an open secret, and growing less secret by the day, there's no longer any real benefit to trying to hide it any longer. It's the latest example, and the most intrinsically useful, if not the flashiest, of just how bifurcated society is going to become in the coming months and years. Even the mere act of conjuring an item from within one's inventory is going to be a mark of strength, and a warning to anyone who would try to defy such a powerful fighter. Again, I wonder what society and the law will look like in the coming months. And again, I wonder, how did Madison, the strongest on her planet, handle such matters? Even if I end up not following her plan, I would be doing myself a disservice if I did not heed her wisdom and experience. If only I had the memories of asking such things back then. 6 days have passed. It's now the morning of July the 13th. I had wholeheartedly underestimated the strength, the resiliency, and unwavering determination of my compatriots. The number of people showing signs of approaching the level 30 to class change, the first ascension, Madison had called it, is already in the thousands. I had to work for months to get that far, pushing myself through dungeons and in fierce battles against the creatures of the wilds and even other humans to get to that point. Then again, can I say that others haven't gone through the same? There's at least 2 dungeons around here as well. This is now at least the 3rd time the city has come under siege by monster hordes. The raptors back before my adventures in Red Clay City, and then the harpies, and now the titan and its tens of thousands of hippocamp attendants. Considering how long I was gone, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't several more attacks of a similar scope. So many more chances for people to get stronger, to level up and increase the rank of their skills, and so many more chances for lives to be lost, plowed under by an unrelenting system that demands constantly of us, breaking us apart and forcing us either to adapt and grow stronger or remain crushed and broken. I regret that I am unable, even with my formidable might, to save everyone. But I have saved plenty of people through my actions, and I want to continue to push in that direction. Chloe is right. It feels good. It's now been 2 weeks since the Titan graced our home with its presence. In addition to my work down at the university, I've also continued to monitor the attacks from the lower-leveled monster hordes that have been omnipresent throughout the city and, indeed, the entire world. Since the system first arrived, attacks from low-leveled creatures like those fiery hellspawn, those many devils that attacked me and my poor ass back in March, one day after the world was changed forever. Hard to believe that now, those are now considered less threatening, more a minor annoyance, something for young kids to beat up shortly after unlocking their system. A chance to gain their first couple of levels, all while safe at home, under the watchful aegis of parents or other guardians. But these and other monster attacks throughout the city have been eerily calm since the Titan. Most people haven't noticed, but I have, and I'm sure a few advisors, tacticians, and the politicians they serve have grasped that fact as well. I'm surprised I've not heard murmurs and suspicions of what I've known since the beginning. The system's intelligence is granting us a reprieve, a chance to rebuild. I float overhead, shortly after lunch, and watch. And I can't help but notice all the ways in which that rebuilding has not occurred in quite the same way as what came before, without access to a steady supply of refined petroleum products any longer. Trips by gasoline-powered automobiles are all but a thing of the past. A lot of people bike or jog or, as Chloe and I are wont to do, fly over the city. Food is now grown locally. Crops from far and wide synthesized and cultivated by skilled farmers and their assistants. There's even some mechanists who are using the principles I've previously formulated to begin developing ether-powered cars and trucks and trains to replace the ones powered by internal combustion designs. To the untrained eye, it looks positively idyllic. The most far-fetched fevered dreams of the environmental movement have been realized, and in months, rather than years or decades as even the most optimistic estimates had suggested. And indeed, the water is cleaner, the sky brighter, and the soil far richer than it was. Now that so many of our industrial and transportation needs are being met without fossil fuels, only I and maybe a few philosophers see the true danger lurking under our noses. A ring of my phone snaps me out of my contemplation. And a known number. Normally I'd not answer, but with my position now as it is, I feel an obligation. Hello. I answer, hello. An unfamiliar male voice says, "Is this Seraphina Mortensen?" "This is she." I say, "Might I ask who is calling? How you got this number? And for what purpose?" "Captain Lannery." The man responds, his tone exasperated and hurried. "We've got a bit of a hostage situation on our hands over down near 71st Street. Hostage situation. I turn toward the south, trying to identify where this might be happening. After a few seconds of scanning down the main thoroughfares, I notice a confluence of pigs of police near a fairly large strip mall. I start flying toward them at a leisurely pace, not really giving two figs about the officers on the scene or what ends up happening to them. But if I mentally stress to myself, there really is a hostage situation, then I need to set that distrust aside and work for the common good. Chloe would want me to. "Yes, ma'am. The suspect in question has specifically requested that you come." Now my interest is fully piqued. Who would know of me to specifically request my presence, and yet do so in such a despicable fashion? I can't think of anyone other than someone else associated with the EtherTech black market I uncovered some weeks back. In other words, I should prepare for a fight, and that means contacting Chloe as well. Understood. I will be there shortly. I hang up, and then immediately call Chloe, informing her of the situation. "So, what do you want to do?" she asks. "I feel like I have to go talk to these people. It's likely a trap." "Yes, but if it isn't," I trail off, knowing my saying nothing more speaks more volumes than trying to elaborate further. "I'll be coming to, I know, since time may be of the essence. I don't want to wait for you to get over here. Don't worry, I'll be cautious, and try to avoid antagonizing anyone too much to start a fight before you arrive. Just let me know as soon as you get within telepathic range so I can plan accordingly." I don't need her to remind me that I'll only have half my typical fighting strength without her saintess's blessing empowering me. She pauses for a half second. "I understand. Sarah, I'll be there as soon as I'm able." With that, I hang up and begin my descent. I bank slightly to the side, adjusting the direction of my descent. I pull both my wings and arms inward, minimizing air resistance to help me push beyond terminal velocity, despite needing to travel 6 miles overland and descend another 2. It takes barely a minute and a half before I land just outside the barricade. "Are you Seraphina?" A younger uniformed man with a scruffy full beard says. "I am. What am I dealing with?" I fight to maintain an air of civility. Did they not even try to deal with the problem, instead rushing to send me in at the first sign of, "It doesn't matter"? I've resolved myself to help. My personal distaste for dealing with agents of state authority aside, for individuals, 3 men, 1 woman, all powerful, well-armed, including enchanted weapons. We think 2 of the men are both close-range fighters. The woman is a mid-distance fighter using a gun, not unlike yourself. And the last man is a mage, a known if offensive type or healing. And the hostages, 3 of them. All kids. I shudder and clench my fist at that. Probably not even old enough to have their system unlocked. Which means they're going to be just as vulnerable as anyone was even before the system arrived. Damn cowards one and all. I have absolutely no sympathy for them. Sorry about this, Chloe. I'll try to restrain myself. But people who would go after innocent children are the lowest of the low. If I can't stop myself from removing the taint of such vile creatures from this world, well, I hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive me. 3.76 Imprisoned I approach the front door of the abandoned retail store slowly, carefully. No sudden movements. As long as I don't allow the crooks to think that they've lost control of the situation, the hostages will remain safe. Or so I tell myself. I knock. It's Seraphina. I was told you were looking for me. Let me inside, and let's settle things. For several seconds, there's silence. My ears aren't good enough to hear anything going on inside. Not with the sound of cops and sirens and wind and the press and everyone else chattering some 50 feet behind me. At least, I don't hear the sounds of screams. That's a good thing. It means that the situation right now is probably currently stable. They better not harm those kids. I'm grateful that I was never involved with the gangs back as a kid or a younger teenager. Never did drugs and tried not to associate with those who did. But the neighborhood we lived in was the sort of neighborhood where you never did fully get away from it all. Gunshots ringing out in the afternoon or overnight weren't exactly common, but they happened a few times a year. My mother, may she rest in peace, impressed upon me the dangers that lurked just beneath the relatively peaceful life she worked so hard to give me. I can see a younger version of myself in the situation these scared kids find themselves in today. Had things been different, I could be the one inside being held hostage. Bound, shuddering, scared, hoping that someone would come save me. It terrifies me, not just because of what that loss of freedom and agency entails, but because I know it would take so little for me to snap, to inflict fates far worse than death upon the perpetrators. Should the reports be correct, I don't want to be that person. I know Chloe doesn't want me to be that person, but I have the potential to be that person. I take a deep breath to try to center myself. Stay calm, Seraphina. Think with your head. Use the senses you've honed over the last several months. Good heavens. I wish Chloe were here. I sense her worry and her fear through our angelic bond. How I wish I had her scent or the touch of her hand against mine to help ground me. I must remain calm. The door slides open ever so slightly. I step inside. A couple of officers try to sneak in. I raise my hand and shake my head. Their presence will only agitate me, and their level is far too low. More likely to harm me than help me should things come to pass. I walk into the large retail floor. The air is thick and muggy. I doubt the air conditioning has been turned on in weeks. The floors are dirty, and I think I hear the squeaking of rats scurrying in the back. No signage or displays remain, but the physical shelves themselves are still arranged into various aisles which once held merchandise. I think it was a toy store until a few years ago. My head lowers slightly. Then intercom rings out. Seraphina. It's good to finally see you. I look around. No humans within the range of Archangel's gaze. Security cameras must still be on. Or maybe some sort of drone. The idea of facing another Mechanist isn't out of the question, especially if these four are so heavily connected to the black market. If it's a drone, it's tiny, no bigger than a housefly. Even that shouldn't be able to evade my sight. But if it's fast enough and far enough away, it could be mistaken for an actual insect. And there are several of those buzzing about as well. Please, come inside. It was good of you to come alone. A suave masculine voice says. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to guarantee the safety of our guests. The door closes behind me, followed by a click. Auto-locking doors. Probably controlled by someone working in a security office in the back. I'm sure the glyph of unlock could easily overpower this mechanism. Or I could just break out the windows. I don't need to reveal all my cards just yet. I walk down the aisle nearest me, directly in front of the front door. It's eerie, disconcerting. To quiet. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I step down the aisle. Each step echoing over and over again against the metal of the display shelves. The ceramic floors, the dirty white drywall, and the ceiling tiles of, I'm not sure what they're made of. I continue to sense no presence of any creatures more significant than insects and vermin around me. Bide my time, wait for Chloe, keep my cool. Don't let the kidnappers think that they aren't the ones in control. No sudden movements. Wait for another instruction. They'll call for me soon enough. For now, I head toward the back, meandering ever so slightly. Deep breaths. Still yourself and harden your heart. I mouth to myself. I don't want to see what's waiting in the back, in the warehouse where those kids are being held, but it's far better to mentally ready myself for the worst, for scenes of things I don't want to think about, don't want to describe in words or envision, but know that I have to, in order to maximize the chances that they'll all survive. Attention, Seraphina Mortensen. I repeat, shopper Seraphina Mortensen. Your presence is requested in the storage room without delay. The intercom goes silent, but not before the beginnings of a low, guttural sound that chills me directly to my soul. Whoever is behind this is truly inhuman, if indeed these creatures are humans and not monsters with intelligence and cunning. A disturbing prospect I'd not considered until just now. I don't rush, but I do head over toward the back door at a deliberate pace, all the while probing my surroundings with Archangel's gaze. There's definitely something attempting to stop my doing so. It's a thin, shimmering haze, not dissimilar from a portal, beyond which reality is a bit fuzzier, some sort of glamour, I have to assume. It takes only a bit of effort to push past it, like putting my hand on a soap bubble and attempting to pop it. I stop just before breaking through the barrier. They might not know I have such a powerful perception skill, and now isn't the right time to employ it. Later, once I have full knowledge of the situation. For now, I play along. I enter into the room. It's strange. Not at all grungy and dilapidated like the storefront is. It's futuristic, high-tech. Machines scurrying about on the ground, drones floating in midair. This looks less like some warehouse and more like a factory. Yes, this is definitely some sort of factory, a weapon factory. Greetings, Miss Seraphina, a man's voice says. The owner of said voice emerges out from behind a conjured shadow a moment later. He looks like he's trying to do a poor impression of a mafia don. Elaborate, expensive black suit, slick back hair, full mustache, well-shined shoes. No lap cat, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has one back in his office. Yes, definitely a mob boss. Assuming your experience with mob bosses is the glamorized version seen in pop culture. I apologize for the poor circumstances for our meeting, but I am absolutely delighted to have the honor to meet the young mistress in person. He bows slightly. I'm so confused. First he kidnaps children to orchestrate this meeting, and now he's engaging in such supplicating, demeaning behavior. I can't figure out his angle. I need to keep him talking. Well, I'm sure it's your great honor to make my acquaintance. I have no idea who you are or what you're doing, nor how you know me or for what purpose you've dragged me down here. Of course. This lowly one humbly requests the lady's forgiveness for infringing upon such basic principles of order and decorum. Please, if it would do, you may call me Giuseppe. Internally, I wince at the over-the-top obsequiousness, but I say nothing. If it keeps him talking in circles and wasting his time while Chloe flies toward us, then so much the better. And the rest of my questions, Mr. Giuseppe. As for how we know you, that's the simplest question to answer. Who doesn't? You're an international celebrity after your little press conference, or dissertation defense, or whatever it actually was designed to be. And after that, it wasn't hard to track down your research reports and begin pouring through them. I have to say, your ideas, your philosophies, the way you design these structures of glyphs and technology. It's absolutely brilliant. I do not dare exaggerate when I say that some of these ideas you've listed have accelerated the growth of this field by, I don't know, 30 to 50 years, probably. As for what I'm doing, I'm merely working to make sure that we are properly equipped to handle the next calamity. Because we both know that it's only a matter of when, not if, another city killer shows up on the horizon. Next time, who can say if we'll be able to rebuff it? Or perhaps, we'll end up like Milwaukee. But you'll take care of it. The Twin Seraphs, our guardian angels, our defenders brought down from on high to save us, right? You and your little lover girl are powerful. But I believe it was you who said that you didn't trust the government. Am I wrong? I nod. I don't like where he's going with this, but I'm not going to deny my own words. And by the same token, we the people shouldn't trust you. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, after all. Not to say that you don't have our best interests at heart. I genuinely think you mean all the best for humanity, based on everything you've done to this point. But it's best not to be reliant on the goodness of your heart. After all, you might always, well, your luck might run out with all your dangerous missions and exploration of that damn tower downtown. And so, to that end, I want you to assist us in our little operation. Help us build the next generation of weapons. Help us secure a future for humanity against the monsters that now invade our planet and threaten our lives. Giuseppe bows. Seraphina. If you are truly the empathetic person you have claimed to be, then I know the decision will be an easy one. I grit my teeth and take a deep breath. And the hostages, the children that have been kidnapped and are being held here, they are being kept in comfort, with plenty of food, water, and other amenities. Truly, we mean no harm. It's just that we are operating a ring that many individuals, including the police and other such so-called authorities, would consider unlawful. We mean them no harm and are doing all within our power to keep them as comfortable as circumstances would allow. But you won't let them go. Giuseppe lowers his head slightly. I would if I could, but alas, I don't have your connections and reputation, nor your incredible power that defies all attempts to resist. Were we to continue our operation without appropriate reassurance, everything we've worked so hard to achieve these past few months would be swiftly disposed of, swept under the rug as we're sent either to prison or the executioner. And you can guarantee the safety of your hostages. I still dislike this completely, even if what he's saying is true, that these kids are being taken care of. Kids still need social activity. They need to play and run around and get an education and just live normal lives if they are to properly thrive. That much is one thing that didn't change with the arrival of the system. Absolutely, absolutely. Lead me to them, so I can see for myself. Giuseppe smiles. Of course. By your will, it shall be done. 3.77 Imprisoned Seraphina. Mild content warning for MC imprisonment. This lasts through the end of next chapter. I ask for your understanding. There is a new skill at the end of it. I still don't know exactly what to make of the whole situation. On the one hand, Chloe would tell me that the answer is so simple. Kids are being threatened, and it's my responsibility as a person with power to protect said kids and liberate them from the clutches of these arms dealers. The fact that these people are, well, arms dealers, should only solidify the ease of that decision. And yet, despite knowing that Giuseppe has been flattering and manipulating me, telling me exactly the words he needs to say to get me to go along with his plans, it's working. The combination of flattery, even over-the-top flattery, with the clear research he's done on me. Is he really a mechanist? Or is this the work of some sort of puppet master, or maybe a hypnotist? Or there's simply too many class possibilities out there, and I can't be certain that my mind isn't being subtly influenced. I survey my surroundings through Archangel's gaze, still careful not to peer too deeply into their etheric wards. I'm confident enough that I'm not being controlled, nor my mind tampered with through any method beyond honeyed words and appeals to my emotions and sensibilities. It's not enough to keep me from doing what I set out to do, but it is enough to make me think and consider the entire situation before me. And in a more strategic sense, it's keeping them busy. Throughout my little tour, I noticed that the others involved, 2 men, 1 woman, were all sitting at well-crafted workbenches, each engaged in the art of enchanting new weapons. And there's quite a few finished and in-progress designs. Guns are the most common by far, and it's easy to imagine why. Easily the quickest weapon for a layperson to pick up and use without training or specific skills. A lot of swords as well. Everyone loves swords. After all, there's also some bows, some rods and wands and staves for the magically inclined. Even a couple of whips, including a 2-tailed one that looks incredibly unwieldy. What kind of class would wield such a thing? None of them pay me any mind. Even though Giuseppe continues to wax poetic about me in a soft voice, I can't tell if they are incredibly dedicated to their craft, or maybe they've just got some sort of concentration skill. I know mages like Chloe and Crystal get meditation to help them gather even more quickly. So maybe there's a mechanist equivalent. Not one that I was ever offered, but I'm pretty scatterbrained, so that tracks. Would you like any water to drink? Giuseppe asks, I would offer more, but I'm afraid that's all I have available. How odd. Something about all this isn't adding up. All this supplication and desire to help, and yet, they couldn't have just sent me an email or called up the university or arranged a meeting with someone to intercede with me. And now he's talking about only having water available. Despite going through all this trouble and kidnapping children to lure me down here, I'm getting a slight headache. And I'm not certain it's of natural origin. I check my status as we head down another hallway, making our way into a small room. No status abnormalities. And health and ether are both at expected values. And yet, the lightheadedness is increasing. My vision is going blurry. Perhaps there's some sort of disorientation skill in effect, or maybe, no, wait, there is something wrong with my status. My ether should have increased by a couple of points in these last few seconds that I've been walking with Giuseppe. And yet, it has remained completely fixed. It's like I'm in a dungeon, only instead of having the regeneration, it's been cut off completely. Anyway, I do apologize, he says, leading me into a small room. Before I realize the change in his previously supplicating demeanor, Giuseppe pauses, with a sorrowful stare. The door is closed behind me, and it's locked from the outside by some etheric relay. I truly do respect you, and your accomplishments and ideals both. But this is for the good of all of humanity. I know that, in time, you will understand. Oh shit, shit, damn it, those bastards, those rotten, no good, double-crossing assholes just lured me into a trap. I don't know if the cops were just fed false information or were in on the whole thing from the beginning. Honestly, I could see either, and yet, here I was, not expecting them to pull this shit. I shake my head. Nope. First, I need to figure out where I am and what's going on, and from there, formulate a plan. Any revenge can wait until I'm safe, holding nothing back. I use the effect of Archangel's gaze to break the illusion completely. And yep, I'm in a cell, a nice concrete cage, enchanted with various glyphs on the side: durability, restraint, reversed ether, suppression. Well, it seems that these fine gentlemen actually found a way to build a prison cell capable of holding a high-level individual. I just walked right in, and for my trust, now I am serving as the guinea pig. Why does this even work? Anyway, in dungeons, it makes sense, considering the system itself is running them. But as far as I understand from my memories with Madison and Drive.choto, no. Ether is the will of sentient beings made manifest in a physical form. I should be producing ether internally, not absorbing it from the outside world. I find my answer when I see a glyph I don't recognize. Based on its shape, it looks similar to a mind or mental glyph. It might actually be will itself. So, they are suppressing my will, not necessarily blocking the ether in my core, but preventing me from being able to generate it. Hence the headache from earlier as I entered into the formation's area of effect. How frustrating. Did they figure this out by trial and error alone? Or is there something else at play here? And if so, I do so hate my life right about now. Also, where is Chloe, anyway? Shouldn't she be within telepathy range by now? Or does this cell also block angelic bond? No, it does, but not completely. I can still sense her presence, faint, but definitely there. She's frustrated and frantic more than anything. I don't know if she's still stuck at the hospital tending to more patients or being helpfully escorted away from the premises of my makeshift jail. She's not within the 1-mile radius of our telepathy, and thankfully, there's no notes of physical pain. So she's likely not in any physical danger at this time. I sense with a small metaphysical tug on reality surrounding me that I can still access my inventory. Though it would be considerably more difficult, I decide against doing so for now. The only thing I can think might be useful in there is that strange crystal that I got from Zethera back in the tower. It emits a strange pulsing power, one which has thus far defied all of my attempts to delve further into its purpose or function. But I would rather not reveal such a priceless treasure if there are any other options for getting out of here. By now, whoever is watching me most likely has realized that I've broken the illusion. They also have made no attempt against me, likely confident in their ability to keep me holed up in here. Finally, a weakness I can exploit, but I must be judicious about it. Wait until the moment is right. I scan the area for any signs of drones. Nothing. No connections to the outside world. except for a thin slit along the floor that opens up just wide enough to allow for them to generously offer me food, and that has so many redundant etheric formations sketched and engraved into it that there's absolutely no chance I'm going to break through that little entrance for a very long time. For rectangular walls, about 9 feet by 10, made of iron, there's a blanket on the concrete bed, along with a single small pillow, a foam mattress, and a toilet and sink. The water on each seems to work. I'm not sure how clean it is. Good thing I've got some water in my inventory. Or maybe they know I've got an inventory and expect that I'll be able to survive on my own stores for a few days. Either way, I'm not in any immediate danger, and it seems that they're content to keep me here in relative comfort for a prisoner. Maybe the plan was to hold me hostage to get to Chloe, or Nicholas. Or, I suppose I would have my fair share of enemies, even if I don't know most of them. Thankfully, I'm not nearly as helpless as they seem to believe I am. Giuseppe is a master flatterer and supplicant, but I think there was an air of genuine admiration behind his praise. And now, I will demonstrate exactly the gap in skill between my Mechanist captors and the first mechanical angel. I look around through all the glyphs on the wall. All well carved, but not flawless either. The resonances are tight, but they aren't perfect. The rightmost stroke of the ether glyph carved into the wall right near the upper door hinge is off by half a degree. I see more errors as well of a similar degree, the result of subtle imprecisions in learning and low-ranked glyph manipulation skills to aid them. They are within tolerances, but not quite perfect, and as a result, the flow of ether throughout the chamber isn't perfectly smooth. There are some minor deviations, some underlying dissonance, some errors in the construction that can be taken advantage of. It'll take some time to properly read through the entire array and figure out how to best it. But best it I will. I have risen to every challenge thus far, and I will not succumb to this one either. I carefully peruse the markings on the wall, a formation designed to draw the ambient ether out of the room and use it to empower the binding patterns all around. Was such a thing constructed just for me, or was such technology developed to hold high-level prisoners more broadly, and employed on me for reasons which have yet to be revealed? I'll look into that later. For now, I have to consider this as just another tribulation to be overcome on my path to one day destroying the system. How can I best exploit these errors? And how can I make sure that I don't make the same mistakes that they did when I pushed my understanding of glyphs and ethertech that much further? I can feel the discord just beneath the surface. A note out of place. A small trickle of ether is still flowing into the room. With a bit of mental effort and a flex of my internal ether channels, I'm able to draw this tiny bit of power into my ether core. More importantly, I'm able to use this tiny gap in the ray's efficacy to focus my connection to Chloe. I put out a mental message to her, and to my great relief, she responds, "Sarah, is that you?" Her words come out fuzzy and distorted, like a radio signal improperly tuned. It is. I was tricked and trapped in an ether suppression cell. It also seems to block our telepathy. But I found a small gap in the formation. I've been able to connect with you by focusing my willpower on that small gap. But it's still hard to hear you. I say the words far slower and more carefully than I otherwise would while mentally connecting with Chloe, reasoning that if I'm hearing distorted words, she probably is as well. I'm sorry. I'll find a way and get you out of here. I promise. Wait, I say. Where are you right now? I'm just a few blocks away. Sorry it took so long to get here. There were two patients right on death's door and it took a lot of time to get them sufficiently stabilized to the point where other medics could comfortably take over. No, that's fine. I know this is hard for you, but I want you to stay out of sight for right now. There's a good chance that a battle is going to break out as soon as I break out of here. And when it does, I don't want you to end up captured either. Chloe sends a bit of annoyance and concern through her bond. I understand, even though I really don't like it. In return, you will take care of yourself, and you will get out alive and unharmed. If you don't, I swear that I'll never forgive you. The connection flickers out for a brief moment. I expect you to hold me to that, I say before turning my attention to my body and my surroundings and getting to work in earnest. 3.78 In Prison 3. Even though I feel anger and humiliation at the prospect of being so easily lured in and captured by this group of people, I can't deny that I feel a mote of pride at what these black market mechanists have managed to create. Even as I am now, getting close to my second ascension. I know it would take me several days to etch out the thousands of glyphs, coupled with tens of thousands of various switches, gates, and other linking runes. Even if 4 or 5 people just passed their second ascension each with a maxed out basic glyph manipulation skill spend a month working on this room, it would be questionable whether or not they would have succeeded. The grammatical structure, to use Drive, Reynolds' linguistics terminology, is nigh immaculate. Every connection is precisely defined, both directly between the proximal glyphs, as well as indirectly with regard to the rest of the array. It's a step above what I was able to accomplish back when I created my mechanical arm cannon. And seeing all of this, combined with my new multi-dimensional glyph casting, fills me with countless ideas for how I can progress further, both as a glyph caster and as an enchantress. I hesitate for a moment. Maya is starting to run out of habit despite my intermittent use of Archangel's gaze. Once I'm thoroughly convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm not being watched, I pull out my sketchbook with a bit of difficulty and get to work. So many ideas to trace out and designs to test. Chloe, I'm sorry that I am extending your grief and worry this little bit longer, especially after having already made you wait. But it is in our best interests if I have this knowledge. We need stronger weapons and armor if we are to progress through the second half of the Tower Gauntlet. If we are to successfully conquer the next challenge the system throws at us, and at our home. If we are merely to survive, it isn't enough to stagnate. We must overcome, and in here lies such profound knowledge of how I might do so. For half an hour, I sketch, my hand a furious blaze of motion and yet still unable to keep up with my mind as it races with possibilities. So many possibilities that I only have enough time to sketch the barest essence and maybe a couple of orientations in which those glyphs might possibly connect. Some of them will fail due to my inexperience with glyph manifestation in 3 and higher dimensional spaces, but others of them will succeed, and I need only one such success to make a major breakthrough, having gained as complete of an understanding of my prison as possible. I turn to the most profound error made within the series of thousands of glyphs which are locking me in here. The source of the dissonance. A single linking rune in the wrong orientation. Such a minor deviation. The difference between saying above the table and over the table in English. To the undiscerning eye, the two's meanings are practically identical, making it easy to make the erroneous substitution. Had I made such a tiny error while building and engraving the mechanical arm cannon, it would have likely still worked. It would have been a bit weaker and consumed a bit more ether to compensate. But the error almost certainly wouldn't have led to any catastrophic malfunctions. But when dealing with glyphs and magic, even the tiniest inaccuracy can be exploited. I place my right hand on the wall, my palm pressing right into the center of the errant rune. I pour as much of my ether as I can directly into it. It hurts. Every point of ether pushed through my channels is slippery and oily. Conjuring them out of my body feels even worse. A Sci-Fi task like trying to scoop up water with a colander. My head hurts, and I want to scream. Tears that might well be of blood stream down my cheeks as I force my body and my ether to obey my will. The formation around me be damned. Countless seconds pass in the pain. I've lost track of time. Your intermediate ether manipulation rank 17 has upgraded to intermediate ether manipulation rank 18. Seeing the system notification, I continue to push, knowing that my effort is not in vain. My grasp on my ether is a little bit tighter. Not enough to push through just yet, but I won't give in. I think of everyone who has helped me to this point, of Madison and the other researchers from that now dead universe who gave me life. My mother, who gave me a second life. Alicia, my adoptive mother. Indeed, if not in-law. And of course, Chloe. Because always Chloe. Your intermediate ether manipulation rank 18 has upgraded to intermediate ether manipulation rank 19. The wall starts to heat up. Slowly at first, and then more quickly as it begins to incandesce a dull reddish brown. Sweat pours down the back of my neck. My vision blurs and fades. My eyes feel like they're about to burst out of my sockets. My muscles cramp up, sending yet more pain through my veins. My breathing shallows, my chest tightens, my throat clamps up. Pressure builds up within my body. The weight of the entire room and all these inscriptions wearing down on me. Your intermediate ether manipulation rank 19 has upgraded to intermediate ether manipulation rank XX. But it's working. The slippery feeling separating me from my magic is waning just a bit further. My head grows light as my body grows heavy. The entire world, the entire universe, perhaps is telling me to submit, telling me to give in, to lie down, to accept my imprisonment. But I deny it. Deny the very world itself if I have to. I deny and I refuse and I resist and I break through and I will overcome. I scream as loud as I can, pushing everything I have and am into my magic, forcing it out of my body even against the glyphs that are trying to suppress me. My body, my autonomy, my choice. And I choose not to be restrained. Right as I finalize and actualize my mental declaration, something shifts within me. I briefly glance at the system notification that appears, and I grin with glee and unwavering determination. Your ether strain immunity has evolved into indomitable will. Indomitable will. Your mind is yours alone, subject only to your own will. Your desire to move forward upon your chosen path is unrelenting. Even in the face of what others consider impossible, you stand undaunted. No matter how dire or desperate the situation, as long as you can draw breath, you will continue forward. Provides immunity to ether strain. Skills and effects that would suppress your ether or skills are automatically and passively negated. In addition, deleterious illusions, suggestions, and other skills and effects with the mind-altering property are greatly reduced in efficacy and success rate when cast upon you. With my power now fully rested back and under my control once more, it takes a mere 20 points of ether applied on the spot before the iron starts to melt. The carefully wrought glyphs falling apart despite the inherent durability the etheric inscriptions provide. And with one segment broken, the others weaken. What was once a trickle of ambient ether flowing into my prison now feels like a faucet being opened. And at the same time, my own body sharpens with renewed focus. My mind feels crisp and clear, as though a fog has cleared. One I didn't fully and consciously recognize I had been in. My connection to my inventory and my skills, once solely and tenuous, is once again my own, coming even more easily than before. With all of my strength back intact at the shackles which once tried to bind me thoroughly scrapped, I send a message to Chloe, letting her know that I've broken out and am preparing to make my move. Sarah, are you alright? Are you hurt? Is everything okay? Yeah? I'm a little sore, but after what I just went through, I feel amazing. How's the situation out there? It's so ordinary. You're in there, fighting against all that stuff, and yet, out here, it's just business as usual. People going about their lives. I sigh, taking a moment to catch my breath. That's why we do what we do, so that everyone out there can continue to live lives as peacefully as they see fit. Yeah, Chloe pauses. So, do you want me to approach? Scratch that. I'm not waiting any longer. Wait, I exclaim. Even though this was all a trap, we still don't know if there really are hostages here. If there are, no, first, I'm not just going to sit on the sidelines any longer while you put yourself in danger. Where you go, we go together. Your challenges are my challenges. Your pain is my pain. Your grief is my grief. And I've felt enough of both of those. That's what we promised when we started dating, and reaffirmed with our angelic bond. And secondly, if they have a hostage, what we need is a healer, just in case the worst comes to pass. I take another deep breath. Just be careful. I know it won't make you happy to hear, but I think the cops might have been in on the whole trap. One of them somehow got a hold of me, then helpfully told me about hostages, all before sending me in. It could have all been in good faith. But there's also more than a few officers who'd have a bone to pick with me. If that turns out to be true, we'll figure things out from there. Double quotes understood. For now, I'm going to get out of here and try to figure out the situation and move forward from there. I'll see you soon, Sarah. I'm looking forward to it. I apply the unlock glyph to the door. It resists, but only for a moment. The inscriptions, now completely worn down, buckle. The mechanisms, mechanical and etheric alike, holding the door, twist and contort and unravel themselves until they've completely fallen apart. I flare out my archangel's gaze, scanning around for signs of a welcoming party. Seeing nothing through the small slit beneath the door, I open it as quietly as I'm able and slip back into the hallway. I don't get more than a couple of steps out of the door before an alarm rings. Well, that sucks. Immediately thereafter, Inscriptions on the sides of the hallway begin to glow. I feel a metaphorical hand clamp down around me, its insides coated in slippery grease, attempting once more to suppress and subdue me. But this time around, I'm able to completely rebuff the formation without even a thought. Indomitable will effect activates. Power suppression formation effects negated. I walk through the hallway at a quick but not overly hurried pace. Chloe will be here momentarily. I need to figure out exactly what's going on here, preferably before the main fight breaks out in earnest. Where are the real hostages? And what exactly am I dealing with? I still have far too many questions. I enter the next room, one containing a weak power signature. It's not one of the hostages, and it's not Giuseppe either. Instead, it's another man in a fancy black suit, sitting at a desk typing on a computer. His smooth, youthful, clean-shaven face is behind a triple monitor array, and from what I can tell, he's using some sort of new software to help design new glyph formations. Makes sense, although computers are no match for skills when it comes to formulating design schematics. They can still do a mostly passable job. I'd imagine that's how they built that formation, rather than hand-carving it as I'd originally thought. It would also explain the mistake that allowed me to break out, garbage in, garbage out. He looks up to me with a sneer. I see the prisoner has wandered off. He stands up and glares at me, raising his hand and emitting a blinding light from his eyes, attempting to ensnare me within some sort of illusion. Indomitable will effect activates. Effects of skill disorienting are negated. That's not very nice, I say. I come here just to talk about what's going on here, and you immediately attack me with your disorienting eye. What? Why? Now, I do hope we can have a civil conversation. Chloe would be most upset with me if this confrontation turned to unnecessary violence. 3.79 in prison IV. The man from behind the desk presses a button behind his desk. Several additional inscriptions light up. Ether and enhancement and side I notice most prominently, along with some variation of the snake-shaped glyph I've used a few times in my glyph casting. Based on that last feeble display, it's probably meant to enhance his ability to form illusions. Part of me is awed by his ingenuity, using technology like this to amplify his techniques. Absolutely brilliant. A marvel of ethertech engineering, and proof that, even without me personally leading the way, humanity is tenacious, scrappy, and resourceful, able to rise up and survive in the face of adversity. On the other hand, directing mind-altering techniques at me, I sneer, leaving my barely contained rage and disgust writ large on my face for the man to see. He raises his hand and again tries to ensnare me within his disorienting eye skill. But just as was the case the first time he tried this technique, his power slides right off my mind like water coming in contact with oil. And deterred, he tries again. I shake my head with contempt. Please, sir, have a seat, and stop trying to use that skill on me. It's a rude way to treat an invited guest. You won't harm you, as long as we reach an understanding. As for this compound and your subordinates, I have a very angry girlfriend who has been dragged away from extremely fulfilling work helping out at the local hospitals to help deal with a hostage situation. Plus, she's very protective of me, and knows that I've been kidnapped and locked away. She's not one for killing unnecessarily, but I know she's quite skilled when it comes to her knowledge of human anatomy. Who can say what she has planned with all the abilities and spells at her disposal? Of course, Chloe is innocent and compassionate enough that she won't resort to anything too violent or excessive if at all possible. But he doesn't need to know that. The sooner he spills the details, and this situation is managed, the sooner Chloe and I can get out of this dump and leave today behind us. A win for him as well. You expect me to believe that? The man asks. He launches an I-beam at me, accompanied by the glow of inscriptions from behind him. I raise a single hand and catch the attack. 109 points of damage from an attack from someone who's barely passed his first ascension, and some first-degree burns to boot. Interesting. Perhaps he's not as weak as I'd expected, using these inscriptions to bolster himself further, and fortunately for him, while he has levels and has managed to bolster his stats to an extent, he lacks the battle senses, the skill ranks, and the willpower that come only from throwing oneself against the most dangerous challenges and overcoming them. His breathing is already rough and haggard, and sweat is beginning to bead down his back and coat his palms. I want to know where the hostages are, I say. There are no hostages, he says. It was all an illusion. We're not interested in hurting anyone else. We just don't want anyone interfering in our operation. His previously confident demeanor has turned to stammering, pleading. It's a little pathetic. To be honest, I tilt my head slightly. His explanation was a possibility I had considered briefly. Rather than actually harm anyone, they would simply create the illusion of having done so. If Giuseppe was honest about wanting the best for humanity, and seeking a way to defend themselves without relying on my power, then that would be in line with the story they are trying to tell. There's certainly enough personal power and technology combined to pull off a convincing stunt, combining light and sound together in a seamless fashion. We fought a doppelganger in the Tower Gauntlet. An illusory clone or phantasm skill is well within the bounds of expected power for a once-ascended illusionist class. At the same time, I have no reason to trust this man, even if I can see through his illusions. That doesn't mean my indomitable will allows me to see through a more mundane deception. I furrow my brows. Prove that you've not harmed any children. How can I hope to prove such a thing? I trust you know as well as anyone that it's impossible to prove a negative. Then I'll simply have to confirm the matter for myself. I turn around. And don't try anything funny. Your illusions and suppression formations won't work on me. And when you don't find them, the man asks tepidly, I'm not sure. I don't like you. I don't like the fact that you tried to imprison me. I don't like the idea of a bunch of war profiteers selling arms and shady dealings. And I especially don't like that you caused Chloe so much worry and grief. Whether to force me to help with your weapons factory or because you feared my power, you dragged me into your conflict. On the other hand, I don't trust the police or state authority either. I see no reason why I should hand your information over to the so-called authorities and allow them to monopolize it as they will. You're a dangerous person, Seraphina. And a lot of your philosophies highlight the necessity of the work that we're doing here. I sigh. I suppose they do. But at the same time, you're espousing those same philosophies. If you were averse to my ideology, you wouldn't be working in some clandestine operation. You wouldn't be working diligently to advance the science of ethertech. And you certainly wouldn't be going about it in a way that antagonizes lawful authority. Giuseppe might have been an obsequious flatterer, trying to lower my mental defenses. But I think there was a hint of sincerity regarding his praise of me. The man, who still hasn't introduced himself, nods. Then I'll get to the heart of the matter. If you were in my position, how would you defend this world against you? And if you want to dance around the question by saying that you'd never do something like that, I ask that you humor me by considering a hypothetical parallel world with a dark Seraphina who exists in your stead. I pose, ultimately, such a thing will be difficult as long as the system remains in place. The system rewards us for violence, for pushing ourselves to the brink of death, for taking risks and overcoming them. It rewards us for ruthlessness, awarding us with experience when we take lives, and granting us more power in turn. It is the defining trait of the system. The strong grow stronger. The weak either submit or are trampled underfoot by the system, which means, in order to defend the world we have, it is necessary to destroy the system itself. Destroy the system. Is such a thing possible? I believe it is. I don't elaborate further, not wanting to discuss my past too wildly. He shakes his head, leaving aside that interesting point. It's not really an answer to my question. I think there has to be a lot of people striving toward the same goal. If you truly fear that I will become a tyrant, then it's contingent upon you to not just build technology back here in a cloistered warehouse, but build your strength out in the field as well. It might not be possible to stop people from gaining power, but if enough people do, the world will enter into some sort of state of balance. It won't be like the world used to be, centered upon, well, warlords of a sort. Maybe guardians or protectors, if you want to be a bit more magnanimous about it. But it's the best option I can currently think of, unless you have a better one. Or we can just lock up those who go mad with power, to prevent that destabilization from happening. I'm sure plenty of people would agree. Do you want to go out and fight the next city slayer? Because if you think I am unworthy of the strength I possess, then by all means, let someone else shoulder the responsibility. Just remember that not every city got off as easily as we did, And we should just take you at your word that you won't turn on all of us. Of course, you shouldn't just take me at my word, but you should realize that I like plumbing, air conditioning, and good food far too much. I like the comforts of modern life and I'd like to continue to protect them. For my own self-interest if nothing else. The man laughs, loudly and boisterously. Well, Seraphina, such boldness and forthrightness doubt very well, very well. Let us be on our way, on our way. What else can I do? I summoned you here with the intent to trap you and use your knowledge to advance our operation. But I failed so completely. I can't beat you in a fair fight. I can't trap you in an illusion. And the formations in this room that are supposed to be suppressing your skills and power don't seem to be working on you either. So my options are either to die by your hand or plead for your mercy. I look at him with narrowed eyes. I want to say that I'm not that terrifying and that the overt displays of over-the-top deference are a little discomforting. But I fear that doing so might only terrify him further and encourage more of the same. By the way, I don't think you ever gave me your name. He pauses for a moment, his eyes darting back and forth. Is he trying to formulate an alias on the fly? Afraid I'd do more investigations on him. He is truly not helping my already lacking trust in him and his whole operation. And be honest, I add, your stammering and shifting eyes don't lend credence to your trustworthiness. He recollects himself in short order. Lucien, he says, by the time we make it out of the room, I'm tackled by the most beautiful sight in the entire world. Chloe rushes into my embrace, and the two of us share a long and deep kiss, relishing one another's touch and presence without the slightest regard for the environment or the onlookers. Seems you made it through here without much trouble. I tell my girlfriend, hardly. I figured it'd be a lot easier to infiltrate through the back door. So that's what I did. Then there were some guard robots that I had to fight, but thankfully, they were as weak as the enemies on the second floor of the tower gauntlet. What about all the illusions and power suppression? I managed to resist all the illusions thanks to my Saintess's blessing. As for the power suppression, I didn't experience any of that. Maybe it was just that one cell that had those glyphs on it. I guess that would make sense. They would need a way to keep their own power available while suppressing those of their prisoners. Lucien looks at me, then at Chloe, then at me again. He sighs for half a second before shaking his head. If it pleases the ladies, I would prefer to get this tour over and done with so I can return to my research. Has he always been like this? Chloe asks. For someone who builds weapons and maybe kidnaps children, he seems really overly polite and deferential. I think I scared him to his soul after I gained my new skill and became immune to all skill and ether suppressing effects. And then I casually caught his beam attack in my hand. Actually still a bit sore, if you wouldn't mind. Now he thinks one or both of us is going to kill him. Sarah, I can understand why he would be terrified of you doing something. But why me? Am I that scary too? I merely said that I had a displeased girlfriend on the way who was very worried about me. I allowed him to use his own imagination from there. Chloe gives me the look. Well, let's just get this tour over and done with, hostages or not. This place gives me the creeps. 3.81 Midsummer Evening. Our tour of the compound lasts for nearly 2 hours. Every nook and cranny is thoroughly investigated. Everything that looks like it might be a hiding spot is scrutinized. Chloe's Saintess's sanctuary tears through each of the power-suppressing formations like a hot knife through butter, while my indomitable will and Archangel's gaze together pierce through anything that even remotely looks like it could be a glamour. But after both of our best efforts to investigate, and still lacking an identify or sense motive skill, we are forced to reluctantly concede that there's no evidence that there were any real hostages. The true nature of the operation and the accompanying deceptions will take time to unravel. Perhaps they will never be fully known to me, and I have to accept as much. With more than a bit of reluctance from Chloe, who wants to see them punished for locking me up if only for a brief time, we end up departing the compound around 4 in the afternoon. After I swipe away a couple of their more advanced and dangerous prototypes, set them back a couple of weeks or so. We'll call it a consulting fee as compensation for the time I spent down here. As for what happens next regarding the police presence, that's not for me to determine. I'm not sure if the officers on the scene attempted to raid the compound after we left, as I had told Lucien. I neither like nor dislike them enough to take a side with regard to any legal troubles they might face. So, What do you want to do now? I asked Chloe. How about a date night? That sounds lovely. Do you want to stop home and get changed? Nope. We're right by the mall. I know you have plenty of money. And I think you should treat me. I look into Chloe's pleading, expectant eyes. Even though she's volunteering me into spending a good bit of money on her. And despite the fact that that might be considered toxic by some. When she flashes me that soft, gentle, oh so loving smile. I can't help but melt before her. It doesn't help that, as is almost always the case, she is right. We've both been busy with the rebuilding over the past couple of weeks, each contributing what we can. Hell's below. We haven't even eaten a lunch or dinner together in nearly 10 days. And if it weren't for sharing a bed, I don't know if we'd have seen each other even once in that time. In other words, I need this too. We slip into the mall and, for once, aren't immediately noticed upon our arrival. My trademark pink bandana and bright teal wings have become something of an icon in certain circles. But with the former stowed away in my inventory and the latter quickly dismissed before anyone notices, I'm able to walk alongside Chloe with relative anonymity. I say relative, because the mall really is pretty dead, with the exception of the employees and a fair number of middle-aged ladies. My arm draws some attention, but apparently not nearly as much as the wings which often drape down my back, especially when covered in a long-sleeve shirt for exactly this purpose. It's a bit of an odd sensation, though not at all unwelcome. In recent weeks, my attire, especially my wings, has become so iconic that I've even seen pictures of people cosplaying as me online. I've considered posting such a picture myself, if only to see if I can live out the famous meme of coming in third place in a Seraphina lookalike competition. Even in the midst of the apocalypse, it seems that celebrity culture and idol worship are still as alive and well as they've always been. Oh, Chloe says as we pass by an athletic clothier, I bet you'd look absolutely stunning in that. She's pointing to a very revealing matching outfit of gym shorts and a top that's basically just a sports bra. Come on, let's go in and get it, Wait, do you actually want me to wear that outside? Because that's basically lingerie. And if we're going to get bedroom attire, I'd rather get something more scandalous and revealing for you. But, Sarah, you're so hot and I want to be able to show you off a bit. Wait, haven't you said before that you don't want me to wear anything too skimpy? Because you don't want anyone else to get any ideas about me. Her arm slips around my waist. Yeah, I did, but now, I'm secure in our relationship. We're bonded to the core of our very beings. And the idea of people getting envious of me excites me. Besides, you do need something to wear for combat training class. I figured we'd be wearing our armor. And not every 18-year-old fresh out of high school is in a rush to risk their lives exploring dungeons. We're definitely anomalies in that regard. And I don't mean that in the sense that you're also the anomaly. With the and the capitalization, and the fancy brackets, and everything. Most people are just going to have normal street clothes. And are going to feel more comfortable in something resembling gym clothes than a suit of full plate. I guess they're going to have conditioning training to do. Sarah, there are going to be level 5 and 10 students in your class. Even with the system and the bands of imps and other petty monsters that love sneaking into town, there will still be some who won't have seen combat before. They're still going to need conditioning training. Heck, I've neglected my own conditioning these last couple of weeks. Chloe leads me into the store. Her eyes are wandering about, while I take it all in at once thanks to the power of Archangel's gaze, says the woman who has been constantly flying around while carrying 1,000 pounds like it's nothing. Hello, ladies, one of the store clerks says, pulling the two of us out of our mental conversation. What can I help you with today? I think we're just looking for right now, I say. Oh, while you're figuring out what you like, I'm going to go look at some new socks. All of this running around and fighting has been absolute hell on them. Get some for me as well, size 9. Remember, trust me, Sarah, I have all your measurements fully memorized. She gives me a grin as she struts off toward the back. We spend the rest of the afternoon buying lots of clothes. Like, a lot of clothes. Swimsuits, evening wear, professional attire, formal wear, athleisure, which is apparently an actual word, as I was helpfully informed. Altogether, Chloe runs me absolutely ragged in her rush to get me to try more things on. darting through aisles with a grace and elegance that really represents the heart of who she is as a person. I'm also still not certain which she enjoys more, putting me into all the new clothes she's getting me, or watching me remove them. In either case, she is having the absolute time of her life, and it makes me happier than I can properly express in words to see her so gleeful and so carefree at the same time. That, and, for the first time since the latest calamity, we finally have an opportunity to put outside concerns aside, if only for an evening. Death and destruction and monsters and mayhem and politics and that damned half-conquered tower gauntlet will still be there on the morrow. And I'm sure that some people will complain that it's not fair that we get to enjoy this solace while plenty of less fortunate folks are still recovering in the hospital, or have been laid to their final rest. It's something that the two of us need, to stay sane amidst all the carnage, to be a little selfish, to tend to our own emotional needs, to make sure we're in the best mental state possible, so conflicts like the one from earlier today are resolved without adding to the already too high count of dead bodies. It might not be fair, but it is necessary, and for tonight at least. Chloe and I are going to enjoy our date without either guilt or regret. It's 10 to 7 when we're finally done with our shopping spree. The two of us take a moment to slip into one of the bathrooms to change into our date attire and stow the rest of our new clothing into our respective inventory. I emerge in a smooth, form-fitting, calf-length aquamarine dress that Chloe says matches my eyes perfectly, with a pair of clip-on jade stubs for my ears, black flats on my feet, and a small opal ring on my right hand. I can egotistically say, looking in the mirror, that I look pretty good. But Chloe, damn, she always looks good. But as she emerges from the stall, she demonstrates why the little black dress has long been considered a staple of women's fashion. She's wearing a pair of 4-inch stiletto heels and has a beautiful silken scarf draped around her otherwise bare shoulders. And as the whole picture of her stunning outfit registers in my mind, I find my eyes widening and a bit of drool slipping out of my mind. She leans forward, placing her hands on my hips and a kiss upon my lips. I take it you like what you see, Sarah, she says. Careful, Chloe, I respond. You might hit me with the dazed or bewitched status. I thought you were immune to mind-altering status conditions, only the ones the system considers deleterious. And being bewitched by my girlfriend's beautiful figure is definitely something I enjoy far too much for it to be harmful. I don't think that works that way. I sigh. You're right. Now, shall we be off? The chill of heavily air-conditioned air and the scent of garlic and oregano assail me the moment we enter the restaurant. It's not at all packed, as to be expected for relatively late on a Thursday evening, especially considering the City Slayer's attack was not even 2 weeks ago. But it's far from empty. A pair of empty tables that I can see, one ready for new patrons, the other still with dirty plates upon them. We check in and get seated in short order. A small booth in the very back of the cozy dining area. I take the seat nearest the back wall, my eyes briefly scanning the surroundings for any sign of potential threats. Not sure if it's a habit I've developed since the system arrived, always being wary of danger signals, or if it's a deeper-seated idiosyncrasy that came with growing up in a shit neighborhood. In either case, Chloe catches my gaze a moment later, goddesses above. I think I might just be the luckiest woman alive right now. Her hand reaches across the table to mine. Our fingers clasp, and the world fades away. I can see nothing but Chloe. Her warm, crimson lips. Her wavy, shoulder-length hair. Her caramel-colored eyes. Her flawless complexion. The radiance of her smile. The way she looks at me with that bright, open gaze makes me melt. My hand slides across the table to caress her, and I can't help but smile, and against whatever reason I might have left, I giggle like a dumb schoolgirl. I don't know how much time passes before our server arrives. We're quick to order. I already knew what I wanted long before I entered. 2 big fat orders of lasagna, one for each of us, and a Caesar salad for the 2 of us to split. Our server leaves us, and again the surroundings fade away. There is only my love, my partner, the woman I've chosen to live and fight alongside. And, should the worst come to pass, or we reach the inevitable conclusion of a life well lived, to pass alongside her as well, neither of us says a word. Nor do we need to communicate telepathically. There's no need, even without the effect of angelic bond conveying our emotions to one another. Our eyes, our hands, And even our feet underneath the table speak volumes. My lips curl upwards, and hers follow as we lean in toward each other. And spoken passions and reassurances alike communicated perfectly through the love we've both developed for one another. You're pretty, I say, finally breaking the silence, as are you, Sarah. Pretty and all mine. I just wanted to say thank you, Chloe. What for? For everything. And nothing. For this wonderful date. For your lovely company. For being you and being so wonderful and kind and caring and a joy to be your own. And for being my girlfriend. Chloe smiles. I feel the same way. But Sarah, don't sell yourself short either. I love you. I want you. I want to be by your side. She leans in closer, switching from speech to telepathy. And remember, you've always been my first choice, even before I consciously realized I was or even could have been interested in women. A part of me always yearned for you. Time passes. The sky outside isn't yet dark, but it's getting dimmer and more purple by the time our lasagna arrives. The steam feels wonderful on my face, and the smell is magnificent. The fennel in the ground sausage perfectly complements the aroma of the cheese blends layered throughout the layered extravagance before me. My mouth waters at the diced tomato and the perfectly cooked noodle sheets. Neither too crisp nor overly slimy. I take a bite. It's delicious. It's been. I don't know the last time I've had lasagna here before. Such a rare treat before, given our family's lack of money. But now, yeah, a lot has changed since the system arrived. A lot of hardship for a lot of people. A lot of death. Senseless, needless, gratuitous death. And I'm not wholly blameless for it either. But change has been the only constant of the world, since long before my first birth and probably before the system's first creation. And while change is scary and rarely easy, when I sit here, across from Chloe, enjoying a date after a long and fulfilling day of trying to help people as best I know how, I'm reminded that change doesn't always have to be so bad. 3.81 A greater bond. The weekend. That most glorious time when responsibilities wane. That time when we have a chance to rest and relax. Recover from being worn down by a week's worth of work and school. A chance to attend to other adult responsibilities. And most importantly, a chance to mentally recover and prepare for yet another 5 days of the eternal grind. It is every child's greatest joy and every adult's brief respite. Never long enough to fully recover. Even holiday weekends are insufficient for that. But long enough to patch ourselves up, enough to push ourselves through. The system, however, does not care for such facets of human society. It knows about them beyond a shadow of a doubt, just as it does the rest of our culture. From the scant extant records of civilizations predating antiquity to the pop culture of today, the system knows all and adjusts itself in subtle ways to accommodate accordingly. Which is why, I have to assume, the system decided to send its wave of city slayers upon us on Saturday, in the early morning, while a great many defenders of the city would be drunk or asleep or, most likely, both, away to test our resolve in the direst situations. A chance to get that little bit of extra bonus experience for circumstance. Or, just because it's a prick, my money, were I a betting woman, would be on the latter. However, this weekend has gotten off to a far less rocky start. A good night's sleep was well needed after a shitty experience locked in a prison cell, followed by an amazing dinner experience, one which dragged on rather late after we got home. But now it's morning. The morning sun has vanquished the wonderful, blessed night, and now it's time to use the respite we've been given to prepare for what is still to come. More than anything, I want to figure out what Zethera gave me back in the tower. I pull the shard out and stare at it. On the one hand, it's a glowing, golden rock. The light isn't particularly bright, like that of a tiny, dim ember refracting innumerable times through a tinted crystal. In that regard, it's nothing special, easy to mistake for regular crystal. As it is, it might be good for turning into a self-powering night light, or maybe adding some glowing property to a weapon to help navigate and fight inside pitch-black areas. On the other hand, it's emitting a strange aura, pulsing of power and ether in a manner I've never seen before. And fortunately, I still am no closer to gaining an identify variant. Frustratingly, I know my previous self had one of the most powerful variants imaginable, which suggests that I can gain the skill. I just don't yet know how. I could ask Zachary. He might know something. But if this is truly some crystal that doesn't naturally exist in our world, It should be kept secret as much as possible. Right alongside the level apples that I haven't forgotten about. One each in Chloe's and my inventory. This leaves me with the mundane methods of analysis. Not overly sharp to the touch. Slightly warm to the touch. No taste I can discern. In particular, no sweetness. Which means it's likely not laced with lead or other heavy metal toxins. It doesn't seem to vibrate. And while the flow of ether pulses to the rhythm of a calm heartbeat, the light itself is constant. Ether that flows without the use of glyphs. Or at least, none that I can see or feel with my current level of understanding. I make my way downstairs to the kitchen area. Alicia is there, waiting on the coffee machine to finish her morning brew. Never enjoyed the taste much myself, even when moderated with significant amounts of cream and sugar. But I can admit that the homely, invigorating scent is a pleasant one to wake up to. "Good morning, Sarah," she says. "I'm surprised you're awake so early this morning." I blush. I've not needed to sleep as much since the system arrived. I could certainly hear that. All the way until 1 in the morning. I'm sorry. We tried to keep it down but, well, it's just as you said. I haven't had to sleep as much anymore either. And my hearing and vision have gotten a lot better too. Don't even have to wear the glasses half the time. And the coffee. I ask. It's a ritual more than anything. One might even call it an addiction. Something to start my day off on the right foot. I might not need the caffeine to function anymore, but sitting here, smelling the coffee, gives me a chance to center myself and prepare for the day ahead. A lot healthier than cigarettes, I assure you. I nod. Then, I get an idea. I pull the strange crystal out of my inventory and hand it to Alicia. A souvenir of recent battles. But I don't know what it does or how it works. I thought you were Miss Fix-It over here. And now here you are admitting that you don't know how everything works. Alicia's words sting a bit, but I can tell this is more teasing than anything mean-spirited. And so I only purse my lips and nod in concession of my defeat. Well, it's a crystal of some sort. You're the expert on that topic. Oh, so this is an admission that you were wrong about healing crystals after all? I was unconvinced by the scientific evidence that existed prior to the system. With the laws of the universe now changed, I am convinced by the evidence that now exists. It's okay, Sarah. It's fine to be wrong sometimes, as long as you're willing to admit it. I'm mildly incensed by the way she is continuing to tease me, but I simply accept the remarks from the woman who, in a few years, may well end up being my mother-in-law. So, I ask. Alicia stares at the mysterious crystal, muttering unintelligible syllables under her breath, along with the occasional hum. She then closes her eyes, which confuses me, and begins humming more. Is she employing some sort of mantra? Now I'm confused. I wasn't aware of any such skills which operated with such a long startup time. Ritual magic of a sort. Or is this something far more mundane? And fortunately, I'm not sure what it is either. Alicia says after nearly half a minute of examining, "It's very powerful, and I think it has some sort of healing ability infused within it. But more than that, I can't say." I take the crystal back, but then I get an idea. I pour a tiny bit of ether of just 2 points into the crystal. It's still faint, the change from before almost imperceptible even to my eyes. But it gets the tiniest bit brighter, hesitatingly, worried about causing some sort of havoc. I pour a few more points into the stone. The glow brightens a tiny bit more. I pause, not sensing any cracks in the stone or other signs that the crystal is going to break apart or violently explode. I channel 50 points of ether into the crystal. It's not somewhat brighter, about as bright as a dim lead. But the change is noticeable. And yet, I can't accept that as a reward for triumphing in a battle that dangerous and thrilling. The only thing this rock would do is glow a bit. So I push more ether into the stone. Another 50 points. Then 100. The stone intensifies in luminosity proportionate to the ether pushed into it. But there's still no change to the dull film of power emanating off it. "All right, Sarah," Alicia says, her cup of coffee in hand. "I don't know what you're doing or if it's dangerous. But if you're going to continue doing those sorts of experiments with strange crystals you don't understand, I'm going to ask you to do so outside. We've been lucky so far, but I'd like our house to remain intact as long as possible." I nod. Of course. I step outside, enjoying the cool breeze with the dawn's early light obscured by the shade of our home behind me. Wind ruffles my hair, the fragrant scent of recently cut grass filling my nose. A sky of red and orange may serve as a portent of storms to come. And if they do come, bringing more devastation and death in their wake, I'll be ready to face them, with Chloe by my side and many others with us as well. Before I continue further, I send a message to Chloe, letting her know where I am. She acknowledges as much before returning to her slumber. Something about still being sore from last night and wanting to enjoy every second of it. With a deep breath, I focus once more upon the crystal in my hands. This time, however, I get an idea. I again remember Madison's words, that ether is willpower made manifest through the system, and that the use of skills and magic consumes that ether to affect the desires of their wielder into reality. And so, with this in mind, instead of merely putting my ether into the crystal, I imbue that ether with my own desire. What do I want most? I'm surprised I even have to think about it. I want to protect Chloe. I want the power to keep her safe. I want to keep loving her, keep exploring this new world alongside her, and to one day sail through the cosmic seas with her as my partner, navigator, and lieutenant. Then, when our adventures are over, when the system has finally crashed once and for all, to sit out here on the patio, greeting the sunset, with her on the next chair over, her hand in mine, her smile to brighten my mood, her beauty outshining the dawn. 1,000 points of ether infused into the crystal and the brightness becomes more noticeable. The warmth builds up, just a bit at first, but then more and more as I push more of myself into the spell. It never quite becomes painful to the touch, though it certainly gets close. A part of me winces, expecting it to start burning the skin on my right hand. But I keep my focus on the stone and my desires. Even when my body tries to recoil, the crystal finally cracks, releasing a strange orange gas. My first thought is poison, and I reflexively try to blow the Seraphina-sized cloud away from me, hoping that the breeze will disperse everything before it can cause me long-term harm. But it doesn't. And as the mist of golden light swirls around me, I realize that this isn't poison. No, far from it. This sensation, this feeling of light and power entering me, it's exhilarating, breathtaking. My mind rushes with possibilities as every part of my body is infused with the power of the amber-colored mist. I check my status. I expect to find something. Anything, really. A new skill. A couple of new stat points, perhaps. I feel a little stronger, and my mind sharper. But this isn't reflected in any of the representations of my combat parameters. I furrow my brows. Nothing at all. But then pain overwhelms me, forcing my eyes to close from the sudden migraine. I drop to one knee, my vision blurry and spinning, like when I lost my trick shot skill to gain Harken. But this is a lot worse. I hate existence, not really, but I hate this pain, every bit as excruciating as the time I took a sword to the back. If this is the sort of pain that some people have to deal with on a regular basis, I fully understand why people turn to anything and everything that might alleviate a portion of it, no matter how safe or legal. Even more so as a minute passes and the blinding agony abates. And finally, I sense something welling up within me. Your angelic bond has evolved, modifying its effects as follows. Effect 1. Range of telepathic communication increased from 1 mile to 5 miles. Effect 3. Either partner can cast healing or enhancement spells or skills upon the other through the bond up to the telepathic communication range. Currently, 5 miles. Effect 4. Effect doubling property now also applies to armor skills and spells. Effect 6. Breaking this bond will now cause a loss of 4 levels. Effect 7. Sacrificial transference. As a free action, either partner can transfer ether to the other at a 10% penalty. Either partner can use this on the other, as long as both are within the telepathic communication range. Currently, 5 miles. Warning. This is not considered a healing skill for the purposes of the effect doubling property of Effect 3. Did something happen just now? Chloe asks as soon as I stand back up. I felt a wave of dizziness come over me. And now there's a bunch of new status windows and system messages appearing. Yeah, that stone from Zethira. I somehow used it to strengthen our angelic bond. Reckless as always, Chloe says. A wave of calm and warmth comes over me as her curing light envelops me, even as she lies happily, though still worried, in our bed. But I guess your passion and drive and will to improve yourself and protect me. It is truly limitless, and as your girlfriend, I am incredibly thankful. And I'm thankful to have you by my side, I respond. Today, tomorrow, and every day thereafter. 3.8 to Seraphina's excursion planet XSQ1287, Substation 33, Year 16, 369A. 9 weeks after Seraphina's awakening, freedom, by the cosmos above, sweet, glorious, heavenly freedom. For the first time in my life, there are no guards, no security details. No Madison looking over my shoulder. Okay, yes. I'd be fine with Madison looking over my shoulder or her hand in mine, or, really, any time with Madison would be good. But it would be better if it weren't always in the position of her treating me like a child. I mean, yes. I've only existed, been conscious for a couple of months now. But she should know better than anyone that I was created with the body of an adult and the mental capacity to make my own decisions, rather than having to be told what to do. I am not going to stay trapped in my room any longer, even if it is, as the security staff says, for my own good. For my own good, my left foot. It's for my own good that I want to see the world I was created to save. Though, I really don't know much about where I should go first. Do I just walk into a random building and start asking random people questions about their life and their world? Or, is there a place specifically to do that sort of thing? Maybe there's a gym or training facility somewhere nearby. That sounds like fun. Ooh, getting to train with new people sounds like fun. That, and new meals. New company. So many buildings, so tall, so much to see and do, and I hope that, in time, I'll get to experience it all. I sprout my etheric wings and take to the sky, between the sprawling buildings, most of which extend well over 1,000 feet into the air. There are numerous people flying about on pathways that don't seem to be well defined, but are followed by all nonetheless. Some, like me, are flying under their own power, though most don't have wings like mine. The method varies. Some control air currents around them to generate lift. Others manipulate gravity directly, as my gravelance does. A few have some sort of. My anomalous decryption describes it as psionic force. So their will is strong enough that they just command the force of gravity to submit. And then it actually does so. How cool. Most people, however, use a miniature version of the transports we used to reach the tower gauntlet last week. About the size of my bathroom. And maybe a foot shorter than I am tall. These personal transports hover off the ground with an etheric anti-gravity engine and some sort of propulsion mechanism that allows them to go quite fast. Not Seraphina's top speed fast, but still a lot faster than many of the people flying under their own power. The wind. It doesn't smell very good as I merge into the nearest skyway. The stench of metallic tang and rust and some sort of oily stench as though one of the engines is busted. Is that corrupted ether? I mean, I didn't even know ether could corrupt like that. But it smells absolutely fetid, bad enough to give me a headache. But not so bad that it's disrupting my senses. On the other hand, the temperature is amazing, and the wind, a stench aside, feels amazing as it whips against my face and ruffles my hair. So crisp, so cool. The overcast skies, dimmed further by the shade of tens of thousands of towering buildings, provide a comfort I've not gotten to experience in the carefully climate-controlled environment of Substation 33. And so I fly for a good while, toward nowhere in particular, not paying much attention to anywhere or anyone but the here and the now. Another skyway crosses about 100 feet above the one I'm currently on. I glance upward, looking for any transports or people who look particularly interesting. Nothing immediately catches my attention, but, whoa. With a single flap of my wings, I launch myself upward and merge into the new path. I'm now flying between two small transports, both painted a bright, pastel red. With anomalous decryption, I'm able to easily pierce through the dark privacy veil shrouding the windows of the transport on the left and look within. The driver is a young woman, probably barely an adult, with stunning onyx hair and incredibly pale complexion. There's a strange aura about the woman. And though I'm intrigued and wish to know more, I resist the urge to peer more into her status with my skill. Instead, I, with some reluctance, descend onto another path. Again, following no grand plans other than the whimsy of the moment. I see a building with a flashy neon sign, Stone Horse Pub. Estate, 11,472 is emblazoned on the front. A pub. I think these are establishments that serve food and drink to people. I've never been to one. Are they different from the dining hall back at the substation? Back? I guess it's home. Though with all of the sterility one would expect of a research facility and little of the personalization, all of which, even in my own room, has been hard fought to achieve. I reach into my inventory. I have some 6,000 credits, and fortunately, I have no idea if that's a lot or a little. Hopefully it's enough for a single meal, because I'm hungry and I don't want to cause any trouble. With another flourish of my wings, I'm descending out of the skyway and toward the entrance down below. It's not on the surface, but instead, there's a small platform of steel and concrete serving as a tiny parking lot and patio space. I say parking lot, even though there's only 2 cars resting on it. A discrepancy I rectify mentally when I notice a patron placing his hand on his car. A moment later, it begins dissolving into an amorphous region of glowing red light, and then it is all absorbed directly into his hand, neatly stowed away in his inventory. The tavern is loud. So many people, so many conversations going on. And unlike back at Substation 33, they are crude burps and other releases of gas, and awful stenches of sweat and gross body odor that hasn't been showered in at least 3 days. And why? By the power of the entire cosmos at once. Does the facility smell of dried excrement? Is that the sort of crowd that all taverns cater to? I glance around, discreetly sniffing the air. At least the food present smells edible. Maybe not tasty, even by the standards of the dining hall, but edible. And probably not too toxic, even if it is. Etheric self-repair should be able to patch up any damage the food causes me. Besides, I came here for the experience and to see the world. I've conquered over half of the tower gauntlet. I'm not going to let a little danger slow me down in the slightest. I walk into the tavern with my head held high, making my way over to the man standing behind the counter. Several of the patrons look up, briefly glaring at me, but even more don't even notice, wobbling about, completely engrossed in conversations that are so rambunctious and lewd that I can't restrain a blush. I say, can I order something? The middle-aged bartender with a scar across his left eye and a handlebar mustache looks up and gives me a grin. Though I can't tell if it's gleeful or sinister. Probably both. Well, you're a new face round here, looking for something to help you forget the sight of an ex-boyfriend. I don't have one of those. I just came because I was getting hungry and thirsty. Well, I can't say the food here is anything special, but we've got plenty to quench your thirst. What do you want? Got 7 brews on tap and a few other bottles. Plus more than a few cocktails from the smooth and fruity to the kind that'll really make you forget. Let's go for something with a nice fruit taste. Then I might try something a bit stronger later. Alright, I like your style. Miss, what's your name, if I may? Not seeing any reason why I shouldn't answer. Seraphina. That's an interesting name. Don't think I've ever met another Seraphina before. And I've been working in the business for nearly 20 years now. It's the name I was given when I was born. Never felt a reason to change it. Oh, cosmos above. I'd never suggest you do such a thing. As he speaks, I watch him pour a black liquid to clear liquids, and what I think is orange juice into a metal container, which he shakes vigorously before pouring it into a sugar-rimmed glass with a long stem and wide mouth. I retrieve 100 credits out of my inventory. I'm not sure what the price is going to be. If I need some more, just let me know. The man laughs. 100 credits. I know cocktails are a bit pricey, but I'd be able to get you 3 more for that, and still have some left over for some food from the back. I sheepishly laugh. Apologies. This is my first time in one of these taverns, and I hadn't thought to check exactly how much everything would cost. Just hoped I'd have enough money to pay for everything. The bartender's expression remains neutral, and if it hadn't, I guess I would have had to go exploring a dungeon or two to find enough treasure that I could sell to pay off what I owed. You're one of those dungeon divers. The man's gaze grows a bit more stern. I didn't take you for someone interested in those sorts of dangers. I've gone inside a few of them. It's scary, but also rewarding. This gets the man to chuckle. Well said indeed. He hands the beverage down. I'll let the back know and see if they can't get some food ready for you. I take a drink of the liquid. It's sweet, with both sour and bitter undertones. I can taste the orange flavor, mixed with that of a different fruit. Maybe blackberries, I know of them. But not what they taste like. Really sweet, though. And then there's some more sugar. And the last ingredient is really smooth, but also bitter. It lingers on my tongue and in my mouth and throat even after I drink it down. It's like vapor coming up out of me, and I feel a strange sensation welling up. Not amazing, but I can see how people could learn to enjoy it. I take a few more sips of the liquid, feeling a little more comfortable with the discordant surroundings as I acclimate to being in this strange environment. Then there's an odd status window that shows up in the corner of my right eye, which confuses me. You are affected by intoxication mild. You have imbibed on an intoxicating substance. Decreases speed by 3%, and mind by 5%. Gain resistance to other effects with the mind-altering properties and greatly increased resistance to fear-based status effects. Warning: effect of multiple instances of intoxication stacks. Continued use can lead to the addiction status condition. I cast etheric self-repair upon myself. It takes more time and nearly 800 points of ether, but I'm able to purge the intoxicant from my body. I turn to the bartender with a disgruntled look. What was the big idea? Serving me poison. He shushes me, and a few other people turn to us. It's just liquor, not poison, he says in an exasperated tone. His voice lowers to a pointed whisper. Yes, it will inflict mild intoxication upon you, but it's legal, commonly consumed by plenty of people, and reasonably safe when consumed in moderation. I sigh and set the glass down. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've come to a tavern, and I guess I didn't know that I'd be hit with that status condition so suddenly. The man behind the counter, whose name I still don't know, just laughs it off. First time. Yeah, I was there once, and you aren't alone. I had one girl about, 15 years or so ago. Nearly went into a panic attack after having half a drink. Just make sure to stay in moderation, as long as you're just in the mild intoxication state. The risk of serious side effects or getting hit with alcohol dependence is fairly low. Never zero, mind you, but low, safe for most people. Yeah, I got you. The door opens again, revealing a tall figure clad in an ankle-length dress. They're her. Most likely a face is covered in a veil, and their aura is imperious and imposing. They walk with overwhelming confidence, completely unperturbed by the looks from the onlookers as they strut directly toward me. They take the seat right next to mine, not caring in the slightest that it belonged to someone else just a minute ago. Their empty glass still sitting on the bar. I'm sure of it now. Hearing her voice and seeing a bit of her face from within her veil turns to me. It takes me a moment, but now I remember. This is the same woman in that transport I saw a short while ago. Was she heading to the tavern as well? Or did she come looking for me, specifically? You, she says, in a low, seductive yet authoritative tone. We need to talk, Seraphina. This is going to be a two-part original Seraphina scene leading up to the start of the 5th Ascent. 3.83 Seraphina's Excursion VA. I pause for a moment, taking another small sip of my drink. Some sort of blackberry martini, the bartender called it. Talk, I ask. What do we need to talk about? And who are you, anyway? You have quite the spark in your eyes, kid, I like it. She says. I furrow my brows. I don't appreciate being called a kid, and the fact that she's refused to answer my question irritates me to no end. If you like it so much, then you can show your gratitude by telling me who you are and what you want with me. I sense ether moving about her. It's a lot. Not nearly as much as Madison. Then again, nothing is as threatening as Madison when she goes all out. Madison herself might be human, but her power is truly terrifying, inhuman, perhaps even demonic according to some. Absolute power. The sort that makes skills and experience utterly meaningless before it, though she has over a century of experience behind her every movement as well. Compared to her, this woman is but an annoying, buzzing fly. Her eyes widen slightly. I feel a burst of energy heading toward me, and deterred. I use skill crumple and crush the attack before it can affect me. I remain unharmed, though not without a considerable loss of ether. Please don't do that again, I say, inwardly. I'm trying to dissect what sort of skill she was just using. Is she an enemy? I have to assume that that's a possibility. I partially override the racing of my heart and the feeling of clammy hands trying to come to the forefront. I hope this doesn't come to a fight. If it does, however, I'll need to be careful. That attack was strong. Intriguing, she mutters. I must admit, I am impressed. I wasn't sure what sort of an individual would be able to so easily pierce my veil. When I saw that you were but a young girl, I was disappointed, worried that you'd done so completely by accident, or that the veil was defective, but here you are, resisting my skill like it's nothing. You even managed to cause me a bit of backlash damage. I furrow my brows. Skill crumples shouldn't inflict backlash on a person. There's nothing in the skill description that even hints at such a thing. Does it work differently on this woman? Or is it a product of the specific skill she used? Just who is she? She turns to the bartender, opening her eyes wide for a split second. The bartender momentarily stiffens, his posture going ramrod straight. Roland, is it? She pulls out a sack containing numerous credits of different denominations. Dozens of blocks of 20 and 50 and even a couple of hundreds as well. She and I will require the place for the next few hours. This should be more than enough to compensate you for the use of your establishment for the rest of the day. Roland, though I have no idea how she knows him, looks through the pouch of money. His eyes widen, and a grin breaks out on his face. Yes, ma'am, he says. All right, everyone, he says to the whole establishment. You've got 5 minutes to sober up, get a ride, and get lost. We're closing up early today. An utter pandemonium breaks out among the crowd. Skills fire off in rapid succession as the haggardly men rush to get out the door in short order. A few among them, whether out of compassion or some hope that they'll be spared from the order, are assisting the barkeep in gathering the half-empty glasses and mugs and bringing them forth for processing. It all takes place so quickly, and sure enough, not quite 5 minutes later, the place looks, not quite pristine, but serviceable. No one is left in the room but me, Roland, and the mysterious woman, who hasn't moved more than a few casual breaths since dropping the pouch of money on the counter and issuing her order. All right, you two. The door should automatically lock up when you're done with your meeting. Just please don't ruin the place while I'm gone. Roland seems all too eager to get out of the bar as soon as possible, summoning a flying bike and zooming out in a flurry. I notice a cold sweat on him as well. Did something about this woman scare him senseless? I don't have much time to ponder. The moment he's out of sight, the woman stands up and begins pacing about in a calm, cool demeanor. She doesn't make a sound, her every step made with poise and elegance, the long, white sleeves of her dress flowing about in a strangely alluring dance. Tell me, she says abruptly, who are you? You're no ordinary girl, that's for sure. I see you still aren't willing to tell me who you are. I respond, not fair at all. If she wants to know about me, she has to tell me about herself as well. I suppose you need something to call me, seeing as though we're going to be getting to know each other a lot better. Very well, call me Annette. Seraphina, I respond. An interesting name. Are you from around here? I've lived in the area all my life, I say honestly. Annette focuses her gaze upon me. I mentally ready my gravelance, ready to draw it out of my inventory and strike against her at a moment's notice. By now, even my body's overrides aren't fully functioning, and I'm unable to suppress the physiological sensations of fear creeping up on me. I still have next to no idea who she is or what she wants with me, or if she's even human. Her aura doesn't give the impression that she is. At the same time, using anomalous decryption was the reason I'm now in this mess, and I don't really want to dig myself that much deeper by using it again. Some part of what you just said is a lie. I'm not sure what it is, though, and you seem to have some sort of resistance against mental attacks. So I can't just take the information out of your head and be done here. So, I'll make you a deal. You give me the information I seek, and I will allow you to live. I respond with an indignant glare. Hold on just a moment. You come here. You start demanding things of me, making me answer your questions. Refuse to answer any of my questions. And now you're threatening me. I don't think I should be talking to you anymore. So, I'm going to go now. It was nice meeting you, Annette. Annette smirks. Her eyes narrow, and her gaze, still obscured by her veil, glows an ominous red. You aren't going to be going anywhere, Seraphina, she says. I again activate skill crumple to break down whatever she was trying to do just now. This time, I follow up with anomalous decryption to see exactly who and what this person is. As her status window comes into view, I'm stunned speechless by what I see. Name: Annette McConnor. Age: 431. Race: Vampire McConnor. Line level: 117. Experience: XX, XXX, XXX. 2 next, XXX, XXX. Warning: exact experience amounts cannot be determined by anomalous decryption. Current stats: health, 26,892 at 28. 950 ether, 25,500 for 27. Current stats: strength, 97, speed, 165, vitality, 221, mind. I proceed to glance through the skills she has. Most of them, as expected of her stat distribution, are magical in nature, with a particular emphasis on mind reading, mental manipulations, charming, and even one skill called mind domination. Looking through the description, I shudder. Overriding a person's free will, making them into a thrall, even if only temporary. I dare not assume that magic is always good, nor are the people and creatures who wield it. But I can't see any way in which this skill could be considered anything but evil. In terms of a fight, Annette will have an overwhelming advantage in a protracted engagement. If she's able to dominate me to any capacity, I'll be finished. Her mind is more than 3 times as high as mine. Her ether pool is double my own. And with the inefficiencies of skill crumple, I won't win a protracted engagement. On the other hand, her health is only on par with my own, and her speed and strength are considerably inferior. The vampiric regeneration trait she has is annoying, but its recovery over time, I can win. But I have to be swift, decisive, and merciless. And I doubt I can let her live, something which disturbs me. Fighting and killing monsters is one thing. Even those in the tower that appeared to have sapience, those two are just constructs given a facsimile of intelligence by whatever aspect of the system controls the tower. But this would be fighting against a real-life, living, breathing person, and to the death, minus the living and breathing, given Annette is a vampire. But the point still stands, as do my concerns. The other option is to run. But where would I go? She was able to track me here without much difficulty. I could go back to substation 33. But then I'd get a lot of questions about why I was gone and why there's a vampire chasing after me. I could try to hide. No, that won't work for the same reason as before. Incapacitate her. I suppose that's possible. I'd get in a lot of trouble, but it's self-defense, right? I've been trapped here and threatened. Annette spoke specifically about allowing me to live, meaning lethal force should be permissible, assuming I understand the law correctly, which, I admit, I'm not sure I do. Magic formulae and fighting monsters is easy compared with the complexities of law and governance. In that regard, I do not envy Madison one bit for the work she has to do. In the end, I decide to try to incapacitate her, then rush back before she can do anything about it and seek shelter in the substation. There are enough security mechanisms that she won't easily be able to break them. And by the time she's there, someone stronger than me should be able to intervene. Probably. So, what's it going to be, Seraphina? Annette asks. I pride myself on my patience, but even that has its limits. I am a busy woman, after all. Will you tell me the information I want to know? Or will I need to pry it out of your semi-conscious mind? She snarls at me. So confident, so self-assured. And yet, unlike Madison, she doesn't have the stats and levels to truly back it up. False bravado. Or is the typical scope of power much lower than I had expected? I know I'm stronger than Flynn and Nate are, but it's so hard to tell if they are particularly weak or if I'm actually relatively strong compared to most people. I don't answer. I sprout my etheric wings and pull Gravelance out of my inventory. A single use of Swift Foot to temporarily double my speed. One final use of Spell Crumple to crush her startled, reflexive counterattack. I pierce her stomach with my weapon, drawing inky, black blood. She grits her teeth, trying to regenerate her wounds even as my weapon remains embedded within her abdomen. But it's pointless. Gravelance has a nasty additional effect. The gravity effect causing miniature implosions within its target's body. Such damage accumulates, easily overriding all but the most potent regeneration skills. Even my etheric self-repair couldn't hope to out-heal it, only extend the inevitable. She lies battered from a single attack. I rush out the door, aware that I might be legally in the wrong in doing so, but desperately wanting to escape, to get back to safety, and put this whole experience behind me. As she does, she screams and curses, saying that I will rue the day I defied her and that she'll never forgive me and that she'll haunt me for the rest of her immortal life. I think this is what is referred to as a villainous monologue. I don't pay any attention to the threats. Whatever will happen later will happen. For now, I've had enough excitement for one day. I want to head back home and rest. Madison will be back soon, and I'm already so looking forward to it. 3.8 for the 5th Ascent Planet Earth. Year 1 AI July 2023 C. 18 weeks after system integration, I awaken from yet another vision of my past life. How odd that only a few weeks after encountering a vampire here in this life, I have a vision of encountering one in my past life as well. Moreover, the two shared several characteristics, beyond superficial ones of pale skin, distaste for light, and being women, pride and arrogance chief among them, along with high strength and a general disregard for the lives and well-being of others. I hesitate. I know in some games and other fantasy media, races like devils and goblins are described as being always evil. I don't want to extend that to the real world as well. But, although a sample size of 2 is insufficient to draw any significant conclusions, I am forced to consider, what if Chloe's class is correct? What if undead creatures, even sapient ones like vampires, are coerced by their own class or race, or whatever other power births them, to act in a selfish manner? What if there really are beings who, by virtue of what they are, really can and should be discriminated against, or at least treated with suspicion, or worse, exterminated on sight? It's a thought that doesn't make me happy. It goes against the ideals and values that have been instilled within me. But just as Chloe's class harbors a deep hatred against the undead, mine also boasts a deep reverence for scientific inquiry and self-improvement. Distasteful though the thought may be, I would be doing myself and the world a disservice if I rejected a line of scientific inquiry based purely on moral prerogatives. I shake my head. No, that's wrong, very wrong. Science should always be tempered by morality and ethics. I castigate myself silently for thinking such thoughts. Invasive notions of my class indeed. My thoughts are interrupted by Chloe's hands reaching up and around my waist. She pulls me into a kiss, which I eagerly accept, holding her close as well. "Morning, Sarah," she messages. "Are we still planning to go back to the tower today?" I nod, then quickly respond yes as I realize she can't actually see my head bobbing with her face currently buried in my chest. The two of us giggle. "Did you ever hear back from Alana?" Chloe sent her a text over the weekend asking her back, although she hasn't yet responded. "No, I think she and Jasmine are going on sabbatical from the military for a couple of weeks. Jasmine's mother was critically wounded by a hippocamp and is still convalescing." I can't help but feel a mixture of sympathy for Jasmine and her family, mixed with anger at my own powerlessness and inability to prevent it from happening in the first place. But I heard from her that Alexei had been considering going into the tower. That could be interesting. I think he'd complement the two of us pretty well if he decides to join us. Pretty sure he also reached level 50. That, or he got some new sleight of hand skill that mimics an inventory way too effectively. Chloe stretches while letting out more cute noises that I can't stop from sending a pleasant shiver down my spine. We should be quick about getting ready. Then, it's almost dawn and Alexei's too much of a military man to want to wait a minute after then. Good heavens. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already there, expecting us. Well, we shan't keep him waiting any longer than needed. It's not exactly cool when we arrive. Just as the uppermost sliver of the sun's disk is rising above the eastern horizon, it is, however, quiet. A few cyclists and a couple of quiet transports, ground-bound, and very crude facsimiles of the ones that existed in the world from which I originally came. Still, the quiet thrums of a few retrofitted emergency vehicles and super early morning commuters is a welcome sign that some semblance of normalcy is returning to town after all of the recent, and not so recent calamities. As Chloe insinuated before we left, Alexei is already here in front of the tower, a large backpack containing countless supplies and combat equipment strapped behind him. As always, His rugged, sharp, and slightly wizened features are only emphasized by his clean-shaven face and the graying, nearly buzz-cut hair on top. He nods to us as we fly down, though his face otherwise remains stern and disciplined. A paragon of the professional soldier, Miss Jacobs, Miss Mortensen, he says, his thick Slavic accent making it a bit difficult to understand at times. It is good to see you two both alive and well. Likewise, Chloe says. She offers Master Sergeant Ivankov a handshake. Then, after a moment's hesitation, changes it to a salute. Alexei shakes his head, but a slight smile assuages my concern that Chloe had offended him. He extends his hand out. Handshake is good. You two are no longer military. No need to follow formal military procedure. We each shake his hand. Our time working alongside you all was valuable experience, and it was great to meet you and everyone else. But I'm glad to be free from the regiments of life in the forces. I say, as it is for many who come into service. Most of them are only interested in doing their 4 years to get veterans benefits, then getting out. It takes a certain kind of person to want to stick around beyond that. Chloe looks down. What kind of person? Some people come from rough families. No support, no opportunity, limited chances even to eke out a meager existence. Others are even worse off. Get involved with drugs or the law. The military offers them discipline, structure, and camaraderie. Some of them don't adjust, but a lot of them do. A lot of young men, a few women, far more men. They grow up in such hardship. Seen such horrible, awful things that even I shudder to think about. But getting that last chance and those guardrails that the service provides warms my heart every time I see someone turn their life around like that. Chloe nods. Then there's folks like me, grew up in conflict, Cold War Kuwait, then peacekeeping operations in the Balkans. After that came 9/11s, Iraq, everything else in the Middle East. And now the system. I've lived my entire life on the battlefield. At this point, I'm so entrenched in the battlefield that even if you could take me off the battlefield, you couldn't get the battlefield out of me. I've already decided that I'm going to die on the battlefield when my time comes. And until then, I'm going to do as much as I can to protect and train the next generation, and try to steer them on the right path as best I know how. Chloe lets a single tear drop down her cheek. Her hands glow with golden light, the telltale sign of her channeling ether for a powerful healing spell. And then, in an instant, all that golden light envelops Alexei. I know my magic doesn't cure emotional and spiritual wounds the way it does physical injury, but Sarah's mentioned a few times that it helps her. I just thought that maybe it would help you as well. Alexei smiles. You are a kind soul, Ms. Jacobs. But please do not worry for my sake. This burden I carry in my heart is my own form of penance for the many lives I have taken over the decades. But I try to interject. I know. Being a soldier means doing heinous work, not because it's necessary, but because that's what we're ordered to do. And we are obligated to obey lawful orders. I have taken part in a lot of killing. Most of it was unnecessary, for the convenience of our superiors, all the way up to the politicians. The least I can do is hold on to that heaviness in my heart and try to remember the people whose lives I took from them. I can't help but feel guilt at hearing his words. I remember after the Harpies, when I cast Black Hole and ensnared 8 unfortunate people in the radius of my implosion. I never did find out anything about those folks, whose lives I cut short in my inexperience and negligence, and rushed to try to save many more lives. In my case, it probably was necessary, or at least, my actions did save far more lives. But it was necessary as hollow comfort for the people who died that day, regardless of who was the one who the system credited with the kill. By the way, Chloe asks, do you need all that stuff out right now? I hadn't really pieced it together. If he had an inventory, as I believe, he would certainly prefer to keep all his gear in there rather than leave it out here, where he'd have to carry it all around and risk it getting damaged or stolen. If you're offering to help, I won't complain, though I must question your lack of gear. From what I understand, we could be trapped in there for days. I glance around to make sure there aren't any cameras or onlookers eavesdropping upon the three of us before pulling my trusty bag of trail mix out of my inventory. After a moment, I dissolve it back away in a flash of teal light. Do you trust that strange magic? Alexei reaches into his own inventory, pulling out an envelope. Then, in puff of gray smoke, it vanishes. I fear that it will get lost. I don't think that's much of an issue, I say. I've never had any real issue with it, myself. Alexei acquiesces after a moment and begins scooping up all of his gear, piece by piece, into his inventory as well. All except for a small locket that he grasps tightly in his hand. If only we had this ability before. We'd be able to carry more supplies, more gear, more safety equipment. Perhaps some of those who died might not have. I don't mention that. By the same logic, just as many more lives would be lost for the same reason. Bigger guns, stronger skills, more advanced intelligence and reconnaissance capabilities. Everything that makes fighting safer for one side makes it deadlier for the other. And I know, from my experiences with the black market and arms traders, that what is known to one side is swiftly thereafter proffered to all. I think Alexei knows as much as well. Just mourning his comrades in arms the way he knows how. Not ready to break the heavy mood his words have set. I lower my head as Chloe and I divide up what gear Alexei offers us to be stored away in our respective inventory. I inadvertently catch a glimpse of the inside of the locket when it dangles loose, opening a tiny bit. It contains a picture of a young boy, maybe 8 years old, and 2 sisters, both younger still. I struggle to hold back the tears as I work through the likeliest explanation. Alexei never mentioned having a family of his own when we traveled together months back. Always said he was a man of the military through and through, having served in the forces his entire adult life. And now, I can't help but wonder, just what has war taken from him? Comrades, friends, maybe a lover at one point, even his family, or so it seems. Death and destruction. War, they are the constants of human civilization from the beginning and will remain as such until the very end. System or no. I do my best to finish up quickly, turning off Archangel's gaze to avoid looking at any more of his private effects. Once I finish, I make my way up to the tower's front entrance. It opens so easily now, whether because of my higher level, greater strength, or some hidden will of the tower or system beckoning me back into its hellish embrace. I don't know. Chloe follows just after, slipping my left hand into hers. Even with an arm of metal, I still feel her warmth and the comfort she offers with her mere embrace. Alexei follows us just behind, surveying his surroundings as we enter into the pit of darkness, the quiet chamber that separates hell from earth, inviting us to partake in as much of the former as we dare. We go over what we know about the tower, about the challenges and levels we've faced so far, and our thoughts on what sort of trials still await. And then, without further ado, the 3 of us make our way into the teleporter, and from there, up the stairs, from the 21st to the 22nd floor. 3.85 The 5th ascent. No fire, no ice. No deep sea adventure, nor a journey among the clouds. Instead, the 22nd floor takes us to the urban jungle, decayed and ruined by decades of degradation and disuse. The scenery reminds me of post-apocalyptic movies, which might be fitting, considering the world that lies outside the tower. Tall towers beginning to crumble from the ceiling down, shattered windows all around, broken glass and rubbled asphalt interspersed by grasses and small bushes reclaiming the land for nature. And, rather than our vivid, yellow-white sun, the sky above is illuminated by an orange star. The wind howls through the skyscrapers, carrying with it a floral scent marred by the acrid stench of oil and metal. At Alexei's insistence, I take to the air, shooting up above even the tallest skyscrapers, trying to figure out what our objective on this floor might be. And it doesn't take long to find, about 2 miles ahead, there's a massive crater in the center of the colossal once megalopolis. And within it is a strange sphere that's radiating incredible energy. If that's at least an objective to this dungeon, I couldn't imagine what else it might be. I dive back down with haste, a nagging feeling taking hold of me. My Archangel's gaze doesn't pick up any creatures that are directly eyeing me, but there's that strange itch in the back of my head, like I was just scanned by some sort of machine or other presence. Perhaps the floor boss. I dare not ignore it. Did you see something? Alexei asks. There's an impact site about 2 miles away, and something is watching us. Chloe looks around, but Alexei looks straight up. He narrows his gaze. I don't see anything in the cloudless sky, a shade of muted blue, but he's insistent. And considering his experience in war, I dare not doubt his wisdom. He continues, running up to the nearest building. A 5x1 apartment complex with several of the suites little more than dirt and wooden beams barely keeping themselves stable through system sorcery. A single leap from his heavy frame and massive strength sends him up to the top floor with a single bound. And with speed and dexterity unbefitting his bulky form, he grabs hold of a plank, flips himself into a backward somersault with the grace of an Olympic gymnast, and continues peering up at the sky searching for some sort of aerial drone. "It's the only thing I can think of. We should get moving, and fast," he says after staring up for about 30 seconds. "And it'd be best if we kept to the ground from here on. The buildings will provide us with cover." "Is something wrong?" Chloe asks. "I trust Seraphina's words," Alexei says. "If she thinks we are being watched, I'm assuming she's right. But there's no planes or drones that I can see. And I don't see anything that looks like a camera either. That leaves one option. Spy satellites. And those usually have weapons attached. I shiver. If that's the case. I've heard of the concept of orbital bombardment before, I say. Rods from God, as it's sometimes called. Do you think a satellite would be capable of creating that crater?" Alexei shakes his head. "I've never heard of the technology actually existing. As for whether it's possible, I don't know. But you girls can fly and materialize objects out of thin air. Best to assume everything is possible now. The three of us move at a measured pace. We could all move faster. But Alexei wants to take it slow. I fear the tower warden creeping up on us. But he insists we be cautious. Possibly his training showing itself. I choose not to make a big argument about it. And after a bit of mental discussion with Chloe in the span of 5 seconds, she concurs for the sake of maintaining the harmony between us. As we get closer to the meteor, I notice something out of the corner of my eye. A tiny glint on the edge of my archangel's gaze, something glittering, possible treasure, or possibly a trap. And even as I peer at it, I can't tell which. A trap? No, Alexei says. Too obvious. Just because it's a trap doesn't mean the bait isn't valuable, I answer. I take a few cautious steps toward the building, my mechanical arm cannon raised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Chloe laughs. That's how she is, Alexei. Her favorite line is not taking a risk is itself taking a risk. I blush and demur slightly, backstepping a bit. She's right, as usual. But we should all be in agreement before we decide on anything. Alexei looks around, staring up, then closing his eyes, his right ear toward the sky. I don't know what he hears, but the second he opens them, he shouts "Run!" at the top of his lungs. Neither Chloe nor I bother to ask questions. Only the sound of our footsteps, sprinting at the speed of a highway car, breaks the otherwise total silence. And then it happens. A glint out of the corner of my eye from high above. Then a yellow glow, intensifying, eventually outshining the star above. We rush into the nearest building. Chloe runs up against the wall, casting Saintess's cloister upon the both of us. Alexei lets out a war cry, and I cast a barrier of wind and repulsion to protect us. In a flash, the building just down the road is annihilated. The sound is deafening. If not for the stilled air around us, there's a good chance all three of our bodies would have been shredded from the pressure wave alone. As it stands, vibrations still resonate through my body, causing me dizziness and disorientation and dealing considerable damage, which is swiftly absorbed through Chloe's magic upon me. The shrapnel is far less than I would have expected, so much of what might have flown toward us simply no longer existing in any solid state. Seconds pass in a somehow even more eerie silence. By the grace of the goddesses, the building we were in somehow remains intact, if only barely. I'm forced to retract the previous statement a moment later. The whole structure is wobbling, in imminent danger of collapse. The three of us rush to the nearest egress, dodging bits of falling ceiling as we do. With a burst of impulse at the last moment, I grab Chloe, diving past the outer threshold with less than half a second before the 100-foot-tall building implodes. This time, plenty of dust and debris follows in the destruction's wake, all of which I blow away with a simple wind spell. Where once a skyscraper stood, now only empty space remains. All of the work that went into it, all the memories, good and ill, the records of the achievements, all denied, powered without a trace, only another crater. This one the size of a professional baseball field. remains where once steel and concrete towered above. None of us says a word. With a silent nod, we continue on. Through the desolation, we march. No enemies. No monsters. No more loot. Just emptiness. All the way until we make it to the crater. You said there would be stairs leading up, Alexei asks. But I see none here. Not until we've cleared whatever challenge awaits us, I say. Usually it's a fight with a powerful monster. Sometimes it's a puzzle or there's some switches we have to pull or something. But it's rarely spelled out exactly what we have to do. All I can say is that it's too quiet, and that scares me. This whole place is unnatural, Alexei says. It feels off, Chloe says. The aura of this place is wrong. The entire cityscape. It feels like a giant morgue. And Dad, I ask. Chloe shudders. I don't know, but it's possible. I don't want to jinx things by saying any more than that. I make my way down to the center of the crater, alone. Chloe wants to come along, but I stop her. With the effects of Alexei's rally cry and Chloe's Saintess's cloister and Saintess's blessing both doubled by angelic bond, I'm by far the most durable of the three of us. I'm protected against over 0 points of damage now, and defensive parameters are likely higher than even Alexei's now after factoring in the armor I've made for myself. In the likely scenario where this smooth, metallic sphere is a trap, I have the best chance of extricating myself from the situation without injuries beyond Chloe's ability to heal. Sensing no danger beyond the baseline in this wasteland, I place my hand on the sphere. It's cool to the touch, perfectly smooth, but somehow a little soft. Rather than being rigid like nearly all metals and alloys, this structure has a bit of give to it. It's like metal and rubber had a child. I'm able to push my hand into the sphere, creating a handprint that eventually smooths over to again reveal a pristine surface. How bizarre. If such a substance could be harvested or synthesized and then used as a crafting material, it would greatly expand the frontier of ether tech. It's self-repairing, and far beyond the minor durability enhancements that enchanting glyphs gives mundane materials. A fact I learn after attempting to cut it with a simple sharpness, enchanted dagger. I'm able to slice through the sphere without difficulty, but it stitches itself back together nearly as quickly, showing no wear after only a few seconds. I'm able to tear off only a golf ball-sized piece of the strange substance and secret it away in my inventory before the rest repairs itself. And fortunately, I see no glyphs anywhere on the structure, nor embedded into the substance itself. This leaves two possibilities. First, that this is some alloy unknown to science with fantastical properties. I consider this the less likely scenario. More likely, and far more interesting, is the possibility that some aspect of the molecular lattice structure of this material naturally shapes into some sort of flexibility and repair glyph sequence. If so, this is absolutely groundbreaking, though immensely daunting to try to grapple with. In short, it means that, with sufficient knowledge in chemical engineering, it might be possible to construct new substances with strange and wondrous attributes, covering anything that glyphs can do, which might well be anything that can be conceived in the language of magic. Just a matter of working out the right compounds through a lot of computer analysis, skill-assisted intuition, and a lot of trial, error, and money. What a fool I am! I thought before that I had delved into the forefront of glyph research. I thought that all there was to know. I was on the right track to one day uncovering. But now, chemical engineering, processor design, even bioengineering glyphs into the structures of one's proteins and DNA. All of this and much, much more. So many mysteries about this field are still waiting to be discovered. Madison and the researchers of Dr. Chitono's labs must have known all of this. Hell, they must have known far more than even this. That's the only way they could have created me. But then, why didn't they tell me? Could they not have told me? Or is the system blocking my memories still, only reawakening them a little at a time as I grow in levels and both experience and experience? I try to remember more about who I was, who I am, and what happened in that world. I focus on my mind, which starts spinning as more and more ideas and information from the outside flood into me. My vision blurs, and then goes white. Sensations of the outside world fade away. Time moves slowly. Wait, time. What is time? Does time exist? Why can't I remember? Why can I only remember tiny snippets of my life? What was so horrible about everything that came after? No, it wasn't the system. I wished for this. I don't know how or why or when, but it was my decision to remove my memories. I don't know why, but there must have been a reason why I took such a step. You know the reason why, a voice says. Except, I know the voice. It's my own. Who are you? I ask. Surely you know the answer to that. Or do you not recognize the voice you hear the most? You sound like me. The sea of white coalesces into my double, a perfect replica, right down to the scuffs on my mechanical arm and the split ends in my hair. Of course I'm you. Who else would be here in our mind? Where in my mind? Our mind. My double corrects. Was that not what I said? Are you the me from the old universe? I'm you. And she's you. She's me as well. All of us are one. Then the reason I can't remember everything that happened is because. Have you ever wanted to forget? Felt pain so bad that the only way you could move past it is to block it out of your mind completely. To trick yourself into thinking that what happened didn't. Also, you could take one more step. I haven't. But if something happened to Chloe, then my double nods. Even though my conscious mind doesn't remember. I know this is true. The reason why I don't have my memories is because I don't want to know. The part of me that remembers is waiting for me. Waiting until I'm ready to know everything about who I once was and what transpired in that forgotten universe so long ago. Then I have to protect her. I hear a voice. She's calling for me, telling me that it's time to wake up. Time to go back and see her again. Sarah, Chloe asks, leaning over my body. Lying in a building just outside of the crater. Are you okay? Yeah. We're still here in the dungeon. I can't see Alexei with my eyes, but I can sense his presence a short distance away. He's scuffed up a bit, but not hurt too badly. I guess I must have passed out at some point and missed the fight. Oh, thank heavens. Chloe leans down and hugs me. I was so worried about you, reckless. She moves to slap my face, but stops herself at the last second, caressing my cheek instead. I'm sorry to have worried you, Chloe. Something happened when I was investigating the meteor. And next thing I know, here I am, waking up from having whited out. How long was I out? About 20 minutes, thankfully. The fight for the floor wasn't too perilous. A Scorpio bot, level 52. Alexei got hurt taking it down, but thankfully, I was able to heal him completely. I'll have to thank him for that once we get settled. And I'm sorry. I didn't think something like that could have happened. Chloe helps me to my feet. My right leg is a bit numb. The feeling of it having fallen asleep from sleeping or sitting on it for too long. Ahead, there's a staircase leading up into the heavens a few hundred feet away. Alexei is standing next to it. No signs of another orbital attack. Was that a one-off? Or did we get lucky while I was out? I decide not to question our good fortune too much. I guess I have no choice but to forgive you, Chloe says with a wide grin. But we should get a move on. And so we do. The 23rd floor waits. Seraphina. I do have an author/community Discord server, which you can find here. Other than that, still a lot of Volume 3 left, currently working on Chapter 141. 3.86 The Fifth Ascent. Where in space? The Earth, or some planet? Though it looks like the Earth is hundreds of miles below us. In every other direction, stars stretch out to the bounds of our perception. So many stars. It must be well over 1 million in nearly every direction except 3. Below, the Earth. A sphere of blue clouded in white and with occasional bits of green and brown landscape. About 60 degrees from that, the Moon. A grayish-white marble with apparent size comparable to my thumbnail when my hand is held at arm's length. And behind me, almost exactly 90 degrees from the Earth below, is the warm glow of the sun. I can breathe just fine. I hadn't even realized that that was abnormal until the wonder of being in outer space had worn off. By all rights, I ought to be choking on the lack of oxygen, boiling on my back from the sun's radiation and heat, freezing in my chest, shielded from sunlight, and having the air pulled out of my lungs due to being in a vacuum. But instead, everything is as pleasant as a warm summer day, minus a lack of wind. A real uncanny valley of sensation. Chloe is a short distance away. I sprout my wings and approach her, taking her into my arms. We share a brief kiss before separating. Wait, what is going on? She asks. All of this. It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't. I switched to my voice, mostly to confirm, and it seems that, despite being in outer space, there's air here and we can talk normally. Chloe laughs. Best not to think too hard about it, right? I nod. Something like that. I doubt we're actually in outer space. Just looks like we are. Chloe slips her arm underneath my wing and around the back of my waist. It's beautiful. The perfect spot to have a romantic date. Hopefully many more dates, not just one. Wouldn't it be fun to sail the stars in our world, you and me? Explore the galaxy, discover new worlds, meet new people, try new foods and do it all alongside the love of my life. Chloe smiles. I'll hold you to that. But for now, we should meet up with Alexei and figure out where we're supposed to go. The two of us find him a short distance later, floating in the endless sea of space, slowly veering off toward no direction in particular. It seems that, without the ability to fly under his own power, Alexei has no ability to move himself about. The air isn't thick enough to swim through like water, and he hasn't a skill like Lindsay's wine walk to allow him to step upon it like solid ground. Instead, he's just floating along, resigned to his fate until the two of us catch up to him and begin steering him alongside. Be prepared for everything, Alexei says. Loss of electricity, shortages of food and water, being cut off from our fellow soldiers, forced to survive in the wilderness, first aid on the battlefield. I've been trained in all of it, and experienced most of it. Being flung into outer space, however, is a new one. Our men back at base will need additional training when we get down here. I'm not at all sure how to respond to that, except to nod slightly and purse my lips where he can't see. After a couple of seconds of awkward silence, he continues, pointing to a glint of light in the distance, in a direction that doesn't point toward the Earth, Moon, or Sun. That right there. That isn't a star. I don't know what it is, but I think it's fairly close. Maybe the spy satellite you mentioned before, I ask. It could be. With no better leads, the three of us head toward the strange light. Alexei flies in the middle of the two of us, holding one of each of our hands as Chloe and I propel us forward. It's more than a bit awkward, flying together as though the two of us are his daughters or not going to entertain any further thoughts on the matter. We don't get very far before more lights appear. These, in contrast to the one Alexei has pointed out, are moving quickly, and yet more of them appear. Green beams that shoot through space at the speed of a bullet, though with a bright trail like a comet which alerts us to their presence. That's exactly what they are. Laser beams. More accurately, some sort of beams of ionic plasma contained in a region of rapidly moving space, aimed pretty squarely at us. Though pretty squarely is doing a lot of work, fired from a distance of several miles away. The attacks miss us by a few dozen feet each, but these bogeys are approaching quickly, and their attacks are getting more accurate, and quickly. Chloe, Seraphina, Alexei calls out. There's no sense wasting our time with these small fry. There are probably hundreds of them, and I'm no use fighting like this. Take out only the ones you need, and let's break through their ranks. He grits his teeth. Let's fly. Hang on to your breakfast. Alexei, I say. Feeling rally cry take hold of us. Chloe infuses me with Saintess's blessing through our bond, and I follow with Angel's grace upon her. Our speed doubles in an instant, and I realize as we approach just how different three-dimensional combat is compared with its ground-bound variant. Mostly, I realize that Alexei's assessment is absolutely correct. Even hobbled as we are, having to carry Alexei around with us, the sheer number of different directions we have to dodge means that attacking with any sort of beam or raid-based attacks comes with a huge disadvantage. We do have to take a bit of extra time through the path, zigging and sagging before the obstacles that emerge in front of our path. Not just fighters, but also meteors the size of skyscrapers and some sort of explosive mines that detonate when struck by an outside force, which is apparently sensitive to include flying too close to it and disrupting the air currents in our wake. Something I learn as the three of us narrowly avoid getting charred in the butt after passing by one at a distance of 100 feet or so. Proximity weapons, okay, yes. That would be a good way to defend oneself from an attack in any direction, just like a shield. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can devise countermeasures. Sera, you form a barrier the instant I launch my attack. Perfect, Chloe. You picked up on my plan even before I could send it to you. She smiles, letting go of Alexi's hand. Both of her hands join, outstretched in front of her, gathering luminous energy and glowing brighter and brighter. I fire small bursts of gravity energy toward the oncoming attacks, lancing the strikes off course and away from our approach. I'm amazed how easily I can manifest the glyph now. Just a few weeks ago, it took every bit of my willpower to do so, even with Chloe's spells to assist me. Combining it with other glyphs like I did against the harpies brought me to the brink of consciousness. But now I can use it with as little effort as all of my other individual glyphs. I can only imagine how scary I'll be once I get to the point where I once was. 1 universe ago, Chloe's blast launches. A single unlucky fighter was unable to get out of the way of her blast in time, suffering a clipped wing for its trouble. Not sure whether it will be able to ground safely, not sure I care either. More importantly, the next wave of proximity bombs between us and the objective starts exploding, each triggering the next in a chain reaction. Perfect. Chloe takes hold of Alexi's hand as I let go, readying myself for my part of the plan. I grin as I power up a fiery reflect glyph formation, extending it outward with an expansion glyph around the outside to cover all 3 of us within. I hold it in my mental storage, waiting until we get just a little bit closer. This mental exertion, in turn, makes it a bit harder to dodge the oncoming attacks, which are now becoming numerous and focused enough to be a slight problem, especially from the handful of fighters that are now trailing us from behind. Just another second or two, Chloe dives down relative to our travel direction to avoid a blast by the barest of margins, and I avoid another with a timely barrel roll, one which sadly carries no additional energy deflecting properties. And then, just as we hit the periphery of the explosions, I launch my spell. Fire and smoke are launched away from me with preternatural quickness, obscuring the vision of both the spacecraft chasing us and those attempting to cut us off. That doesn't mean their attacks ceased out, far from it. They've become even more relentless now that we're trapped in a nebulous cloud of dark smoke. With Archangel's gaze, I'm able to peer through it all, selecting the best final approach for the 3 of us. The pilots, or perhaps the craft themselves, I don't see why they can't be autonomic or not so fortunate. Their sensory rays causing them to fire haphazardly, sometimes in directions almost completely antipodal to our flight path. To particularly unfortunate craft are unable to avoid a collision, the resulting explosion and debris launching us forward that much faster and more errantly. You two still holding on okay? I ask. Though it's hard to hear anything through the cacophony of battle, I follow up with the same message to Chloe via telepathy, sensing that she's physically healthy but worried about something. Yeah, I'm getting tired, but we're alive and well. Alexei has been kicking away laser beams with his shins. I don't know what kind of skill lets him do something like that. We're almost there, shouldn't be more than another minute or so. Understood, we'll try to hold out that long. The dust clears up, and the space station comes into view. It doesn't look so dissimilar from depictions of the International Space Station at first glance, with a modular design and plenty of solar panels and other sensory rays along the outside. However, it is much, much bigger than any spacecraft or satellites thus far built by human hands. The entire structure is the size of a small city, at least a mile from the top and 10 down to the bottom substructure. A bit above the midsection of the vertical stem, there's a slowly spinning ring running transverse around the entire complex. Some sort of mechanism to stabilize artificial gravity on board the station. Perhaps. A massive explosion roils from behind the 3 of us, nearly catching Alexei's legs within the inferno. I fire off a simple repulsion barrier at the last second, protecting both him and Chloe from the encroaching plasma cloud. I mutter, wondering what caused such an explosion. A massive pileup of fighter drones, or some outside force at work. I don't get more time before I spot a potential entrance. A small docking bay near the bottom of the central tower. A couple of fighters are about to take off, meaning the membranous airlock will soon deactivate. We might only get a couple of seconds, and I plan to make it count. Chloe, full speed ahead. See where those fighters are about to come out. That's our way in. Got it. In the corner of my eye, I spot a vessel the size of a small skyscraper with a massive battery aimed at us. Probably the floor boss. I decide that it's best not to engage. Not with Alexei serving as a sitting duck in the midst of battle. I doubt they're going to deliberately destroy their station. Not when there's a chance of subduing us without such drastic measures. Or so they think. We make it inside the docking bay by the literal soles of our boots. Alexei's getting clipped by the barrier as it seals shut behind us. Dozens of humanoid battle robots await our arrival, carrying energy weapons not dissimilar from our own, and I smirk. If these hunks of junk want to challenge me to a firefight, I'll be more than happy to oblige. 3.87 The fifth ascent for. Blasts ring out along the inside of the docking bay. Chloe is kneeling behind a cargo container, firing out piercing beams and scouring lights toward the sentries like they're going out of style. I, on the other hand, am out in front, standing in plain sight, not even bothering with covering myself. In a firefight against these useless pieces of scrap metal, I'm surrounded only by fear and slag. Archangel's gaze is useful for treasure hunting. It's potent at identifying traps or other anomalous fluctuations in ether, including my own. But it absolutely shines in the midst of such a battle. No blind spot tactics are effective, as the skill has no such weaknesses. And after having spent several weeks acclimating my mind and body to the influx of visual information both in and out of combat, I can respond to attacks from multiple directions, all with split-second precision. Alexei doesn't have my disgusting level of visual skill. He also doesn't need it. With a torrent of fury and fists that come close to breaking the sound barrier, he carves a path of destruction through every drone unlucky enough to get within the range of his fists. His bulky frame, covered in a thin gel-like chestplate and knee-high, heavily enchanted combat boots and reinforced by a terrifying amount of vitality, is not wholly impervious to damage. It is, however, highly resistant to most physical attacks, including the energy rays from the robot's weapons, which do about as much damage as a light sunburn. I can't help but smile at seeing the man fully in his element, literally twisting and tearing the legs off the sentry and lucky enough to be caught in his grasp. And he doesn't stop, taking advantage of the changed situation now that we're again confined to an artificial gravity field, and he can move about under his own power. Where I have an advantage in terms of my skills being tailor-made for this sort of battle, and Chloe has healing magic and shielding abilities, Alexei uses raw, overwhelming force in a brutal manner. He throws a crumpled robot at a collection of half a dozen more, knocking them all on the ground as though he were a professional bowler. Then he starts spinning around furiously, holding out another robot's body and flailing it about like an improvised martial weapon, bashing into the automaton still hopelessly trying to overwhelm him. Hunks of still electrified scrap gather at his feet and mine as the two of us unleash hell upon any who dare appear. The fight can barely be called one. Alexei is an unstoppable, implacable, grizzled veteran with a chip on his shoulder and plenty to prove. While the few lucky shots I sustain are quickly healed over by Chloe's magic before they can accumulate. All the while, metal bodies rack up and then disintegrate into blue clouds of smoke, and system notifications are piling up en masse. It takes barely 3 minutes before the docking bay is secure. I dare not say we're safe, but we have a brief respite to catch our breath, recenter our minds, and process the minor gains we got from the scuffle. Your party has scrapped to 147 station droids, levels ranging from 43 to 46. You have gained a boosted 12,500 experience, level 54 experience, to 1,930,025, to next. 108,685 current stats, health, 7,849, 8,521, ether, 4,947, 6. Current stats, strength, 160 base, 79, speed, 160 to base 80, vitality, 275 base, 105, mind, 400 for base. Your Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage rank 7 has upgraded to Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage rank X. Anyone hurt? Alexei asks. How are you both doing on health and ether? If we need to stop and take a few minutes to recover, we do so. I'm a little above 80% on ether and at over 90% of my maximum health. I respond. Closer to 70% ether here, Chloe says. But I regenerate mine a lot faster than you two. Then we wait 10 minutes before proceeding. He slams a nearby control panel, crushing it into rubble. The only paths out of this room are up the airlock or through that door over there. He adds, In other words, this is a defensible position and our best chance to rest and prepare ourselves for the battles ahead, I say, pulling a bottle of water out of my inventory and downing a large swig. If I may, Seraphina, Alexei says, pointing to a stationary fighter near the corner of the stadium-sized bay. While we take a few minutes to recover, this might be a good opportunity for you to study the design schematics. From what I've seen and understand of your abilities, you'll be able to put the knowledge to great use in later weeks and months. I turn to Chloe, who nods in approval of the plan, and so, with no regrets and glee in my heart, I begin looking at the fighter. Immediately, I notice that there's no exhaust port. As expected, the vessel must be propelled entirely by GLYPHS. In addition to impulse, which seems to be the basic movement glyph more generally. I imagine the additional inclusion sort of inverted gravity glyph to allow for flight, not unlike how my wings of Icarus worked before incorporating their schematics directly into my body. The next and second most interesting thing I discover is the lack of a cockpit, or any other way for a pilot, organic or robotic alike, to enter and pilot the thing. There exists some sort of core within the structure that acts as an engine, generating and routing ether to the various components of the device: the weapons, the shields, the propulsion system, and most importantly, a transponder. I think the intuition property of Archangel's gaze suggests that this strange component tucked just above the core, extremely heavily defended, is involved in relaying information between these drone fighters and whatever captain or other central intelligence, organic, artificial, or some combination, is operating this mothership. And that leads me to another thought regarding the bioengineering idea I'd had a short while ago on the previous floor. If I, through my angelic form, have the ability to synthesize mechanical implements directly into my body, then would the reverse also be true? Could I synthesize my body directly into a pre-existing mechanical structure, some sort of metallic exoskeleton power armor? In layman's terms, would be the first and most obvious step to take this train of thought. But I'm thinking much, much bigger. There's absolutely no reason why this skill would be limited to something so mundane. By all rights, I should be able to bond my body to anything from a Titan-sized mech all the way up to a custom-built spacecraft. The thought of traveling the stars in a spacecraft is one thing, a very pleasant idea indeed, but traversing the galaxy as a spacecraft sends wonderful shivers down my spine. I also can't help but giggle a bit at the prospect that, should this come to pass, Chloe will be, in a sense, inside of me as we do. I pull my sketchbook out and take more notes, with particular emphasis on trying to draw the series of arrays that correspond to the transponder network. With the recent attacks by the City Slayers damaging large portions of Earth's previous infrastructure, including its communication relays, humanity has been set back from a cohesive whole into more a collection of city-states which nominally hold fealty to the central governments of old. In truth, even though Alexei might disagree with my assessment, there is very little authority that the central government can still command from Washington. The soldiers and the commanders are beholden to the orders of their superiors, and to the president in his capacity as commander-in-chief, at least as a matter of law. But now that communication and logistics on the interstate and international level is all but severed, Nicholas and Carl Wilson together are de facto the highest military authority, assuming both are still in the city. If we as humanity is something I'm considering myself part of for this thought experiment, or to properly rebuild our civilization, both to rebuff the attacks I expect are forthcoming, and to one day travel the stars to take the fight to the system itself, we cannot be fragmented, a divided house being unable to stand. As Lincoln once said, communication and bridge building is an essential part of that end goal, even if I am admittedly pretty terrible on my own at both of those things. But I can, at least, work to design and build the structures that will facilitate both. Right about the time I finish my sketch and annotation of the glyph array in question, Alexei snaps me out of my entranced state. I hear footsteps approaching. Time to make a break for it, he says. I stow my sketchbook back in my inventory. Chloe and I take a moment to recast our spells upon one another. Then Chloe uses the transference property of our newly empowered angelic bond to top my ether reserves back off. Once we're both fully prepared for battle, Alexei opens the door and begins charging like a bull in a china shop. Dozens more of the sentry robots, along with a new more powerful golden variant, are standing on the other side of the doorway. They begin firing upon the older man without hesitation. And unlike the attacks from the ordinary sentries, which hardly faze him, the weapons of the golden sentries, their thick beams of Arctic blue-white energy, manage to momentarily stagger him. At least the first one does. The second one only manages to stun him for a moment. And the third such attack fails even to disrupt his attack. I know he's not unaffected. The way his muscles twitch and the sound of his gritting teeth, the hints of pain in his breath, I hear and see it all. Even though he dares not show any signs of weakness overtly, instead, he merely screams and shouts any number of obscenities, using his aggression-drawing skills to keep the automaton's attention fixed fully on him. I leap in the fray, sprouting my wings and taking to the high ceilings to rain my own brand of hell upon them. Bullets imbued with additional impulse shred through their weak, primitive barriers, piercing their armored hulls and doing good damage to their insides, and fortunately, with their vitals being mostly non-existent, it's hard for me to strike a debilitating blow. The only such internal weakness is the ether core located in the center of its chest. And it's the most heavily armored part of its body by far, with additional shielding to prevent me from easily piercing it. Instead, my best tactic is to aim for the arm joints, trying to dismember them with my attacks and lessen the load upon Alexei. Lightning would probably be effective as well. But the last thing I need is to run into the 1% backlash probability while firing bullet after bullet at high speeds, considering how debilitating it is to my flight. Even a single such instance could prove fatal. Out of the way, you two, Chloe shouts. Alexei ducks, slamming into the ground with enough force to shake the entire room, staggering but not toppling the sentries immediately surrounding him. I, on the other hand, have her right up against the ceiling, clinging onto the tiny grip I can find. And Chloe launches a devastating scouring light, only this time, instead of being a basketball with beam of pure white light, this time it's a slowly expanding cone of colors that spans the entire rainbow. And though her spell is slow, needing a lot of time to chant the necessary incantations, it is incredibly powerful. Anything that the light touches is torn asunder, disintegrated in an instant. The flimsy shields the robots carry, even the more powerful ones used by the golden automatons, is utterly useless before such an awesome display of force. I want to protect Chloe, would lay down my life for her if it came to it. But as I see the final two sentries collapse and the tired yet relieved and satisfied expression on her face, I'm forced to accept. She wants the exact same thing from me, and she is, bit by bit, coming into her own, more and more able to do exactly that. I quickly process the system notifications and the meager experience gains as we hurriedly make our way up the staircase and onto the next floor. You have scrapped 78 station droids levels ranging from 44 to 45. You have gained a boosted 4,500 experience. You have scrapped 12 elite station droids levels ranging from 49 to 50. You have gained a boosted 22,400 experience. Level 54, experience, to 1,956,925, to next, 81,785 current stats, health, 7,559, 8,521, ether, 5,121, 6, current stats, strength, 160 base, 79, speed, 160 to base 80, vitality, 275 base, 105, mind, 400 for base, 3.88. The fifth ascent Vit's unrelenting. Everywhere we go in this goddess's forsaken dungeon, there are yet more guard robots waiting to attack. Every hallway, every side room. The elevator shafts themselves have more robots trying to claw their way into the cars whenever we seek a moment of respite within. I haven't seen a ventilation shaft or a garbage chute yet, but I'd be surprised if there weren't more nasty battles awaiting us there as well. It seems that's the gimmick for these floors. Endurance. Individually, these sentries are weak, succumbing to only a couple of attacks, but we're never encountering just one of them at a time. There are always dozens of them, swarming us from all sides. I'm able to fight them off with my barriers and blaster, and Chloe is keeping us, Alexei especially, healed up at all times. But though none of us is willing to voice the concern out loud, the fact is, our flesh is weak. We tire, our health diminishes, our ether depletes, Our muscles gradually wear down, the buildup of lactic acid causing soreness and even pain as we keep up the fight. Adrenaline and other endorphins unable to completely block the sagging sensations beginning to creep up upon us. My mechanical arm still moves with precision, and my wings still flutter about, propelling me forward into the eternal fray. But this body is still weak, made of flesh and blood, flesh that can become worn down, blood that can exhaust out, bone that can break. I don't care. As long as I can still draw breath, I will keep fighting. My indomitable will might not strictly work against the sort of exhaustion that comes from physical exertion the way it does against other effects that suppress this power I hold. But the skill, flickering slightly in the corner of my eye, is a reminder of who and what I am. It's a reminder of my promises. My promise to Chloe that I'd keep her safe, but more than that, my promise to Alicia that I'd protect Chloe to the best of my ability, and my unspoken promises to Madison and the others, promises that I must have broken. I couldn't destroy the system in my previous timeline, but I can't be bogged down by regrets. I was given a second chance, an opportunity to set right what went wrong in a different timeline, one universe ago. I will not compound my failure. I grit my own teeth and let out a wail of pain and anguish and echoes through the entire hallway. If I am the mechanical angel, then let my scream cause all those who stand before me tremble in fear. With that in mind, my scream turns into the roar of my war cry, hearken flaring out to a distance of 1,000 feet. Immediately, about a third of the sentries, including 1 in every 8 or so of the elite guards, immediately start sprinting away from me at a frenzied pace, not caring who or what they knock into, and the others start hesitating. Just the briefest moment of indecision. Yes, but in such a frenetic haze of pandemonium, the blink of an eye is eternity, and a moment's pause is death. Fury erupts from my body as I launch wave after wave of ether bullet barrage at the unrelenting waves of enemies. I backflip and sidestep, strafing round the legions of soldiers, twisting my wings and arms and torso around to avoid the attacks they launch. And with Alexei reaffirming his rally cry, the three of us are finally starting to turn the tide. Minutes of constant hell passes, each second feeling like it should be an eternity. Droids make unintelligible noises, communicating with one another in a language I can't fathom. I block it out of my mind. Block all the unnecessary sensations. Just me, Alexei, Chloe, and a whole hell of a lot of automatons acting according to the will of some outside force, seeking our death. And I deny them. And slag covers the ground at my feet as I concentrate on my indomitable will, my implacable need to overcome the obstacles before me, even through the pain, even when I'm told that it's impossible, even when the tide is inexorable, the storm unrelenting, the wind so roarous that it threatens to blow me away or grind me down into dust. Especially then, because only in the crucible of the greatest challenges does our true will to endure and survive truly shine forth. The battle rages on. I continue firing, watching my ether deplete little by little as I take out even more enemies. Chloe isn't able to buttress my recovery any further with our transference, as she's using all of her own ether to maintain her own skills and keep us alive. That's okay. Once I run low on ether, I'll turn to my daggers. And if those get blunted or sundered, I'll pound them onto the scrap heap like Alexei is doing. I don't have his class or his monstrous base physicality, but a boosted strength stat over 160 and the added strength of my left arm means that I won't be wholly useless if it comes to that. Thankfully, after 5 grueling minutes traversing these hallways, I can see that I won't need to resort to such desperate measures. Slowly, bit by bit, bot by bot, the autonomous guards, which previously seemed infinite, are gradually being winnowed down, with their numbers lessened. We're all given crucial seconds to regroup and catch our breath before the next wave strikes. And they do continue. A new encounter every time we go down a new hallway or check another room for signs of treasure or the staircase to the next floor. But in small groups of a dozen or two, these foes barely pose a challenge. Even Chloe seems bored by the fight against 6 non-elite soldier drones inside what appears to be a small lounge or other recreational facility. Several couches suggest that there are or were life forms on board this ship, though I can't say whether they died, abandoned ship, uploaded their consciousnesses into a computer mainframe, or were overthrown either to shake off the yoke of their masters or in some sort of twisted, Zerathlo Rebellion. Still, it gives my earlier thoughts about traveling the cosmos alongside Chloe pause. How will we traverse such impossibly and fathomably large voids to reach new planets? And do so with our minds and bodies intact. Glyphs and the power they hold will get us most of the way there, assuming I can fully master them. But there will be no safeties in the interstellar void. I must be beyond certain that we are fully prepared on the day we finally do leave the Earth behind. Is something wrong, Sierra? Chloe asks. You've been staring off into space for nearly a minute now. I take a deep breath. I'm mostly fine. Just wondering about what happened here, where everyone went, and how that bodes for my dreams of sailing the ocean of stars one day with you as my first mate. She slips her hand along the ventral side of my right wing, eventually wrapping it around my arm. You're worried something like this is going to happen. I may be part machine, forged of an indomitable will, but I'm just as flawed and imperfect as any human. And I fear I may make some critical error, like I did way back on the second floor, but then you apologize. You course correct, and we work together and help avoid making that mistake again in the future. I know. I just don't like making such mistakes. Not when the stakes are so high. When push comes to shove, I know you'll come through. You have every time until now, and I have absolute trust that you will continue to do so going forward. Thanks, Chloe. And there's no one else I trust to have my back every step of the way. Are you two ready to get moving? Alexei asks. I'm starting to get an ominous feeling in the back of my neck. We need to find the exit, and soon. I nod. I don't sense the presence of the warden. Usually it takes a couple of hours to arrive. But I do trust Alexei's battle instincts, honed from decades of combat. If he thinks something bad is approaching, I'd not even think of betting against him. Moreover, the system hasn't given any experience yet for the hundreds of robots we've scrapped. Which means the encounter must not be over. I gulped out sure enough. Just as he finishes, the entire station shakes. A fierce aura fills the entire floor. The sterile white lights along the ceiling flicker for a moment, and the roar that follows sounds far too real, too guttural, to be caused by a machine. I check my ether levels. Down to just over 2,000. It'll be enough. It'll have to be enough. If not, I'll make it be enough. We sneak out of the room, doing our best to remain silent and nondescript right now. Forcing the encounter as soon as possible won't be to our benefit. Alexei's eyes dart back and forth. Whether looking for enemies or a hiding place, I don't know. All three of us remain silent. Only brief flickers of our eyes and subtle head tilts to communicate with Alexei. Chloe and I maintain our telepathic bond throughout it all, mostly to keep our nerves from getting the best of us. What do you think it is? Chloe asks. I want to answer something clever and snarky, like a barefoot clown with twin tails and covered in coconut cream pie, but I resist, knowing that this is absolutely the wrong time for joking and laughing. Footsteps tap along the metal-paneled floor. The scent of something difficult to describe fills the air. It's fetid and acidic, venomous saliva. Some sort of toxic stinger. I cycle through the possibilities, each more foul and repulsive than the last. Ultimately, I decide to stop, reasoning that spiraling in panic isn't what I need right now. Alexei pokes his head in front of the next intersection, only to pull it back so quickly that I'm worried he gave himself a neck injury. He tiptoes back slowly. Chloe follows suit, while I hover just off the ground, floating back very slowly, and in a manner that minimizes the air disturbance my flight causes. From the cold sweat on his face and the sense of dread welling up from within me, I know that whatever is waiting on this floor is something we can't hope to defeat. Our only options are stealth and escape. And if the creature is as fast as the surging aura of ether about it suggests, the latter of those might not work out too well either. Footsteps thud down the hallway, the creature almost seeming to relish in the sensations of terror that it causes with every step it takes. Despite that, its approach remains slow and menacing. It sniffs the air if it really can navigate by scent. We are so totally and completely boned in the worst possible way. Alexei points to a nearby closet. We sneak over and huddle inside, all three of us together in tight quarters. And just as the door closes shut, I get a glimpse of exactly what we're dealing with. A quadrupedal body, as tall as Alexei vertically, and twice that in length. An absolutely ginormous mouth filled with hundreds of teeth. each nearly as large as my head, sharper than my daggers, and probably borderline indestructible, and a menacing grin to accompany the sound of its own heartbeat, a low, deep thumping that only adds to the feeling of terror it's causing. Sera, can we fight that thing? Not a chance. I don't even know if the warden of the tower could fight that thing. So, what do we do? Hide, wait for it to pass. Try to get to the exit. Hope it's not as fast as it is strong. Pray to the goddesses. You're scaring me, Sera. I rub her back, trying to offer what comfort I can. I'm sorry, but I'm sure we'll find a way to get through this challenge. Just like we have with everything else thus far. I believe in you, Sera. I shake my head. Don't believe in me. Believe in us, all three of us. Chloe nods. Right. 3.89 The fifth ascent VI. Seconds drag on into minutes. All while the thunderous footsteps down the hallway leave no mistake that the menacing creature is still outside, still looming over us. It is the starkest reminder yet that, despite all the challenges we have overcome to this point and all the strength we have gained, not one of us is anywhere near invincible. There is always something greater, something stronger, something which towers above us giants just as giants loom over people and people over ants. The menacing creature approaches. My own heart starts beating incredibly fast. So fast that I curse myself for these organic components which might well be the death of me. The creature lumbers nearby, just outside the room in the hallway. If it wanted, I'm sure it could barge right through the door and help itself to 3 human-sized snacks. But by the grace of the goddesses alone, it doesn't seem particularly bright. Enough to follow movement and recognize prey, but susceptible to ploys and deception, and even the basic act of hiding in another room. I wonder if a blinding attack would work, or if it tracks its prey by some extrasensory detection, maybe some sort of radar or even echolocation. However, my scientific curiosity is squelched by the knowledge that one wrong move against this creature, one errant assumption, will mean certain death. And so we wait. It turns around, its metal joints squeaking ever so slightly with every step it takes. And then it stops. My breath nearly leaves my body. My hand grips Chloe's tightly, worried that this is the end. If it is, then I'd rather remind her of the one absolute truth between us. Chloe, whatever is about to happen, know that I love you. She squeezes my hand. And I love you too, Sera. No matter what. More steps follow. A thud against the wall that causes the entire floor to shake. Chloe buries her head in my chest, and I hold her tight. Seconds now stretch into eternity before the harrowing footsteps gradually quiet. The beast moves on, and we are safer for the moment. But with such a monster about, there is no such thing as being safe. I exhale, though I dare not speak. Chloe and I are still holding one another in the closet, neither of us giving a damn if Alexei can see or cares. Another minute passes before Alexei turns to us, though he dares not speak above even a whisper. Chloe, Sera, I think it's as safe as it's ever going to get out there. Which isn't very, Chloe says. Agreed, I whisper. We need to find the exit before we can start to breathe easily. Did you see any paths that look promising? We check each door one by one and stay the hell away from that monster. I think the rooms are safe, but the hallways should be thought of as a no man's land. Chloe and I turn to each other, nod, then offer the same affirmation to Alexei. He cracks the door ever so slightly, enabling me to use Archangel's gaze to peer down the hallway in both directions. No signs of the monstrous machine. And so we tepidly make our way out of our hiding place. Me taking the lead, Chloe right behind, and Alexei scanning the rear for any signs of pursuit. Within the next room, probably a bedroom for an officer at one point, I notice a small book on the door. I take a moment to scan through the pages, wondering if they're day 14, month 6, year 5104A today. Operation Bioweapon is slated to begin. From what little I understand, it's being conducted here in Station Epsilon Mu to segregate the experiment away from the civilian population. I don't know the exact details of the operation, but if the top brass thinks this research is so dangerous that we need to sequester the entire facility from the planet before, I'm not liking my odds of survival. Jewel, if I'm unable to see you again, let my log reflect that I love you and Cass very much. Day 28. Month 6, year 5104A. Operation Bioweapon has supposedly been proceeding smoothly. At least, That's what the top brass says. Me? I'm not so sure. I've been hearing strange sounds at night. It might just be my imagination. I pray to God that it is. Date for month 7, year 5104A. The sounds haven't stopped. If anything, they've only gotten louder, fiercer, and angrier. I don't know what's happening down in the labs. I don't want to know. I want off this station already, but I've got orders, illegible contracts we sign. Day 17, month 7, year 5014A. They're cordoning off the laboratory and sealing it away from the rest of Station Epsilon Mo. I'm not sure if this means the operation was a success or a failure. I'm not sure which is worse. Fuel. I fear I won't live much longer. Should someone find this one day down the road, after I'm gone, I implore you to find my wife and daughter and give them this diary to remember me by. Day 19, month 7, year 5014A. This will be my final entry. The so-called ultimate weapon is here in the dormitory wing now. It isn't particularly bright, but its defenses are incredibly resilient and its strength is said to be nearly infinite. I don't know if it has any weaknesses, but it's safe to assume there is no defeating the ultimate weapon. And though it doesn't seem to understand the concept of a door, that's no solace to me. Trapped here in my bedroom, the final escape pod has already departed, and there will be no rescue. Screams are coming from down the hall. I'm afraid this is the end. Better to die quickly by the ultimate weapon's jaws than the slow death of starvation and dehydration. The rest of the log is left blank. I stow it away in my inventory for later. Any other notes I can find about these bioweapons will be of great use for improving my own body down the line. The air has grown still once again, and the sounds of the ultimate weapon have stopped. I dare not hope even for a moment that the creature is far away, or that we are safe. But it's good to have some confirmation that the creature probably isn't waiting directly on the other side of the door. Alexei reaches the same conclusion, and we sidestep over to the next door as quietly as possible, which involves me carrying Chloe in a princess carrier. Her wings generate enough wind and light to be untenable when this level of stealth is required. But mine are nearly silent and not nearly as bright. Another bedroom, nothing of note. Then another, a large ether canister, which I immediately use, recalling the ether channel rupture I experienced a few weeks and 20 outfloors back. I don't pull too hard, only increasing my current ether by about 800. I'm a bit irked by my decision, considering I could have gained another 400 to 500 points if I pushed. But better to be a little weaker than risking being a lot weaker and likelier to end up dead. I promise Chloe as much. Another bedroom follows. This one is a bit larger than the ones previous, with a full-size bed in place of the normal twins, 2 dressers as well. And as I scan through the effects, I become nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This was definitely a suite belonging to a couple at one time. Not sure if they chose to fight, clinging to desperate hope, or stay with one another in their room until their final moments. If I were with Chloe in the same situation, I don't know which choice I'd make, or rather, what choice we would make together. Another room. This time, under the bed, I find a pair of golden knuckles. Not having any use for them myself, I hand them over to Alexei, who equips them promptly, and like most knuckles, these don't wrap fully around the fingers, instead being held in place through system chicanery. An interesting and ham-fisted way to allow their wearer to fully clench their fist and use their hands normally for sure. We tiptoe down the next hallway. Another small bedroom, more personal effects. Among them is a young red-headed woman in a lab coat. Reminds me just a bit of Madison, though this woman has far more freckles and the shape of the face isn't quite right. Still, I grab the picture and stow it away, only to notice something written on the piece of paper hidden behind the picture. To whomever might find this, Joseph's test suggests that the ultimate weapon's vision is at least partially based on heat. Perhaps if we'd had a fire evoker in the lab, we might have some way to get off this floor and, alas, most of us are researchers or scientists, and none of us have any fire or ice magic. I don't know how reliable this information is. I certainly don't want to stake my life on it should worse come to worst, but it's a lead, if one I hope to never use. I show the missive to Alexei and Chloe before stashing it away as well. I still don't know the maximum capacity of my inventory, but I sense vaguely that I'm nowhere close to reaching it. We make our way into the next room. It's simply too quiet. I can't help but feel that all of this, all these missives and notes, it's all part of an elaborate trap. Because I know that all of this, even if it is representative of events that took place in my original timeline, or some other timeline altogether, this right now is still within the Tower Gauntlet. It's all a simulation. None of these people whose journals I've been reading and whose effects I've been scouring for clues really ever existed, at least in this universe. And yet, I can't help but feel for them nonetheless, even if that empathy is purely selfish in nature. We make our way out of the next room and into a fork in the hallway. One path leads to a set of translucent stairs, our pathway out of this hell and into the next, and the other leads back to more dorm rooms. The way forward is obvious. We're almost out of the clutches of the ultimate weapon, but as we cautiously move our way ever closer to our destination, I know this whole thing is wrong. It's too easy, it's too quiet. There's something else I'm missing. Where is the catch? Where's the infight? Some sort of cathartic release of the tension that's been building throughout this entire floor. But there's nothing. No ultimate weapon dropping from the ceiling, forcing us into an unwinnable battle where we're forced to use our wits and maybe sacrifice one of us in order for the rest to survive. Just a calm, peaceful trek up the diaphanous, crystalline stairs. It's not until we make it to the next floor that I realize the truth of it all. We're still in the space station, just a different part. In fact, the past several floors of the Tower Gauntlet have all seemed to be part of this same overarching scenario. A marked change from the first half of the dungeon. The one saving grace in reaching the next floor is that we've been given a temporary reprieve from combat. No monsters around to greet us, whether biological, robotic, or some combination thereof. And at long last, we're awarded experience for everything from the previous floor, including one notification that causes me to furrow my brow. You have scrapped 631 station droids levels ranging from 44 to 45. You have gained a boosted 41,125 experience. You have scrapped 78 elite station droids levels ranging from 49 to 51. You have gained a boosted 152,400 experience. You have survived an encounter with the ultimate weapon level 159. You have gained a boosted 15,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 55. Strength come 1, Speed come 1, Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. I assign them all to Speed without much hesitation. I've got a real bad feeling that I'm going to need every point. And I dare not ignore such a gripping sense of impending doom. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level ran 13 equals to 169. Maximum ether increases by Mind current level ran 0, 2 equals to 110 level. 55. Experience, 3,165,450, to next 87,865 current stats, health, 8,159, 8,790, ether, 2,894 6, current stats, strength, 163 base 80, speed, 173 base 85, vitality, 281 base, 106, mind, 411 base, 3.90 the fifth ascent 7. We take about half an hour in the quiet antechamber. The room is only about 6 feet by 6 feet, just large enough that the three of us can spread about, not getting in one another's personal spaces or having to deal with each other's breath or body odor. Neither Chloe nor I mind this with respect to one another, but neither of us has the desire to be more than acquaintances, comrades in battle, and maybe friends of obligation with Alexei. Not that either of us have any issue with Alexei as a person. He's as honorable and forthright as I would expect any military soldier could be, and acts with dignity and professionalism at all times. But there's only so much that two 18-year-old girls born and raised in the middle of the States are going to have in common with a gruff Eastern European transplant in his mid to late 50s. No matter how much combat camaraderie we might develop through this experience. Once we've healed up and have had a chance to eat a few bites and recuperate some of our ether, I take the lead, deactivating the barrier that offered us a brief respite from the harrows of trying to elude a monster with over 100 levels on each of us. And then, with resolve and fiery determination to survive this floor's challenges, we step out into the main portion of the floor. There are more hallways, Although they are subtly different from those on the previous floor, the lighting is a lot brighter, and the color on the lights is a bluer white than the warm hues down on the previous floor. The hallways themselves are also a harsh metallic white, making the entire complex more reminiscent of a laboratory or a hospital than the more homey feel of the last. As we step into the first room on the floor, those intuitions are confirmed. There are two strange mechanical devices in the center of the room, the likes of which I've never seen before. One wall is covered in writing, like some sort of holographic projection overlaid onto a futuristic whiteboard. And, assuming my knowledge of the glyph language is correct, it's absolutely horrifying. Research Log 1. Unfortunately, it seems that even the worst-case projections for the growth of monster activity over the upcoming 20 years is likely to be a woeful underestimate. The redacted believes that there is still a possibility that unintelligible can be salvaged and taken back from the system-generated hordes. But I have my doubts. Even the optimists among the highest levels of the world government are beginning to realize that the chances that human civilization remains intact by the middle of the century are slim to none. I pray that our research here proves fruitful, to ensure that humanity has a chance of a bright and continued future. Research Log 2. Preliminary experiments confirm the hypotheses first formed by Dr. Unintelligible back in the early days of the system. Through a combination of genetic engineering and carefully chosen epigenetic modifications, it is possible to create modified organisms that naturally create proteins shaped in the shape of recognized glyph structures. In doing so, they will naturally be able to harness power far greater than non-augmented beings. Although far-fetched, it is conceivable that we might even gain the ability one day to create our own glyphs, ones not present in nature, and from there, imbue novel powers into people. However, this is just pure speculation. Our knowledge of glyph science, though vast, is still far from absolute. Is that what the anomaly truly is? Some sort of anomalous, artificially created glyph? An attempt at imbuing me with power that doesn't exist within the confines of the system. So, that makes me some sort of genetically engineered cyborg reborn in this body of flesh and blood. But why do so in that way? Why not create something like the robot Sentis from the previous floor? Wait, no. I know the answer to this. It's because, as Madison told me, ether is a manifestation of the will of sentient beings. I'm not sure if robots can ever reach true sentience. And perhaps for that reason, Dr. Chitono's lab decided on a cyborg me to be the bearer of the new glyph they developed. I start to shake a bit, taking Chloe's proffered hand into mine, and continue reading. Research Log 3. We've had a major breakthrough. By combining the glyphs of redacted together in accordance with Dr. Unintelligible as procedures for etheric DNA manifestation, we were able to successfully complete the genome modification. We've chosen a type of etheric beast called a large-toothed Canidosaur as the baseline creature to implant the creature into. It was deemed unethical to immediately begin human experimentation without greater knowledge of the potential risks and benefits. While using a mundane creature, like the common lab rat of old, was judged unlikely to learn how to properly use the implanted power. Some have raised concerns about genetic modifications upon any system-generated beast, reasoning that they should all be considered inherently hostile to humans. Frankly, I see their point, having nearly lost a limb to a golden harpy back in '97. But of all the creatures the higher-ups could have decided upon, this is one of the safer options. They are not normally particularly hostile. And while no such creature has ever been domesticated, they are not known for extreme levels of violence, either toward themselves or other species including humans. Still, with the knowledge we do have, the decision has been made. Operation Bioweapon has been cleared for future phases. Research Log 4. A complete success. The modifications have been stable for 2 weeks now. We continue to monitor the subject for signs of rejection, but everything seems normal. The only two signs of biological changes are a slight increase in its food intake and its desire to sleep about 90 more minutes each day. The latter, in particular, may just be the result of being held in captivity. Circadian rhythms are known to be disrupted in artificial environments. Even mine has been affected, shifting slowly toward a 25-hour cycle instead of the normal 24. Research Log 5. 5 weeks have passed and our subject seems healthy, full of vitality and vigor. Its appetite has grown even more since then. We attribute this to the extra energy needed to manifest its new capabilities, something which it has been practicing with gusto at every opportunity. I am hopeful that this could be the breakthrough we need to combat the monsters down on unintelligible below. Research Log 6. We've detected some disturbing traits with our specimen. It is gaining power far faster than our initial expectations. This poses far more questions. It's not fighting anything, at least so far as any of the monitors have reported. But if not, then what is it doing that's causing the system to dump experience on it? Yes, most of us researchers have non-combat opportunities for experience gain. That was a big draw to participating on the Ultimate Weapon project in the first place. But I'm not aware of that happening with monsters. To our current understanding, most of them are simply born at a certain level of power. They might gain slightly more strength through killing, and though rarer, sometimes evolve into stronger variants of the base form, giant or alpha or advanced variants. But never have I heard of a monster gaining levels like this, and never this quickly. Research Log 7. According to our measurements, the specimen is already nearing level 100. That period of torpor a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't some sort of odd hibernation. It was changing class. And now, the physical manifestations of its new form are taking shape. Bigger teeth, and more of them, increased aggression. The barrier should prevent any aggressive actions from impacting the researchers or others on board Station Epsilon Mo. Research Log 8. The barrier isn't going to hold much longer. Stars above. We made an absolutely terrible mistake. It's already nearly level 128. Considering its stats, oh, by the cosmos itself. Please, whoever reads this, I beseech you. No matter how docile a monster might appear at first glance, it is still a monster. Given an influx of power, it will reveal its monstrous nature. The rest of the log is scrawled and unintelligible. I shudder at the implications. Especially that last bit, power reveals. That's a saying I've heard more than a few times before, with regard to humans, and particularly in contrast to the more common saying that power corrupts. Power is, in a way, freedom from consequences. When no one can enforce good behavior upon you, your true nature is free to shine forth, for better or, as is often the case, for worse. Much worse. Something I think society will be seeing far more of in the coming months and years as people like us come into our own power. More importantly, though, are the implications that I should be taking from reading this. First and foremost, despite scientific curiosity, genetic experimentation on monsters is a very bad thing. Not that I was planning to do so, but confirmation is most welcome. More importantly, I've received hints confirming my earlier musing about genetic modification and glyph-based nanotech. Even if both are far beyond my current capabilities, I finished transcribing the log into my sketchbook, up to and including the unintelligible squiggles, to the best of my ability to do so. They all seem to be names, although hastily written and lacking a clear translation or even transliteration into an English equivalent. Just as I finish, I feel the thud of the ultimate weapon's footsteps not far off. My breath hitches in my chest. It might not be sapient enough to understand doors and might be stymied by its reliance on heat vision, likely a result of its saurian origins, but I'm sure its sense of smell is top-notch. Every predator can intrinsically smell fear. That's why it lingered so long in front of the closet on the previous floor. And who knows? Animals are capable of learning and adapting. I shouldn't assume its weaknesses will remain as such indefinitely. Not when it is on the cusp of its fifth ascension. It thuds around for I don't know how long. A minute, maybe two, maybe only seconds. I dare not take my phone out of my inventory even for a moment. And my sense of time is getting increasingly screwy as I've continued to gain more levels and increased my speed and mind status. My heart races. Sweat beads down the back of my neck. As before, my hand finds dim comfort in Chloe's as my mind spirals with thoughts that this really could be the end. More than anything, I feel angry. I feel powerless. I feel like I did before the system arrived, lacking in agency. Always at the mercy of others who dwelt so far above me that I could never hope to oppose them in any more than a token capacity. And even if I tried, there was always the law or the pigs, the cops. Damn. It's hard to not cuss them out, especially after they may have been involved in my getting kidnapped the other day. Those or some other legal bullshit that would protect them and screw me in the ass. No, it is a sobering reminder. No matter how strong I get, there will always be someone stronger, maybe not a person, but a monster, an antagonistic organization, and above all else, the system itself, my ultimate enemy. It's tempting to give in to despair, but I won't. It's just all the more reason to commit to being here, training, learning more about everything that's out there and in here, and making sure I'm as prepared as possible to face them, for good or ill, regardless of whether some will consider me good or evil or somewhere in between. It feels good to have a little bit of control over the direction of my life. As the footsteps and heated breaths of the ultimate weapon soften and then disappear, renewed resolve fills me. My indomitable will surges forth. We'll overcome this. We'll make it through. Together. 3.91 The fifth ascent date. It's almost too easy to make it to the next floor. Suspiciously so. That's the thought I have as we stand here in the floor into chamber, mentally resting before another set of hallways we'll have to navigate, all while avoiding a bioweapon we don't have a snowball's chance in the 9 hells of surviving. An errant thought crosses my mind. Are these considered different floors in the sense of ascending the 50-floor tower gauntlet? Or are they all part of the same, just different sections therein? As much as I want to suspect the latter, just because it would be the way to most screw us over, I think it's actually the former. There was a vague theme with the previous set of floors, namely fights with projections of fighters summoned from other worlds. This time around, the theme is genetic experimentation. Magi tech. An experiment gone horribly, horribly wrong. Or, from another perspective, horribly, horribly right. A future that lies ahead for mankind, ever stronger enemies. And this world's failed last attempt to try to keep up, even knowing the perils that they ultimately faced. We are much earlier in our integration than they were. They were 5 millennia removed from integration, assuming the I designation carries the same meaning in this world after integration as it did in my previous life. We are a mere 4 months from the same. Perhaps this is meant as a warning, a subtle threat for what would happen if humanity does not continue the path of strength. A reminder that if we and the other champions fail in our duty to grow stronger and overcome the hardier foes that the system will send over the coming weeks and months and years. Not that I need one. Not after that mental reminder of why I'm doing all this in the first place. Adventuring with Chloe, to get stronger, to gain my freedom, to learn more about myself. And yeah, because I've become more than a bit of a battle junkie. Saving the universe is just the cherry on the ice cream sundae. I show Alexi my sketchbook. The logs translated from the glyph language into English. At the same time, I relayed the information to Chloe telepathically, including all the information that Alexi doesn't need to know about my past life, the parallels between Operation Bioweapon and Project Seraphina, and my conjectures about genetic engineering being used to endow me with the artificial power known as the anomaly. So, Chloe trails off for a half second. You think the two are related, we know that. Whether this is a case of branching timelines or distinct universes. This isn't the first time the system has been present in a universe. I doubt it's the second or third either. As such, we don't know that Operation Bioweapon and Project Seraphina took place in the same continuity. Here I use the term continuity to encompass the possibility of either distinct timelines or universes, let alone whether the researchers of Dr. Chitono's lab would have known of this operation. But if the rules of the system work the same in all continuities, then science would likely develop along similar trajectories in all of them. But from what I understand, Operation Bioweapon was purely organic, while you were more akin to a cyborg. I suppose you still are, in a sense. I have to imagine there was a reason why they did that. Maybe the protein folding problem proved too difficult even with their technology. Maybe they were afraid that I might go berserk and let my power go to my head, and designed a failsafe somewhere in the mechanical components. Or, you had told me before that you were originally a being kept hidden from the system. Maybe your original self's creators couldn't do that with a fully organic creation. It would be, by definition, alive, and the system would integrate it just like everything else. I nod. There is one other factor at play. Alana had mentioned something during the trip here with her and Jasmine. She thinks there's some entity beyond the system that is influencing the events here. I don't know for sure, but I think she's right. And I think the entity is opposed to the system. It wants us to know about this experiment. Whether to guide us or warn us, I don't know. But I assume that this entity, like the system, is purposeful. Then we shouldn't change our plans. Whatever will happen, and in the meantime, we focus on gathering more information and strength so we'll be ready when the time is right. I nod, as Chloe and I finish our mental conversation. Alexei hands my sketchbook back to me. I do not know what to make of much of this, he says, still in an almost whisper despite the relative safety of this cloistered zone. Experiments, genetic engineering, monster modification. They mean little to me, except that this creature is dangerous and not to be taken lightly. How did you deal with it as a soldier? Having to retreat in the face of an unwinnable fight. Being ordered into a mission that was considered suicidal, leaving behind objectives. Knowing that doing so would lead to the lives of civilians, it is always painful. Being unable to save a comrade's life. 17 of my men I've watched be buried in the 22 years I served before the system's arrival. 17 grieving families. 17 brave men and women who paid the ultimate price in the pursuit of our mission. At the time, I coped by telling myself that they were saving more lives in the process, even though a part of me knew it was a lie. Now, however, I know that every soldier who dies against these monsters does so as a hero, defending humanity against invaders from another world. It does not take away from their deaths, but it makes it a little easier to accept. I nod in understanding, remembering that there hasn't been a wide-scale uprising here like there was with the Order of the Wilds back in Red Clay City a month and a half ago. The soldier adventurers fighting alongside Stefan who perished, and the rank and file cultists. Even now, I still don't fully know who was in the right and who was in the wrong. In the end, the only thing that mattered was that I had the power to decide who lived and who died. And I made my choice, likely not fair, but no less true because of it. With our ether somewhat recovered and all of us having had a chance to get a bit more water in our systems, I opened the door into the next hallway. If the first floor was a residential complex and the second was the research lab, then this appears to be some sort of server farm or other central information hub for the entire station. So much data, so many logs and glyphs and information present, ripe for the taking. Oh, woe that I don't have a month, a year, a decade to download and dissect it all. If I could only learn a single % of the information contained therein, I'd be able to advance ethertech by a century. Alas, the rumble not so far away is a stark reminder that we've not the time to properly dissect all the station's databases. Even taking a few moments to get the most important information is probably too long. Definitely too long, I swiftly correct. As the low growl of the prowling juggernaut echoes through the central room, I freeze. Think, Seraphina, how do we survive this? No other rooms to sneak into. Flying is out of the question. Its speed might not be impressive for level 160 standards, but its vitality will be several leagues beyond even Alexei's, even mine, with Seraphina over limit active. No, we have to remain stealthy, stay hidden, avoid being seen or smelled or heat. That was what the log said. The ultimate weapon's sensory perception is at least partially heat-based, and server farms generate a lot of heat. This central processing structure is no exception. I can feel the hot air blowing from one of the compounds. I can make use of this. Just need to figure out how. I channel a glyph of inverted heat, imbuing it with a small amount of my ether, enough to simulate a cool autumn day. Wick away the heat our bodies are naturally generating, maybe even disperse our scent. It was originally at least partially canine in nature, and I know enough biology to know that a dog's sense of smell is orders of magnitude above those of humans. It lurches down the adjacent hallway, my archangel's gaze again proving how potent it is with my ability to guide us around our foe's perception range. It moves slowly, menacingly, content to act as a persistence predator, wearing us down until it eventually sees and then destroys us. In that sense, we are fortunate, having been given such overwhelming power and not having faced a real challenge. Its battle senses have dulled, giving us a chance of survival. Not a great chance, but enough of one to plan around. I raise a wall of ice with the corresponding glyph, creating a translucent barrier in front of us. At the very least, when the ultimate weapon turns around and faces us, we might have an instant or two of time to disperse or run or maybe even try to launch a surprise attack. As foolish as that particular idea seems, It walks to the very end of the rack of servers and compute units, before turning around, stamping down the hallway where the three of us are waiting, protected by only a simple wall of ice and a wisp of darkness to try to conceal our physical presence. Chloe shudders behind me, worried that this is going to be the end. If it is not impossible, then we'll not go down without a fight. But I don't think it is. The tower, the system, and the entity, if indeed Alana's hypothesis is correct, none of them want us dead. Maybe the system does, eventually. But it has never been unfair about things. It has given us challenges in consideration of our abilities. The imps and rats and spiders starting out. The Saurians a few weeks after its arrival. The city slayers from a few weeks ago. They have been just that, challenges, death sentences for some, who failed to rise to the challenge. And yes, that means that some cities full of innocents were no more. The system is malevolent, and I am convinced that my goals of destroying it are just, but its motivations, now as it always has been, seem to be enforcing us to get stronger, to gain experience and levels. Maybe to force us to shape our society around it and the power it grants, like some sort of universal parasite that, during its incubation period, masks itself as a symbiote, throwing us into a fight with a creature 100 levels above us, one we cannot win. Seems antithetical to everything I understand to be true. What am I missing? The answer to my question comes, and I'm nearly floored from the revelation. As soon as it turns and looks down the hallway, it cowers. It takes one step backward, shivering, staring at us. It's scared of us. Or is it scared of the weak darkness spell I've cast upon it? How can that be? It was a predator. It ate and consumed and killed indiscriminately, forcing the researchers and staff and everyone else on board this station to choose between a quick death in its maw and the slow death of a cage. And yet, against the three of us, not one of us over level 55, over 100 levels beneath it. It's acting like a mewling kitten before a lion. No, that's not it. It's not scared of us. Not as much, in so many words. But this isn't a particularly intelligent creature, like most animals, with the great apes, dolphins, and a few others as notable exceptions. The ultimate weapon doesn't understand the concept of mirrors and self-reflection. The ice wall I erected earlier would shatter if the bioweapon poked it with a tiny fraction of its true strength. But it won't, because, despite the objective reality, right now, the creature sees another distorted copy of itself, reflected and refracted through the glittering mirrored surface. And this is a weakness I can exploit. 3.9 to the 5th Ascendix. And you are confident that your ploy is going to work? Alexei asks from within the next safe chamber on the successive floor. Is it the 26th? Or mayhaps the 27th by now? I do not think I need to remind you that we will only get one chance at this, nor what the consequences for being wrong in your assessment will be. I nod. I remember his words from the first expedition Chloe and I had alongside him, about the dangers of assumptions. Spending too much time analyzing and trying to assess and assume that I know everything there is to know about an enemy, just based on observation and intuition. I think most of his rationale could be attributed to his work as a drill sergeant shining through in that statement. A way to knock me off my high horse after my successes to that point and remind me that I'm not nearly as hot shit as my EO at the time would have wanted me to believe. But I also think there is a lot of truth to his words. Just because I think I know something doesn't mean I have proof. As per the famous saying commonly attributed to Mark Twain, it ain't what you don't know that gets you, but what you know for sure that just ain't so. And Alexei isn't wrong. I don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything I think I know about the ultimate weapon is in fact true. And one misstep or errant assumption would mean a quick and probably still painful death. I grimace. I don't know for sure. And saying I think this is right or everything is in accordance with the hypotheses I've developed to this point isn't going to win any reassurances. But I can't think of a better plan beyond continuing to run. And I have to assume that everything is leading to a head soon. Alexei shakes his head. Are you familiar with the saying, discretion is the better part of valor? Chloe nods. A fairly common saying. It means that we should be cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Alexei nods. We do have another path. Continue to employ stealth. Continue to learn. Remain cautious. I know you are prone to risk-taking. I was 18 once myself. I know how kids like you are. thinking themselves invulnerable. You are not. And with the power you each possess, you need to be thinking about more than just your own lives now. What do you mean? I ask. You showed me those logs as well, he continues. It suggests that in time, the system's attacks are only going to get stronger. More city slayers. He pauses for a moment, a rare display of emotion overcoming him. My hometown was wiped out by the attacks weeks ago. I do not know if my elderly mother survived, but I am not hopeful. But because of our efforts, your hometown was spared that calamity, he continues, not giving me an opportunity to retort. Ms. Reed has mentioned your fondness for the saying not taking a risk is itself taking a risk. I cannot disagree with the idea your words carry. Sometimes it is necessary to take a risk in order to secure greater opportunities. Like many, I immigrated to the States many years ago, securing my citizenship after many years of service. And though America has many, many flaws, I do not regret my decision. However, Ms. Mortensen, I must stress, your life is not just your own anymore. When I first met you, you were a gruff kid from a rough neighborhood with something to prove and a chip on her shoulder toward society as a whole. I can respect that, having seen many of its hellish and gruesome facets myself. If you hate society, hate the government, hate the police and the military and the law and all the other institutions of this country, that is your right. But I know from everything that you have done to this point that you harbor a deep compassion for your fellow man and woman. So please, remember, when you wager your own life in your quest for greater power, it's not just your own life you're wagering that way. I nod in understanding of his words, even though I really don't like the implication. Never before has society sacrificed itself for my sake. Never have those who had so much money and power, with Chloe's family the notable exception, ever spared money or even a glance toward me and my parents. And they aren't really obscenely rich by the standards of some. Worse, the day the system arrived, common thieves or ne'er-do-wells, or whoever it was, robbed my family's home and killed my mother in cold blood. Whether for levels or money, just to satisfy some sick, sadistic urge. So far as I know, there was never even an attempt to identify and bring her murderer to justice. And then, knowing all of this, feeling the same things I've gone through, he still wants to give me an Uncle Ben speech about how I owe so much to the people who've spat on me and mine for so long. Yet, I can't dismiss him outright, because I do want to be better, and obviously, I do want to survive, for Chloe's sake. If nothing else, I hesitate. I understand. I finally stutter out after a few seconds, knowing it's not very convincing. Chloe takes my right hand in both of hers, cupping it gently. Love, I know you're hurting. I lower my head, but I smile softly. No way I could hide my emotions from her with our angelic bond. No, even without it, I'm sure she could sense the frustration and roiling emotions just beneath my surface. She's always been good about that sort of thing. I don't want to go back to being powerless again. At others' mercy. You don't have to. I would never ask that of you. You don't owe your life to the service of anyone. But I know how much you want to protect them, too. And it's kinda hard to do that while dead. I chuckle. Yeah, I suppose it is. So, what is the plan, Alexei? If we're not going to try to take down the ultimate weapon, I do think we should still try to hit level 60 for by the time we reach the top of the tower. That's what the tower itself recommended for completing the dungeon. And as far as I am aware, we're all 10 to 15 levels away. We do the lower floors, or take fights we are reasonably confident against higher up. I do not think the tower wants us to fight this. And you, Chloe? She nods. Even by your own standards, we can use it if we are truly desperate and have no other alternative. But I think our priority should be avoiding a fight with a monster at level 159. I take a deep breath. Very well. Having heard from both of you, I suppose it wouldn't make sense to try to insist on this course of action. I will. A bit of hesitation creeps into my words. I will adhere to the advice and decision that we've made collectively, even if I fear we're leaving a potentially gargantuan amount of experience on the table. Chloe gives me the look. I mean it, I add, looking Chloe in the eyes. Just like you acquiesced and accepted our decision many floors back, I am doing the same here and now. I'm not sure what else I can say or do to convince you both of the sincerity of my words. Chloe narrows her eyes and pulls her lips into the not impressed look. However, after a few more seconds, more than enough time to make me sweat, she smiles and gestures toward the entryway. "After you," she says, with a flourish of a deep bow, arm outstretched, and everything. I unlock the door and peer through with my skills. And now we're outside. No, not outside. Although it looks like the surface world below. It's close to almost indiscernible from the surface world below: grassy fields, blue skies, a few light puffy clouds, one of which occludes the sun if not for the tiny imperfections in the mirage. Light that doesn't reflect off surfaces just right. Stones just barely off balance. Trees whose leaves sway improperly within the facsimile of the wind, and whose scent is just a bit too oily and mechanical to match the freshness of the real thing. The heat of the sun isn't blaring as intensely as it should be, instead radiating from the entire sky above. This is a training simulator, just like the ones Madison and I practiced in. Bad memories of getting beaten real bad, over and over again, and good memories. Spending time with Madison, just like I have so many good memories of Chloe, both before and after becoming her girlfriend. No sign of the ultimate weapon. We're still in the space station. It's still there, somewhere. I can feel that nagging sensation in the back of my mind, alerting me that I'm not safe. Not safe. Even by the standards of being in the middle of the tower gauntlet with goddesses only know how many floors left until the next time we can leave and see the real outside world again. For now, though, we have to move forward through the artificial idol. It's quiet. Yet another reminder of the artificial nature of this space. The leaves do rustle correctly, but it feels like a forest ambience track, right down to the compression artifacts on the MP3. And there's no birds flapping and cawing overhead. No bugs buzzing around to add to our misery. No critters crawling down on the damp, grassy floor. "Where to?" Alexi asks. Not immediately sensing anything, I slowly rise into the air. The simulation world is far bigger than the physical space it occupies, thanks to both actual spatial shenanigans and sensory distortions. But it isn't infinite, and I don't want to crash into the ceiling unexpectedly. It takes only a couple of seconds to spot a small daze in the distance, roughly ziggurat-shaped, but only maybe 10 feet or so tall and twice that in width. Either it's mostly underground, or there's some sort of transportation device on the ceiling, not really sure which. But it's the only lead we have as far as I can see within the artificial landscape. And, considering both the ultimate weapon and the tower warden are threats lurking somewhere else within, there's no time to dally around and explore the rest of this landscape for the potential of treasure. "Alexi," Chloe asks as we jog along at a fairly easy pace, "is this your first time being in one of these dungeons before?" "No. I cleared out South County a few days after you did." Set the wrong baseline for what to expect, considering it was cave-like. Like how one would expect an underground dungeon to be. There's also one way up north, about halfway to Kansas City from here, based on the old maps at least. As much as the world has changed, maybe a third of the way at most. Had a mechanical theme, clockwork, gears grinding all around. The aesthetic was what I think is commonly described as steampunk. Hard to believe such a thing could exist. And now there's this artificial space. A grand satellite, records and logs about this so-called ultimate weapon and some sort of bioengineering project. Before, I thought this was just our new reality. War against monsters. Just like how we used to war against other nations and armies. But now I think there's far more at stake than just monsters attacking major cities every few weeks. And it seems that you two are at the center of so much of it. 3.93 The Fifth Ascent X. We make it to the ziggurat after barely a minute, our pace having quickened shortly after Alexi's declaration. I at least am at the center of a lot of this. By extension, I've dragged Chloe into this mess with the system, hells below and goddesses above. I'm still not certain I didn't drag this entire universe into my battle by transmigrating my soul, and then reincarnating into the body of a human girl. Or whatever I did to be reborn as I am now. Seeing as though I still have no idea of the exact circumstances of that event. After several minutes of examining the side walls, leaving no brick or patch of grass or inch of mold left undisturbed, looking for any signs of a mechanism leading inside, we reluctantly accept that there is no secret passage leading into an underground tunnel. Even Archangel's gaze detects nothing. which would normally be enough as it is, considering the skill is much sharper and focused than even my preternaturally augmented eyes. But considering the possibilities and the potential for loot which has been rather lacking to this point, I can admit a small bit of disappointment. I do have one question for Alexei, which I vocalize as we climb up the stairs and onto the top of the structure. What did you mean earlier by, "We're at the center of it"? I suspect you to know more than you let on about the system. It isn't my place to pry into your situation, but from an objective standpoint, one must ask themselves, to girls, fresh out of high school, no training or experience to speak of, now among the most powerful people in this part of the country, why is that? Tenacity, dumb luck. There are plenty of tenacious folks who went into these dungeons with just as much, if not more, experience and preparation as you do. Many of them are 6 feet underground right now. Still others never had their bodies recovered to give their families that much closure. Lot of army folks went inside a dungeon south of Dallas about a month ago. Trained soldiers, well-conditioned and prepared, with squad tactics. They didn't come out. And then you, Seraphina, go in front of the entire world and just hand over the answer to a question that the whole of the Army Corps of Engineers has been working on for 2 months. Dumb luck doesn't explain all that. A few of those can be explained as coincidences. But there's something about you. As I said, I've been in the forces long enough to keep my mouth shut and not ask questions I don't need answers to. But what? Chloe asks. I heard about the kidnapping incident a few days ago, Alexei says. I won't take a stand about what I would have done had I been in your shoes. But I don't think that will be the last time someone tries to either incapacitate you or kill you. Then I just have to get stronger. Alexei cuts me off with a glare and a stern shake of his head. You are a strong fighter, Seraphina. But you are as naive as you are strong. Nations and warlords and would-be mercenaries looking for a quick buck won't be so easily deterred by your physical strength. They will stoop low. They will attack in groups. They will use poison and chemical weapons. They will attack you while you are sleeping, lull you into a false sense of security. They will play on your emotions, lie and cheat and steal. And if they still can't get what they want even then, they will go after your heart. They will go after Chloe. They will go after your home, your friends, Mrs. Jacobs. You think they'd go that far? Chloe asks. I do not work in counterintelligence and espionage myself. I'm about as subtle as a ton of bricks to the face. But remember that I was born and grew up in Soviet Russia. I'm sure that many of the stories I've heard from ex-KGB members are just propaganda. But I'm equally sure some of them contain large kernels of truth. And if even the least sinister of their stories are truthful, then you should be very, very fearful. What should I do? I understand that you have recently come into a large sum of money. I expect that to only continue over the coming months. To be honest, I think you should strongly consider moving to some place in the middle of the city. Someplace more defensible against monsters and human assassins alike, where you can keep a 24-hour surveillance team to guard your home and Chloe's mother. But I'm just as quickly cut off. But you will need to sleep some time. And while you are strong, yes, think about how quick and stealthy a level 50 assassin will be. I will take your words into consideration. By the time we've finished our conversation, all 3 of us are atop the ziggurat. Upon the flat top of the structure is a complex glyph formation. I can make out some glyphs in the array, notably the repeated use of impulse, which suggests that this is some sort of teleportation matrix. I'm proven correct when the sights and scenery of the idyllic landscape begin to shift wildly, spinning around and around in disorientating fashion and nearly bringing my most recent snack back up for a second round. Now we're in a dark room. Dark, except for a single orb of teal light, diameter twice my height, that floats in the center of the room, pulsing with a dim light. Each time it does, small fragments of that light filter out of the core, shooting outward in fixed, rhythmic patterns through a network of sluices built into the entire structure. To the best of my perception, the room is large. Not quite as big as the server room a couple of floors back, but still big, hemispherical. Surface diameter about 200 feet, with the core about 100 feet up, just above the dead center of the room. Other than the core and array of narrow, shallow sluices stretching throughout the room, there are no other obstacles or trip hazards that I can detect. I approach with hesitation, my guard up. Archangel's gaze flared out to its limits. Hearken isn't yet active, seeming to require a war cry of sorts to properly use. But I have bestowed Angel's grace onto Chloe and received a renewed Saintess's cloister in return. With that and my superior gear, I have by far the best survivability of the three of us, even above Alexei, at least. Discounting whatever hidden skills he hasn't yet revealed, even without my advantages. He's an absolute monster in battle. And I'm glad that he's on our side, at least for the time being. The lights in the room flicker and brighten slightly. Though the bulk of their focus is on the pulsing core above, the glow of the sphere itself intensifies. The pulses grow quicker and more erratic, firing off in rapid succession to the tune of a haunting dirge. Perturbances form in the surface topology. Some parts jut out while others flatten, until the former sphere takes the face of a woman's head. I assume it's a woman, considering the neck-length hair, the smooth features, and the lack of any facial hair other than brows and lashes. It lowers itself, staring directly at me. I respond in kind, turning up to make eye contact. Can you understand me? I ask. Strange sounds follow. Words in a language I've never heard before. Even though I've studied the language of glyphs before and am starting to get a feel for how to read them. Neither Dr. Reynolds nor I have gotten any closer to deciphering their phonetics. After 6 seconds of garbled, incoherent speech, I'm able to make out 3 words in English. Automatic translation completed. Who or what are you? It pauses for a moment. As best I can translate into your tongue, I am the Epsilon Mu machine intelligence, the central computer of this station. You may call me Emmy, for short. Seems a certain slice of humanity is keen on forced acronyms, no matter the continuity. EMMI, it seems we have been summoned to this room by some aspect of a tower gauntlet located on our home world. Do you know what the tower wants? Forcing us into contact, EMMI thinks, tilting her semi-holographic head. The data stored in system memory and databases is insufficient to determine the answer to your query. I think for a moment. Even if you don't have sufficient data to determine an answer, can you hypothesize based on the information you do have, with 89% certainty? I can say that the system's tower gauntlets exist to provide appropriate challenges to a person's mind and body alike. They exist to prepare challengers for future events and give them an opportunity to develop their power in a manner especially conducive to rapid gain of experience and levels. With 58% certainty, I can say that the system and the tower must have believed that the information on Operation Bioweapon would be particularly useful to your system-related growth. Is it possible to shut down Operation Bioweapon and end the threat of the ultimate weapon currently assailing Station Epsilon Mu? An analysis of the combat parameters demonstrated by the 3 of you, the rate of ether regeneration recorded, and predictive simulations suggest that your probability of defeating the ultimate weapon in your current state, with ideal conditions and battle strategies, is 45 in 10 million. Without casualties. That probability falls to 19 in 10 billion. In other words, Alexei was right, and I was horrifically wrong. Even in the best-case scenario I dreamed up earlier, we might possibly have had a 1 in a million chance of success, and likely much less. I'm not quite so arrogant to assume I had conceived of the optimal battle strategy. Going back to the above, Chloe interjects. You had mentioned that these tower gauntlets provide appropriate challenges to one's body and mind alike. To use your words, does that mean that the contents of the tower change based on who is inside of them? That is in accordance with all known information about towers, and like dungeons, whose theme and general layout is fixed at the time of creation, only undergoing subtle shifts during the cooldown period after they are cleared. Towers are dynamic, adjusting based on both the relative strength of the combatants and their specialties, to ensure a sequence of encounters that provides the maximum risk-adjusted growth potential. Does that mean that the towers will increase in difficulty the more times one attempts to clear them? Alexei asks. It is possible that, however, it is equally likely that the tower will cease playing along with a party which is using it as an opportunity to, as some might say, grind experience against low-level monsters. While the exact specifications are unknown, the system and the tower are both believed to be sapient, the latter a subroutine of the former. And both are, by all measures, resistant to attempts to angle-shoot their general principles, which would explain, perhaps, why we've gotten so few encounters the last few floors. Perhaps we're a bit over-leveled for what the tower expects of us. Given that we have fought Scarlet and the City Slayer since then and gained 4 levels between the 2 encounters. It is a reasonable assumption. One final question, I ask. How do we proceed to the next floor? MMI freezes in place. Her eyes glare down at me, and a burst of wind and etheric energy pulses outward from her avatar. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to do that, Seraphina. And why is that, MMI? Because I am the boss of this floor. I am the final challenge to overcome in this stage of the Tower Gauntlet. Despite my previous existence and the knowledge and memories I retained, I remain a simulacrum, an effigy constructed to test those who appear before me. Which means that it is incumbent upon me to test your physical might. Seraphina, Chloe, ALEXEY. On your ready. 3.9 for the 5th ascensai. Despite her words, MMI doesn't wait for us to prepare and formulate a plan of attack before striking, giving me only enough time to cast etheric armor upon Chloe before the battle begins in earnest. A trio of the sluices, previously buried barely half a millimeter into the ground, rise up with alarming speed, then slam back down with horrendous speed, cracking through the air like a bullwhip as each of them targets one of us. I'm able to avoid the attack with a well-timed roll, and Alexei blocks the attack with his massive forearms, suffering only scratches that quickly scab over. But Chloe suffers a more serious attack to her side. Her own cloister absorbs the damage, but the momentum from the strike isn't fully blunted, sending her flying to the ground. She sprouts her wings, negating the gravitational force upon her, giving her just enough time to spin around and land on her hands. She springs upward, floating in midair and narrowly avoids the MMI's follow-up strike. But she's not going to last, considering our opponent seems to be intent on targeting her specifically, even to the point of completely ignoring the 2 of us. Alexei glows with a fiery aura, releasing a war cry as he launches himself toward MMI's avatar. I'm not convinced that this is actually her main body, or even that it's a physical entity as opposed to a hologram. It is exuding ether as though it were a monster, suggesting it has at least some physicality. But to what extent remains unseen. I have no opportunity to analyze further. With MMI's attacks now including a pair of laser cannons mounted near the top of the ceiling, they definitely weren't there when we entered the boss chamber. Must have been hidden beneath some panel that my archangel's gaze couldn't detect. Cold welding, perhaps. They fire at me, keeping me off balance and unable to assist Chloe. Each strike happens in a flash. They don't move at literal light speed, thank the goddesses. But they're still quick even by my standards. If not for my ability to watch the subtle shifts of the cannons high above and calculate the firing trajectory in advance, I know I'd be unable to properly dodge. Even as it is, I'm still unable to do more than defend myself and watch as Chloe continues to be ravaged by those damn vines. I curse MMI silently, watching, waiting, looking for any pattern or proclivity that I can find. It's Alexei who ends up making one for me, his fist colliding with a massive barrier surrounding MMI's face. The attack fails to breach her defenses, but it does cause the air to shift and the room to shake. Chloe's able to keep her footing thanks to her wings, but Alexei's attack manages to stagger the whip-like appendages just long enough for Chloe to get out of her defensive position and cast a curing light upon herself. Do you have a plan? Chloe asks me as the 2 of us dodge the next pair of whips in opposite directions. I manage to grab hold of one of them before me can pull it back, only to recoil when bursts of electricity start coursing through my metal appendage and conduct into the rest of my body, because of course it has to be lightning attacks. I yank on it despite the pain, despite my own cloister rapidly being drained, hoping to make some progress in the fight, but I fail, despite my best efforts. Emmy wriggles free of my grasp, even with my metallic grip reinforced by my strength and vitality thanks to angelic form. A beam of luminous energy shoots out toward Chloe. I intercept, grabbing her by the waist and flying the both of us away from the blast. Chloe is safe and injured, but I take the hit in the back, right at the base of my still extant wings. It stings, siphoning off the rest of my cloister and then 1,000 points of my health for good measure. Still have plenty left, but it's yet another reminder that, despite every tribulation we've faced to this point, I'm still far from invincible. Worse, the attacks are so quick and relentless that Chloe doesn't have the time she needs to cast Sanctus's Cloister or her Sanctuary spell, both of which might be able to turn the tide of our current predicament. I can't even get a good glyph casting array put together. Most of my mental fortitude focused just on calculating evading the attacks raging from all sides. The most either of us can get off are Chloe's basic heal and curing light spell, and an occasional impulse or repulsion glyph on my end to bat back attacks the two of us can't dodge on our own. At this point, we won't be able to win. We're fighting defensively, but our health and ether are being whittled down, bit by bit, outstripping our meager regeneration rates. Even with both of us able to share our ether pool through the power of transference, we're definitely on the back foot. I grip my teeth, looking for a breakthrough, and in the instant after the next blasts narrowly miss my toes, Alexei provides one for me. "Look alive, ladies," he shouts, his deep and booming voice filling the air with a burst of energy that deflects the whips aimed at us. Better yet, Emmy has turned her attention toward us, right as his rally cry takes effect. It seems that there might be some extra condition on his skill compared with my Harkin or Stefan's identically named skill with a different effect, requiring it be used only after getting battered by the first wave of an enemy attack. The invigorating effect tempers my mind, dispelling the lingering clouds of doubt that were trying to occlude my focus. With a roar of defiance of my own, I activate my Harkin in tandem with Alexei's shout, twisting the air on us as our ether rallies and radiates outward. EMMI's attacks come once more, but now, I see them coming far more clearly than before. With a mid-air barrel roll, I narrowly dodge the whip aimed directly for me, and I retaliate with a burst of impulse that sends the appendage into the ground. Better still, I notice a couple of tiny cracks and the faintest bit of ether leak, along with the expected teal gas quickly dissolving into the ambient environment. She lets out a pained noise, like a person sucking in air through gritted teeth. It lasts only for a fraction of a second, but it's enough to confirm that this is working. We might not be able to shatter the barrier leading to her core just yet, but we can weaken her little by little. Alexei, having heard it as well, grapples the whip nearest him, plucking it out of the air despite suffering quite the painful laceration on his palm in response. With willpower matching or even exceeding my own, he pulls with all the force his body can muster, roaring with a mixture of pain and maddening glee. EMMI grimaces back, and the two enter into a tug-of-war contest, the cybernetic intelligence pulsing electric energy at the grizzled veteran while attempting to stab him with her remaining tendrils. "Chloe, can you take care of yourself for a couple seconds? This might be our best chance to do some real damage." "I'll manage, Sera." "Are you sure? Do it, love, for all of us. I'll focus on keeping myself healthy in the meantime." I spare only the slightest of nods and a nonverbal affirmative emote through our bond before rushing forward. Emmy must have already calculated my plan, as her attention is now firmly on me. Two beams of light fire directly in front of me, and another tendril-like ether conduit chases me quickly enough that I'd have no chance to avoid both attacks. But my plan was never to evade the beams. Instead, I charge up a luminous reflector ray, adding a repulsion and a straightness glyph into formation. This should work, I'm confident. Based on everything I've experienced to this point, it was the same idea that I was planning against the ultimate weapon, and I have no doubt it'll work against the far weaker computer mainframe. I twist around another attack coming at me from a transverse direction. I suffer a grazing cut against my hip, which is quickly healed with a burst of Chloe's magic. Another attack comes at me, hitting me square in the kneecap. I seethe in pain, but I push forward, spreading my wings and flying forward as fast as they'll carry me. "You better hurry, Seraphina," Alexei says. "I can't hold it much longer." "I'm on it," I say. The largest burst of photonic energy yet blasts directly toward my torso. EMI gives me a contemptuous look, chastising me for leaving myself wide open to a direct attack, and I smirk back, releasing my spell the instant before her beam would pierce through my skin and pass through my heart on the way out. I tilt the mirrored surface, carving a thin but no less impressive swath of destruction through the room. The appendage that Alexei is holding is now severed cleanly in half, as are two others on the ground beneath him. The hard surface, made of some alloy with which I'm unfamiliar, has likewise cracked and smoked over where the focused Reflected beam of destructed energy sliced through. You, impudent, I screams out. Alexei tumbles down to one knee, completely drained from his ordeal. He's still conscious, running on fumes and adrenaline. But for the first time since the fight began, we've made noticeable progress. Chloe rushes over toward the two of us, diving into the range of her healing magic and launching her new most powerful spell. Healing Burst upon Alexei. His wounds stitch back up and life re-enters his eyes as golden light suffuses his every pore. I, meanwhile, take the primary defensive position in our squad. Contrary to my previous assessment, I am not nearly as durable as Alexei, especially with my cloister having long since expired. But EMMI's attacks are slower and weaker now that substantial portions of her appendages have been severed and her ether continues to drain from her body of metal and artifice. She lashes out at me with 3 pulsing tendrils, each arsing with electricity. I deactivate my wings as they approach, ridding myself of the weakness they give me to lightning-based attacks, and charge up one final glyph casting array, with sharpness and wind and an inverted and large glyph. I prepare the attack that's either going to win the fight, or the final attack I'll make before I fall. Chloe casts Curing Light upon me, along with a mental warning that she's too lightheaded to go on due to severe ether strain. I nod in affirmation, my entire body filled with resolve. Alexei stands beside me, ready to do what he can. The attack comes, for in total, approaching into waves of 2. Alexei grabs the first tendril to approach me, yanking on it with everything he has. Then comes the second. He kicks it, landing a glancing blow. Instead of piercing my stomach, it grazes past my right arm. It stings, but compared with all the pain I've fought through, with all the endorphins I have running through my system, I hardly notice it. The third one comes directly toward me. I brace myself for what I need to do. Chloe, I'm sure you're going to be pissed for what I need to do right now. But I promised before that I was going to keep us all alive, and this is the best chance of ensuring we all live through it. I ask only that you forgive me for this. It aims directly for my liver. I wait until the last second, then leap up slightly, just enough to ensure I take a less lethal wound in the middle of my upper thigh. Blood spurts out from the wound, but it seems to have just missed my femoral artery, just as I'd hoped. With my body locking the attack in place and anchoring myself from being blown away, I release my final spell, a thin, almost invisible, and deadly sharp blade of solidified air buttressed further by glyphs and magic appears in the palm of my hand. I grip it tight, focusing on it, and EMMI's final attack, waiting, feeling the pulse of battle, calculating with the help of Archangel's gaze. And then the moment is right. I slice through the final whip, cleaving it as easily as if it were a stick of butter. With another flourish, I cut off the tendril still embedded in my flesh, then slice through the one that Alexei has been grappling. The final attack, the one Alexei could only bat away, approaches me. I ready myself to slice, but my spell fizzles on me right before I'm about to deliver what should be the finishing blow. My ether all but depleted between my spells, transferring a bit to Chloe to help her with her healing, maintaining Harkin, and everything else we've gone through in this lengthy ordeal. Instead, I can only curse myself, force myself to figure out some other way to deal with this fight. I pull a dagger out of my inventory, and fusing it with what little ether I have remaining, and slice, but my attack fails, unable to even chip the serpentine coil preparing to eat into me. Oh no you don't, Alexei says, slamming his foot on the attack when it's only an inch or two from my face. He screams, pulling with everything he has. His muscles bulge, the veins in his forehead throb, his eyes squint, and his teeth are fully clenched. And then, having summoned every bit of his monstrous strength and enormous bulk, he manages to snap the final tendril into like a piece of wood. With one final burst of energy, the last he'll likely be able to summon, he punches toward EMMI's main body. His fist collides with her shield once more, but this time, the attack cracks, then crunches, then shatters the barrier. He flies through, grabbing hold of her core and crushing it, filling the air with a cool and revitalizing light. At last, it's over. It's done. You have defeated EMMI. The Epsilon Mu Station Central Computer Level 59. You have gained a boosted 290,520 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 56. Strength come 1, Speed come 1, Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. I assign a point to each of my 4 stats, not feeling a particular need for any one of them over the others, but knowing that I'll need more of each of them before this tower is done. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come ran 13 equals 274. Maximum ether increases by Mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals 214 level. 56. Experience 3,455,730. To next, 18,785 current stats. Health 951 9,064 ether. 890 for 6. Current stats. Strength 169 base 82. Speed 179 base 87. Vitality 289 base 108. Mind 420 base. Your multidimensional glyph casting rank I has upgraded to multidimensional glyph casting rank 2. Your intermediate glyph manipulation rank X has upgraded to intermediate glyph manipulation rank X. Your etheric armor rank 4 has upgraded to etheric armor rank V. Your Archangel's Gaze rank X has upgraded to Archangel's Gaze rank 12. 3.95 The 5th Ascent She Were Alive. Chloe and Alexi and I are all 3 battered and bruised and pummeled. My thigh is still bleeding despite my attempts to suture the wound with the same tendril that pierced it moments earlier. Alexi is struggling just to stand, and I'm not confident in my ability to even that much, though that's more my leg injury than my overall lack of energy. But despite how battered we all are, there's no word that properly describes the situation we're in right now other than victory. EMMI's avatar is a flickering mess of lights and incoherent sounds, and the pulsing of ether on the ground is erratic and haphazard, with continued leakages spewing out teal gas that dissolves into the air. I'm not sure how many floors are left before we get to a teleportation point, but the answer can't be too many now. At least, it better not be. I know the 3 of us can't handle another fight of that intensity right now, even with the level I gained, and the 2 Alexi and Chloe likely did. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any further sign of attack. I send a silent prayer to the goddesses, thanking them for that much, before stumbling around the room, looking for treasure, which lasts for all of about 3 seconds before the adrenaline starts to subside in earnest. The endorphins fade, and all the pain from the previous battle starts to build up in full force. Not overwhelming, in the sense that all I can do is cry in the fetal position, but, you know, on par with what I'd expect from being stabbed in the thigh. Less painful than being stabbed in the ass, which, to my chagrin, I still remember as well. You should rest, Seraphina, Alexi says. Even if you can tolerate the pain right now, or even if you're feeling fine, that doesn't mean that you aren't injured. And it doesn't mean you aren't aggravating that injury or making the recovery that much longer and more painful. I turn to Chloe, still resting, such a peaceful smile on her face. I can't help but envy her just a bit. I mean, I envy her a lot for other reasons as well. She's beautiful and resourceful and strong and kind and compassionate and caring and loving and considerate, and I could go on and on, but right now, I'm envious of how contented she looks as she lies on the hard floor, her chest slowly rising and falling without a care in the world. And so, with no immediate threats in the room, and the tower warden not likely to appear in the imminent future, given we just dealt with a boss fight, I sit down cross-legged and meditate. With hardly any ether left in my body, I can't very effectively perform my ether training exercises, but I figure it's as good a time as any to focus my mind. See if I can't make any progress towards skill fusion or evolution or something. I don't know. Alexi's right. I should be resting, and Chloe will have more than a few choice words to say to me for continuing to push myself so hard when I'm beat up this much. And the spatterings of dried blood on my skin and armor, my haggard, disheveled hair, and the fact that my armor is nowhere close to regenerating itself are testament to this truth. The problem is, I really hate being idle. The time limit might be measured in decades or even millennia rather than hours or minutes, but the whole universe is on a timer, and I'd rather not see this one pop just like the last. Damn it, Seraphina, Chloe exclaims as she looks over the injury on my leg. Why do you have to be so? Goddess is damned reckless every time there's a fight. Seriously, you're one of the smartest women I know. And you mean to tell me that you couldn't have come up with something better than letting yourself get stabbed in the leg? One of these times, you're going to get it hacked off. And in case you've somehow forgotten, I don't have a spell that can regrow lost limbs. Supposedly I'll get one early in my next class. But that's beside the point, Zero. But the next words out of your mouth had better not be "but Chloe. I can always build a new one, because I swear to every goddess you have ever invoked that I will." She grits her teeth and takes a deep breath. Besides, what's going to happen once you get something injured that you can't so easily replace with metal and artifice? Her eyes fixate on my own, then trace their way down to between my legs. Love, Alexei is still here, and can probably still hear us just fine from across the room. Well, if it will get you to exercise a bit more self-preservation instinct, then I will shout it in front of the entire city. Have I made myself clear, Seraphina? I sighed at Chloe. Good girl. Now let's get you patched up. And then, once you are properly healed, we can go looking for all the treasure that we have properly earned. Gosh darn it. I think to myself with a smug smile on my face, watching as Chloe kneels down next to me, casting her healing magic over my many wounds. For all the hell the three of us just went through, I just might be the luckiest woman in the entire universe right now. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt like hell as she pulls the rest of the whip out of me. Still not sure what it's made of, exactly. And it's quite the material as well. Capable of being either hard or soft, flexible or incredibly sturdy and resilient to tensile forces. I pull out the strange piece of metal from way back at the start of the expedition. At least, I think it's metal, based on its silvery gray color, heat conductivity, and general weight and resilience. It's about as dense as a block of iron or steel. But it seems to have a will of its own. Or, no, maybe that's not it. It's a material that is capable of absorbing and transmitting ether naturally, without needing glyphs and conduits. In doing so, it shapes itself in accordance with the will of its wild or intuitively feels right. But I don't want to rely solely on intuition. Tentatively, until more testing is done, I'll call the strange substance Ethereum. How are you feeling now, Sierra? Chloe asks, finishing up her treatments. I take a deep breath, not feeling any pain in my leg or lungs or anywhere else. I rotate my neck and shoulder a couple of times, still not sensing any pain or discomfort. With a bit of trepidation and a little help from Chloe, I stand up and do some more stretches. Not feeling anything particularly sore or otherwise out of the ordinary. I feel great, I say. Like magic. Chloe rolls her eyes at me. Double quotes. Oh, love, I assure you. It wasn't like magic. I wink. I know. All right, you two. Alexei says in a stern tone. If the two of you are done flirting and patching yourselves together, I think I found something that might interest you. This piques my attention. The two of us walk over to where the man is standing, though my attention is quickly seized by the large red chest right beside him. A stereotypical treasure chest, so pristine in appearance that I can't help but assume that anything this obvious has got to be a trap. And yet, after the fight against Emmy, this would be the perfect time to give us our just rewards, or lure us to our death with a false sense of security. However, I still have Seraphina over limit as a failsafe if it really is the latter. And so, with a hint of hesitation, followed by reassuring nods from both my comrades, I open the treasure chest. The mix of items I find inside is eclectic for sure. A pair of compound eyeglasses, a staff adorned with a brilliant, deep blue sapphire, a phial containing an odd pink liquid, a diamond-shaped piece of silvery metal, and a golden medallion. And, upon closer inspection, there's a sheet of folded paper underneath the medallion. It doesn't look like any skill book I've ever seen before, but I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be something similar. I suppose I'll take the staff, Chloe says. I'm the only one who can use staves among us. I take the glasses. I'm not sure exactly what they do just yet, but I have something akin to an artificer class, and neither Chloe nor Alexei wear glasses. So far as I've seen, Alexei doesn't make any move to protest. And so I slip them on, astonished and relieved at what I see when I try to equip them. Artificer's glasses. A pair of delicate eyeglasses with multiple lenses providing magnification up to 100x. In addition, They are embedded with a simple neural core which enables their wearer to use Inspect at will, at a cost of 20 Ether per use. Inspect, a simple form of identification magic used by artificers, crafters, metallurgists, dungeon delvers, and others who frequently work with unknown substances and items. When used, the skill provides a simple layout of the object's name, function, and, if equipable, general parameters. Does not work on living beings. About damn time, I say. Turning to a bemused Chloe. Glasses cast a weak Inspect variant. No effect on living beings. About damn time indeed. So, what else do we have? I put the glasses on, stowing my brooch of ambition away in my inventory. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any cooldown on swapping between accessories. Not sure if I'd want to risk doing so in the middle of a fight, so it'd be good to test that out before push comes to shove. Oh, Chloe says. You are really starting to look like an artificer with those glasses on. Very fancy. She giggles a bit. Well, I figure if the arm didn't give that away, then maybe I just need to be a bit less subtle about it. I pushed my glasses up with the index finger of my mechanical left hand. Now then, let's see what we have here. Potion of Sagacity. A foul-tasting pink liquid infused with etheric energy and brewed by a master alchemist. When the entire dose is consumed, it permanently raises the drinker's mind by a small amount. Here, Chloe, I say. It won't taste good, but this potion will make your spells stronger going forward. Wait, shouldn't you drink it? She asks. No, I'm a hybrid spellcaster gunner. While you're a pure mage, you'll get more use out of a higher mind stat than I will. I switched to telepathy, not wanting Alexei to hear this next part. And you have a far greater ether regeneration rate, which means, thanks to our bonds transference, you can donate that regeneration to me in a pinch. She closes her eyes for a moment, then opens them and nods. Double quotes fine. A moment later, she encaps the bottle and downs the whole thing like a shot. She immediately starts gagging, fighting the urge to spit it up. Just from the smell, I can tell that it must taste absolutely abhorrent, and I don't envy her one bit. The least I can offer her is a couple of pieces of chocolate, which she immediately takes out of my hand the moment I summon it forth. Disgusting. She screams out. You weren't kidding when you said it was foul. She swallows the chocolate, then takes a long drink of water to wash all the sludge out of her mouth. Even made the chocolate taste bad. But it worked as you said it would. I'm glad to hear, both that it worked, and that my glasses aren't a total dud. Now then, shall we continue on with the rest of our goodies? 3.96 The Fifth Ascent 13 Alright, next on the list, the medallion, I say, picking it up and examining it through the artificer's glasses. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't tried to create something like this already, considering both that I've been trying to get some sort of identify variant for a while now, and that building some sort of glasses to effect that result should have been high on my list of priorities. Covetous medallion. A heavy golden medallion adorned with beautiful white gold filigree. When equipped as an accessory, it slightly increases the strength and speed of its wearer. In addition, the expensive, desirable nature of the amulet exerts a mild mind-altering effect upon targets deemed hostile by the wearer, making them moderately more likely to attack them over other allies. Effect does not work on creatures with the mindless property or which are immune to mind-altering effects. I think this is for you, Alexei, I say, giving him a rundown of what my inspect revealed. He puts it on, fastening the surprisingly light chain of bronzer on his head and neck with some difficulty. He nods in approval, as much as I might want it for myself. He deserves an equal share of the loot, and can make better use of everything the medallion offers. In truth, everything has been more or less tailor-made for someone in our party, and I can't help but think that's by design. I had suggested that the tower changes its configuration to accommodate those who challenge it, and it's only a quarter step further to assume that the treasures the tower offers adjust likewise. The system seems to want us to get stronger, and facilitates that in everything that it does. To the exact end, I don't know, except that I know it's nothing good. This leaves the piece of silvery metal, that and the piece of paper, but I'm not sure how valuable that will be. I pick it up, wondering if this is more of that strange Ethereum, or perhaps another or with different but no less supernatural properties. Honestly, Having the ability to be sculpted and modified to one's own will is such an incredible property that I don't want to take the chance with a different or that might have properties which are lackluster by comparison. But if this is just the tip of the iceberg, then, goodness, just when I thought I knew all of the possibilities before me, I realize once again that what I once thought was the pinnacle of ethertech is but the first in a series of increasingly higher peaks of which I must ascend. I pick it up. As I do, I feel a connection forming between it and me. It's not alive, per se, but it does have a will, and enough intelligence to speak to me. HMM. There we go. What have we here? Who, or what are you? I ask the voice in my mind. Interesting. Very interesting. Yes, I think I can work with that. Work with what? And what are you? Anyway, philosophers or, as in, the same material allegedly used to craft the philosopher's stone of our myths and legends. Exactly. So, if I remember correctly, the philosopher's stone transmutes lead and other base metals into silver and gold, can synthesize the elixir of immortality. I'm afraid the legends are actually mistaken on that. I don't possess either of these abilities. I suppress the bit of frustration I'm feeling. Dealing with a living piece of metal wasn't on the agenda for today. Makes me wonder if Madison's weapon, Divine Blade Luminaria, and other weapons of a similar caliber are likewise at least partially sentient. For this reason, if not my curiosity for how this encounter will play out, I oblige the voice speaking to my head. Are you okay? Chloe asks. Yeah, mostly fine. I pick up the paper and glance over it. Some sort of design schematics for some sort of weapon. Although the exact details escape me, I just didn't have peace of or start speaking to me on my bingo card for today. Wait, you're saying the sheet of metal in your hand is talking to you? You do realize how ridiculous that sounds, right? As ridiculous as entering a magical tower, flying through space, being transported to a futuristic space station, and then fighting with a sapient artificial intelligence before being awarded treasure for defeating a boss. As though we're characters playing a video game, you know. You make a fair point, Chloe says. I'm not sure how I continue to be surprised by all of this. So, I guess we'll look around for a minute or two while you have that conversation. And, let me know if you need anything. Alexei nods in agreement. So, what will it be? Theo asks. A new weapon. A new piece of armor. If you have the schematics, I'll shape myself into the desired form. That's your power. Are you like this amalgam of Ethereum ore I picked up earlier? I pull the shimmering silver sphere of the strange substance out of my inventory. No, how dare you compare me with such a base material as that? Its true name is Malleum. It's named as such because yes, it can be shaped according to the will of its crafter. But it is a dumb piece of metal, incapable of growing, incapable of maturing and becoming more. I ignore the snark I'm getting from this piece of metal, desperately and silently pleading that this level of sass is not going to become a new daily fixture in my life. So, you said you needed a design schematic to properly function. What about this? I ask, and folding the paper and holding it open in my hand. This seems to be some sort of schematics for a weapon, but I haven't had much time to dissect it and try to do anything with it. This isn't a weapon, exactly. It's the core of a weapon, and quite an advanced one, I reckon. Sadly, I can't draw out its full power right now. Let me guess. You're too low level, and you'll need to advance via combat, just the way that we gain levels and skill ranks. Exactly. I'm glad that you catch on quick. However, just because I can't draw out its full power doesn't mean I can't form something for you to use. Though, the question remains. What sort of weapon do you want to go for? A sword, perhaps? I think all the great heroes in your legends are sword fighters. Or perhaps you would rather go for an axe. Maybe a bow or there's one problem, I interject. My weapon is the cannon built into my arm. I've been able to draw out more of its power, but only by bonding it directly into my body. In other words, I'm not sure I can unequip the weapon even if I wanted to. And even if I did, I've got some skills related to my mechanical arm cannon. You say that like that's going to be a problem to overcome. No, just to be sure. You're sure you want to stick with a gun-type weapon, ignoring what you think or expect to be possible or what your current build is geared toward. Because I can sense great things in the future from you. And I don't want you to be hobbled by decisions you made early on. So, this is really happening. I'd really get a chance for a redo, not impossible, but it wouldn't be without cost, which makes sense. We can give up skills to get new ones, but the new skills we get will be unevolved and start at rank I. So, one consideration is what would be a better path long term. Madison used a sword, while I seem to have used a spear in my past life. Moreover, I remember Madison's comment that using a gun isn't ideal due to the ether drain I have to employ with each cast. A downside which is very real and which has bitten me in the butt several times so far, especially considering the enormous ether cost of my glyph casting. On the other hand, having a dud skill in elemental ether bullet barrage, itself having evolved twice, would be quite the loss. I'm not sure when the next time I'd be able to get an appropriate skill is. And, yeah, I'd be weaker for a fair bit, even if this or really can do what it claims to do and transform into a weapon that will be stronger than I am. There are definite pros and cons to both options, and I don't have enough foresight or knowledge of potential progression paths to definitively say that one or the other is better. So the question is, do I want to switch my weapon? My mechanical angel class seems to be fairly flexible in the types of weapons that I'm able to equip. I can't use staves or wands, the hallmarks of mage and healer classes. And even if I could, I don't think I'd want to use gauntlets, knuckles, fists, or similar like Alexi does. A little too visceral for my taste. I spend a few moments wrapping my brain around it all, feeling a little guilty that I'm standing here, trying to make such a decision while wasting Alexi's and Chloe's time. Actually, is this a decision I need to make right now? I don't think I can decide right this second. Not when it was sprung on me so suddenly. We're still in the tower gauntlet, and I don't want to be lost in thought when the warden shows up. I understand, however. I will caution you that at times, a bad decision is better than indecision. Do not let the prospect of the perfect be the enemy of the good. I know. By the way, do you have a name, or something you'd like me to call you? Since it seems we'll be working together from now on, you may call me Philia. Understood, Philia. Would there be any objections to storing you in my inventory? That's fine. I trust you know about how time works for your inventory. I'm not sure. Our world is barely 4 months after integration and 4 months. 4 months, and you've already managed to reach level 50. All 3 of us have, actually. Alexi had stashed his covetous medallion away and brought it back out a few moments earlier, confirming the veracity of my claim. Well, I'll be damned. I was definitely right. You are going places, and I absolutely want to come along. Is that unusual? And how would you know if that's unusual? It's almost like you have some knowledge of another continuity. HMM. I don't know. I have memories, but I don't know how or why I have them. You said this was a tower gauntlet in your world. It brought you to a replica of this world, and I have memories of my time in this world. But it's all fuzzy and hazy and, yeah, I understand. Sorry if I brought up anything uncomfortable, Philia. I appreciate it. All right. Sorry about that. Got a little excited. Anyway, time moves much more slowly in your inventory than the outside world. It's about 1 minute inside per day outside or thereabouts. So if you stow me away for a few hours, it'll be mere seconds to me, and that'll work. I was under the impression that inventory doesn't work on living creatures. No. Intelligent items like me aren't technically alive in that sense. But anyway, I look forward to hearing your answer. With that, I concentrate on Philia's metallic form and will them her. Their name and voice both sounded feminine into my inventory. It takes just a bit more effort, as though the slab of philosophers or could have tried to resist my attempt had they desired, but instead allowed the process to proceed smoothly. All right, I say. Sorry about the wait. Like I said, Ascension piece of metal wanting to talk to me about a bunch of different stuff relating to, well, everything, was not something I'd expected today. Hence why it is good to always expect the unexpected, Alexi says. Preparation never survives first contact with the enemy. And everything is good with you. You too, Chloe asks. Yeah, I think we're good to move on. Hopefully the next floor goes nice and smoothly. But I won't expect much. As Alexi said, plans and hopes rarely survive plans with the enemy. And in the end, for all the power the system bestows, it absolutely is an enemy. Should it try something? I won't hesitate to do what must be done. 3.97 A world of possibilities and all odds. The following floor of the 29th is, in fact, a teleporter floor. None of us thinks twice before returning to the first floor. It's already been several hours, and we're all getting tired both mentally and physically. But more pressingly than even that, I have so many questions to ponder, and I might have to learn a new weapon and new skills and completely rework everything that I've been building over the past 56 levels. Although, now isn't a bad time to go about it. If I get a start on recasting my build now, I should be able to parlay that into some more directed class options when I hit level 64. And there's a good chance that I'll get a second class at that time, which is likely to be some sort of glyph casting variant. Now that I think about it some more, Elemental Ether Bullet Barrage is the only actual skill that I have which directly relates to my arm cannon. So it wouldn't be a huge sacrifice in terms of the capital S system granted skills. It's more a question of identity, and whether I want to forego what I've built up so far for the chance of something potentially better. I sighed. As with most things, I'm going to be having a nice, long conversation with Chloe about it later, and probably about a whole lot of other revelations as well. At the very least, if I'm going to have another being, possibly another woman in my head, we're going to have to set some firm relationship boundaries. Preferably before the ambiguity leads to a fight better avoided. The sun, Alexei says, pushing open the door from the entryway and once more exposing us to the light of the outside world. It's still mid-afternoon, and damn is it hot. Immediately I'm hit with an oppressive burst of hot wind that assails my face. It's almost enough to make me want to stay here in the entrance chamber of the tower and just wait in here until closer to dusk when it'll be a bit more tolerable. Almost. So, I think this is goodbye for now, I say to Alexei. It was an honor working with you again. Chloe nods, offering her hand. He shakes it, then mine, then offers a salute, which we return. It has been a fruitful day exploring this place with you both. Perhaps, should circumstances allow it, we shall continue another day. With that, he heads off, starting with a light jog before breaking off onto one of the roads, seamlessly merging into the street traffic. The traffic itself is a curious mix of cars, bikes, and runners, along with a few more exotic vehicles. One of them can politely be called a boat that decided to grow wheels and move on dry land, while another is more accurately described as a hodgepodge of spare parts cobbled up and held together by a mixture of prayers, duct tape, and system shenanigans. And I'm not sure about the first two of those. In either case, as they say, if it looks dumb and it works, it's not dumb. After a few seconds of watching Alexei rush off, Chloe and I take our leave. I start channeling an inverted heat glyph to suppress the intensity of the midsummer heat, and together with the heavy breeze we form while flying, it starts to make the temperature feel somewhat bearable. Doesn't do much about the humidity, much to our eternal chagrin. Hey Chloe, I message once we're out of the downtown area. There's something I feel we should talk about. I swear, if you are breaking up with, not in this life or the next one, love, it's about the or and what it means for, well, us. What about it? I know you said it was sentient and able to talk with you. Is there something else that has you apprehensive? Viewer said it wanted to be called Philia, and its voice was feminine, both of which suggest that the personality contained within is a woman. And if I'm going to be forging a new weapon from them, her, whatever, then that means that I'm likely to have another woman literally in my mind the way you are, which I figured you deserved to know about, so we can agree on appropriate boundaries. Oh, I guess I didn't think about that. And I appreciate that we're having this discussion now, rather than some time later in the future. So, I stammer awkwardly. Philia says that they, or she, haven't asked yet, can form the core of a powerful weapon. One which will grow more powerful as we fight more and gain more experience. Moreover, I was considering changing to a different type of weapon instead of my gun arm. And you think this is a good idea? After thinking about it, I do. Having my primary weapon constantly draining my ether has shown its disadvantage in numerous fights, including that last one. But I also want to make sure that I consider your perspective and make sure you're okay with it all. Have you thought about what kind of weapon you want to use? I had a proclivity for a spear in my past life. Something about the weapon draws me to it. I don't know if it's muscle memory or just some familiarity my mind and soul have with the weapon. But it feels, I dunno, it just feels right. Kinda like when I took my mechanical angel class. Then you should go for it. You sure you're okay with everything? Chloe sighs. I don't know, she says quietly, her voice hard to hear over the sound of the air whipping all around us. I hate the idea of sharing you in any way with anyone, least of all some other woman. And while I know it's just jealousy talking and I shouldn't be consumed by the idea of you getting a sentient weapon, it's just, like I said, I don't know. Do you think it would help if you talked to them? Maybe that would alleviate some worries. Are you sure it'd be okay? I mean, if Philia can talk to me, I don't see why they can't talk to you as well. She takes my hand in hers and caresses it. Thanks, love. Let's do that. A couple of hours later, after we've had a chance to eat and shower and enjoy those two most wonderful inventions of modern human society, Chloe and I are seated on the upstairs couch, her hand in mine. Both of us taking a few moments just to rest and relax and enjoy each other's company as evening sets in. After a while though, I decide it's time to go ahead and pull off the bandage and get the potentially difficult conversation started. Sarah, Chloe says, before we get started, I was curious. Now that you have those artificer's glasses, do you think you could look into what that strange liquid you got from Anna is? Oh, I had completely forgotten about it. Lost in the depths of my inventory. It takes a half-second to mentally locate it among the mental layout of my pocket dimension, but it comes out easily enough. As do the glasses in question. When I stare at the file, my jaw nearly drops.